evaded all her questions. "Kyle, you charming trickster." She immediately pointed at him in realization. Kyle, on the other hand, simply waved at her, his smile innocent despite knowing what exactly he had done. And unfortunately for Sharon, it was already too late to retaliate as she needed to get into character for the mocap. A few motion capture engineers tuning the equipment while the motion capture director himself, alongside Dahlia, were already giving the lady a few instructions on what she needed to do. "She's a daring temptress, that lady." Kyle then explained briefly to Oliver, Carlos, and Owen, all of whom had realized the dynamic between the two. Now finding it more amusing than anything else, though, all three shared a light chuckle, after which his agent then spoke. "So, how's your Grammy speech coming along, Kyle? You know, in case you win." In response to that question, Kyle froze on the spot, a slight yet noticeable hint of panic in his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Oliver, Owen, and Carlos couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief, after which both the agent and the assistant then spoke simultaneously. "How did you forget? The award show's tomorrow." Chapter 189, Bachelorette Economy. It was a rainy day, and for Kyle and Oliver, both of whom had needed to travel over from Canada to L.A. for the Grammys, their 4-hour flight ended up getting delayed earlier in the day due to how heavy said rain was. Unsurprisingly, the young man wouldn't be the only celebrity to have his flight delayed, as many others around the world whom had been invited to the prestigious award faced the same issue. Still, considering the Grammys typically had two ceremonies, the premiere ceremony and the award ceremony, most celebrities would be fine as long as they got to the award ceremony itself. Still, Kyle had hoped that he'd be able to attend the premiere ceremony. Although they presented some less important awards, such as Best Score Soundtrack for Video Games, Best Song Written for Visual Media, Best Music Video, one a person could argue, paled in comparison to the more important ones at the award ceremony, which was mainly broadcasted and televised live, but not live-streamed. It would have, undoubtedly, been a worthwhile experience for him. Also, Kyle liked being punctual for what it was worth. But unfortunately, by the time he and Oliver eventually boarded their plane, it was clear to both individuals that their only hope was to at least reach the award ceremony on time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few hours later, at the Los Angeles Convention Center, downtown L.A., a multitude of high-class vehicles could be seen, either parked before the venue or coming to a halt. Multiple artists, well-renowned and less renowned, alongside famous celebrities, most escorted by their bodyguards, friends, or families, shielded themselves with their umbrellas as they walked into the venue. Due to the heavy rain, reporters and paparazzi alike were allowed to stay at the reception lobby of the Grand Hall, which had been repurposed to serve as the typical red carpet entrance for the night. Obviously, the repurposing ensured that the carpeted red walkways and golden ropes lining up the walkways that led into the Grand Hall was every bit as flamboyant as it possibly could for an event as prestigious as the Grammys. The ceremony itself would start in about 30 minutes' time, so a lot of reporters on site were currently interviewing various celebrities whom were willing, while the paparazzi clicked photos of those who posed for the cameras. In the corner of the room, too, was Tony Sprouse and his glam bot, celebrities frequently walking over to have their glam shots taken. It was the very first time the Grammys were having them on ground, so the excitement in that corner of the room was palpably radiating. That said, one of today's Grammy Awards guest presenter was currently being interviewed by a reporter for a well-renowned Hollywood magazine. "So, who do you think might win Best New Artist?" the pretty reporter, whom was elegantly dressed in her own right, questioned Justin. "I have no idea, really. I was just invited here to present an award, so I'll be finding out soon, same as you." Justin responded with a polite, well-trained smile, his answer as PR perfect as possible. "So you don't think Kyle Kestis might win?" the reporter innocently questioned, her smile as invitingly formal as possible. A crack, a noticeable hint of genuine disdain. It almost slipped into his expression and tone. But Justin caught himself in time to respond with the same smiling fod he wore, smart enough to not fall into the reporter's trap. The entire incident with him causing so much trouble on the set of Level Up 2 had died down a few weeks ago, and he really wasn't interested in getting himself into another controversy anytime soon. Still, there's a lot of promising artists in the bracket, so I don't know why you'd only ask about him, but We shall see. Besides, aren't there other brackets you should be more curious about? Justin subtly called out the reporter in a backhanded way, one the lady seemed to grasp as she reluctantly nodded and quickly switched topics. There was just the right amount of an energetic yet playful mix of chaos and camaraderie in the grand hall of the venue as celebrities mirthfully chuckled and laughed out loud while others sipped on signature cocktails. The hall itself, shaped like a massive amphitheater, had a sophisticated yet modern feel to it as sleek, crystalline chandeliers hanged overhead and the walls were draped with the finest curtains. Added to that was the perfectly situated LED screen above the stage itself, the soft golden lights bolstering the high-class ambience, and the elegantly arranged tables and chairs, draped in the finest of velvets. So, the 63rd Grammy Awards. It's the only award show that actually starts on time, so. Welcome everyone. Welcome to you in the room. Welcome to those of you at home. Noah Wiles, the handsome and charismatic host whom the Grammys never seemed to have any plans on changing for the foreseeable future, pointed at the live cameras as he opened up the award ceremony with his monologue. Mid-monologue, though, he'd playfully and frequently jab jokes if he spotted a celebrity strutting in or walking into the grand hall, most of whom were fashionably and elegantly dressed. Whoa, Allison, you go girl. I'd give you the award for Best Entrance, but that dress is so dazzling. One could mistake you for the Grammy trophy itself. A small wave of laughter cascaded over the hall as Allison Reyes herself, a rising musician in recent memory who was also nominated for Best New Artist same as Kyle and dressed in a beautiful, metallic gold, satin mermaid formal dress, similarly joined in with a coquettish giggle of her own. As Noah similarly chuckled, he briefly yet professionally glanced over to the seat where some celebrities were supposed to be. Seeing that some were not around just yet, most notably due to the heavy rain, the host decided to make his jokes anyway. Word of advice to any of you ladies and gentlemen out there who might be hoping to take first place in the Grammys' very first glam shot rankings. It'd be in your best interest to target second place downwards, Noah stated, earning raised eyebrows from most in the hall as he continued. Seriously, that force of nature they call Kyle Kestis can't be beaten. He deadpanned, and almost everyone in the room burst into laughter as he kept speaking. He's gonna fill his seat soon though, I'm sure, and when he do. No sooner had he almost completed the sentence, the celebrity in question, alongside his agent, suavely and confidently walked into the room with such impeccable timing. Noah pivoted on the fly. Speak of the devil, and he appears? What sorcery is this? He gestured in the young star's direction, and another wave of laughter mixed with cheers and applauses erupted in the hall, one that had Kyle slightly curious, yet evidently intrigued by whatever it was the host had been saying. But Noah wasn't done yet as he continued, improvising with a snap of his finger while pointing. Watch, everyone. Watch, as the local economy of bachelorettes lights up as Kyle walks past those tables. Look at the magic ladies. Not you gents. Just the ladies. Noah made a gesture with his hands to enforce his point, the cameras following the rows of tables the young man walked past. This time, Kyle's previously intrigued smile turned into one of genuine laughter as he made his way over to his reserved seat, Oliver taking his seat right next to him while similarly smiling in amusement. The rest of the upper class present in the grand hall were also laughing as of the moment, but they all knew that the host hadn't been exaggerating one bit when he spoke. Kyle's entrance alongside his agents had been turning heads and still was. Some female celebrities and models around his table, subconsciously even fixing themselves up a bit. Kyle's dress code today was the same as his agent's, a pristine, three-piece black suit that stuck to his body like second skin alongside sleek, black leather shoes and a platinum, Rolex Day Date 40 wristwatch. Even his voluminous raven hair was all gelled backwards, subtly mirroring Oliver's usually suave visage, a choice that further bolstered Kyle's tasteful features. Hello, Kyle. Pleasure to meet you. I'm a big fan. One of the gorgeous ladies, an upcoming indie artist whom was seated across his table alongside other celebrities, excitedly extended a handshake over first, one that the young man received with a charming smile. Thank you for saying that. It's a pleasure to meet you too, miss. Kyle respectfully questioned in response. Jane Brooks, she excitedly responded, her excitement palpable. No sooner had Kyle responded The other celebrities and models around the table did the same, all of them briefly exchanging pleasantries with the young man and his agent. Evelyn Rose. I absolutely love all of your works. The 10th curator was a revelation. Clara Redford. Big fan. And please, call me Clara. Dustin North. Pleasure to meet you. Unpopular opinion, but your favorite song of mine, Spark. As the group of celebrities exchanged their pleasantries, same as many other in the grand hall whom were just arriving, Noah simply continued his opening monologue as the celebrities listened in interest. And yet, a few minutes later, another celebrity whom was invited to the award show as a guest presenter for one of the awards was welcomed by Noah, this time with a congratulatory bravado. Give it up, ladies and gents. It's the one, the only 11th curator. The crowd cheered and applauded as Lily, dressed in an elegant, body-hugging, gunmetal, Talisa maxi dress, strolled in with a light smile, her gaze scanning the sea of celebrities discreetly until she spotted whom she was looking for. Purposefully yet gracefully, she casually walked over and gave her greetings in hybrid fashion. Her cherry-red lips pursed into a beautiful smile reminiscent of the first dew of spring setting in. Hello, you clever man. Fancy meeting you here. Clever? Is that our gimmick now? Or is that a conjecture on my part? Kyle's entire mannerisms flipped to the 10th curator in an instant as he continued. Well, regardless, I think brilliant is brilliant. Not as brilliant as clever. Lily arched an eyebrow in defense, the celebrities around them finding their interaction unexpected yet amusing to say the least. One of the cameramen, although had generally been focusing on all the celebrities in the room, did a perfect job on zooming in on both of them as of that exact moment, so their entire conversation could be lip-read if viewers at home were willing. But for the two individuals in question, their interaction soon dissolved into close friends, actually greeting each other in the warmest of tones. It's so nice seeing you again, Dreamboat. And you can dance too, wow. The lady widened her eyes in genuine surprise as she gestured for a friendly hug. I gave it my all. Kyle grinned in response, after which he then partook in said hug with a smile. And it's so nice seeing you again too, Lily. Your run as the 11th curator was superb. Thank you. Lily beamed in response as both disentangled from the hug. The 11th season of The Curator, which had aired from the 1st of January to the middle of March, although not as record-smashing as Kyle's 10th season or the 5th season, had been exceptionally well-received by fans and the audience alike, further cementing the show's glorious revival. Lily's portrayal as the 11th curator, especially, had been an interesting take on an iteration of the curator whom was more of a pragmatic, yet simultaneously resourceful and venturous than anything else, clever being her favorite word. Needless to say, a lot of younger fans, and even most longtime fans, enjoyed her run. In any case, as Lily settled into the seat on Kyle's left, which was also her reserved seat, the rest of the award show proceedings went on, and a few other artists soon walked in, Noah pitching harmless little, yet still quite funny jokes at them whenever he could. Ever since the Recording Academy had started, realizing that more and more celebrities were finding even the slightest jabs offensive, they had decided to recruit Noah, who was a comedian that had an effortlessly natural talent for making jokes that was entertaining but not too offensive. And now, at the 63rd Grammys, he was hosting the awards ceremony for the 3rd time. That said, after a few more monologues and jokes, Noah gave it up for Marilyn Iko, a very famous musician whom had written a hit pop ballad called Birds of a Feather last year to perform her hit single. The performance, as one would have expected from someone invited to take the stage at the Grammys, did not disappoint, and it was obvious by the fact that most of the celebrities seated were grooving, some even vibing and dancing as they got off their chairs. A few minutes later, Marilyn was done with her performance, paving the way for the charismatic host to take the stage again. All right. Noah, whom was currently atop the stage, spoke, a charming smile on his lips and an envelope in his hands. Here's the first award of the night. Chapter 190, Big Night. As Noah spoke, the envelope in his hands, practically everyone in the room focused their gazes on the giant LED screen as an automated yet elegant feminine voice began to list out the nominees. For Record of the Year, the nominated artists are Stranger Things, Millie Bobby; Never Gonna, Nick Astley; Used to Know, Gold; Paradox, Kyle Kestis; Midwest Princess, Saoirse Chapel; Birds of a Feather, Marilyn Iko. No sooner had those nominees being listed, the now segmented video feed on the giant LED screen cut to the cameras, focusing on the faces of all the listed nominees. Some looked anxious. Some looked unfazed. Kyle was curious. And the award goes to Noah. Having already opened the envelope and seen who won, paused slightly for dramatic effect. The burning yet eager atmosphere of curiosity in the hall heightened a bit more. Never Gonna, Nick Astley. Instantly, the tune of Nick's song played as he swiftly got off his chair to receive his award alongside his producers. Musical notes. Never Gonna Give You Up. Never Gonna Let You Down. Musical notes. As the fairly well-known artist, one whom had been struggling to make a comeback after all this while reached the stage, everyone applauded, Kyle and the other nominees included. If Kyle was being honest, he wasn't even the least bit perturbed that he lost out on the award. Rather, he believed that the ginger-haired artist deserved the award, so he was actually relieved that the award show was being fair. He'd heard the song a few times here and there throughout the entirety of last year, and he really liked it. Added to that, for the young man, the Grammys, or any other award show in fact, was something he had steeled his mind to prepare to lose. As the saying goes, prepare for disappointment and you'll never be disappointed. And Kyle came to the prestigious award show, absolutely prepared to lose in every bracket. Oliver, too, wasn't perturbed by his ward losing out on the award. The Best New Artist award, though, now that would seriously tick him off if Kyle didn't win it. Lily, on the other hand, wasn't within vicinity as she had been called backstage alongside a few other select celebrities to know which awards they'd be presenting. As for the other artists who lost out on the award, most were pretty disappointed but did a great job of masking their defeat with a well-trained smile. Save for Marilyn Iko, who seemed noticeably shocked that she'd lost out on the award. Maybe the fact that the Grammys had her come perform had her believe she'd win the award. But unfortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. As for the cameraman in the hall, her shocked expression was fantastic for showbiz, most of them training the cameras on her face for the viewers at home. About a minute later, though, Nick was done with his acceptance speech and soon left the stage alongside his producers. Around the same time, Lily came back to her seat for the next few proceedings. The award she'd be presenting was the Best Rap Album, one that came much later. Not that she'd divulged that information to anyone. Not even Kyle. Like that, the rest of the proceedings went along, Noah cracking a few more jokes and keeping the audience entertained till he was then back on stage to present the next award, Album of the Year. And the award goes to Kyle. Wasn't nominated for this, so he simply watched on alongside Lily and Oliver, both of whom were curious, same as everyone else in the hall, while the nominees themselves tensed a bit at Noah's brief pause. One more time, Nick Astley. A resounding round of applause enveloped the hall as the popular artist, once again, swept another bracket of award. Right here and right now, it was obvious that Nick Astley had finally made his comeback. It was a big night for him, that was for sure. And by the looks of it, especially with this Song of the Year bracket he was also in, all the artists nominated in the same category started becoming wary, save for Kyle, who was genuinely unruffled. In any case, the award show continued on, this time, a popular rapper known as Sleek Shady, taking up the stage to perform one of his hit songs titled Once in a Lifetime. You better push yourself. In the music, the moment you take it, you have to never let it go. You only get one chance. Do not miss your chance to fly. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Kyle and Lily confidently rapped along with the chorus, shocking everyone around them who noticed. Even Noah, alongside a few cameramen whom had spotted them bobbing their heads in sync as they kept rapping along, had noticeably surprised gazes on their features. Oliver especially blinked his eyes a few times in disbelief, one that soon caught Kyle's attention. Yet, instead of explaining just how or when he got to know the song to his bamboozled agent, Kyle simply grinned and resumed rapping alongside the beautiful lady. Another highlight of the award show. It seemed as if the night was only just beginning and the cameramen were having a field day, to say the least. Soon, the next award came up, Song of the Year. Often confused by many with Record of the Year, an award that was strictly reserved for the artists and the producers of a song, Song of the Year instead was an award that recognized the songwriters of a song. However, this time, the first guest presenter of tonight's show took the stage instead of Noah. a light smile on his lips as he held the envelope in his hands. It was Carl Finch. And so, just like the other periods, the automated feminine voice spoke while Carl waited. For Song of the Year, the nominated artists are Mile 8, Timothy Thompson. Never Gonna, Nick Astley. Tipsy Boozy. Paradox, Kyle Kestis. Midwest Princess, Saoirse Chapel. Birds of a Feather, Marilyn Iko. Once again, most of the people whom were nominated were extremely similar to that of Record of the Year. And just like before, Kyle's hopes were non-existent. His expression calm in comparison to the other nominees who were slightly, yet noticeably tensed. Nick Astley, after all, was in the same bracket as they were. Their wariness, to put it simply, was completely valid. As for Kyle, he inwardly mused. Nick Astley, I suppose. A full sweep of the awards tonight wouldn't be unrealistic considering he's on a roll. And the award goes to. Carl opened the envelope, his smile relaxed as he pulled out the embroidered paper slip in it. Another increased wave of a tense yet eager atmosphere. Paradox, Kyle Kestis. Carl declared with a charming grin. Musical notes chasing things beyond our reach, running towards a foggy path, singing musical notes. A burst of applause and cheers exploded in the hall. And yet, despite hearing correctly that he had been called, to Kyle, it seemed like an elaborate prank as he sat, glued to his seat. And then, the pupils of his sapphire irises dilated alongside widened eyes in a complex mix of shock, disbelief, and happiness, the realization fully dawning upon him when Lily noticeably squealed and Oliver shook him vigorously by the shoulder. Swiftly, Kyle got up, a light chuckle of awe and amazement escaping his lips as he gave Oliver a tight, yet brief hug, and then Lily herself before walking up to the stage, the applause and cheers in the hall, somewhat deafening, at least to him. Walking up onto the stage to receive said award, Kyle also exchanged a brief hug with Carl, who pat him on the back proudly before he then placed the golden statuette of a gramophone in his palms. Staring at the shiny award for a brief moment, a genuinely beautiful smile blooming on his lips, Kyle then proceeded to give his acceptance speech. I had no acceptance speech prepared, honestly, he began, his honest tone laced with a slight hint of humor. A lot of artists and celebrities in the hall chuckled in understanding at his words. Considering most of them in the industry knew just how hard it was for an independent artist without a record label in the industry to win an award, Kyle's comment was perfectly understandable. So, here I go on an appreciation spree. Kyle lightly chuckled as he stated. Another round of chuckles, giggles, and silent laughter cascaded over the hall. First and foremost, I'd like to give my thanks to my parents. There would be no Kyle Kestis without you guys, so wherever you are, I hope you're proud of me. Kyle began, his eyes already getting a bit red. To the audience, it must have seemed like Kyle was only speaking of his dead parents alone. And sure, that was the case, but, for the young man, he was majorly thanking Ollie, Mary, Joel, Rebecca, and Paul. The parents the best part of him grew up with. I'd also like to thank my friends and my team. I love you and you guys are the sweetest, coolest set of people I know. A billion thanks. Kyle briefly glanced in both Lily and Carl's direction with a grateful smile as he continued. A special shout out to Christina, Jenny, and Maria. Thank you so very much for bringing my creations to life in the best ways possible. Couldn't have done it without you. An even bigger shout out to so many of you sweethearts out there who gave my music a chance. You guys aren't just fans. You are stars. Stars that I wish upon to continue, giving me the light to keep on pursuing my dreams. Thank you so very much. And lastly, I'd like to give my thanks to Oliver. Without you, my agent, but most importantly, my uncle from another mother, this wouldn't be possible. This award is yours as much as it's mine. Kyle subtly raised the golden statuette in his direction. I just can't imagine getting to where I am without you being a part of the journey. I really can't. Thank you for putting up with my reckless behavior. Kyle added humorously, and Oliver, despite his eyes reddening, laughed a bit, same as a bunch of other artists and celebrities in the hall. And like I told you a long while back, it's you and me. It always going to be you and me against the world. I hope you know that. Thank you so much. Kyle concluded his brief, 1-minute on-the-fly speech with an appreciative smile and made his way off stage as the hall cheered and applauded once more. And just like that, Kyle had secured his very first Grammy Award at the young age of 22. The Song of the Year award no less. Quite the perfect article header for Hollywood tabloids, blogs, and magazines, one might add. However, about 15 minutes later, after a few more jokes and monologues from Noah, performances from a few other invited artists, and more of the prestigious award ceremony proceedings, another presenter was tasked with handing out the next award. And like a sick twist of fate, Justin King smoothly walked onto the stage with a charming smile, an envelope in his hands. The Best New Artist Award, it was his to present. Chapter 191, Karma's Boyfriend. Best New Artist. Honestly, from the moment the Recording Academy contacted Justin's agents to request for their talent to be a guest presenter for one of the awards of the prestigious award ceremony, they already had an inkling of what they were up to. Justin himself, for all his fickle pride and petty nature, wasn't dumb either. He knew exactly what the play here was. But for a rising star like him to even be offered to the opportunity to present a Grammy Award was a commendable achievement in its own right, even if it was mostly facilitated by all the one-sided drama surrounding him and Kyle. Still, the Recording Academy and the event planners of the prestigious award ceremony, for as much as they loved to revel in pulling their webs of amusement to entertain the audience at home, and most especially increase the viewership ratings of the award show, still saw some measure of potential in Justin, one he could possibly go on to build upon in the coming years. After all, it was no news in the industry that a lot of the young artists whom were typically tasked with presenting an award usually went on to win a Grammy Award of theirs later in their career. But for now, Karma was going to do its thing. For Best New Artist, the nominated artists are Allison Reyes, Olivia Summers, Kyle Kestis, Patrick Turner, Henry Snipes, Lisa Vogue. As the cameras panned to and focused on the nominated artists, their faces reflected on the giant LED screen. This time, the new artists in the hall, obviously less skilled and also less experienced at controlling their nerves, had a hard time maintaining a calm facade despite their best efforts to keep it cool. Not Kyle, though. He was as calm as the still waters of a tranquil lake. And so was Oliver. The young man had already won an award, so it was to be expected that most in the hall believed someone else would take home the award. Nick Astley was already a pretty rare case, and judging by how the Recording Academy did things in the previous years, most already ruled out Kyle in their minds. And the award goes to Justin, on the other hand, opened up the envelope at a steady pace, one that only seemed to add more to the nervousness of the other nominated artists who hoped for their names to be called. Seeing the name written on the paper slip, though, the guest presenter paused a bit, noticeably exhaled slightly in acceptance, and then announced like a guest presenter should. Kyle Kestis. Musical Notes. What a strange canvas of thoughts. Musical Notes. Another round of cheery applause, louder than even the first, collided against Kyle like a torrential surge, his eyes still blinking a few times in disbelief. This time around, though, Oliver lightly pat his talent on the shoulder like a proud father, while Lily, already off her chair, clapped in genuine glee. Slowly getting off his chair, Kyle soon made his way towards the stage as the resounding claps of everyone in the hall followed him. If originally the big night was supposed to be Nick's time in the spotlight, the celebrity would have to get used to sharing that spotlight pronto. Tonight wasn't just his night anymore. It was the night. The night when two artists, old and new, cemented themselves as musicians whom were at the absolute top of their game. And so, reaching over to where Justin was, Kyle, not even finding it the least bit annoying that Justin practically shoved the award into his hands in an expertly inconspicuous way, simply moved towards the mic to speak. Meanwhile, Jenny, Mamma Mia, Owen, Gwen, Stuart, Camille, and Miguel immediately popped open another bottle of champagne with rowdy yet joyous cheers in the office. This, Amy, Princess Peach, was practically skipping about their apartment while squealing as her father, whom had been watching the show alongside her, tried to calm his daughter down. But when he glanced over to the screen and saw his other daughter on screen gleefully clapping in similar fashion, he simply gave up. It's heavy. Jasmine and her girls Liz, Ellen, and Hannah, all of whom were currently dressed in pajamas and had gathered at the sexy lady's house to have their once-in-a-year sleepover, paused their brief pillow fight for a few minutes to listen, the smiles on their lips beautiful. It's really heavy. Andrew, we do a bit of trolling, tightly hugged his girlfriend Sarah, who snuggled up to him on the couch as they watched the TV screen and shared happiness. Not literally, no. Ryan grinned mirthfully, his hands pouring another glass of wine for Katie, both of whom soon clinked their glasses in a toast to Kyle's wins. But I understand the weight of what it represents. Peter_it's_fantasy, stopped tapping the keyboard of his laptop for a few seconds and gently lowered its screen, his ears listening to the radio broadcast with a contented smile. I'll do my best. Joe's parents, alongside his elder brothers, all of whom were now extremely supportive of his dreams after his success in the industry, glanced over to stare at him, grinning proudly as he sat in their midst. I'll live up to those expectations, crushing as they might be. Carlos, Dahlia, and a slew of other employees at Spawn Point Studios whom had been working late into the night out of habit, gathered around the comfy lobby with the giant TV, all of them smiling exuberantly as they listened. Please, keep watching me. Sharon, propping her head with cupped hands, swooned a bit as she did exactly just that while gazing at her laptop screen, her smile blissful as her legs gently swung back and forth while laying on her bed. 'Cause I've got so much more to give. Stephen grinned in excitement, his competitive spirits surging as he got off his chair to practice his piano skills with an interlocked stretch of his knuckles. Thank you to the Recording Academy for awarding me this. Jeffrey Dixon glanced over to those same set of individuals, same as John Quinton, their gazes still evidently a mix of disbelief and awe that they actually chose Kyle without any sort of drama. All were currently at a dinner night hosted by one of said esteemed panel of judges from the Recording Academy who wanted a less boisterous but more intellectual atmosphere to celebrate the 63rd award show. And thank you to everyone watching. Viewers around the world shared various expressions and reactions to those words, most of which were of the happy and ecstatic varieties. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Christina's features blossomed into a heartwarming expression, her hands which had been knitting a new scarf with the words, "Congratulations, Kyle. Here's to bigger wins." In case Kyle did win a Grammy, paused to clap alongside everyone else in the grand hall as Kyle ended his second appreciation speech. No sooner had the awards show rounded up, Tweet Talk was already buzzing, most denizens already geared up to voice their opinions. Hashtag the 63 RD Grammys was already trending as #1 on the social media platform, and on a post from an internet celebrity who was always up to date on every Hollywood event, denizens swarmed to the post he had made titled, "Thoughts on the 63rd Grammys? Sleuthing teen, yo? 2 Grammys for his very first Grammy nods. At the age of 23, Kyle's on a roll this year, people. Also, what am I doing with my life?" Laughing gas 81. Asides Nick and Kyle, Noah was the biggest MVP of the night for me. Sure, he's the host, yes, but still, making funny yet inoffensive jokes that still got us laughing out loud must have been hard work. Mad props to him. Waifu with a rocket launcher. Huh. Suck it, Justin. Suck it, Hollywood Star Awards. Boss lady. I'm quite sad Marilyn and Saoirse didn't win an award, but I am smart enough to know that Nick and Kyle deserve those awards. Kudos to them. Wendy the Witch. At this rate, Karma must be Kyle's girlfriend, cause honestly, you can't tell me that Queen doesn't have his back. Shrek loves Fiona at Wendy the Witch. I know, right? Wait a minute. Does that make Kyle Karma's boyfriend? I smell a scoop. Jokes aside though, Justin must be feeling like shit right now. Kyle's girlfriend, at Wendy the Witch, it's me. Me. I'm Kyle's girlfriend. I'm so glad our cinnamon roll won his due awards. We really made the right person famous, and I couldn't be more proud. Tricks or treat at Kyle's girlfriend. When will you learn that you're not? Also, that saying, Hollywood's such a small place, couldn't been more true at Shrek Loves Fiona. I practically choked on my drink when I saw Justin walk onto the stage to present the award. I'm so happy right now. Everything's come back full circle in the best way possible. Nung. When in Rome, Marilyn Iko's reactions to losing. The awards are priceless. Meme-worthy material. Pushing 60, Nick Astley. Nick Astley's back, baby. After 2 years of subpar music, he's finally got his groove back, and I'm so full of pride as a fan of his who stuck around despite a lot of people slowly losing interest in him. Eager Falcon. Man, I can't wait for Kyle's album to drop. T-11 days. Also, for a second speech that was made up on the fly and took no less than 30 seconds, it was gold. Get wrecked at, I agree. Dude's eloquence needs to be studied. Annie, are you okay? My absolute favorite moment in the award ceremony was Lily and Kyle rapping. Those two are living their best lives, I'm telling you. Pandora's Box. That Best New Artist award curse, though. Kyle better start gearing up. Snoring Panda. Best Grammy Awards ceremony ever. And Justin presenting the award to Kyle. Absolute cinema. Sparkles. Like that. More and more comments poured into the post. The discussions going on late into the night, even after the award ceremony had long ended. For a post that had already gathered over 10M views, 218K likes, 100K retweets, and over 1K comments, it seemed as if the analytics had no intentions of slowing down one bit. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Just like every other award ceremony, or most Hollywood red carpet events for that matter, the after party was where the real meat of things lay. And for Nick Astley and Kyle Kestis, even after the award show, they were, quite literally, still the main centers of attention. However, where Nick excelled at being a complete extrovert and a party monster, Kyle the ambivert needed a few minutes of personal space to recharge his rapidly dropping social battery. But if Kyle was also being honest with himself, he mostly just needed a few seconds alone to simply reflect on his wins and also ensure that it didn't get to his head. For someone who loved staying grounded and was naturally down to earth, he felt that he needed to get away from all the constant praises he had been receiving all night, if only for a minute. And so, currently in the men's restroom, the entire space big and lavish enough to serve as the average person's apartment if remodeled expertly, Kyle exhaled slowly and then opened the tap. Scooping up a bit and dousing his face with its coolness, Kyle stared at the mirror opposing him and then said, "Hey there. Big night we're having. I wonder what Ollie and the gang would say if they saw me now. They'd practically be dancing in their wheelchairs, probably." Kyle chuckled a bit at his own words and then stated with a whisper, "Well, I owe it all to you guys. I hope you'll be proud of me, wherever you are." That was all it took. Just a few seconds and some casual words. That really was all it took for Kyle to remind himself that he was very, very privileged to be at this point in his life. And for Kyle, being privileged reminded him of the need to constantly be a better person to feel accepting of that privilege. Patting his face with his handkerchief, Kyle noticed as the door to the restroom opened and an intoxicated man swayed in. No sooner had Justin seen Kyle, though, he instantly spoke, his posture straightening up a bit. "You." Chapter 192. Calm and reasonable. "You." Calmly leveling his gaze at a clearly intoxicated Justin, Kyle maintained an unperturbed expression on his visage as Justin hatefully glared at him. He knew the rising artist had a deep disdain for him for some reason or the other, so he was extra composed as he listened to him speak again. "Must be feeling like the world revolves around you, huh?" Justin pointed in his direction, his hands swaying a bit. "Kyle's this. Kyle's that. Well, to me, Kyle's a fucking bastard who keeps getting in my way." He walked towards the young man while tapping him on the chest with a finger. "And guess what? Who's to say you aren't really a bastard, you orphan?" Justin sneered with a mocking laughter that echoed and bounced off the marbled walls of the lavish restroom. Knowing fully well that the young man before him was obviously drunk, Kyle smiled and tapped him on the shoulder gently in response instead. "It was nice meeting you too, Justin. Just don't pass out here in the restroom, yeah," he advised in addition, his tone genuine. Having expected some sort of retaliation from Kyle despite knowing fully well his words had been a cheap attempt to enrage the young man, Justin's clouded clarity took control. He geared up to sock Kyle a punch from behind. Having casually walked past him, though, Kyle sighed briefly and then sidestepped, simultaneously also catching Justin, just before his face went splat on the marbled flooring. And then Kyle casually dropped him, enough that he landed with a soft thud and a small groan. Squatting over as the young man turned over to face the ceiling, Kyle spoke. "Well, even though I tried, I don't exactly expect you to be calm and reasonable in this state. But, just for good measure." Kyle held a finger up and tapped the marbled flooring with so much force, the singular tile cracked and almost shattered like a priceless porcelain vase. Instantly, Justin's eyes widened in a mix of shock, apprehension, and immense fear, all of the intoxication within his physiology vanishing in an instant. "All sobered up? Good." Kyle smiled at him as he continued speaking. Word of advice. Always pick your fights wisely. That could have been your face. The young man slowly got up whilst pointing to the cracked flooring, but with a well-clenched fist instead. Kyle casually added with another light smile, leaving his words to linger on in the restroom with his assailant. Justin, on the other hand, glanced over to the marbled floor and gulped. At first, no words came to mind, and for a good minute or two, none actually did. But when it did, yeah, let's stay away from him from now on, Justin kept staring at the cracked flooring, realizing that Kyle, even before today, had more or less been leaving him purposely to his shenanigans. The rising star had been wrongly confusing Kyle's calmness for weakness, but now, the young star had made it very clear that he was extremely formidable. And a formidable man is a man who is completely capable of violence and also extremely dangerous. However, a formidable man also knows not to use violence to resolve things, because then there'd be no morality to his self-restraint and control. Kyle, more than anyone else, knew this. He knew, clearly, that his core virtues of being reserved, calm, reasonable, and overall, being as humane of a human being as he possibly could, came from his capacity to be dangerous and his capacity to effectively control it. Making his way back into the grand hall, though, the first person Kyle ended up running into was Nick himself, the party monster. He too, just like Justin, was intoxicated, albeit slightly. It seemed the man could hold his alcohol well. Kyle, the ginger-haired artist, called out with an inviting grin while nonchalantly slinging his arms across Kyle's shoulder, a few other celebrities around them laughing at Nick's joviality. Hey Nick, you seem to be having a blast. That said, should I, perhaps, be concerned? Kyle responded with a light smile, gently nudging his head in the direction of the wine bottle in his hands. This? Kyle, you ain't seen nothing yet. Nick laughed boisterously, his exuberance on full display as the other male celebs around pitched in. He's just getting started, Kyle, one toasted in amusement. Wait till you see him at 12. He'll be absolutely wasted by then. Another chuckled in anticipation. He isn't ranked top 10 among Hollywood's party monsters just for show. The last guy, just after taking a huge gulp of his own cup of wine, added. Laughing a bit at their words, Kyle then listened to Nick, whose boisterous laughter had died down, his tone a bit serious. Partying aside, though, I have a little nugget of advice for you, Kyle. Please, from someone who's been in your shoes in the past, unbelievable as it may seem, do not let the best new artist curse, shackle, or bog you down. He pointed at the young man, who simply nodded in response. Trust me, it's never easy to escape it once you're in it, so take this fame of yours and make even bigger waves this year, okay? Nick concluded, and Kyle replied with an appreciative smile. I will. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for the advice. Tired? Oliver asked, his fingers dozily fiddling with the keys to his hotel room, while Kyle casually opened his, which was opposite the agent's. Nope. You look like you need to crash onto a bed, though. Pronto, the young man added with a light chuckle, one Oliver sighed in agreement to. The award ceremony's a treasure trove of connections, so I just wanted to make the best use of it, he explained, his voice exhausted. Safe to say, I achieved my goals of making even more, though I am also paying the price for it. The agent yawned tiredly, the lock of his door clicking open. I understand. Don't worry. We'll discuss in detail about it tomorrow. Kyle nodded in consideration and then waved his agent goodnight as he closed the door behind him. Obviously not tired, Kyle still walked over to and plopped onto his bed, his gaze aimlessly trained on the modern ceiling of his room. The rest of the after-party had been fun. Really fun. But, for the most part, Kyle already had his mind somewhere else. And maybe to a certain extent, it was due to him. Feeling even more pressure due to the 2 awards he had received tonight and Nick's words that had stayed with him long after the well-known celebrity was back to partying about again. Best new artist curse, huh? He mused out loud, to which he then added. Not a curse really, just heightened pressure from overwhelming expectations, I guess. That, really, was how Kyle saw it. And maybe that was why he was confident. Confident in what he had weaved into creation. Kaleidoscopes, his album, would be coming out in a week and a few days, and Kyle couldn't wait to share with the world what he had created. He hoped that they'd enjoy listening to it just as much as he enjoyed making it. That said, the very next morning, Kyle woke up to the news that the Hollywood Actors and Writers Guild had announced a 7-month-long strike. Oliver's information on the rumors of such happening last month ended up being true. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A week and a few days later. Typically, when an artist is awarded a Grammy, they don't directly take home with them the trophy which was given to them on stage the very same day. Rather, due to the large number of awards and the need for proper presentation and efficiency, a single, smaller replica of the award was recycled and handed to every winning artist on stage for their acceptance speeches. However, in roughly about a few weeks, sometimes shorter, the actual trophies with the proper engravings would be mailed to their respective winners after the ceremony. And that, exactly, was why Kyle's 2 trophies arrived at his office just a day before the release of his album. That said, for his team, all of whom had never seen the real deal in their years of existence on the planet Earth, they were currently scrutinizing every nook and corner of the award itself. Owen, on the other hand, was practically living out his fantasies at the moment. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much. First, I'd like to thank the committee for confirming what I've secretly known all along, that I'm amazing. Owen, for God's sake, put the trophy down, Jenny exclaimed in amusement, while Stuart burst into a hearty dose of laughter. However, as if he could care less, Owen doubled down on his appreciation speech instead. To my supporters, thank you for always believing in me, even when my Wi-Fi didn't. To my detractors and haters, well, joke's on you, you little shits, because here I am. This is ridiculous. Camille chuckled with an amused gaze of interest as she sipped on her cup of coffee. This moment is proof that hard work, a ton of caffeine, sheer stubbornness, can and will pay off. Owen angled the trophy in Gwen and Miguel's direction, both of whom laughed in synchrony as the social media manger played along. Preach, Owen. Preach. And to those of you who doubted me, don't worry, I'll still sign autographs later. Owen swiveled to face Oliver, who waved him off with a light-hearted laughter. Thank you once again. I'll treasure this moment forever, or at least until I lose the trophy during spring cleaning. He concluded with a gesture of his arms and an over-exaggerated bow. It's all fun and games until you actually lose it, Owen. Then you're going to have a long time for reflection behind evenly spaced rods and 4-cornered walls. Kyle casually quipped with a deadpan. In response to his boss's words, Owen spoke while holding his chest in mock horror. You monster. Another round of laughter erupted in the office. Having humored his assistant, though, Kyle laughed along for a few more seconds, after which Owen himself then spoke with an excited yet slightly nervous expression. Tomorrow's the D-Day, huh? Yeah, Kyle replied with a relaxed smile. The young star's debut album would finally be released. And, alongside its release, were the high-quality music videos they had shot, which would simultaneously be dropped on YouTube. In fact, just a few days back, the team had come to a decision and opted to release a 30-second visual teaser mashup of the top 5 songs in the album. The reception to it had been wild, to say the least. The hype for Kaleidoscope's renewed with fervor, especially since Kyle had recently just won 2 Grammys. Still, there was a noticeable hint of nervousness in the gazes of everyone in the room, save for Kyle himself and Oliver, whom was casually scrolling through his feed at the moment. Sure, they had all listened to the songs in the album and knew they were absolute bangers, but even then, the fact that the music industry was such a volatile market that could make or break even the greatest of songs had them quite concerned. Did they promote it enough? Would it be to the taste of the audience? What would critics say about it? All these thoughts and more swirled in their minds from time to time, and at some point, Stuart broke the silence and questioned their boss, who showed no signs of being ruffled whatsoever. You aren't the least bit nervous? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't, but I'm confident, Kyle replied, his tone of choice motivating as he continued. We've given it our best these past few months, right from last year too, might I add, all to make the album a resounding success. If anything at all, I trust that our efforts won't betray us. That's why I need you guys to be confident too. Kyle leaned forward, his gaze traveling over to each and every one of them in the office. To that, they all individually gave brief nods in response, after which Kyle then concluded with a light smile. That's the spirit. Godspeed to us. Chapter 193, Back to the Start. Friday, 9th of April, 2021. At a very popular record store, a dozen individuals had camped out the night before, just to be among the very first to lay their hands on a physical copy of Kyle's album. Yes, the young man was now that popular, enough that in this day and age where digital media was king, a bunch of his fans and scumbag scalpers decided getting a physical copy was paramount. Besides, in their opinions, physical copies sounded so much better than their digital counterparts. And it was actually true, because streaming sites often condensed the music for easy accessibility, lesser bandwidth, and faster streaming/downloads for their users. As a result, in most cases, although a lot of the general public probably never realized it, instead of listening to music as the artist usually intended, they instead got a placeholder that did the job. But physical copies, it was always the best way to listen to the songs as the artists intended. Added to that were all the extra collectibles that came with physical copies, such as the album art, packaging, photo cards, posters, lyric booklets, and the likes, all of which added a tangible value for collectors. And for Ron, whom was one of such collectors, and also knew of all the technicalities that made a physical album so much better to listen to, getting a physical copy was a no-brainer move for him. His girlfriend of 2 years, however, who didn't understand his need for a vinyl physical copy. Now they'd had a small squabble a few days before. This was because, instead of staying the night over for a sleepover and the rest of the weekend to listen to the album together when it dropped at midnight as she had asked, Ron had stubbornly refused. And from there, what should have been a small spat ended up snowballing into a huge squabble with hurtful words thrown about and things they didn't mean, escaping their lips in the heat of the moment. Ron especially had been really hurt by some of the things his girl said, one that made him wonder if they were even right for each other. Sure, they both loved each other terribly, and they were teenage sweethearts heading to the same college very soon, but even then, her words had really stung his pride. Still, he wasn't the least bit ready to start asking himself all those questions this morning as he shook his head and pushed his thoughts aside. Not now, Ron. Zipping open his tent, the young man was briefly blinded by the early morning sun as he stepped out onto the busy Vancouver street. Lovely, he mumbled as his eyes finally adjusted to and settled on the early morning sun's cascading golden rays. It reminded him of his girlfriend's golden blonde hair for a brief moment, but once again, Ron killed the thought. He really didn't want to be reminded of their squabble. Also, he had bigger fish to fry at the moment, especially with the long-ass line of varied colored tents behind him that stretched on for roughly almost 50 meters. No sooner had he seen this, Ron swiveled his head forward to ensure that no one took his spot, which was a few centimeters, right before the record store's door. Considering he had been the first to arrive yesterday, at exactly 5:30 p.m. nonetheless, he was absolutely ready to throw hands if he found anyone cheating him of his well-earned spot. And just like him, most of the fans and scalpers in line soon began to pop out of their tents, ensuring their spots were secured. A bunch of passers-by and pedestrians whom were already going about their day occasionally glanced over in their direction and simply shook their heads in resignation, unable to understand why they'd be stressing themselves this much just to get the copy of an album. Still, for the campers, they couldn't care less. It was 7:50 a.m. in the morning and the store opened at exactly 8 a.m. And so, quickly packing up their tents, each individual impatiently waited for the store to open. Hey, don't you dare try it. I'm ready to throw hands, lady. Schrodinger's feminism be damned. I'll sock you right in the goddamn face. The store had only requested for about 250 copies of Kyle's album, so the competition was already fierce before they even got in, as some late campers and new arrivers shamelessly tried to cheat their way forward. As for the record store employees whom were already in, they were currently prepping and doing some general cleaning up and arrangements before they finally opened up the store for business. And no sooner had they flipped over the open tag, instantly, and with immediate alacrity, Ron zoomed in, leaving the chaos behind him to the security guards whom were already doing their job. In about a few minutes, he was out with one of the only 50 vinyl physical albums the store was stocked up with, and another, which was in a CD case. Heaving a sigh of contentment, Ron muttered as he stared at the album art of the vinyl casing. Beautiful, just like a kaleidoscope of colors. The art in question featured Kyle, submerged in a beautifully rendered, iridescent, shallow pool of water with a light smile as a small, similarly iridescent winged butterfly, with perched on his slightly outstretched finger. The same was also on the casing of the CD copy he bought, albeit obviously much smaller and less admirable in comparison to that of the vinyl's casing, where its artwork really shined. About 30 minutes later, though, Ron was already back home, greeting his parents, whom were currently arguing over something mundane like the old married couple they were. "Pops, sweet mother. Morning. What's the stitch this time? Hello, son. Quite the haul you got there. Oh, and also, your mum said she does the dishes more than I do. Can you believe it?" His father sipped on a cup of hot latte with a slightly arched eyebrow in his wife's direction. "I do. And darling, welcome back. I thought you were staying at Rosie's for the weekend, though." Things got heated for a while, so Ron trailed off in response to his mom's question, signifying he didn't want to delve into the details. Effortlessly trying to divert the question, Ron chose to mess with his mom, who was a professional chef, by siding with his dad. "Oh, and yeah, Pops does the dishes more. See, that's 2 against 1, Buttercup." Ron's father smugly smirked in his wife's direction. "Ron Harvey Williams," the betrayed mother called out to her son in disbelief, but he had already scurried upstairs while chuckling like the imp he was. Upon reaching his room, though, still hearing his parents exchanging banters downstairs, Ron chuckled a bit more, read through the list of tracks, and then carefully removed the vinyl record. Back to the start. He quietly muttered the name of the album's lead single as he slowly headed over to his turntable and then gently set the record in place on the phonograph. And no sooner had he done that, a shimmering, melancholic yet uplifting, slightly reverb-heavy guitar riff that had a wistful undertone cascaded over the entire room. Guitar musical notes. Instantly, Ron felt a similarly strong wave of wistfulness wash over him as the other instrumentals came into the song, alongside Kyle's tender and emotive vocals. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. "Hey there again. Hey there again, my dear. Been thinking of you all day. Realized I miss you." Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. It was only the first half of the opening verse, and yet a singular lady flashed in Ron's mind as the song continued. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. "I saw the sun. It reminded me of you, of your golden glow, and how lovely you are." Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. This time, the young man couldn't help but feel like cursing his favorite artist. "Darn you, Kyle," he inwardly commented with a bittersweet smile as the song moved on to the last half of the opening verse. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. "So let's catch our breaths and find a quiet place. Maybe talk for a while." Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. No sooner had the first verse ended, the instrumentals of the song swelled for a more uplifting vibe as Kyle's voice soared a bit. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. "So here we go. Here we go again. Back to the start. Back to the very start. And then I asked. I asked you then. Care for another date?" Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. Instantly, Ron got off his bed. Without even listening to the rest of the song, he grabbed the other CD he bought, ran down the stairs, and dashed out the door, much to the surprise of his parents, whom had been entranced by the tune of the song and its vocals. Asterisk. Rosie was watching the music video for Back to the Start, tears already welling up in her eyes. The video had started off in reverse with the backdrop of the overcast, snowy weather, the camera slowly panning over to the snowy, deserted beach as Kyle came into frame while slowly walking backwards. As of the moment, Rosie stared with tears in her eyes as Kyle sung the first half of the second verse to the already emotionally atmospheric and heartfelt song. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. "Tell me a tale. Tell me a tale or two. The ones that make me smile. The ones that we miss." Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. Rosie was a pretty emotional lady, but the intimate feel of the music video wasn't helping her case one bit. The fact that Kyle's warm yet melancholic smiles were aimed directly at the camera while singing made her feel as if the song had been written solely for people like her. As a result, another round of fresh tears rolled down the pretty lady's eyes as she kept watching. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. And then we laughed. Oh yes, we laughed so hard. At all the little things. The little things mean the world. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. This time, Rosie laughed nostalgically in between her small sobs when she was reminded of all the fun things she and Ron had been up to since they had started dating. Once again, Kyle's vocals soared, shifting in sync to the uplifting parts of the song. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. So here we go. Here we go again. Back to the start. Back to the very start. And then I asked. I asked you then. Be my better half? Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. Evidently his signature style of composing, the second chorus, had Rosie's sad mood uplifted quite a bit. Imagining Ron asking her to marry him would literally give her wings, but the lady was certain she might have overdone it this time. In fact, she had been overthinking all morning that they'd never get back together again. However, as if to respond to her internal thoughts, Kyle's tender vocals soared even higher for the bridge alongside the instrumentals. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. It'd be a shame to part. It'd be a shame to part. It'd be a shame to. And we'd let go of this spark. And we'd let go of this spark. And we'd let go. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. Once again, another round of fresh tears streamed down Rosie's face as Kyle, whom had been walking backwards from the beginning of the video, finally reached his destination. A bench by the beach side where a young lady, dressed in winter wears, sat with a lovingly warm and expectant smile. This time, Kyle turned around to face her, softly singing the outro of the song with a similarly loving smile, nestling on his lips. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. So now we're back. Back to the very start. Oh, it's been really hard. Guitar musical note, drum musical notes, guitar. And upon sitting on the bench, Christina gently leaned on his shoulder, the camera slowly panning out to the blue skies which were no longer overcast. Now, even with the falling snow, it was clearer and so much brighter, symbolizing hope and warmth, much like the uplifting note the song had ended on. Like that, the music video came to an end. As Rosie sniffled with a similarly warm smile on her lips, she soon heard the doorbell to her house ring. Mopping up her damp eyes with the sleeve of her clothes, the lady slowly headed downstairs. Her parents and siblings had gone out grocery shopping, but she, whom had been feeling the blues, rejected their offer to cheer her up. However, upon opening the door, Rosie was met with a tiredly panting Ron who extended the CD case of Kyle's album to her. I'm sore dash. Before he could even complete the sentence, the lady lunged into his arms with the tightest of hugs, her head buried in his chest. Took you long enough, you idiot. Her muffled, sobbing voice, full of happiness, cascaded over to his ears. To that, Ron smiled warmly and then kissed his girlfriend on the head while responding with an warm hug of his own. I missed you, Rosie. I missed you more. Rosie responded with an even tighter squeeze. Asterisk. Back to the start. 99%. Weaved into life by Kyle Kestis, this wistfully uplifting, atmospheric rock song captures the essence of love, devotion, admiration, and companionship for a loved one with its poetic lyrics and atmospheric instrumentation. Asterisk. Just as Ron and Rosie had mended their relationship, obviously in thanks to Back to the Start, a group of 4 teenage sisters whom were just down the street, having watched the music video of the song, had a completely different reaction to it. They literally got a close-up of Kyle's handsome face for more than 3 minutes. Now they understood why the music video, aside from having such a simple yet intimate feel for a beautifully and lyrically well-written song, was quickly racking up the most views on YouTube amongst the 3 music videos. Currently, it had already hit over 70 million views in just under 2 hours, and at the rate it was going, it was clearly going to crack 500 million by the end of the month, if not more. It was even trending at number 1 on the platform's music and entertainment section. That said, ladies, I need me a glass of water. Julia, the oldest by a few seconds, fanned herself while her other sisters, Juliet, Jade, and Janet, gulped in agreement. The thirst in the room was even getting palpable at this point, but one of the teenage ladies in the room, whom was more technical, soon hijacked herself from her girl thoughts and then questioned curiously, "Wait a minute, If the video is in reverse, why exactly does Kyle's lips sync perfectly with the lyrics? Janet, the youngest of them by a minute, questioned with a confused tilt of her head. In response to that question, the confusion in the room became noticeably palpable for the quadruplets. However, the other girls soon brushed the thoughts aside, all of them quickly clamoring to watch the next music video, which was trending at number 2 in the music and entertainment category of the platform. It was the music video for Electrified. Chapter 194, Electrified. Beautiful tan skin, charcoal black. Irises, long midnight black hair. These were all traits the 4 beautiful teenage sisters shared. Yet, despite being regarded as campus belles in their high school, a title the sisters never even wanted, their male peers who placed them on a pedestal would actually find them even more endearing when they saw just how boisterously they were laughing at the first scene of the music video of Electrified. 5 Fusion my ass. Heavens, what's with their get-up? Juliet clutched her belly as tears formed on her eyelids. Dogs, I'm so glad to see you. We have names, you know. This is wild. Never realized how much I wanted to see Steven in suspenders and Carl as a pot-bellied producer until today. Jade, the most reserved of her sisters, and also the second daughter by a few seconds, chuckled audibly as Juliet, the third sister, kept laughing exuberantly. Carl, Steven, Ryan, Joe, and Kite. It's Kyle. Whatever you say, kiddo. What even is this? Julia, their eldest, laughed mirthfully as she watched Janet, taking a screenshot with the TV's remote while similarly laughing out loud. Sure, they knew that Kyle had featured the 4 artists in the song as they had listened to it earlier in the day, but they honestly weren't expecting the music video to be so ridiculous. Meme-worthy. Curious Janet then turned to ask her sisters. Definitely. They all responded as the music video went on, only to burst into another round of amused laughter. When songwriter guys, Benny and Fred, walked in with their will board. This is a songwriting board. We use it when we're, not sure what type of song to write. I can't. I just can't, ha ha ha. Exuberant Juliet threw her head back this time, her laughter contagious enough to get even cool Jade and mature Julia similarly reeling in the ridiculousness of Ryan and Joe acting as awkward songwriters. As for technical Janet, she simply stared at the smart TV screen, similarly chuckling with interest. Go on, dogs. Throw it. The electric fried song? Oh, it sounds very similar to Electrified, Janet pointed out, and her sisters, whom were still recovering from the aching tummies, struggled to nod in response. However, just before she got curious enough to ask where Kyle's alter ego was, the teenage ladies watched as the door opened and a secretary with high heels and a tray of refreshments in her hands slowly walked in. Although her facial features were yet to be seen, the ladies could only watch in amusement when a distant, energetic beat began to increase slightly as all the guys sat there, entranced by her. They were, quite literally, frozen in time. And just like that, the cameras panned over to Kyle, whom was also seated on one of the couches, same as his buddies, the long shot zooming into his pupils as it transitioned into the very same stage their producers had prepared for their next hit song. It was a concert with over 1,000 fans in a big auditorium, all of them screaming in excitement. Instantly, with heavily driven, punchy and vibrant electric guitar riffs, the previously distant melody became bold and powerful as it burst to life alongside Kyle's energetic vocals. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum, musical notes, microphone, high voltage. She had me sitting there, like a sculpted statuette. It's when I saw her for the first time, and I was electrified. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum, musical notes, microphone, high voltage. Quick as lightning, Juliet and Janet were already off the couch, their hair swaying back and forth as they energetically sang alongside Carl, who took the second half of the first verse. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum, musical notes, microphone, high voltage. I had 1,000 things to say, but none of them came out that day. Was paralyzed in the moment, and time refused to move. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum, musical notes, microphone, high voltage. No sooner was Carl done with his part, Ryan's vocals followed up in tight harmony to sing the pre-chorus. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum, musical notes, microphone, high voltage. My world stopped moving. My hands kept shaking. She didn't even know that. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. This time, Julia and Jade glanced over to each other and then, in one fell swoop, joined in with their sisters to sing along while Joe, whose vocals had steadily been building up in the background, took charge of the chorus alongside the other guys. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. Frozen in time. Wished I had the words to say. Caught in your gaze, like ASS static shock. I'm trying to speak, but my lips are sealed. She has me electrified. Electrified. I see her walking, all she does is pass me by. Can't even ask. Cause blank is all that's on my mind. I'd try my luck if I was brave enough to. But I'm electrified. Electrified. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. Just like the girls were singing and energetically dancing along, the actual audience of extras in the music video were also jamming along as Steven effortlessly took up the second verse. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. Say, do you ever think of me? JJ, just like I do every day. It's been years since back then. Can't believe I let you slip away. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. As of the moment, the girls were already singing directly to one another, the narrative of the song shifting to a period long gone when the guys were reminiscing on being unable to take their chance with the mystery lady who had them entranced. Ryan's vocals once again took up the pre-chorus as the intensity of the pop-rock song spiked. Joe, following up in tight harmony for the chorus. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. My world kept moving. 'Cause she's now a memory. And she never even knew that. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. Frozen in time. Wished I had the words to say. Caught in her gaze, like ASS static shock. I tried to move, but my feet were glued. She had me electrified. Electrified. I saw her walking. All she does is pass me by. Can't even ask. Cause blank is all that's on my mind. I'd try my luck if I was brave enough to. But I'm electrified. Electrified. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. Watching the screen as Five Fusion moved over to various corners of the stage to shake hands with fans, the tempo of the song slowing down a bit. Kyle effortlessly sang the bridge, a noticeable hint of yearning palpable, even as his voice was charged with energy. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. And I wonder if I'll ever meet her again. Try my luck and fingers crossed I won't be frozen in time. Electrified by her. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. At this exact moment, just as the tune of the song dimmed down for a brief moment, Adeline, mother of the 4 quadruplets and a professional matron, walked through the door from a slightly hectic shift. The cause? Annoying younger nurses who never listened and always felt they knew her stuff better than her, whom had more experience than she cared to admit. However, her daughters, upon seeing her, instantly welcomed her with the melody of the song, which had anthemically skyrocketed right back to its original pop-rock charm, whilst pointing in her direction. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. Frozen in time. Wished I had the words to say. Caught in her gaze, like ASS static shock. I tried to move, but my feet were glued. She had me electrified. Electrified. I saw her walking. All she does is pass me by. Can't even ask. Cause blank is all that's on my mind. I'd try my luck if I was brave enough to. But I'm electrified. Electrified. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. Not really understanding why her daughters were so peppy though, Adeline, always ready to have fun with her kids, instantly began to dance along, her daughters similarly hyping her up. Without even missing the rhythm, Kyle's vocals underpinned the outro while the rest of the guys energetically sang. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. Electrified. Like a static shock. Electrified. Had me frozen in time. She had me electrified. Electrified. High voltage guitar, musical note, drum musical notes, microphone high voltage. laughing alongside her daughters whom were letting out high-spirited cheers of excitement alongside the screaming crowd in the music video. Adeline then crashed onto the sofa as they all laughed mirthfully, their chests heaving up and down. However, just before she could ask what had them so animated, the teenage ladies watched as the cameras zoomed right out of the imaginary stage in Kyle's head and back into the room, his eyes blinking a few times. At the same time, the cameras slowly panned over to the secretary. And no sooner had the sisters seen Kyle himself in a formal female wear, complete with makeup and earrings, they immediately burst into another round of unrestrained laughter. However, as if that wasn't enough, the interactions between the guys on screen was even more hilarious. As the hot secretary left the office after serving their drinks, Carl instantly shot up from his couch and declared, "She will be mine." "You mean mine?" Stephen, Ryan, and Joe simultaneously countered. Carl was just about to make his own declaration too, when the guys instantly zeroed in on him. "Made your declaration too late, so you are out." They ganged up against him in unison with gestured, crisscrossed arms, leaving the young man absolutely bamboozled. Before Kyle could even retaliate, his buddies were rushing out the door and he was left with Suspender, Suit, Benny, and Fred. "Tough luck, Kite." Suspender and Suit simultaneously went on to say. Kyle wanted to correct both of them at first, but instead, he let out a groan of resignation and slumped onto his chair while sulking as he spoke to the two producers. "I'll write the song. And instead of Electric Fried, we'll name it Electrified." And then the screen faded to black. That was where the music video finally ended and the ladies couldn't help but keep laughing, much to the confusion of their contextless mom, who could only watch on in amusement. As long as her daughters were happy, that was all that really mattered to her. However, in the comment sections for Electrified's music video was an absolutely ridiculous string of top comments. "Tao of perverseness. I see. Smash." Next question. Japanese committee chairman. Wood. Fondling things. Lord knows I'd tap. Susie Baka. As long as there's a hole, there's a goal. Incredible bulk. Smash. Smash. Bulk smash. Death by SNU. Kyle's tempting my sexuality, and I must say, I don't mind. Moshi Moshi. Hello? Kyle did. Smash or pass? Smash. Thank you very much. Asterisk. Electrified. 97%. Envisioned and brought to life by Kyle Kestis. This energetic, anthemic, and infectious, charming pop rock song revolves around being unable to act on or express one's feelings due to the overwhelming intensity of being so strongly captivated and entranced by someone. Asterisk. Just as Electrified was gathering so much momentum and traction for being such a goofy music video, that was nevertheless extremely entertaining, Light a Fire, which was the third music video, experienced a surge in views, raising it to over 46.6 M views from its previous 45.4 M. Instantly, it dethroned the energetic pop rock at 45.5 M with over 1 million views as it soared from number 3 to number 2 on YouTube's music and entertainment section. This same music video was one that a certain group of theater kids at a renowned high school, all of whom had snuck out of PE class to head into the computer room nearby, found themselves excitedly gearing up to watch as the projector transitioned from the previous video to it. Chapter 195, Light a Fire. In the hallways of a high school, a stream of students were currently filing their way into their respective locker rooms for a change of outfits. PE class was about to commence, and to begin with, they'd be starting with dodgeball first. Honestly, I thought the production values of Electrified was already off the charts, but damn, Kyle went above and beyond with Light a Fire. Neil, an energetic youth with noticeably handsome features, excitedly commented as he steadily moved with the stream. He was a well-known theater kid despite being in junior year. "I know what you mean, man. It's like he took everything he learned from Level Up 2 and made his very own magic with it. Honestly, if it wasn't for the need to be in this PE class, I'd probably be watching the video again." Fletcher, His best bud, whom was also a talented theater kid in his own right, replied enthusiastically. To that, Neil frowned. The mention of P.E. class ticked him off to no ends. The idea of changing clothes into the god-awful sports uniform, the hot sun, the sweat. Yuck, the sweat. Neil's frown deepened and simultaneously, Fletcher sighed, perfectly understanding his friend's deep disdain for the class. In fact, the young teens would rather eat a tack of nails than play dodgeball in P.E. class. Their P.E. teacher, too, didn't help matters. What with his unfair grouping of all the athletically built students onto one side of the pitch and their squiggly asses on the other? In fact, Neil and Fletcher had had enough. And that was why both glanced at each other, seemingly reading the other's mind. And then they spoke in sync, mischievous grins on their lips. You read my mind, brother. Quietly, instead of following the rest of their class to the boys' locker room, they stealthily branched and made their way to the computer room nearby. And when they did, they were shocked to notice as the projector in the room had just finished playing the music video of Electrified on YouTube, the countdown for the next video to be played reaching exactly 0 as they closed the door behind them. It started with a monotone color palette. The world was dull and gray. And living in that gray life were two office workers, both of whom had just been chewed out by their boss. It was Tyler and Jasmine, their heads lowered as lashing after lashing of harsh, inconsiderate words from their boss had heavily rained on and viciously beat them down. Listlessly, the duo trudged back to their shared cubicle, only to watch in confusion as an inviting flyer for a circus gently lay on their desks. Surprisingly, the flyer itself was the only colorful thing in the otherwise monotonous world. The duo, having noticed this, were evidently intrigued. And so the cameras cut to a different scene, showing as the two arrived before a massive tent later at night. Glancing over to the other for a brief moment, Jasmine and Tyler walked in, finding themselves in the sight of the circus's massive space. It was only a few seconds later. A quietly pulsating, syncopated rhythm began to play. To this, Jasmine and Tyler became wary beyond measure. Then came a shot of Kyle's footsteps behind the bleachers as he rhythmically snapped his fingers in sync, the rest of his body yet to be shown as he quietly yet reflectively sang. Musical notes, musical score. You trudge through the days, your spirits low and empty walking. Shell, a husk of what you were. You're asleep inside, dreaming to come alive. Musical notes, musical score. The tempo of the syncopated rhythm slowly built up, the cameras cutting to Jasmine and Tyler, who wondered where the voice was coming from. More footsteps followed Kyle's, all of them continuously snapping their fingers as Kyle's previously quiet voice became more melodious, theatrical, and commanding while singing the second verse. Musical notes, musical score, musical notes. Now shake awake your slumber. Feel the rhythm, flip that switch. The world's calling out, and it's a brand new day. Dawn is here, and the colors bursting. Leave behind those heavy chains. You'll never be the same. Musical notes, musical score, musical notes. The realization dawned on Jasmine and Tyler. It was an invitation from kindred souls, people like them whom had previously been living dull lives. And it was exactly because of that reason that the duo nodded their heads in agreement. No sooner had they done that, the color palette of the music video vibrantly splashed to life. At the exact same time, a red curtain swept over. Instantly, the circus ensemble burst onto the stage alongside a well-dressed Kyle and Tyler in golden-embroidered red tailcoats, both of them taking center stage as they powerfully and harmoniously pre-chorused to the excited audience. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. Light a fire. Light a fire. Take a leap of faith. Let it burn so bright. All the way to the skies. It's your time to shine. You're electrified. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. And then, with each circus member positioning themselves duly, the rapidly building tempo of the song jubilantly exploded into an uplifting and memorable chorus as everyone danced in perfect sync. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. And the world becomes your center stage. And you're more than you could ever be. 'Cause you're finally living for yourself. And you know you can't go back again to the husk that you were breathing in. 'Cause you're finally living how you should. So light a fire. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. With that powerful chorus, Kyle gestured upwards with his top hat alongside Tyler and the rest of the ensemble towards Jasmine, whom was now swinging on the trapeze rig alongside a few others. The cameras panned across the length of the circus-excited audience, and then settled back on the lady mid-swing as she sang parts of the bridge while the rest of the ensemble harmonized. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. Come one, come all. Don't miss your chance. To anyone who's a dreamer. Come one, come all. Heed now the call. To anyone who's searching for a way to take charge. Take charge. Take charge. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. And then, with a double twirl mid-air, Jasmine effortlessly landed side by side with Tyler, Kyle nowhere to be found amidst a newly rearranged, pyramidal repositioning. Without a moment wasted, though, the ensemble harmoniously clapped in rhythm as they jumped from side to side, while singing the pre-chorus again with even more fervor. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. And the world becomes your center stage. And you're more than you could ever be. 'Cause you're finally living for yourself. And you know you can't go back again. To the husk that you were breathing in. 'Cause you're finally living how you should. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. Following with a high note belted from Jasmine's lungs, Kyle suddenly reappeared as he performed a knee slide from the very back, right back to the very front of the well-arranged pyramidal formation. Instantly, he sprung up from his knees and stylishly flipped his top hat back onto his head while joining in with the dance number for the final chorus with an exhilarating grin. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. And the world becomes our center stage. And we're more than we could ever be. 'Cause we're finally living for ourselves. And we know we can't go back again. To the husk that we were breathing in. 'Cause we're finally living how we should. 'Cause we're finally living how we should. So light a fire. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. And on that harmonized high note, the song came to an abrupt end. Kyle, Tyler, and Jasmine, alongside the rest of the circus ensemble, spreading their arms out wide in sync. And then the audience roared in excitement. The performance had ended. The music video faded to black. So exhilarating. Neil felt chills run up his spine while Fletcher sighed in contentment. And then, the actual culprits whom had been playing the music video itself popped out from their chairs in the corner of the room, obviously startled by the appearance of the two teens. It was their seniors Patrick, Daniel, and Elijah, the last of which was the captain and also the prodigy of the theater club. Locking eyes at each other, shock written all over their individual faces, Patrick and Daniel soon sighed alongside Elijah, who then spoke. P. sucks, doesn't it? That was all Neil and Fletcher needed to hear to know they weren't getting detention as they responded in kind. Right? Asterisk. Light a fire. 98%. With its infectious energy and empowering messages of breaking free from monotony, expressing oneself, and maintaining one's individuality. This anthemic dance pop, with the right dose of theatrical flair created by Kyle Kestis, is sure to resonate strongly with audiences of all ages. Asterisk. The rest of the day went on, with Maple High, a subsidiary of Maple Foundations which also birthed Maple University, the same college Kyle attended, finally closing for the day. Yet, busy with work was Margaret Thompson, the principal of said school, tirelessly toiling, long into the night. And then, when the woman finally realized she had overdone it again, she simply sighed and quickly packed up her stuff. It was already late at night, 9 p.m. to be exact, and Margaret was extremely tired and equally stressed to say the least. Once again, accreditation for her high school was right around the corner, and she had to ensure everything was perfect. Getting into her car, though, the rain drizzling heavily, Margaret soon headed out to the busy night street to head home. Unsurprisingly, she got stuck in a messy traffic jam as the rain also began pouring heavily. Leaning slightly on her window, one hand on the steering wheel, The 45-year-old woman was soon alone with her thoughts as the constant sound of heavy rainfall and honking horns created a pretty monotone environment. But Margaret didn't want to be alone with her thoughts because she knew it would consume her, especially with the accreditation at hand. And so, in an effort to clear her mind and distract herself, the fairly pretty woman whom was aging way faster than she should due to all the constant stress, switched on her car's radio. Chapter 196, Hazy Night. Sifting through the radio stations, Margaret wasn't surprised to see most of them having some heavy interference due to the rainy weather. However, at some point, she finally settled on a popular radio channel called Chill FM, whose transmission was still solid as heck despite the heavy rain. As of the moment, though, they seemed to be on their night drive radio late-night segment, one where they'd just play songs that was befitting of a night drive for late-night workers. In any case, Margaret casually listened to the tune of the song that was currently playing, not really paying it any mind even as it eventually came to an end. The woman wasn't a music enthusiast, and even casual listening wasn't something she typically did. Simply put, Margaret wasn't a music lover. But for now, in the heavy rain, amidst the traffic congestion she herself was stuck in, anything would do to get her mind off her thoughts. And so, when a haunting and soft mix of a violin and a guitar melodiously played next, she simply listened nonchalantly as she had been doing thus far, her head leaning on the driver's window. Violin guitar. I'm driving down the road. Headlights are buzzing past, and traffic's slowing me down. Violin guitar. Hearing the soft and emotive male vocals, Margaret briefly flicked her eyes to the radio and back to her windshield. For someone who wasn't a music lover, the song felt very relatable to her. The somber yet stripped-back lyrics, too, gave Margaret a sense of conversational intimacy with the male singer who sang the second half of the first verse. Violin guitar. Raindrops beat my hood. Just me and my thoughts, filling up this cold void. Violin guitar. The first verse, which had a lonely yet kindred melancholy to it, had the woman actually angle her gaze towards the radio properly this time, Kyle's voice steadily building up with the pre-chorus. Violin guitar. There's that question again, creeping up from the depths. Violin guitar. And no sooner was the pre-chorus sung, one which basically mirrored Margaret's current state of mind. Kyle's impassioned vocals soared alongside the swelling instrumentation of electric guitars, bass, and drums to create a powerful and emotional release of the chorus. Guitar musical score, violin, drum musical notes, guitar. It's a hazy night, and I wonder if there's more. Am I more than this, or is this all it is? Don't have the answers yet. Guitar musical score, violin, drum musical notes, guitar. At this moment, Margaret couldn't deny that she did in fact feel some sort of emotional intimacy with the song. However, the car before her moved slightly forward, prompting her to also step on her accelerator gently as Kyle's raw vocals, which took center stage, sang the first half of the second verse. Violin, drum, guitar. I'm peering through the glass. Pointers blinking fast. Second lanes, moving on. Violin, drum, guitar. Smiling a bit as she glanced over to the other lane, which was in fact moving on, Margaret quietly hummed along to the tune of the song as the last half of the second verse was sung somberly. Violin, drum, guitar. The fog's building up. Heaters gone bust. Blaring horns and the cold night's air. Violin, drum, guitar. Margaret laughed quietly this time, clearing her windshield fog with a fiber cloth while simultaneously reminding herself that she needed to fix her car's heater again after it went bust last month. Relaxing into her, though, feeling slightly less stressed for some reason or the other, Margaret listened in genuine interest as the second pre-chorus was sang alongside the chorus. Violin, drum, guitar. Should have been a noisy ride, but my mind's traveled far. Guitar musical score, violin, drum musical notes, guitar. It's a hazy night, and I wonder if there's more. Am I more than this, or is this all it is? Don't have the answers still. Guitar musical score, violin, drum musical notes, guitar. Loving the every second of the song as it kept playing, the overworked high school principal noted the subtle changes to the chorus. That added even more to the sort of vulnerable intimacy the song had, as Margaret really felt that the musician in question was really conversing with his music. And then, with a noticeably heightened belt of his voice for an even more powerful and emotional release, Kyle's beautifully melancholic vocals, sang the bridge as the instrumentals soared in sync. Guitar, musical score, violin, drum, musical notes, guitar. Oh, why do these questions keep piling on? Maybe I'm just overthinking things. It's been a hectic day, tiring, humdrum, stressful, and guitar, musical score, violin, drum, musical notes, guitar. Once again, Margaret noted that the singer never really decided what he was going to do. His decisions were constantly left unanswered with each chorus, and even the bridge, too, showcased that he did, in fact, feel a bit lost on what to do. That said, just as Margaret sensed that the song was about to end, with the final chorus, she immediately sang along. Guitar, musical score, violin, drum, musical notes, guitar. It's a hazy night, and I wonder if there's more. Am I more than this? Or is this all it is? Don't have the answers, but Guitar, musical score, violin, drum, musical notes, guitar. This time, though, Margaret noticed that singer's impassioned and powerful vocals had a hint of strength in them as he sang to the outro, the answer to his decisions. Guitar, musical score, violin, drum, musical notes, guitar. I'll hold on. I'll hold on. Guitar, musical score, violin, drum, musical notes, guitar. And at that moment, Margaret felt a sense of strength well up in her heart, her eyes already tearing up. She hadn't realized just how strongly she herself had been resonating with the beautiful song. Hearing the singer say he'd hold on, even with everything seemingly feeling adrift, gave her the same strength to also keep holding on. 10 years of her life now, and she'd been giving her all to Maple High, even though everything didn't work out as she wanted all the time. Yet, despite the loss of her dear husband during those years, whom was her strongest wall, due to just how passionate she was about her job, Margaret had still been successful thus far with her endeavors for Maple High. In a way, she felt like the song on the radio did a beautiful job of offering her some much-needed support. Support she never knew she needed. And so, as a way to preserve the sentiments and solicitude of the song the moment it ended, Margaret instantly reduced the volume of her radio to 0 to prevent any other song from tainting it. And then, relaxing into her seat once again, the lady savored the tune of the song and the lyrics in her head. For the first time in an extremely long time, Margaret had fallen in love with a song. And sure enough, she didn't know who the singer of said song was, just yet. But it was the digital age. She'd definitely find out who he was with a quick Eagle search. But for now, she just wanted to bask in and savor the compassionate support it offered. Her. Asterisk. Hazy night, 97%. Loneliness. A search for purpose. The desire to keep going on against all odds. Providing support to those needing of it. This poignant power ballad, brought to life by Kyle Kestis, captures these themes perfectly, making it an endearingly sentimental song to listen to. Asterisk. That very next day, having arrived at her school, the mild gazes of shock on various students' faces were palpable as they walked past their principal, whom was humming the tune of the second most popular on Groovebox's Buzzing 100. When did Principal Margaret become a fan of Kyle Kestis? Was the question circulating through their minds. Millennials love the song too, was another that a few more students inwardly asked themselves in mild surprise. Their questions aside, though, just like Margaret had fallen in love with Hazy Night, so many other late-night drivers and millennials around the world similarly did, the ladies especially. 3 other songs in his album besides the top 4 were also becoming so many people's favorite and global hits worldwide. On the Verge, an upbeat and celebratory electronic pop anthem about embracing life's milestones and new beginnings, became a song a bunch of college graduates had decided they would be using on their convocation in the coming days. Daybreak, a bittersweet yet heartfelt pop ballad that reflected themes of love, separation, and cherishing fleeting moments with someone special, was a song most people whom had been in failed relationships in the past strongly resonated with. Cages or Wings, a musical-themed pop ballad that captured Kyle's internal struggle with his fears, ambitions, and the pursuit of his artistic dreams while living authentically, even in the face of uncertainty, became a song a lot of his fans absolutely came to adore. And with all these successful songs, came another ridiculous spike in Kyle's already immense fame. Each of his songs, in just over a day, had exceeded 50 M streams, with the top 4 already crossing over a 100 M. And at the unbelievably rapid rate it was skyrocketing, music analysts, enthusiasts, and fans alike made a pretty accurate speculation. By the end of the month, Kyle would have his top 4 songs hit 1 billion streams. Those were absolutely ridiculous numbers for an independent artist like him. Yet, it was inevitably bound to happen. That alone was going to be a genuinely massive achievement for Kyle. As a result, the music industry couldn't deny it anymore. The numbers were in. It was now official. Kyle Kestis was officially a mainstream musician. Chapter 197, Mainstream. On Groovebox's buzzing 100 charts, something unbelievable was occurring. A ridiculously unbelievable sight that hadn't been seen in years on the platform from even some of the highest-rated musicians of the generation was currently happening. 1. Back to the start. 209,985,006 streams. 2. Hazy Night. 155,137,548 streams. 3. Light A Fire. 149,999,999 streams. 4. Electrified. 149,999,985 streams. 6. Cages or Wings. 90,105,628 streams. 8. On the Verge. 72,298,103 streams. 10. Daybreak. 61,127,842 streams. All of Kyle's newly released songs from the album was practically dominating the top charts. In fact, Light A Fire and Electrified had practically been duking it out with each other for the 3rd spot on the charts all day long, with fans of either song even competing on Tweet Talk while sharing the metrics whenever one overtook the other. Hazy Night, on the other hand, to most people's surprise, despite only having a lyric video, was firmly in 2nd place. However, for Kyle's team, they had more or less been expecting that, considering not just America but a good portion of the rest of the world practically moved about on wheels, promoting a song like that on many popular late-night radio segments, earned it far more listeners than the internet would have liked to admit. Although the audio media might not be as popular as it used to be, it was not to be underestimated one bit, especially since late-night drivers typically loved a good song that'd get them relaxed on the drive home. If need be, they'd locate said song on a music streaming platform and essentially listen to it on repeat, just for the hell of it. That said, the undethroned king, Back to the Start, firmly sat in 1st place, far outstripping the rest of its peers like the lead single it was. And just as it did, more and more rave reviews of the entire album itself, both from top music critics, lesser-known ones, and even entertainment journalists, continuously and torrentially kept dropping left and right on various music critic websites. Pitchforked, an absolute masterpiece that delivers a sonic experience that feels both fresh and timeless. The multiple blend of pop genres makes Kaleidoscopes an absolute banger of an album. Seriously, every track hits hard in its own way. From anthemic choruses to intimate ballads, every blessed track showcases Kyle Kestis's versatility, heart, and growth as a musician. This album deserves to be on repeat. Groove Guru. Kyle Kestis just raised the bar for debut albums. Yes, we said it. Bite us. From his mesmerizing voice to his diaristic yet poetic lyrics, and finally, the tunes of the songs themselves. Everything, and we mean everything, is absolutely flawless. Need we talk about the music videos? Kaleidoscopes isn't just music, it's an experience. Decibel Diva. You know those moments when you listen to an album and you think, where have you been all my life? Yeah, Kaleidoscopes is one of such rare albums. Every blessed note, every blessed lyric, every blessed moment of listening to it feels so strongly imbued with Kyle's passion for music, you'll practically be resonating with every track. Kyle fucking deserved those Grammys. Barely listening, not. Kaleidoscopes deserves to be celebrated, and so does its brilliant creator. This album has everything. Powerful vocals, introspective lyrics, and lush instrumentals. A debut that will be truly hard to top. This just drives home the irrefutable fact that Kyle Kestis is more than capable of conquering both Hollywood and the music charts. Vinyl verdict. Authenticity. Artistry. Kyle Kestis basically solidified just why he's constantly been one of the hottest topics in the music scene for a while now. A force to be reckoned with, Kaleidoscopes is absolutely masterful and feels like a carefully painted picture of tracks, vivid, layered, and unforgettable. A stunningly magnificent debut. Rhythm and rants. Layered, emotive, and full of passion, this is the album of the year. From the very first note to the last, Kaleidoscopes is an album full of soul and depth. Kyle's Hollywood-worthy acting be damned. I can't help but wonder how much farther he'd have gone if he wasn't juggling his music career alongside his acting career. Still, K.K is now officially a music powerhouse. Next year's Grammys better be ready. At the same time as all these reviews kept dropping, Tweet Talk itself was already bubbling, with hashtag Kaleidoscopes being the #1 trending topic on the social media platform. Specifically, on a post made by Groovebox themselves, was a screenshotted picture of Kyle's songs dominating the charts with the caption, "Kyle Kestis is officially here, to stay." The post, which had garnered over 100 views, 527K likes, 350K retweets, and over 5K comments in under 48 hours, was still surging at the moment, with more and more denizens pouring in as they interacted with the top comments, while also adding their own thoughts. Princess Peach at Groovebox, here to stay. Here to stay. Please, Kyle's just flexing at this point. If not for industry standards, our cinnamon roll would have been mainstream a long time ago. Literally every song on the album is friggin' gold. We do a bit of trolling. Can you imagine at Princess Peach? The audacity. In any case, Kyle's the first independent mainstream musician in years, so hurrah. 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 The music industry needs more independent mainstream artists, I tell you. Papa Gorilla. I just have to say that Back to the Start has to be one of the most heartfelt songs I've heard in years. Had me and my wife gently waltzing about the house today. Also, I don't listen to today's mainstream music that much, but just this once, I'll make an exception and listen to more of Kyle's songs. Music Hook Hunter, Electrified, and Light of Fire have been clashing for the past 32 hours with no winner in sight. It's so weirdly intriguing and exciting to watch fans of the same musician continuously keep duking it out to get two of his individual songs to one-up the other. Earworm Examiner at Music Hook Hunter. Light A Fire, S definitely coming out on top. Technical Janet at Earworm Examiner. Nah. Electrified, S definitely taking that third spot on the charts. Peter_it's_fantasy. Honestly, at the rate Kyle keeps smashing our expectations, I shudder in excitement for the future. Waifu with a rocket launcher. In his Grammy speech, Kyle said he had so much more to give. He wasn't playing around. And yes, I'm so happy today that I've stashed my rocket launcher away. Winnie the Witch at Waifu with a rocket launcher. Thank heavens. Also, Kaleidoscopes is absolute chef's kiss. My favorites, Hazy Night. Elon Musk. I should really get around to finally meeting this Kyle guy. Maybe we can explore space and planet Mars together, as long as he's willing to be my boyfriend. Kyle's girlfriend at Elon Musk. Screw off, you multi-billion-dollar slut. Kyle's mine. Shrek loves Fiona. On the Verge. Reminds me so much of graduation day. Man, Kyle's such an artistic genius, it pains me that my vocabulary fails to encompass just how amazed I am by his achievements. I'd so much love to give him an even stronger and more fitting compliment. Alice__Wonderland 88. I'm one of those very few that still loves buying physical albums, and Kyle's has to be my favorite till date. I love every song of the album to pieces. Also, I'm going to be framing the artwork of the vinyl casing and hang it on my bedroom wall. Tricks or Treat at Alice__Wonderland 88. Make that too. All Nation, I Swear Down, Cages or Wings, and Daybreak. Those songs are the most underrated songs in his album, and that's really saying something considering how much streams they've gotten. Benson Hart's Megan, 73-year-old grandfather here. And wow, I never would have thought we met such a talented and popular musician until my granddaughter showed us the music video of the song, because we loved it so much the very first time we heard it. We wish him many more success in the future. Smiling proudly and joyously as he scrolled through the comments, Oliver soon tucked his phone aside, staring at the scene before him alongside Owen, Gwen, Jenny, Stuart, Miguel, and Camille. Right now, situated at the bustling backstage, was Kyle and his session musicians alongside Carl, Steven, Ryan, Joe, Jasmine, Tyler, and a group of backup dancers, warming up for the showcase. Yes, a showcase. Over the course of the past few months, Disco Tunes execs, having listened to all the songs on the album before it released, had vehemently implored and practically begged of Oliver to please allow them host a music showcase, one that they themselves would sponsor. At first, the agent had put their offer on hold because he knew Kyle could get an acting gig at any time after he was done releasing the album, and he obviously didn't want to overwork his talent whom was already overdoing it anyway. However, due to the Hollywood's Writers and Actors Guild strike, one that essentially meant that Kyle had a lot of free time. For the next 7 months, the agent had then run the idea through his talent, one Kyle had been more than willing to greenlight. That was why, no sooner had they discussed the formalities with the distribution company the day immediately after the Grammys, Kyle had contacted almost every major individual who featured on the album to ask if they were willing, or hopefully, had time to perform alongside him at the showcase. Their responses, fortunately, were extremely favorable, hence why they were currently on ground. Disco Tune 2 were obviously ecstatic about this positive response because the amount of exposure it would give their distribution company couldn't even be quantified when compared to the amount they'd spend on planning and making the showcase. Quite literally, if the showcase was successful enough, they could practically go from a mid-sized distribution company to big distribution company in mere months. In fact, because they were the ones distributing Kyle's album, they had seen a massive rise in their stocks on the stock market due to the immense success of kaleidoscopes. But for now, just as the massive auditorium they had rented was practically buzzing and sparking with excitement from reporters, journalists, paparazzi, and fans alike, Kyle took a deep breath and then parted open the curtains of the foyer as Caleb, Maeve, and Paul followed him to perform Back to the Start, the lead single of the album, live. Chapter 198. Showcase. Skepticism was a frequent thing in Hollywood. And no, it wasn't because the music industry was toxic, for the most part. Rather, it was also because it was inherently ingrained in the human nature to doubt and deny things that seemed way too good to be true. And for Kyle, an independent artist whom was the singer, songwriter, composer, and producer of his very own top 10 Billboard charting songs. Songs that had made album sales in just 2 days that had evidently put even more popular and well-known artists backed by the biggest record labels to shame. The skepticism was heightened. As a result, the moment he and his session musicians took the stage to perform Back to the Start, reporters, journalists, music critics, and paparazzi in the room looked forward to his showcase being a dud, while his fans looked forward to his performance with heightened expectations. However, when the atmospheric rock tune of his lead single finally graced their ears and his vocals followed, they knew. They all instinctively knew. Kyle Kestis' voice sounded so much better in person. That was all it took for all the doubts to be instantly washed away from the media professionals and all the unrealistic expectations to be met without fail for the fans. And no, it didn't stop there. Hazy night. Electrified. Light a fire. On the verge. Daybreak. Cages or wings. All of it, for some odd reason or the other, the audience in the auditorium couldn't quite place their finger on, sounded so much better live. However, for Kyle, whom had essentially maxed out resonance, whose silky threads were now completely platinum, he had noticed something completely different and new. The platinum threads, instead of extending over to everyone in the auditorium as it simply should have, seeked his fellow musicians and session musicians as they performed instead, and then glowed with a noticeably shiny hue only he could see before it, then extended over to every other person in the auditorium. As a result, what should have simply been a showcase ended up evolving into something almost akin to a live concert. And by the time Kyle was done performing his older songs, the showcase ended as the entire auditorium gave him a standing ovation like there was no tomorrow. Ding! Thanking everyone with a respectful bow, Kyle then walked off the stage alongside his session musicians as the rest of the audience in the room were ushered out to a different hall in the same building. It was time for a press conference. Seated on stage on a long yet comfy couch alongside Ryan, Joe, Steven, Carl, Jasmine, and Tyler, the album poster for kaleidoscopes framing the background behind them. The occasional burst of camera shots flashed in Kyle's face as the hired host tried to maintain order in the room. The atmosphere was practically buzzing with excitement as other reporters, journalists, paparazzi, and exuberant fans couldn't help but hope they'd be given the chance to ask their burning questions about Kyle's album. No sooner had the host gestured to one of the reporters to ask her question, though. She professionally composed herself and then asked, her British accent strong. Kyle, in the music video for Back to the Start, how on earth did you manage to sync your lips with the lyrics if you were shooting the whole thing in reverse? Did you, perhaps, and I might be overthinking it here, learn the lyrics in reverse as well? And also, what were your inspirations for the song? Sneaking 3 questions into one, sly, but brilliant nonetheless. Kyle charmingly grinned at the reporter, who chuckled a bit alongside everyone in the press room, same as his other artists on stage who did the same. Allowing the sea of chuckles to die down a bit, Kyle pursed his lips for a few seconds before he then answered. Well, to start with your last question, I'd say I'd first like to give my biggest thanks to a lovely old married couple I ran into at the park last year, Benny and Megan Locke. Reporters, journalists, and fans alike widened their eyes at that, evidently surprised that a celebrity actually bothered to remember the names of a random group of people he met last year, nonetheless. But without even noticing, Kyle continued. They shared their well of stories with me about their married lives, and from it, I felt the love, devotion, admiration, and most especially, the beautiful companionship they had despite all the many trials they had to overcome. So I wrote a song about it because I felt the need to want to share those feelings with the world as well. Kyle smiled warmly, after which he then answered the second question casually. And yeah, I did learn the song in reverse. Wait, you did? Jasmine mildly exclaimed in surprise as she popped her body forward from the couch. The same could be said for his buddies, including Carl and Tyler, all of whom had a mix of surprised yet intrigued gazes angled at him, same as a lot of the audience in the room. Yeah, Kyle chuckled a bit in response, after which he then added casually with a gestured finger. In fact, I can still remember the chorus in reverse. It goes, Itad Retona Rof Iraq, Netwoy Dexa, I Wonk Woy. And like that, Kyle sang the complete chorus of Back to the Start in reverse with even the right phonetics and inflection. It was so obvious to everyone that it really was the truth, much to the shock of everyone at the conference. But considering Kyle himself wasn't done answering the reporter's questions, he then spoke. As for your first question, well, that's on the technical side of things, as Maria Dominique, a talented music video director, and Christina Aubert, a really close friend of mine and a fantastic screenwriter, actually pitched the idea. So essentially, the video was shot normally, with me and Christina sitting at the bench being the actual first scene of the video, till I eventually got up and walked down the beach while singing in reverse as the cameras followed. Kyle explained as best he could in conclusion. This earned him a resounding round of applause from everyone in the room, silent yet awestruck wows filling up every corner of the room. He's a force of nature. Jasmine soon audibly muttered mid-clap, a noticeable hint of confused awe in her honey-colored irises, one that only served to get everyone at the conference laughing. Having enjoyed how Kyle had respectfully yet engagingly responded to the lady reporter whom had asked her question, more reporters and journalists in the room were motivated even further to get their burning questions answered. My question goes to Five Fusion. How exactly did you guys come up with the idea for Electrified and its music video? An amateur, independent, peppy-looking female journalist who was noticeably excited to be called upon by the host to ask her question, excitedly asked. Ah yes, Five Fusion, the coolest part-time boy band of all time, Carl stated jokingly, earning a good laugh from Kyle and the rest of the guys. Same for everyone in the conference hall who thought there was more to the story. And there actually was, because Steven soon began the narration a few seconds later with his lower arm gestured in Kyle's direction. Well, it starts with a weird email from the man of the hour himself. To that, Ryan, whom had whipped out his smartphone and located said email, which he had purposely starred for a moment like this, read out loud while smiling mischievously. All right, hear me out, Ryan. What if we and the guys formed a part-time boy band? Just for one song. I wrote a banger last night, I think. And it serious. Kyle Kestis can't do this on his own. You in? Please, be in. Also, don't make me beg. I've already picked out matching leather jackets and a band name. What do you think about drumroll, please? 5 Fusion. I got the same mail too. Joe, Carl, and Steven burst out into laughter the moment Ryan was done reading while Kyle scratched the back of his head in slight diffidence, a tinge of red on his cheeks. All this only served to get the audience laughing even more as the guys soon reeled in their camaraderie and then explained more about the technical side of things. Soon, they were done with that and the next question was asked, this time from a music critic whom was also a big fan of Kyle's music and a journalist for a well-known Hollywood magazine. The music video for Light a Fire is one of the most beautiful pieces of media I've seen in years, and the dance numbers and trapeze stunts especially. Wow, just wow. To that, everyone in the hall chuckled a bit as they could see the child and the journalist struggling to do his job as he soon inhaled, reeled in excitement, and then asked his actual question, professionally this time. I just have to ask, how exactly did you, Jasmine and Tyler, make it feel so alive and empowering? Did you all train extensively for the stunts and dance numbers? The trapeze stunts, eh? Oh boy, Jasmine stated nervously as she gently rubbed her sweaty palms on her laps when she was reminded about the height difference of the circus's trapeze rig. To that, another round of chuckles filled up the room as everyone noticed another nugget of story hidden behind her simple comment. Seeing that Kyle and Tyler were essentially waiting for her to go on, Jasmine then spoke while gesticulating confidently. So you know that moment when you think you're a cool gymnast and you're capable of any kind of stunt on a trapeze rig because you've been doing it all your life? To that rhetorical question, a small ripple of intrigued chuckles spread across the room as the lady continued. Well, that's until you actually get to the site and realize, wow, this is higher than I expected. A wave of laughter cascaded over the hall as Jasmine stated with a comedic deadpan. Even her fellow artists, despite being on site when it happened, couldn't help but laugh again. You might find it funny, but honestly and visually, a 15 to 20-foot height difference is a lot to get over. But Sapphire here, that's my nickname for him. Another round of chuckles cascaded over the room at the lady's clarification as she continued. Anyway, Sapphire here walks up to me while I'm in the cherry picker, looks me in the eyes from below, and then says, Jasmine, you're a badass. And in response, I suddenly felt on top of the world for being honestly complimented and motivated by him. I ended up replying confidently, take me up. The lady concluded her story with a gestured finger, another round of laughter erupting from the audience. Soon the laughter died down, and Tyler then explained his own challenges with making the music video. Well, I don't know if you guys watched Level Up 2, but Kyle's energy's very hard to match. Really, it was so hard keeping up with him during choreography sessions, you often wonder if he's even human. Still, you just can't help but get inspired because you can see the passion in his every move, especially since the song itself is empowering, just like you said. Tyler gestured in the journalist's direction, while Kyle smiled in genuine appreciation before he then gave his own comment. Honestly, I actually wanted to make a dance music, but I wanted to make mine different from the norm. Add something really meaningful that'd stick with the audience long after the song was over. A bunch of reporters and journalists quickly jot down notes as Kyle continued. And luckily, the inspiration for it came from a funny theater skit I watched while I was trying to come up with ideas for it. That was how Light a Fire was made. Having concluded on that note, another round of genuine applause filled up the hall. Like that, more and more questions were asked, this time mostly from fans. Are you perchance dating Christina Aubert? There are rumors online that you actually are, some even stating that you've been dating her in secret for a while now. Seriously, how am I always the last one to know when I'm dating someone in Hollywood? Kyle had a gaze of playful exasperation on his features as he added with a curious squint eyebrow. Are you sure someone out there isn't writing a fanfic about me and passing it off as the real thing? A hearty burst of laughter came from his fans and everyone else alike in the room at his witty response. But no, Christina and I aren't dating. We are really close friends, though. I hope that clarifies things. He gave a genuine response this time, and with that came nods of understanding from most in the room. And eventually, after a while, as more and more questions were asked, The press conference was finally nearing its end. So, Kyle, now that Kaleidoscope's been predicted to be a resounding success and actors in Hollywood are unfortunately going on a long break, what are your plans for the future? A tour in sight anytime soon? This was the last question of the day, one that came from a male reporter who had a curious expression on his sharp features. Well, I'm not the type to rush things, but yeah, a tour's definitely in the works. Kyle smiled confidently in response, earning noticeable murmurs of excitement from many in the press conference, his fans especially. As for my other plans, well, that's a secret, he grinned mysteriously at everyone in the room, one that genuinely had them all excited and intrigued despite having next to idea of what the young star was up to. Before they could even plead, press, or ask of Kyle to let them in on his plans for the future with just a little info, the host quickly took charge and ended the press conference. And just like that, Kyle left so many curious individuals on a nasty cliffhanger. A cliffhanger that would make many authors around the world proud. That said, with TechWiz's video game showcase set for Gamescom next month, Kyle, the CEO of said studio behind the game, was well and truly keeping a massive secret from the entertainment world. But for now, he would be taking things slow, along with a much-needed breather, at least until the month of May came along. Chapter 199, Hotcakes, Paparazzi. It only took a few minutes after the showcase and press conference was over. Disco Tune swiftly capitalized on the spur of the moment and uploaded the 2-hour-plus video session straight onto YouTube in its uncut, rawest, unedited form. In about an hour, the video went viral as it got over 1 million views, further bringing in some extra chicken change for the distribution company, whom were just glad to be able to easily capitalize off the young star's fame. And for Kyle's fan group, most of whom, albeit busy with their own day-to-day schedules, still squeezed in a few minutes or an hour to at least to watch as much of the video as they could. We do a bit of trolling. Kyle is moving mad people in the best ways possible. You can't tell me otherwise. I mean, who in their right minds learns a song in effin' reverse just for a one-time music video? Peter_writes_fantasy at we do a bit of trolling. It's things like that make us love him even more and more. The epitome of being a Hollywood artist to me, I feel, stems from the artists coming to the realization that they are also entertainers in a way. And well, if we're being honest, Kyle's shown us, his fans especially, time and time again that he definitely enjoys entertaining us. Princess Peach. I often see a bunch of randos online saying Kyle's been lucky with his fame and all the other shenanigans. You know how it goes. I'm not going to disagree with their take. Each to their own opinions, I guess. But I do think a lot of them tend to always forget just how much effort Kyle puts into making the very best opportunities of the things he has. He's limited in resources and connections, yes, but he makes the very best use of those connections and resources. Of course he'd be famous. Mamma mia. I completely agree with your statements at Princess Peach. Alice__Wonderland 88. Is it me, or does Kyle's voice sound so much better live? I'm not tripping, am I? I've been rewatching the actual showcase sections in the video for a little over an hour now, and I just can't help but notice that. Kyle's girlfriend at Alice__Wonderland 88. I get what you mean. Sure. The produced version feels more refined overall, but Kyle's voice, specifically, sounds like it's actually being held back by the constraints of the produced version. Can't even believe I'm saying that, especially with every artist out there using auto-tune these days. The 78th curator. I laughed so hard when Ryan read Kyle's email message out loud. Then I fell off my bed when Jasmine narrated her trapeze experience on the set of the music video. Never knew I could roll around the carpeted floors of my bedroom in hysterical laughter until I heard Kyle subverting the rumors of he and Christina dating with his witty responses. I can't. I really just can't with Kyle. He's such a comedian low-key, I swear. Tricks or treat at the 78th curator. I thought I was the only one feeling the exact same way you were. I'm still giggling unrestrainedly just remembering those moments. Annie, are you okay? On the verge, playing at my sister's high school graduation today was divine. I can't wait to have it play on mine too. Shrek loves Fiona at Annie, are you okay? I mean, considering Kyle mentioned at the conference that it was inspired by his own experiences of wishing he showed up for his graduation ceremony and after party after his friends told him how fun it was. As opposed to him simply receiving his certificate alone over the desk, it checks out that it'd be a really inspiring, upbeat song. Winnie the Witch at Annie, are you okay? Soon, baby sister. Soon. Also, that song just grows on you, doesn't it? I mean, every song, and I love them all to bits. On the album is fantastic, don't get me wrong, but maybe, just maybe because it wasn't promoted as heavily as the top 4 in the album, it isn't as popular as it should be. The Imposter at Wendy the Witch, ditto. Like that, more and more messages kept pouring into the fan group, with even more and more people joining said fan group. If before, their numbers had been around 170K plus after Kyle's fame surge with The Curator, along with his more recent Grammy wins, the group had now, effectively, reached 200K plus and rising. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was around 6 p.m. when Kyle finally arrived home. Even though the conference had ended around 2 p.m. prompt, he still had a few personal plans for the day, same as his friends and his team, who similarly had plans of their own. As a result, by the time he was done grocery shopping and branching at Spawn Point Studio to retrieve something from Carlos, it was already late into the day. Not lingering on his thoughts as of the moment, though, Kyle casually brought up his panel of notifications as he opened the door to his apartment. You have performed your debut album before everyone. Huge bonus will be applied. You have obtained a huge amount of EXP points. 15,000 EXP points have been awarded. Total EXP points available, 45,535. Instrument Mastery, Piano, has advanced from level 11 to level 12. Instrument Mastery, Guitar, has advanced from level 11 to level 12. Advancement in Instrument Mastery will become even harder from here on out. You are close to breaking through to level 16 in singing. Keep singing and performing to improve your skills. Kyle Kestis, EXP points, 45,535. Skills: Soulful Vocals, P. Growth Spurt, P. Appraisal, A. Resonance, P. S. Charisma, P. Polyglot, P. Deep Dive, A. S. Recollection, P. Scene Stealer, A. Action and Stunt Mastery, P. Bleeding Effect, P. Detoxification, A. Peak Human Conditioning, P. Flow, P. Choreography Master, P. Asterisk EXP points can be used to create skills. Levels: Singing level 15. Acting level 14. Composing level 15. Dancing level 13. Instrument Mastery, Piano/Guitar, level 12/12. Asterisk levels will increase in accordance to your growth. Staring at the translucent panel, a light smile spread across Kyle's lips in pleasant appreciation. Aside from his advancement in instrumental mastery, he was pleasantly surprised to see that he was nearing the next level in his singing stat, especially since it was exponentially harder to level up now. Still, and in all fairness, it did seem reasonable when putting things into perspective that he did, after all, perform all of the songs in his album earlier in the day at the showcase. Closing the panel, though, Kyle soon dipped his hands into his pocket and retrieved a flash drive while simultaneously dropping all the groceries he had bought on the kitchen's counter. Fiddling with the drive in his fingers, the young man then mumbled to out loud, his gaze sweeping over his apartment curiously. Now, where exactly did I stash you away? No sooner had Kyle said that, he then proceeded to carefully rummage through his apartment to find where exactly he kept said item. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A week later, approximately 73,000 vinyl copies, poof. An estimated 298,000 CD copies, swiped clean off record store shelves. Digital sales of 1,750,000 sold off, and still extremely high in demand. All for accumulated, rounded-up unit sales of about 2.1 million in just a week. Kaleidoscopes was selling like hotcakes. Considering a vinyl copy was sold for $24.99, CDs for $14.99, and digital sales at $9.99, a cumulative total of roughly $23.7 million had been made in sales. This, of course, made Groovebox very happy, as they'd be receiving 10% of the total sales made on the album for being his partner distributor. Originally, The music distribution company had negotiated to have 20% of the total album sales, but Oliver, being the tactical and experienced businessman that he was when it mattered, knocked down their cut to normal industry standards, effortlessly at that. No one was going to be ripping off his ward while he was around. Typically, by normal industry standards, artists whom were signed to record labels, depending on their star power, would probably get about 10 to 20% of the total profits made off of the album, with the lion's share going into the pockets of the record label. However, with Kyle being an independent artist, 70% of that profit would be going into his pockets, with the remaining 20% going straight to Oliver's. And being the kind of people they were, their team was definitely going to be receiving some huge bonuses of theirs, to say the least. Still, for the distribution company, they were practically set to be swimming in money, and since this was still the very first week of the album's release, there was still so much more to be made. After all, aside from the record-smashing sales it'd eventually tally up to at the end of the month, there was still also their cut from Kyle's Groovebox streams, which had cumulatively hit over 1 billion streams. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for his ViewTube account, one where all the music videos he released had cumulatively hit 1 billion views. Still, as the distribution company watched their stocks skyrocket to new highs, its employees excitedly looked forward to the future, and some bonuses, of course. That aside, in addition to all the monetary and financial gains that came with the critical and commercial success of Kaleidoscopes, came the increased recognition and fame for Disco Tune, one that they welcomed openly with wide arms. However, for Kyle himself, the rest of his team, and others closely related to him, well, they were all seriously wondering how they'd cope from now on. Considering the young star wasn't signed to a record label whose employees could be probed for details about his activities, the ever-persistent paparazzi, nasty as they were, soon turned their attention to those they believed were closest to him, hoping to extract information. Owen, at the moment, was currently twitching his eyes in slight annoyance as he headed out of his apartment to head over to Spawn Point Studios to check in on the DLC's progress, only to realize, as usual, that he was being tailed by a few dozen paparazzi. Camille, Jenny, and Gwen, all of whom had planned a few days earlier to visit a newly opened restaurant near the office to try its food, sighed in resignation as they once again noticed a few inconspicuous vans conveniently parked across the street from the restaurant. As for Miguel and Stuart, upon arriving at the office for the day to sort out a few backlog tasks, found a bunch of paparazzi lounging about the streets as they'd expected, cameras slung over their necks as they seemingly waited for Kyle to arrive. Oliver, with his suitcase in hand though, already used to their shenanigans as he exited his house, refused to utter a single word as they began to bombard him with questions on Kyle's next plans. Oliver, wait, just one question. A minute of your time is all we ask. Why isn't Kyle doing any live shows or post-album release promos? Considering the man had an early flight to catch to New York to meet with Tiana, whom he hadn't seen in a few months now, he simply zoomed off in his Porsche without entertaining them, all whilst dialing Kyle and telling him that he was on the move. As for Christina, no sooner had she gotten out of her house with her bulky manuscript neatly stashed in her handbag, she was once again swarmed with flashing lights as questions rained upon her. Chapter 200, Kyle the Hermit. Christina, any news on what Kyle's next plans are? Where are you headed to? Romantic rendezvous with Kyle? What do you have to say about the rumors that he's releasing a new single soon? Despite the barrage of similar questions she had been subjected to for the past week, swiftly and adeptly, without a single moment wasted, Christina opened the door to her vehicle parked nearby and dove in. A few seconds later, the engine to her vehicle was ignited and she was off, quickly making her way to the publishing company she hoped would accept her manuscript. Eventually, upon reaching her destination, Christina carefully brought the vehicle to a parallel park like the newly approved driver that she was. Before heading out of her vehicle and into the building, though, the lady inhaled and heaved a deep breath a few times to calm her rapidly beating heart. A few seconds later, now feeling less tensed, she then retrieved her smartphone from her bag and finally took the chance to read all the supportive messages from family and friends. The first was from her mom. Christina, darling, I keep reading the rumors about you and Kyle on Tweet Talk, and wow, I'm convinced almost winking face. Still, let him know that your father and I loved his album. Although he keeps complaining that he'll never give his daughter to anyone. Also, good luck on your manuscript submission, dear. Let me be the first to know how it goes, okay? Love you, sweetie. Hugs and kisses. Quietly chuckling in a mix of hearty appreciation at that message, Christina replied, and then read through the ones that came from Maria, Lily, and Katie with a genuinely appreciative gaze as she also replied to those. I say, pitchforks if they don't accept it. Also, I might be a hermit at the moment, but I'll be casting voodoo spells from the comfort of my home in support, so don't you worry. Break a leg, Blondie. Cough. I mean Goldilocks. Immediately, Christina saw that. She heartily burst into laughter, shaking her head in amusement at Kyle's message as she felt her tensed nerves ease up even more. Then, with a warm yet witty response of appreciation, the lady gently grabbed her stuff, exited the vehicle, and then made her way into the publications building with brimming confidence. Now, although Christina didn't know it, she had just taken one of the biggest steps in her life towards becoming a renowned author. Her manuscript, titled Evergarden, based off of an expansive fantasy tale that had been brewing in her head since. She was in her early tweens, would go on to become one of the best-selling YA fantasy books in the coming months. That said, just as Christina was headed into the publication building to chase her dreams, Kyle, on the other hand, currently had a gamepad controller in his hands. Simultaneously, the young man mashed 2 buttons and watched as Tech Whiz whipped out a constructed photon longsword for one of his core special abilities. In an instant, the hero entered a state of flow and effortlessly began dismembering a slew of robotic wolves and robotically advanced tin can assailants without taking damage, the addictive nature of the game's free-flow combat kicking in. Currently, Kyle was running the game, not on his newer, high-spec laptop, but on his very old laptop from his college years with a mix of optimized settings that still made the game look good nonetheless. Considering the video game had excellently stunning graphics that leaned less towards photorealism and more towards a vibrant, lifelike, aesthetically pleasing, comic-inspired art style, it was still quite the eye candy, even on lower settings. And for a fairly low-end laptop that he had scrounged money to get, way back in the day with its limited amount and measly dedicated video memory of only 2 gigabytes, Kyle was proud to see it at least maintaining a stable frame rate, well above the mid-30s. Even in more intensive scenes and set pieces, the game held up very well, not dipping below unplayable frame rates. What Kyle was essentially doing here was playtesting. The young man, as the CEO of the company and an average gamer, needed to know if everything he had asked of his employees to do had been effectively touched upon. And so, for the next few hours, Kyle kept playing till he was completely satisfied with what he experienced, for his second playthrough at that. Part of the things he had told Carlos and his employees that they needed to work upon extensively was the game's optimization for various computer rigs, especially the lower-end ones. Sure, it was tedious work on their end as game devs, but since their boss wasn't rushing them, they had been able to efficiently do what needed to be done. And with what Kyle himself had experienced over the past week, it was safe to say that his employees had delivered flawlessly. No bugs, no glitches, smooth frame rates, flawless co-op experience, tons of cheat codes that would definitely cause chaos in-game for a ridiculously fun time, all of which had been purposely coded and well accounted for. Everything was as it should be for a complete and polished experience that would be releasing in a few months. Exiting the game with a contented smile, Kyle then placed the game pad aside and stretched lazily. Casually angling his gaze out the window, though, the young man sighed in resignation as he noticed that just outside his building's apartment were a multitude of cars and vans parked outside the gate. Paparazzi, once again, were back to their annoying shenanigans, and unfortunately, this time, Kyle couldn't blame them. Although he did feel quite bad for his fellow neighbors who had to deal with their shit every blessed day for the past week now. Typically, most artists, after releasing a successful album, would often go on to begin promoting said album, heavily at that. But in Kyle's case, reverse was the case. Despite the multiple offers he was constantly getting every single day, he had politely rejected each and every one of them. This decision of his came across as very unconventional to music enthusiasts and fans alike, all of whom frequently discussed about it on various social media, and entertainment platforms. However, Kyle's decision to go incognito wasn't just his, as his team had majorly influenced that decision. Checking the metrics of his ever-rising fame, Gwen, Oliver, and Stewart had advised the young man to stay out of the limelight after the album's successful release instead. Due to the fact that the young star had constantly been in the general public's eyes for the entirety of the year thus far, they were essentially preventing him from getting overexposed. Unsurprisingly, this was something only a few shrewd ones in the entertainment world were able to pick up on, with the uninformed public unsure of what to make of his unconventional choices. Nevertheless, aside from the songs in his album topping the charts on not just Groovebox, but many renowned charts around the world, all in the top 10 at that, Kyle Kestis was also the very first artist in years to apparently sell over 2 million album units in a week, independently at that. That kind of news, coupled with his fame in Hollywood itself, wasn't the kind of thing that paparazzi would ever want to overlook when they were looking for celebrities to make some quick buck off. And as if that wasn't enough, Kyle was young, eligible, rich, and most of all, drama-free, a very nice change of pace for most popular celebrities his age. Just a single picture of him casually walking down the street, eating at a restaurant, or doing other mundane stuff in general would sell for a few $1,000s to many Hollywood magazines, tabloids, and publications looking to profit off of his surging fame. Added to that, maybe I shouldn't have left them with those words at the press conference, Kyle mused to himself, a slightly thoughtful expression on his features. Due to his mysterious statement at the event, the paparazzi, at least from what he had garnered from his team and friends over the course of the week, had become quite aggressive about wanting to find out what exactly said secret was. Brushing his thoughts aside, though, Kyle soon got off his bed while heading over to the kitchen. However, upon opening his fridge, the young man realized he was out of all the necessary ingredients to make a proper meal. He had been staying cooped up in his apartment for the past week after all without ever ordering a single meal, especially since he preferred his own home-cooked meals over anything else. Letting out a very long sigh of defeat, Kyle soon changed into more fitting clothes and then picked up his smartphone and car keys while heading out the door. His life as a hermit was over, at least for today. The grocery store, unfortunately, beckoned to him, and he needed to answer the call. Still, as the young man whistled merrily while casually making his way down the stairs, he soon noticed Christina's response to his message, earning a slight chuckle from his lips. Meanwhile, just as Kyle was about to go spend another hour of his life dealing with the not-so-positive sides of fame and fortune in the form of pesky paparazzi, Griffin, at the moment, was currently living the good life. Currently seated on a lounge chair by the poolside of his million-dollar penthouse in North Vancouver, Canada, his sunglass-framed eyes were casually skimming through an insider list he had obtained from one of the event planners at Gamescom. The list, usually in order of excitement and hype, included all the games that would be showcased at the reputed gaming convention. However, a few seconds later, the former SpawnPoint Studio CEO and a current big investor in GameSoft Studios' next game, had a noticeably sour expression on his features when he saw his former studio amongst the list of studios whom would be showcasing their video game at next month's Gamescom. And as if that was not enough, Gamescom had actually pushed the showcase of A Pirate's Odyssey from the very last showcase of the event to the second to the last, thereby making SpawnPoint Studios' Tech Whiz the final of the showcases. What are they up to? Griffin curiously questioned with a disdainful squint, unsure of what to make of the information. Despite not even being a gamer himself, the investor, having spent a few years in almost every possible money-making industry, the gaming industry included, knew that the bread and butter of Gamescom was the big game reveals. That, really, was one of the major reasons why gamers tuned in for their show. And typically, although not all the time, the best video game showcases were usually reserved by the committee handling the showcases for the very last. That, exactly, was why Griffin was evidently ticked off. However, the more the fairly wealthy investor thought about it, the more his annoyance dissipated. Having seen A Pirate's Odyssey in action, he just couldn't fathom any game beating it out in terms of the impact it would have at Gamescom. In comparison, whatever game it was his former studio was making couldn't even compare, especially since they had never even made a AAA, big-budget game in their lives. He'd admit they were talented, yes, But he was also certain they ended up just making some small-budget, indie or AA game that wasn't anything near the technical and visual marvel GameSoft Studios had developed, especially with Kyle Kestis, a Hollywood celebrity for that matter, buying it off of his hands. A movie tie-in game, maybe? That's the only major reason most celebrities ever even bother with getting a game studio. The investor mused, his thoughts rational. I mean, it's not like he'd just throw a shit ton of money into the studio to make a full-fledged, brand-new, AAA video game considering how financially risky of a prospect it is. Probably just a last-minute submission. Griffin soon brushed off his thoughts to bask, fully in the warm glow of the morning sun, while setting the papers aside. Gamescom was in 3 weeks. Whatever the stitch was, Griffin knew he'd eventually find out. That said, the investor, honestly, had no high hopes for whatever it was Spawn Point Studios would be showcasing. And so, the days went on. Weeks passed. The month of May arrived. Gamescom was here. Chapter 201, Gamescom. The largest and most influential annual gaming convention in the world, it was an event that was held every summer at the Los Angeles Convention Center, LACC. Not their first rodeo, the massive venue had an exhibit space of about 720,000 square feet fitted with the necessary technological infrastructures, all of which included its sprawling interactive show floor, developer panels and workshops, esports showdown arena, and the cosplay section. The venue's main hall, the heart of Gamescom itself, was a place where all the grand reveal and showcases of the newest flagship games, either from AAA publishers, indie devs, and everyone else in between, was set to be showcased. Then came South Hall, the main hub reserved for AAA studios and publishers like GameSoft Studios, Kronos Interactive, and Pixel Forge Entertainment. The hall had evenly spaced booths, high-definition monitor screens, and powerful computer rigs, all for gamers and critics to test their playable demos for their latest big-budget games in the hopes of the devs of the studios receiving valuable feedback. The West Hall, on the other hand, geared towards having a more relaxed atmosphere to it. The site, seemingly planned to offer a more intimate and less glamorous vibe when compared with those of the AAA studios and publishers as it was in fact, dedicated to the indie devs and their passion projects. The Petrie Hall, located in the East Wing, however, was where the Esports Showdown Arena for the Gamescom Championship Series, GCCS, took place. Knowing fully well that quite a lot of gamers would be here to watch the show that had a cash prize of $1 million, the hall had more care put into its striking presentation. As for the hall in the north, it was where the cosplay extravaganza took place, its inviting walkway stage immaculately prepped for the cosplay parade. It was a very fierce competition for talented cosplayers to get a shot at winning a lot of top-notch grand prizes, ranging from cash prizes to a lifetime subscription of game services on some select gaming platforms. That said, in between these various halls were the massive lobbies that spanned their expanse, each efficiently and expertly littered with direction signs to guide gamers to their next destination. Currently, though, it was still 6 a.m. in the morning and the convention hall was yet to be opened, save for the employees whom were already on ground to ensure that everything was as it should be. Interestingly, Gamescom also had a sort of thematic yet fun setup for naming their employees to fit with the gaming-inspired atmosphere, each of them wearing uniformly colored but differently labeled shirts. From Con Guardians, encompassing the security and logistics personnel, to Quest Masters, wayfinding experts in customer service, level masters, managers and supervisors in charge of specific halls, con operators, general staff responsible for behind-the-scenes coordination, rangers, event coordinator and tech support, and even NPCs, frontline workers involved with registration, ticketing, and FAQs. Each personnel on ground had a pretty fun name attached to their respective positions. A few hours later, though, at approximately 7:30 a.m., the venue was open, first to the game studios, renowned game publishers, and indie devs, all of whom had come much earlier to set up their stuff at various respective halls and booths. Expectedly, though, as those string of events happened, some of Spawn Point Studios' employees, present on site, soon ran into an old friend and a bit of an arch-nemesis if they were being honest. Would you look at that? You guys, actually, somehow made it all the way to LA. Griffin, mockingly commented as Carlos glared at him disdainfully. Owen, on the other hand, having tagged alongside his boss and Oliver like the assistant he was, watched in curiosity as Dahlia and 3 other Spawn Point studio employees on ground had a noticeably irked demeanor on their features the moment they laid eyes on the casually dressed investor. "Sure you're not eating into the budget for your AAA game, just to be here?" Griffin employed air quotes to get his mockery across like the jerk he was. The con guardians, operators, and quest masters nearby, upon noticing the somewhat hostile interaction between both parties, paid close attention, ready to spring into action in a heartbeat should things spiral out of hand. Griffin, too, already expecting of the Carlos he knew to come at him with furious words of retaliation, watched in evident confusion as the studio head, surprisingly, turned over to face a questmaster nearby and asked with a polite smile instead, "Hello, can you perhaps point us in the right direction to the main hall?" "Ah, yes. Please, this way." The cute lady personnel with her face cap on gestured to the group, all of them leaving the noticeably stunned investor on the spot. Frowning at that, Griffin soon turned around, his eyes squinted in the direction of their receding backs. And then, unexpectedly, he watched as 2 individuals on his left slowly walked past him to meet up with the receding group while casually conversing, their frames familiar. Kyle Kestis and his agent. "Why are they here?" the man curiously muttered, his frown deepening by the second. However, before Griffin could fully formulate his thoughts, he received a phone call from one of his fellow investors to come over to the South Hall, as that was where all of GameSoft Studios' employees and resources were currently focused on. Considering the big studio had already sorted out the video game demo they would be showcasing for their grand reveal of A Pirate's Odyssey. Much earlier, they were already in the South Hall to set up their stuff for the more exciting, 1-hour, hands-on game demo they had promised their fan base. Having met with the required personnel, though, Spawn Point Studios, on the other hand, soon sorted out all the proceedings to have their game showcased alongside many others. "Thank you. Just one more question. Who will be presenting the game?" the ranger on ground asked, her pen lingering on her event planner. To that, a masked individual amongst their group casually stepped forward, removing his mask as he spoke. "That's me." "Name?" the lady politely asked, ready to jot down the name. "Kyle Kestis." Kyle responded. "All right, Mr. Kesty dash," the ranger's swift scribble suddenly halted, her gaze raised up in confusion first and then immense shock. At the exact same time, every other personnel around who noticed froze, much to the light chuckles of Carlos, Dahlia, Owen, Oliver, and his other employees. In response to all these, a modest smile nestled on Kyle's lips as he gently reminded the ranger in charge to put in his name. Excitedly, the lady did her job, after which she then asked for an autograph and a photo, both of which Kyle willingly obliged to. Like that, other game studios soon came along, the employees on ground, doing their job. And finally, after all the game demos of the booked studios had been sorted out for the showcase, at 10 a.m. prompt, Gamescom was fully open to the tens of thousands of gamers whom were lucky enough to have secured their tickets in advance before the event. A few minutes later, at the outdoor plaza of the convention, food trucks, merchandise stalls, and the likes were present, with only a few gamers lounging about to enjoy the hot California sun. And meters away from the plaza was the parking lot. "California has great weather, eh?" Kyle squinted upwards with a sarcastic comment, and then sighed while placing his face cap and nose mask on, his sapphire irises framed by his spectacles. "Great weather, my ass. I could fry an egg on my skull at this rate." Owen complained as he also exited the luxury camper the CEO had rented for their transport and brief stay in L.A. Simultaneously, Carlos, alongside one of Spawn Point Studios' game dev, the lead software engineer and programmer that went by the name of Chase, also exited the camper, both already wishing they were under a shade. Having already sorted out all the formalities hours earlier, Kyle and his employees had mostly just lounged in the camper, waiting till the event started for real. As for Oliver, after informing the gang a few minutes earlier that he'll be in the main hall if they needed him, headed out of the camper to receive an important call from Stuart regarding Kyle's tour next year. Slowly but surely, they'd already started planning for it in advance, as there really was a crap ton of things to sort out. In any case, Dahlia and the other Spawn Point Studios game devs Ariana and Sasha, both of whom were, respectively, the game's lead narrative designer and project manager. Now they were currently in the camper, changing into their cosplay clothes. Being their very first Games Con, the ladies had come, absolutely prepared to have some well-earned fun. Alright guys, I've informed the ladies earlier, so we'll all meet up at the main hall in an hour from now. Kyle casually turned around and spoke to Owen, Carlos, and Chase. Sure. They all responded with light nods as they leisurely strolled across the parking lot to the plaza. Soon, having shown their passes to the con guardians at the entrance, they were back in the massive and currently bustling lobby filled to the brim with excited gamers, game reporters, game journalists, and game critics. Individually, all four soon grabbed a Wayfinder's map from the expertly positioned quest finders nearby, and then dispersed in various directions. Carlos and Chase were headed to the South Hall, where the studio giants were to scout out how fierce competition was by testing their game demos. Owen, on the other hand, made his way to the Petrie Hall to watch some of the world's best players compete competitively in Call of Honor, a tactical FPS that was all the rage these days, and Territory Battlegrounds Online, a battle royale that was rapidly gaining traction in recent memory. As for Kyle, he casually moved in the direction of the West Hall as he was more interested in the unconventional and possibly risky projects of the indie game developers, most of whom were quite passionate and mostly unrestrained by typical industry gaming standards. That said, as the CEO of a game studio, Kyle was also, more or less, planning to keep an eye out for any talented game dev worth recruiting into Spawn Point Studio. If they were willing, that is. How was it? Oliver, whom had sat on one of Spawn Point Studios' reserved seats, asked the moment Carlos and Chase arrived at the main hall. Impressive visually. Probably the most photorealistic game I've seen till date, in fact. Chase, with his brown-haired crew cut, soft features and chocolate brown irises, commented thoughtfully, a few finger resting on his chin. A bit of interesting and fresh gameplay mechanics too, but nothing innovative. Carlos settled into his chair as he added with a relaxed gaze. So basically, the typical, recycled, GameSoft open-world formula, but in a pirate setting? Kyle, whom had overheard their conversation as he arrived alongside Owen, curiously questioned. Yep. Carlos and Chase curtly nodded in unison. I guess they're playing it safe. Kyle mused to himself, not particularly finding it surprising that a big studio would want to take the easy and tested way out to ensure the success of their game. Gamers, after all, tended to enjoy playing games they were quite familiar with and trying out new stuff. Kyle's thoughts aside, as at the moment, the main hall was slowly getting packed, excited murmurs filling up every corner as the gameplay reveal showcases was set to commence in roughly about 10 minutes. The CEO, on the other hand, after a few more seconds of some casual chit-chat here and there, instead of sitting with his employees, made his way backstage as per protocols required for all the presenters of their respective gameplay showcases. Literal seconds after he was out of sight, though, Dahlia, Ariana, and Sasha arrived in their vibrant cosplay outfits, all three settling into their seats as they looked around curiously. Kyle, I'm guessing? You missed him by a few seconds, Owen casually remarked, earning appreciative nods from the ladies. Meanwhile, as this was happening, situated on their far left and occupying almost 2 rows, was a mix of GameSoft Studios employees and their investors. As expected, Griffin was also on ground, seated amidst his fellow wealthy investors. However, instead of fully engaging in the conversations his fellow colleagues were having, his eyes kept darting over to Spawn Point Studio employees from afar who looked way too relaxed for people that would be showcasing their video game last, especially after A Pirate's Odyssey. For some reason or the other, it made him quite uncomfortable. That aside, though, a few minutes later, all the seats in the main hall's auditorium were occupied as everyone gingerly looked forward to the showcase to commence. And roughly 30 seconds later, the host in charge of kicking off the showcase walked onto the stage with a light smile and a few words of formalities. Soon, his hands gestured towards the screen as the lights in the room dimmed to present the very first video game showcase of the day. As the gargantuan screen in the energetically charged atmosphere of the auditorium revealed the first game, gamers watched on in anticipation. A rendered in-game, cel-shaded styled cinematic. It started first with a panned-out shot of a lush, quiet, vegetation-filled land from the peak of a mountain with a soothing, almost ethereal-like music. A few seconds later, a beautiful elven-looking lady ran towards the edge of the cliff of said mountain and instantly skydived off it with a phoenix-winged contraption as the game's title came into view. No sooner had the gamers seen that, a loud, frenzied roar of tingling excitement filled up every corner of the auditorium. Even Dahlia, Ariana, and Sasha were clapping their hands gleefully like the hardcore fangirls that they were. And the same could be said for those live streaming the showcase themselves. Papa's Nintendo. Let's effing go. Link Awakens. Finally. We waited 5 years for this shit. Skyward Blade, man. The folks at Nintendo sure took their time. Can't wait to lay my hands on this. Day one purchase for sure. The Fable of Xenon, Call of the Wind, an action-adventure game that had been in the works at a popular video game publisher company and studio called Nintendo, had finally been unveiled after so long with an overwhelmingly positive reception. And what a way it was for Gamescom to start off with the gameplay reveals, as the studio head of Nintendo soon took the stage a few minutes later to give more insight into the game. After that reveal came the next few games, some more engaging than the others. But unfortunately, nothing was able to reach the same supercharged atmosphere that Call of the Wind had effortlessly invoked, albeit a select few did come close. And just like that, Carlos, Chase, Owen, and Oliver, alongside the ladies, kept watching in interest, only to feel themselves sit upright when GameSoft Studios' logo came onto the screen, much to the excessive cheers of the gamers in the auditorium. Chapter 202, Stealing the Show. An epic orchestral piece, evocating a sense of grandeur and piracy, followed the cameras as it panned over a massively spanning, vibrantly beautiful archipelago. An iridescent winged parrot, whom had also been the camera's POV, soared through the skies and past the archipelagos as the piece swelled, its eyes scanning the vast blue Caribbean Sea. Then it soared downwards, its field of vision settling on and following a majestic-looking pirate ship. Eventually, the parrot came to perch gently on the shoulder of the ship's captain, the strong breeze ruffling his coat wildly as he gazed through his spyglass. Man the cannons. Hoist the main sails. Bring me that horizon, ye scallywags. We've got a ship to send to Davy Jones, R. The captain soon ordered his crew as an enemy ship came into view. The reception to those first few moments of in-game cinematics alone had the audience in the auditorium screaming wildly as the cinematics smoothly transitioned to gameplay. Even Spawn Point Studio game devs, alongside many other devs from other big studios in the hall, couldn't help but appreciate how cool the gameplay showcase had started off. A pirate's fantasy, very few things could beat that for gamers. 144 FPS underscore nothing, yo. Check out the graphics. Hopefully it can run on my QTX 3080 16GB, i9-9900K, and 64GB RAM PC rig. I will curse you at 144 FPS underscore nothing. Shameless. Show off MF. Screw you. Your kind is one of the most annoying existences to potato gamers around the world. Sailing them high seas. On deck, you scabrous dogs. Today we sail the high seas. Eye patch man give me a pirate's odyssey. Now well, the Black Tempest, as she was called by the pirate captain, moved at full speed, cannons firing from her starboard as it engaged fiercely with the enemy ship. After a few more seconds of naval combat, the player-controlled captain soon gave orders to his crew to dock with and board the enemy ship. As the controlled captain left the helm, he soon joined in with his crew in the battle against their enemies, his brandished cutlass and blunderbuss, eradicating any enemy in sight with stylish hack and slash combat. Definitely making a pre-order. A teen cosplaying a pirate whom was seated just behind Griffin audibly muttered in excitement, earning a slight nod of approval from the investor whom was already excited at the prospect of becoming richer. Still, Griffin glanced over to watch as Carlos and the other Spawn Point Studio employees simply watched on with relaxed smiles on their features, despite everyone else murmuring in excitement. The former CEO didn't like that one bit. The game's naval combat was over and the controlled player looted the enemy ship before jumping aboard his again as the Black Tempest made her way to the nearest island. Upon traveling to and docking at the nearest port as the crew sang seas, shanties, the captain soon met up with an important yet annoyingly eloquent NPC named Vic Sparrow to take up story mission. Elysian Cove. The swaying palms, the breathtaking vistas, and the fair, fetching maidens, oh its isle. The NPC took in the sights of the beautiful island. Tempest Bearer, EVE arrived. Vic soon turned around and gestured in the player's direction. Clowning around. I haven't even played the game, and yet, I know I'm gonna like this Vic guy. Wishful Gamer. Please, let there be branching dialogues that actually have consequences this time. 30 FPS Gamer. Really hope this game plays as good as it looks. I can't be having a budget rig, only to watch my game chug along at sub 30 FPS on low settings. Like that, the rest of the gameplay showcase of A Pirate's Odyssey went on, with both the audience in the auditorium and those live streaming treated to about 10 more minutes of exciting, open-world gameplay. And by the time the gameplay was over, the cheers in the auditorium was exceedingly loud to say the least, even higher than that of Nintendo's game reveal. A few seconds after, GameSoft Studios CEO, Hector, soon took the stage, giving more insight into the various things gamers could expect as they looked forward to its release date on August 5th. To that, the gamers in the room cheered even louder as the game was literally 3 months away. As for SpawnPoint Studio employees, they couldn't help but have a change in their relaxed demeanor when they heard this, frowns instantly gracing their features. Griffin, on the other hand, definitely didn't miss this, as he felt somewhat relieved that his former studio was uncomfortable with whatever it was Hector had said. Possibly, they're planning to release their game in August too, he inwardly mused with a gloating stroke of his beardless chin. That'd practically be suicide for them in sales though. Griffin smirked in amusement as he kept watching Hector talk about the pricing of the game and how it would only be coming to next-gen consoles and PC. The usual formalities, really. In any case, having applauded the GameSoft CEO off the stage when he was done, most gamers in the auditorium seemed to have believed that A Pirate's Odyssey was the last showcase of the day, some already leaving their seats to head out. The pirate RPG sim from the big studio, asides, The Legend of Xenon, Call of the Wind, had definitely stolen this year's gameplay reveals. Even the gamers viewing the livestream had a similar thought process. Gotcha Addict. Alright peeps, I'm a clock out. We'll be purchasing that pirate game on day 1, but, for now, I gotta get back to no lifing Wuthering Impact. Donkey speaks. Guess that's it then. I have to say though, this year's Gamescom gameplay reveals were fun. See y'all next year. Virgil's Chair, A Storm's Approaching. September, October, November, and December's mega-packed with new, flagship releases. Can't wait. Gamer Girl, what a great year for gaming. So many fantastic games to look forward to. Should start saving in advance for Animal Passing next month though. However, noticing that the gargantuan screen in the room dimmed once more, this time with an unfamiliar studio logo, literally spawning onto the screen, a few people in the hall curiously tilted their heads. As for Griffin, he leaned back into his chair with an unperturbed demeanor, wondering what exactly his former game studio had been up to as the gameplay showcase began. From a bird's-eye view, multiple skyscrapers gleamed in the afternoon sun with a sense of scale and modernity for a few seconds. Then the cameras cut to a white charter bus, coming to a halt on the beautifully rendered and visually artistic New York City streets, filled to the brim with bustling, lifelike pedestrians and various vehicles. Exiting the bus were a slew of excited college students as they followed a middle-aged man who seemed to be their professor into a towering skyscraper they had halted before named Horizon Tech. And then, the last student in the bus stepped out with a tired yawn, his face yet to be shown. He had a backpack slung over his shoulders and a cool yet curious-looking wristband wrapped around his wrist as he caught up with his fellow peers. The moment Griffin saw the high quality of the in-game cinematics, a slight frown graced his features. Sure, it didn't have the almost photorealistic graphics that A Pirate's Odyssey had, but still, it visually holds up, he inwardly muttered to himself as he kept watching the college students and their professor take the elevator up the building. The Bradrat, new IP? Sucker Punch, wow, this looks good. Not as good as A Pirate's Odyssey, of course, but damn, I like the vibrant, lifelike feel of it. Wizlord, that dark brown hair, that cool-looking wristband. No, No, it can't be. As the in-game cinematic played, most in the auditorium had their interest piqued, all of the gamers whom had previously wanted to head out, settling back into their seats. Elise Volt, welcome to Horizon Tech. I'll be your tour guide for today. A young, pretty scientist in a sleek and well-tailored lab coat introduced herself to the professor and his college students. The students, too, responded in kind, albeit one name in particular stood out to the lady when he was introduced. Nathan North. It is you. I read your thesis on the quantum nexus, bridging nanobots and human cognitive symbiosis. It's an exciting read, I must say. To that, the young man with messy, dark brown hair, baby blue eyes, and dark circles under his eyelids was about to respond when the skyscraper suddenly began to rumble. And then, turning their gazes sideways in curiosity as that was where the noise was coming from, they all watched as a technologically advanced pelican with jet booster propulsors zoomed past, smacking into a nearby crane. In literal seconds, a balanced beam that was firmly held in place by said crane had its weight shifted as it swung in a wide arc, crashing straight into the skyscraper. It had only been about 2 minutes into the gameplay showcase, and yet, everyone in the auditorium couldn't help but quiet down, already gripped by the heightened tension of the story. Even the surge of livestream comments had lessened considerably as most wondered what exactly was about to happen next. Shit had gone from 0 to 100 real quick, and judging by the amused smiles of Carlos and his colleagues, it was evident that they were happy with their decision to choose this exact section of the game for their gameplay reveal. Colliding with a powerful, horizontal wide swing against the exact floor of the towering skyscraper they were in, Nathan bolted in Elise's and his professor's direction to push them out of the way. And although he had been successful, he himself was unfortunately smacked right off the skyscraper in the process. As for his fellow disoriented colleagues, Professor and Elise, they soon realized what had happened and immediately screamed his name in a mix of trepidation and saddened shock. At the same time, the pedestrians and citizens below screamed in a mix of distress, shock, and disoriented fear as they watched the sudden and rapidly falling debris. What's going to happen? A teenage girl gamer who was so engrossed in the proceeding of things muttered out loud, similarly mirroring everyone's thoughts in the auditorium. And soon, they got their answers. Currently free-falling unconsciously at midair amidst debris of shattered glass, splintered wood, and chunks of destroyed concrete, Nathan subconsciously heard a distant scream of his name. And then he heard it clearly, the terrified shouts of his name, mixed with blood-curdling screams and bellows, and suddenly, his eyes flashed open with a deep inhale. And no sooner had that happened, a virtual, hard light-like construct completely enveloped him from his wristband, all the way to his other extremities. In an instant, the young man was suited up in his self-designed, adaptive exosuit, his grav boots emitting a wide area, zero-gravity pulse to slow down his fall and the surrounding, falling debris. Watching as everything gently fell instead of violently crashing upon them, the citizens and pedestrians below chanted his name with a mix of relieved awe. Yet, with an immediate launch of his retractable grappling hook, Tech was launched himself across the city, hot on the tail of the pelican. At that exact moment, the in-game cinematic effortlessly transitioned to gameplay as the hero swung across the city with a mix of wall runs and his retractable hook for an increased sense of momentum as the powerful, heroic theme kicked in. A resounding roar of supercharged excitement immediately enveloped the hall as the little kid in every gamer sprung to life. At the same time, Calhoun was actually playing the game backstage, had a massive grin on his features as he felt the joy of every gamer in the hall as they kept watching. Whiz Lord, let's fucking go. It's Tech Whiz. I can't believe it. Spooderman, a new superhero video game. Shut the fuck up and take my money. Pro_noobs. This looks so fire. When was the last time we had a new IP and a superhero game at that? It's been years. Can't lose the pelican. It's my only lead. Tech was stated mid-gameplay with urgency as he watched the pelican cut across the river as some jet skis chased after it. With another pull of his retractable hook, the hero launched himself forward, performed an acrobatic mid-air barrel roll, and then landed on the surface of the water. Not a single moment wasted. The player-controlled tech whiz blitzed across the body of water, rapidly catching up to the jet skis as a few button prompts appeared for a stylish takedown. At this point, a good percentage of gamers in the hall had their mouths opened, wide agape. Silver Surfer, you can run on water? I'm sold. I'm goddamn sold. Cavalrine, first we get a pirate sim, now we get a superhero sim? What a time to be alive. Game lover, I don't even know who Tech Whiz is, but I don't care. I'ma play the heck out of this game. Having taken down most of the jet ski guys, Tech Whiz watched as one of the goons he was yet to take down atop another jet ski fired a photon beam in the Pelican's direction, connecting with its wing and burning a hole through it. In an instant, the aircraft nosedived and crashed into an empty bay area by the riverside with a big explosion. Swiftly, Tech Whiz ran in that direction, arriving in time, just before the rest of the goons finished off the driver of said Pelican. Combat ensued, and with a combination of a stylized, mixed martial art that used a free-flow combat system of satisfying combos and counters, Tech Whiz knocked out his assailants stone cold. Multiple wows and murmurs of excitement filled up the auditorium as everyone kept watching, same as the live streamers who continuously kept spamming the comments section. I need to know the name of the studio that made this game. One of Griffin's fellow investors, whom had originally had his attention elsewhere when the gameplay demo began, but was now extremely invested, whispered to Griffin, who simply nodded without replying. There was a noticeable hint of discomfort in his gaze as he subconsciously swallowed his saliva and angled his gaze once again in Carlos and the Spawn Point Studio employee's direction. How did they even make this? The former CEO inwardly questioned in utter perplexity. Employing a mix of environmental takedowns and stylish finishers, alongside the use of two gadgets, a digital cloak and his nanoswarm drones for mild tossing, Tech Whiz soon effortlessly swept through the bad guys, knocking each and every goon out, stone cold. Now to check who's piloting the Pelican, he stated with a determined tone as he moved towards the crashed aircraft. However, upon prying open the hatch, Tech Whiz's visor widened when he saw no one seated inside, except for a countdown timer for the Pelican itself to self-destruct in 3, 2, 1. And just before the Pelican did in fact explode with he and all the goons he had knocked out within vicinity, the cameras cut to an electrifying reveal of the game everyone had been watching. Tech Whiz. What followed after the gameplay ended and the screens faded to black was pure chaos of frenzied excitement as the gamers in the hall released deafening roars of exhilaration, mixed with a thunderous round of applause, whistles, and cheers. Yet, as if the surprise reveal of a new game hadn't been enough, everyone watched as a bespectacled young man with voluminous raven hair and sapphire irises walked onto the stage in calm strides. Chapter 203, $39.99. Dressed impeccably and stylishly in a black turtleneck, black pants, sleek black sneakers, and a form-fitting, navy blue long coat, Kyle calmly stood atop the expansive stage. The shocked expression on everyone's faces at Gamescom, both in the hall and online, was evidently pronounced, save for his employees and a few con staffs whom had seen him earlier in the day and backstage. Still, the young man humbly introduced himself with a warm smile. "Hello, everyone. It's my greatest pleasure to meet you all." To his words, most in the auditorium could still only watch on in perplexed shock. "I'm Kyle Kestis, Spawn Point Studios CEO." Kyle continued speaking nonetheless as he briefly gestured to the massive screen behind him where Tech Whiz's gameplay reveal had been showcased. "Unexpected, I know. And no, it's not a prank or a celebrity stunt, I promise." The young man was still trying to clarify when a massive surge of awestruck roars slammed right into his eardrums. At the same time, the livestream comments exploded exponentially. "Wakey wakey, babies, boys, girls, men and women of all ages. Wake the hell up. The Kyle Kestis is at Gamescom." Confused Ungabunga. I don't even know what to say. Kyle's such a huge nerd. I shouldn't even find it shocking that he's the CEO of a whole-ass game studio, and yet, here I am with my jaws on the fudging floor. Chill guy. Typically, I hate the idea of seeing celebrities at Gamescom, but for Kyle, I'd die on the hill that this man is a godsend. British gamer. I've never, and I mean never, seen this bloke get stick no matter where he goes. Are we, in our collective bloody minds, even sure Kyle's a Hollywood celebrity and not just one of us lads that everyone loves cause he's such a good-natured chap? Guys, please, go easy on your vocal cords. Kyle, on the other hand, held his palms out in gestured yet genuine concern, noticeably taken aback by the exploding fever of animated cheers. Yet, the roaring excitement only seemed to get louder by the minute as more and more gamers stood up from their seats to scream even louder while simultaneously applauding. At this rate, Griffin was absolutely bamboozled. He just couldn't fathom or wrap his head around why Kyle would spend so much money on a game that he, as Spawn Point Studios' former CEO, clearly saw next to no prospect in. Yet, nothing could prepare him for what he'd witnessed next. There they were, GameSoft Studios' younger investors, previously seated around him but now, currently off their seats while roaring alongside the gamers in the auditorium. As for Oliver, he couldn't help but burst into genuine laughter as he watched Carlos, Owen, Dahlia, and the other Spawn Point Studio employees, similarly joining in with the screaming crowd. At this rate, Kyle just stared on, completely awestruck by the overwhelmingly positive response. I thought gamers hated the idea of celebrities at Gamescom. Am I behind the times, perhaps? He couldn't help but wonder to himself as the roars of excitement slowly began to die down. What Kyle didn't know, though, was just how much he kept underestimating his current popularity and fame as a young, emulatable young man in Hollywood for a lot of the younger generations, and a role model the older ones wish their kids strive to be. Added to that, he had practically been living as a hermit for close to a month, now despite his fame surging every blessed day with the ridiculously successful 4.3 million unit sales of kaleidoscopes in a month. And so, considering this was his very first public showing in a fairly long while, at least by industry standards, the reception to his appearance was practically met with positive fervor. And as if that wasn't enough, he had practically stated that he was the CEO of the studio that made such an exciting superhero game they hadn't seen in years, literal minutes ago. If nothing at all, that simple reveal alone had the blood of most gamers pumping because in their collective minds, and from what they'd seen of Kyle online several times, they could infer that he was definitely a comic book and video game geek, just like most of them were. Sure, most didn't know who Tech Whiz was at the moment, but now they'd be actively looking for every reason to read up on it in preparation for the game's release. That said, about a minute later, noticing that the roars of excitement had died down considerably, Kyle then spoke, the genuine appreciation in his tone palpable. Wow, that's extraordinary. I'm so honored. Thank you so very much for doing that. But I'm limited in the amount of time I get to present the game dash. Kyle's words were cut off by a random lady whom was making a TikTok live stream of Gamescom as she screamed at the top of her lungs. You're extraordinary. Yuri extraordinary. Kyle remarked in kind as he instantly pinpointed the location of the scream with his heightened sense of hearing and pointed directly at the lady who screamed even louder in acknowledgement. To that, a cascading mix of hearty laughter and elated cheers rolled over the entire auditorium. You're all extraordinary, Kyle soon added as another wave of cheers, whistles and roars of elation filled up the hall. High on Euphoria. He's extraordinary. We're extraordinary. Ice Guy Gamer. Yes. Is this the casket maker? Good. Make my casket today. Why, you ask? Kyle just called us extraordinary, so I might as well just die from happiness soon. Metro Man. Kyle's interaction with that lady gives me the I love you superhero and I love you random citizen vibes. Sweets and games. Kyle's such a sweetheart, really. I just love how he goes straight to also praising everyone else. All right, back to business, guys. I want to tell you something. The young CEO quickly pivoted. Seriously, I only have 2 more minutes of allocated time to present the game, so please, hear me out for a few moments, okay? He humorously but truthfully added, eliciting a light wave of hearty chuckles from most in the hall. What you've just experienced is a sneak peek of our studio's very first AAA video game, Tech Whiz. It's also a passion project of mine, so I look forward to showing you all the full thing when it finally releases this year, on the 5th of August. Kyle stated with a charismatic smile. To that, another deafening sound of excited roars cascaded over the entire hall. One could practically see the glee in the eye of most. Gamers in the auditorium as they realized they'd be getting two blockbusters, and now the most anticipated games, on the very same day. As for GameSoft Studio, the moment they heard that date, practically every one of their investors and employees on ground, their CEO included, felt a small chill of fear run down their spines. If before they had been certain they'd trample upon any competition that so much as felt stupid enough to even launch a game in the month of August, now, they themselves were palpably wary and quite scared. TechWiz, coincidentally releasing on the same day as theirs, was definitely bad news bears. That said, the gamers were happy at the prospect of laying their hands on two big budget games on the same day, and that really was what truly mattered. Boy, we eating good this August, boys. I'm so friggin' hyped. Asman Papa. As a streamer, I see this as a big W. More content to make in the year of August. On_that_grind. I still can't believe that Kyle Kestis is CEO at 22. Bro just can't stop catching wins. Billie Eilish. Which platforms will TechWiz be coming to? Hopefully not a console exclusive. Almost as if Kyle had seen the live stream comments, he coincidentally stated, TechWiz will be coming to PC for PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Series Z, and Series S. Once again, another wave of blissful cheers from gamers filled up the hall, albeit of lesser intensity when compared to the previous. Well, that was until Kyle dropped a bombshell. And one more thing, TechWiz will be retailing at $39.99. Yes, you heard right, $39.99. That's all I have time for, guys. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all come August. He waved to the audience as he quickly rounded up and headed backstage. Kyle had gotten off stage at exactly 10 seconds short of his allotted time for his presentation to be over. Yet, his words had an almost nuke-like effect in the auditorium as another deafening roar of excitement shook its walls while the live stream comments erupted like a volcanic eruption. Boss baby, I just have to ask, one more time. I heard right? $39.99. Oh baby on a cartwheel, here I come. Budget gamer. SpawnPoint Studios be doing the Lord's work by making it easier for me to save for both A Pirate's Odyssey and TechWiz in the coming months. Definitely getting both on day one. Critical gamer, and they called me mad for saying $69.99 was too expensive in 2021. Just imagine if TechWiz is as good as it looks and seemingly plays fantastically as well. All these big studios are going to have to review their pricings pronto. Was Lord? Yep. That seals it. I'll be buying TechWiz 3 times for both of my consoles and my PC rig. Maybe even get an extra one for a collector's edition if they'll have. Twitch spammer. Best Gamescom gameplay reveal ever. Trust me, this moment's going to be iconic in the coming years. I can feel it in my bones. Having left the stage, the showcase's general host soon took the stage to give a few words of formalities before he then finalized the end of the gameplay showcase segment of Gamescom. At the same time, not even a few minutes had passed before the viral news hit the internet that Kyle Kestis was a young CEO at the age of 22 and his studio was producing the first blockbuster superhero video game in years. That said, as most of the gamers, game devs, game journalists, and reporters made their way out of the auditorium with excited murmurs, specifically because of TechWiz, a trio of indie devs glanced at each other and then nodded curtly in determination. Watching from afar as Kyle walked up to his employees whom were currently and animatedly cheering in praises at their CEO's presentation, the trio walked up to them with a professional demeanor. And no sooner had Kyle seen them, he smiled warmly in acknowledgement while simultaneously asking, "Hey guys, so what did you say? Think you'll be willing to take me up on my offer?" Chapter 204, Peculiar Offer. Minutes before the showcase. West Hall. The hall where multiple indie devs passionately showed off demos of their unpublished game or a proof of concept of their brainchild to gamers and investors alike. And on the rare occasion of them being lucky enough, they could even be opportune to showcase their passion projects to a big publisher. That said, actually getting these group of individuals interested in their products, now that was a different ballgame entirely. If there was one trait all game devs knew that the average gamer typically shared with game publishers and investors, it was that they had an almost insatiable thirst for more and more and more. Perhaps this thirst of theirs even rivaled the crowned kings of insatiable novel fire readers, but that's beside the point. Whereas for the average gamer, it was hours upon hours of top-notch content. For investors and publishers, it was exponentially financial gains. And for a startup group of 3 high school dropouts, Otis, Theo, and Phineas, all of whom had been tight-knit buddies since they were in middle school, they were really struggling to get anyone interested in their game demo. Yet, as if to add salt to an already festering wound, the space allocated to them in the corner of the hall was so unfavorable, they might as well be obscure from the gamers and investors around. Guys, was this a bad idea? Otis, their leader, with his curly, brown e-boy hair and light brown irises, his build on the slightly lanky side of an average build, commented hopelessly, "No, but it might as well be if we're not even getting any gamers or investors coming over." Theo, with his short messy hair, pocketed his hands into his hoodie with a dispirited gaze in his misty gray irises as he replied, "Let's not lose all hope just yet." Phineas, with his unruly, mop-styled black hair, held on to a sliver of hope as he leaned dejectedly into his chair, an almost defeated gaze in his sea-green irises. The game the trio had created was called Fortnite. It was a co-op hybrid tower defense shooter and survival game where players banded together to fight off zombie-like creatures and defend objects with traps and fortifications they could build. Having conceived the idea 2 years back under one of the many staircases of their high school while avoiding PE in their freshman year, the group of friends had immediately began working on it that very same day. In the course of developing the game, though, they had realized how prospectively successful it could go on to be. And so, with the seemingly unrealistic joint dreams of also becoming the next Bill Gates and Elon Musk, all 3 did the smart, or stupid thing, and dropped out of high school. Their parents and guardians, as one would have expected, didn't take too kindly to their decisions, and slowly, everything began to spiral out of control for them. Developing the game became so much harder to say the least, and at some point, all 3 realized that they needed huge financial support to really bring the game to the height of the vision they conceived. First, they had tried taking on multiple part-time jobs just to fund the project, but they had soon realized, pretty quickly, that it wasn't feasible. As a result, they decided to request for financial aid via crowdfunding. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out so well for them. They, too, ended up being among the many others on the platforms whose campaigns didn't bear any fruit. It was almost as if no one saw the potential in the game that they saw, and as a result, the trio of devs were forced to pivot and come up with another plan. Gamescom had been that plan. In fact, it seemed to be the only concrete plan they'd been able to come up with. This time, the trio had hoped to at least meet an investor or a game publisher whom would be willing to take their chances with them. However, reality was often very disappointing, and as of the moment, all 3 had a lost look on their tired, overworked features as they watched other indie devs like them converse excitedly and passionately with gamers and investors alike from the little corner they and their booth were tucked in. That was until a bespectacled young man with a nose mask on walked over to them with a curious gaze on his features. Soon he arrived before their booth, his intrigued gaze intently trained on one of their monitors as the trio's pre-rendered game kept playing for more than 3 minutes. Cartoonish whimsicality with a stylized blend of realism. "That's cool and distinct," he soon muttered out loud, causing Otis, Theo's and Phineas' already widened eyes of genuine surprise to widen even more. For a few seconds, the trio couldn't believe their eyes as the young man casually picked up one of the controllers stationed atop the booth's table and soon began playing the game. A few minutes later, the guys watched in utter perplexity as the masked individual effortlessly got the hang of the game without them even showing him the ropes. As of the moment, in fact, he was constructing what seemed to be a towering stack of woods and bricks to barricade himself from the swarm of zombies, while healing his avatar and the AI-controlled companions. "You guys made this?" The bespectacled young man soon inquired of the trio, pausing the game as he gazed at them in amazement. "Why, Otis stuttered in surprise at first, and then added in a mix of pride and excitement, "We did." To that, Theo and Phineas nodded similarly, joy swelling in their hearts as all 3 stood up from their seats to gather around the masked man who replied enthusiastically, I like it a lot." It's really fun and also plays quite well for a demo. No sooner had the bespectacled young man said that, though, he suddenly checked his wristwatch and then stated, his tone turning serious and professional as he rummaged through his pocket. I have to be at the main hall for the showcase in a few minutes, but before I go, the masked man handed over his card to each of them, subtly noting the trio's names as he stared at their Gamescom passes angled around their necks. Spawn Point Studios, Otis, Theo, and Phineas, on the other hand, simultaneously muttered out loud as they read the back of the business card while the bespectacled man gestured to them in a businesslike demeanor. Look, you three have something special here with Fortnite. It's rough around the edges, sure, but the core idea? It's got serious potential. The prospective investor spoke to the three who listened as he kept speaking, their attention rapt. So, here's my offer. I'll back you guys up with the necessary resources you need to really polish this to perfection, the man offered. But in addition, you'll need to work at my studio, at least till you're done polishing the game. He added a clause that had the trio of indie devs a bit wary. I hope you'll consider my offer. I think it'd be worth your while. But for now, I have to go. Call me if you're interested. The masked man casually waved all three off as he quickly made his way out of the hall. As the trio watched the receding back of the mystery man till he was out of sight, they all turned to face each other, equal parts excited yet guarded about the man's offer. Most indie devs in the gaming industry knew clearly well that publishers and studios had pretty predatory contracts, one that Otis, Theo, and Phineas wanted to avoid at all costs. However, at the very same time, they had finally met someone who seemed just as enthusiastic about what they had made as they were and was willing to even take a chance with them. What to do? Otis muttered out loud as he and his guys kept staring at the business cards in their hand. While pondering on that thought alongside his buds, Otis soon flipped the business card to the front and was utterly shocked to see the name engraved onto it. Around that exact same time, Theo and Phineas had done the same, their eyes widening in a mix of shocked disbelief. Glancing over to each other, all three snappily recalled that Kyle said he was headed over to the main hall for the showcase. Without a moment wasted, they hurriedly exited the West Hall, their legs taking them briskly to the main hall's auditorium. But by the time they had arrived there, the showcase was on the eve of commencing, and so they all found a few empty seats at the very back and waited for it all to be over. And that was how the trio of indie devs found themselves before the mystery man whom had turned out to be Kyle Kestis once more. Hey guys, so what did you say? Think you'll be willing to take me up on my offer? Yes, we will. The trio of young guys in their late teens, each with a professional smile on their lips, responded with a resolute nod. Good. You won't regret it. Kyle clapped in excitement, after which he then introduced the trio to a curious Oliver, Carlos, Owen, Dahlia, Chase, Ariana, and Sasha. Guys, meet Otis, Theo, and Phineas. I met them at the West Hall a few minutes before the showcase. They've conceived an idea for a game called Fortnite, and, judging from what I've seen of its demo, I believe it could be something really special. Kyle added with a light smile, much to the curiosity of his employees, who couldn't wait for their CEO to share more deets about said game with them. Chapter 205, Den of Nerds. Only an hour had passed after the grand reveal showcases from Gamescom, and a plethora of articles had already hit the internet. The best reveals and moments from Gamescom, A Pirate's Odyssey, Call of the Wind, and Tech Whiz stole the spotlight. Top 10 demos we loved at Gamescom 2021. Is Gamescom still the king of gaming conventions in 2021? Gamescom surprise. Tech Whiz showcase brings fans to their feet. From articles focused on the grand reveals at the convention, to fan-focused featured articles, all the way to analysis and commentary-based articles, more and more articles kept hitting the internet. However, despite these plethora of articles, a good chunk of gamers whom were unable to attend still waited for Den of Nerds, one of the most popular and reputable gaming blogs, to release an article on their site. Known for their unhinged, cultural yet fun, brutally unbiased take on everything in the gaming sphere, gamers absolutely adored the gaming media company's commitment to focusing solely on gamers themselves without any other shenanigans in the form of political propaganda. And soon, Just as a lot of their active followers impatiently waited for them to release the link to their article on various social media platforms, they did. Gamescom through the ages. 20 years of iconic reveals and memorable moments. Gamescom. You. Sons of Guns, you've done it again. 20 years, and still, you remain the crowned king of gaming conventions all over the world. For 2 decades, this beloved gaming convention has stood as the ultimate celebration of gaming culture, a stage where dreams are realized, trailers and showcases become legendary, and fans unite to share their love of interactive entertainment. From its humble beginnings to its current status as the most anticipated gaming convention in the world, Gamescom has Delhi. Alright, fine. We get it, okay. No one wants to hear the boring, nerd talk. Seriously, why then are we called Den of Nerds? Anyway, at the end of the day, we as gamers all know that Gamescom is mostly about the big showcases and grand reveals of the latest flagship games from the studio giants and promising indie devs. No one gives a shit about what DLC studios are releasing for their dying games-as-a-service title. Hey there, Concord. We mean Shikordia. Ahem. For a moment there, we were almost nice to them. And neither do we give 2 hoots about those shitty video game adaptations. Those greedy-ass corporates literally ruined Eclipse. Combat Evolved last year, people. So, without further ado, let's dive right into why you should be sulking and eating a bucket of ice cream in denial if you missed this year's Gamescom. Here are the highlights. Vertistation once again crushed Xbox with their plethora of flagship exclusives. Seriously, go watch our video about it on our YouTube channel. It's hilarious. The Fable of Xenon, Call of the Wind, finally has a release date after 5 years of development. Grab a red pen and circle November 3rd on those calendars, gamers. Grand Theft Auto 6 was teased but still has no concrete release date. But hey, at least we know it's still in development and not just some mythical game. Rip and Tear Eternal will be coming to all platforms on the 23rd of September. Personally, we can't wait to abuse the grappling hook mechanic. Soul Knight is launching next month after 3 years of going radio silent, and the date's June 7th. Gotta be honest, we're extremely excited about this one. A Pirate's Odyssey calls us to the sea on the 5th of August. All hands on deck, ye scurvy dogs. Pirate tales be awaiting. That seems to be all. But hold up a minute. New information's just getting to us. A practically unknown studio swooped in and stole the show at the very last minute? Spawn Point Studios, you say? They showcased a 25-minute gameplay of their first AAA video game based off of a lesser-known but gem of a comic book called TechWiz. Their CEO's the Kyle Kestis. It retails at $39.99 and is releasing on the same day as A Pirate's Odyssey. Then why the hell are we here writing this goddamn article? Have you forgotten we're geeks here at Den of Nerds? We need to go catch up on TechWiz's oldest and latest issues then, pronto. Get this darn article out of my sight. No sooner had gamers around the world read that article, mostly through the link Den of Nerds had pinned on the main page of their Tweet Talks account, most immediately began engaging with the post after they'd read it. Low poly potato. Gamescom brought the heat, but Den of Nerds brought the sass. This recap is a masterpiece. We do a bit of trolling. Kyle just doesn't quit, man. That moment when you think he's laying low, boom. He pops out of the blue with a banger of exciting news every blessed time. I adore that guy. Also, better catch up on TechWiz before its release date. Achievement Hunter. I will be proud to tell my kids that I was there at the iconic TechWiz reveal trailer and that I also saw Kyle Kestis calling us extraordinary live. Gives me so much joy and excitement for the future. Control-Alt-Hype. Wait, what? Spawn Point Studios pulled a plot twist bigger than GTA VI's non-existent release date. Take my money now. Silver Surfer. You can also run on water in-game at Control-Alt-Hype. Here's a clip of the moment from its gameplay showcase. Control-Alt-Hype at Silver Surfer. I said take my money. I'm even gonna start binge reading the comics starting tonight. Princess Peach. Kyle is a CEO now, and I still can't wrap my head around it. Our cinnamon roll just went from Hollywood heartthrob to a gamer's hero within a few minutes on stage. $39.99. My goodness. Tommy Spaghetti, Den of Nerds writing. 90% of this article just to flip out about Tech Whiz. At the end is such a vibe. I love these guys. Loot Goblin 88. A $39.99 AAA game. Is Spawn Point trying to revive affordable gaming, or is this a trap? Either way, I'm pre-ordering on both of my consoles. Noob Slayer 77. Concordia's DLC callout has me crying. Den of Nerds giving no mercy today, and I love to see it. Gaming Joystick. Virtu Station dunking on Z-Box, A Pirate's Odyssey, and Tech Whiz coming in to swoop the show were the best moments of this year's Gamescom. Dare I even say, this is the best Gamescom in years. R_matey. Den of Nerds shouting, all hands on deck, ye scurvy dogs, has me ready to roleplay as a pirate. August can't come soon enough. And yes, as someone who saw A Pirate's Odyssey in action and played the demo at GameSoft's booth, I can truthfully tell everyone that it's the most hyper-realistic looking game I've seen in years. High-res pixels, A Pirate's Odyssey, and Tech Whiz dropping on the same day. My wallet can't take it, but my gamer soul must. Time to ransack my house for those random funds I tucked away for rainy days. Side Quest Queen. Get this darn article out of my sight. Ladies and gents, this energy is why I love Den of Nerds. Spilling the tea, roasting everyone, and geeking out like the nerds that they are. Gaming Overlord. Spawn Point CEO is Kyle Kestis, Next we'll hear he's starring in a Tech Whiz live adaptation soon. You have my full stamp of approval. At Kyle Kestis. Wizlord at Gaming Overlord. I staunchly support your stamp of approval. I mean, Kyle really only has to dye his hair brown, and voila. Perfect casting. Also, I'm so glad people are finally getting interested in my favorite comic book of all time. Thank you Spawn Point Studios for bringing this gem of a comic book to the light. As more and more comments kept pouring into the comments section of the now viral post, GameSoft Studios CEO soon began getting bombarded with calls from all of the company's business investors, all of them asking if Tech Whiz would be a hindrance to A Pirate's Odyssey. To that, the CEO simply replied that despite the surprise release of the superhero game, launching on the same day as theirs, recent analytics from their marketing and PR department actually showed that most gamers hadn't really changed their minds on getting their game. Projected returns are still well above breaking even, so lay your worries to rest. Hector, currently seated in his limo which was taking him to GameSoft's Gamescom after-party, stated with a relaxed smile to one of their major investors. And surprisingly, that was the truth. Despite Spawn Point's studio surprise drop of Tech Whiz, gamers were still planning to get both. Considering how heavily marketed the Pirate Sim RPG was, along with the hype they had been building up for the past 2 years now, gamers were still very much just as interested in their game as they were in the superhero game. Listening to Hector's words from the other end of the phone, though, Griffin took in a deep breath and then responded, "All right then. I hope you're right, Hector." With those words, the line of transmission was cut as Griffin placed his phone aside and leaned into the seat of his Bentley Continental GT. However, even as he did this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt in his heart that A Pirate's Odyssey wouldn't be the behemoth he had originally hoped for it to be. Recalling how Tech Whiz's grand reveal had the gamers in the auditorium in shambles of thrilled fervor, way before Kyle Kestis even took the stage, Griffin heaved another deep breath to calm his mind and tensed nerves. Not wanting to linger any longer on his thoughts lest other emotions he was trying to suppress bubbled to the surface, the former CEO then ignited the engine of his car, the vehicle gliding out of the car park as he also made his way to GameSoft Studios after-party. ****. Kyle's rise to fame, especially as an independent artist, was astonishing to say the least. Yet, if one examined his Hollywood career closely, they would soon come to one peculiar realization that laid the groundwork for his exponential rise to fame and fortune. And that was the unexpected shades of variations the young man brought to the table an artist. Whereas other artists in the cutthroat industry would focus majorly on either making music or making movies to stay relevant, Kyle was ever-shifting, unrestrained by the need to stay rooted to one place. At the same time, despite most artists enamored by the glitz and glam of Hollywood, Kyle wasn't. In fact, he was one of the very few outliers in the industry who was not interested in the glam and not remotely impressed by the glitz. This made his next moves, and quite literally Kyle himself as a person, unpredictably mysterious to most in the industry, an industry that did in fact thrive on the glam and glitz. Oliver, Gwen, and Stuart knew this perfectly. As a result, from the very first day they had asked of Kyle to lay low as at early last month, they had more or less set a well-engineered and systematic plan in motion. This plan was made not just to prevent an overexposure of Kyle Kestis to the public after the success of his album, but to also build up a fresh air of mystery and suspense on what he had been up to whilst laying low from the media. And now, with his surprise reveals at Gamescom, he was once again the most talked about news, both in Hollywood and in the gaming sphere, without the label of oversaturation plastered on him. That said, August 5th would be in exactly 2 months. And it would come much sooner, rather than later, with an interesting turn of events between the most anticipated pirate sim RPG of the year and the recently hyped action-adventure superhero video game. But in between those moments, Kyle Kestis would finally be doing live shows again. Live shows his team had purposely booked in advance for this very moment when he would be at another peak of his fame. This news, as one would expect, was received with an immensely positive reception of thrilled joy and excitement from his many fans, music critics, and music enthusiasts in the industry alike. Chapter 206, Live Shows. Over the course of the rest of the month of May, June, and July, Kyle's live performances became one of the most sought-after shows to look forward to for fans and music enthusiasts alike in the industry. Sure, his album being a mega hit and his announcement at Gamescom was one of the driving factors at first, but soon, those same factors quickly became an afterthought, as there was something so much interesting every fan who attended his live shows looked forward to: the fan interactions. Literally, after each song Kyle performed, he'd make fun, interesting, and engaging small talk with his audience before moving on to the next. On the 15th of May, at Kyle's very first live show for his album promotions at the Opera House in Toronto, the young man, having just sung Back to the Start, noticed a peculiar-looking banner from a fan in the audience. To that, he had paused mid-dialogue while playfully reprimanding his screaming fans, whom were once again throwing stuff, and instead squinted his eyes in a noticeable hint of familiarity as he said, fingers pointed in the lady's direction, "I might have questionable eyesight, but that sign says Vincent, and Megan says hi. Please come to our 56th anniversary. Right?" he asked with an elated tone as his fans chuckled humorously at his self-jab. To that, the entire audience in the auditorium watched as the lady holding onto said banner screamed in response, "Yes, I'd love to." Kyle responded instantaneously as the crowd screamed in enthusiasm, after which he then asked, "But, wait a minute, are you their granddaughter?" "Yes," the lady responded with a noticeably heightened scream of elation this time. "It's so lovely to meet you. Your grandparents are the sweetest. By the way, what's your name?" Kyle returned her energy whilst also asking another question. "Maggie." The teenage girl practically bubbled with unrestrained fervor as she kept conversing with Kyle. "Well, Maggie, it's such a pleasure to meet you." Kyle warmly smiled, after which he then promised, "That said, I'll have Owen, my assistant, contact you about the details. I'll be sure to attend the anniversary, so remember to save a spot for me, and some fruit punch." This time, Maggie, alongside every fan in the Opera House, roared in a mix of feverish elation and amused laughter as Kyle then moved on to the next song. And indeed, in the coming days after his promise, Kyle did in fact attend the two lovely elderly's anniversary. The pictures the trio took, alongside their other family members, ended up going viral as the internet found Kyle's gesture to be extremely sweet. In fact, his fans had started attributing the young star the title Hollywood's Cinnamon Roll, a title the young man himself had humbly yet bashfully replied to at an interview for a popular magazine that he found equal parts heartwarming yet way too much for him. On the 22nd of May, at another live show, this time at the Commodore Ballroom, Vancouver, after Kyle was done performing Hazy Night, in a beautiful sing-along moment with the audience, a trio of fans at the front lines offered him an interesting gift. "Kyle, KK, here, we have a gift for you." They all waved him over while jointly presenting the small, white gift box wrapped in a red bow, one that Kyle, upon receiving, curiously opened. "A friendship bracelet?" The young star inquired with a surprised yet appreciative expression on his features as he kept staring at the metallic bracelet with his name engraved onto it. Yeah, the trio of pretty ladies in their early 20s responded enthusiastically. Oh, Kyle arched an amused eyebrow, after which he then said, "Never used one of these before, but then again, there's a first time for everything." He slipped the bracelet onto his wrists and winked at the ladies who were practically screaming their hearts out in joy. Literally, they all also had the same on their wrists with their own engraved names, so the fact that Kyle was also wearing his made them feel connected to him in a special way as fans. But little did the group of friends know just how much mayhem they'd cause for themselves with that simple gesture of theirs, because something they had expected Kyle to wear only once at that live show was something he practically began to wear everywhere, as pointed out by his fans, paparazzi, and the media alike. Before the ladies knew it, they started getting bombarded with calls, offers, and requests from many of Kyle's fans to have a similarly personalized bracelet with their names on it made. The trio of friends had unexpectedly stumbled on a lucrative business, and instantly, they capitalized on it. And at the same time, by Kyle's next live show, much to his genuine shock, practically all his fans had matching bracelets similar to his. On the 9th of June, Kyle, having been invited to Capital FM's Summertime Ball to headline the opening act, made a splash with his energetic and entertaining performance of Electrified and Light a Fire. Although his fellow artists whom he sang those songs with weren't chanced to attend the ball itself due to their own busy schedules. Still, what really made his appearance at the mini-festival in London go viral despite the absence of his fellow artists wasn't just the fantastic performances even in their absence. Rather, it was the moment where Kyle had asked a curious question after performing Electrified, minutes before he then performed Light a Fire. Question: what do I call you, sweethearts? I mean, I know most artists have a name they refer to their fans as, but we've never had that discussion, have we? Thoughts? He curiously gestured to the crowd. To those string of questions, though, a lot of fans in the audience soon began pitching pet names instead. Sweethearts is okay, a teenage fan stated with playful mirth. Sugar Plum's perfect, one lady belted out her opinion, her intentions clear. Honey Buns would be chef's kiss, another fan shamelessly added. To that, Kyle could only watch on in a mix of amused disbelief as the rest of the fans at the venue burst into an almost unified wave of laughter. Soon, though, the young man spoke, a strong hint of humor in his concerned tone. Ladies, stop it. Get some help. Another cascade of laughter washed over the venue once more as Kyle similarly joined in, after which he then proceeded to sing Light a Fire, the song that had finally won out against Electrified by a couple thousand streams. And just like that, many other fan interaction moments from his live shows were shared on various social media platforms, TweetTok, TikTok, and ViewTube especially, as every fan who ended up attending his live shows thoroughly enjoyed themselves and had a good time. In any case, as the young star kept performing at live shows, he'd also squeeze in time to attend interviews from various media publications, talk shows, variety shows, and the likes, his schedule once again packed and hectic. But even then, Kyle was enjoying every moment of it, and before he knew it, June was over and July came along. At this point, Kyle had already cumulatively made about $26.5 million from live shows alone over the course of those 2 months. Considering all the live shows his team had planned, brought about an estimated total of over 750K plus fans all in all, with the tickets sold at an average of $34.99. These returns were expected. The returns on his album, however, having already sold a cumulative total of 7.8 million copies in 3 months, netted him a huge sum of over $80 million after he had paid off Disco Tune's 10% percentage cut, Oliver's 20%, and the rest of his team huge bonuses. Then there was also the payment from his Groovebox and ViewTube streams that cumulatively combined to net him over $65 million in profit. All of the songs on his album having already crossed over 500 million streams, with the top songs already well over 1 billion streams, had first been migrated to Groovelist Top 100 last month. And then, at beginning of July, it was duly moved over to the Groovebox's all-time favorite, a chart that only the highest-rated mainstream musicians made their playground. Yet, without mercy, his songs also dominated those charts, further solidifying that Kyle Kestis truly was the next big thing in the music industry. The same also happened with his music videos on YouTube, as all three had individually cracked over 1 billion views, hence getting Kyle into the billion views club, a club that only a top percentile of artists ever reached. That said, by the time the third week of July came along, Kyle and his team finally rounded up all the live shows they had planned. And with that came another period of months for the young star to take a breather, especially with the Hollywood Writers and Actors Guild strike still ongoing. But even then, Kyle still had a lot of things to sort out, the upcoming release of TechWiz being the major one. With that in mind, having taken the time to relax for a day after he was back in Canada, lest Oliver and the rest of his team grilled him for being a workaholic, the CEO headed out early the very next day to his studio. However, just before he exited his vehicle, which was parked before the building, Kyle took a moment to check up on his most recent notifications. You have rounded up your live shows successfully. Huge bonus will be applied. You have obtained a massive amount of EXP points. 25,000 EXP points have been awarded. Total EXP points available, 70,995. Singing has advanced from level 15 to level 16. Dancing has advanced from level 13 to level 14. Instrument mastery, piano, has advanced from level 12 to level 13. Instrument mastery, guitar, has advanced from level 12 to level 13. Advancement in dancing and instrument mastery will become even harder from here on out. Advancement in singing will become exponentially harder from here on out. You are close to breaking through to level 14 in instrument mastery, piano. You are close to breaking through to level 14 in instrument mastery, guitar. You are close to breaking through to level 15 in dancing. Keep singing, dancing, and performing to improve your skills. Kyle Kestis, EXP points, 70,995. Skills: soulful vocals, P. Growth spurt, P. Appraisal, A. Resonance, P. S. Charisma, P. Polyglot, P. Deep dive, A. S. Recollection, P. Scene stealer, A. Action and stunt mastery, P. Bleeding effect, P. Detoxification, A. Peak human conditioning, P. Flow, P. Choreography master, P. Asterisk EXP points can be used to create skills. Levels: singing level 16, acting level 14, composing level 15, dancing level 14, instrument mastery, piano/guitar, level 13/13. Asterisk levels will increase in accordance to your growth. With a satisfied nod of his head and another grateful appreciation of Ollie and the gang, Kyle then exited the vehicle and made his way into the studio. And when he finally arrived, everyone was all smiles as they congratulated him on successfully rounding up his live shows. Soon enough, most of his employees got back to sorting out their various tasks for TechWiz, SDLC, which was swimmingly coming along. Sharon, too, had been done with her role as Voltress earlier last month, so, aside from Kyle checking up on her from time to time via posted mails, she was back to New York and was mostly focusing her energy on modeling. Considering her agency were still being the irredeemable assholes that they were by purposely and occasionally giving her subpar roles to limit her star power and keep her on a tight leash, Sharon figured she'd also divert her attention and resources somewhere else in retaliation. That aside, now that the CEO of the game studio was seated on ground, he got right down to business. Now that Otis, Theo, and Phineas were now also employed temporarily in the studio as programmers and software developers, he wanted to run a pretty interesting idea for Fortnite through the trio and Carlos. An idea that had been swirling in his head over the course of the past 3 months, even amidst his busy schedule. Chapter 207, Atlas International. So, you mean to say that the tower defense shooter and survival theme of the game should just be a single mode? Otis tilted his head with an intrigued gaze after digesting Kyle's idea. Yes, it'll unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, take even longer to release, but by the time it does, it won't just be your typical run-of-the-mill games-as-a-service cash grab model. Rather, it'd be way, way better. Might even set a new standard in the industry. the CEO explained, and Carlos nodded in agreement. Having already made an online game in the past that flopped, he knew that it was necessary for games like that to have many interesting and fun modes on launch day to keep players satisfied and invested in the game. I agree too. It will take longer, as you've said, but maybe it's for the best. Theo pitched in with an acknowledging smile as Phineas added with a thoughtful expression. But 6 more game modes, huh? That's a whole lot of work. The teenage dev audibly mused out loud. From a free-to-play competitive battle royale mode, to a casual creative mode, a social game mode, a kart-like racing mode, a rhythm game mode, and a tactical first-person shooter. These were all the things Kyle had hoped Carlos and the trio would be able to make better sense of than him, as he only had a vague framework of how the modes could be implemented in-game. I honestly can't help but wonder how you keep coming up with all these ideas despite your busy schedule, though. Carlos curiously inquired of the young CEO, who simply shrugged in response. Beats me. I'm just glad you like them all enough to want to implement them into the game. To that, all 5 shared a light chuckle, after which Otis then asked, TechWiz's release date's almost here, huh? Yeah. Kyle and Carlos casually replied in unison, after which Phineas and Theo simultaneously questioned, You guys nervous? To that question, the CEO and the studio head glanced over to each other, shared a confident smile, and then responded in unison. Not one bit. With the amount of work, time, funds, and effort they had put into polishing TechWiz to the height of what it could be as superhero game, Kyle and Carlos truly had no reason to be bothered. In fact, despite not having a large marketing team, Kyle's decision to invest an impressive $3.5 million solely in marketing and promotions 2 months earlier had proved pivotal. As a result, SpawnPoint Studios had been able to effectively capitalize on their CEO's surprise reveal at Gamescom, making it easy for them to build and sustain the hype for the game until its release date. The only thing they felt might end up being an issue, however, was probably A Pirate's Odyssey, which would be releasing on the very same day as theirs. But even that was a footnote that barely lingered in the minds of most of SpawnPoint Studios' employees. In any case, the release date was just a week away. Whatever would be the outcome of 2 blockbuster AAA games releasing on the same day, they'd be finding out soon enough. On a more important note, though, aside from the lady, we mailed a customized gaming rig and an early copy of the game too. Did you guys eventually add that as part of the game's achievements? Kyle curiously inquired of Carlos, who grinned in response. You bet we did. And I think fans are gonna love it. The studio head concluded with an excited gesture of his arms. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Atlas International, the most renowned and undisputed juggernaut of the entertainment industry. Since its founding in the early 1990s, the fledgling studio had grown from a promising studio to Hollywood's reigning titan for the past 30 years. Like the juggernauts that they were, they now currently owned about 40% of the entertainment industry, something a lot of people often referred to as almost tethering on the edge of monopoly in the industry, a practice that was obviously frowned upon by the law. But upon several thorough investigations over the years, it was shown time and time again that the multi-billion-dollar company had acquired all the companies under them the legal way. In any case, with such a massive market share of the film industry, Atlas International was essentially becoming the entertainment industry gods. Their roots were spread so far into every nook and cranny of the industry. One could almost say that they controlled the flow of things, whenever they felt like it, however they felt like it. In fact, even the current, ongoing Hollywood Writers and Actors Guild strike that was still in play was something they had purposely engineered. Sure, on the outside it must have seemed like increased wages and the fight for better working conditions for Hollywood actors, background actors, and performers was the play here, but, in actuality, the giant corporation was using it as an avenue to extend their tendrils of control even further. With the ongoing strike, many media companies, especially film studios, were forced to halt productions for their various movies and TV shows/series, leading to huge financial losses on their end. Faced with this unfavorable situation, many small to mid-sized film studios, and even some larger ones, resorted to staffing cuts as a necessary evil to stay afloat and avoid bankruptcy. But for those studios whom were unwilling to make those sacrifices, they needed aid and support in the form of financial backing, urgently. Who would then swoop in to save the day? Atlas International, of course. 45% of the entertainment industry. That was their goal this time. And the main instigator, E.T. mastermind? Lex Alexander Harlow, a former movie producer turned business magnate in the early 2000s and now currently the CEO of Atlas International. At 58, the distinguished man, his sharp and refined features framed by a neatly groomed gray beard and swept-back salt and pepper hair, lightly tapped his fingers on the table as he listened casually. Across from him, his secretary, a poised and impeccably dressed stunner of a lady in her mid-30s, concluded her report. In summary, we've successfully acquired the majority of our targeted studios and companies, achieving a 43% increase in market share 3 months ahead of schedule. However, a few media companies, notably Millennium Fox Studios and Walt Brothers Comics, remain unwilling to entertain our offers. The secretary briefly paused, flipping to the next page of the report as she continued. As for prospective video game companies to acquire, GameSoft Studios, Nintendo, and the up-and-coming Spawn Point Studios, which are forecasted to achieve significant financial growth, we're keeping them under close observation. In response to her report, Lex leaned back in his chair, the gaze of his steel-blue irises shifting to the sprawling cityscape of Eld-A beyond the skyscraper's window pane. After a brief moment of contemplation, he then responded calmly. Prioritize the acquisition of Walt Brothers Comics. Leave the rest for now. Understood. The secretary replied with a succinct nod before exiting the room. Typically, Lex's rational decision should not have posed any issues for the industry juggernaut. Acquiring Walt Brothers Comics would secure the intellectual property rights to numerous comic book characters, thereby providing a lucrative opportunity to produce blockbuster superhero films without the immense cost of developing entirely new franchises. However, in the months that followed, the CEO of the monopolizing Hollywood studio would come to realize that seemingly, the most valuable of those comic book characters had already been quietly purchased by a young star with a far more strategic vision. And in the not-so-far future, Atlas International, or more specifically, Lex Harlow himself, would become a serious pain in the ass for Kyle and his team. A few days later, Anita wasn't easily impressed. In fact, as a struggling hit streamer whom had spent the past 2 years of her life actively trying to grow her modest channel, her interests were very few and far between. Anime, movies, series, video games, the color black, rocket launchers. That was essentially it for as long as the lady, better known by her online moniker, Waifu with Rocket Launcher, could remember. Even her viewers, despite finding her weirdly entertaining obsession with rocket launchers somewhat cute, yet equally concerning, often talked and joked about her apparent aversion to trying new things. But then Kyle Kestis happened, and, for the first time in years, Anita finally found something new that had piqued her interest. At first, it wasn't even the young star himself who really caught the lady's attention. Rather, it had been his rapidly growing fan base. Their amusing messages and occasionally obsessive comments about Kyle soon found their way into her life, and she couldn't help but find it extremely fun, to say the least. Slowly, and without even realizing it though, Anita soon found herself becoming a full-fledged fangirl of the Hollywood sensation too. Her own comments even more obsessive than some of Kyle's older fans in fact. Still, that was simply her online persona whenever Kyle was involved. A persona that wasn't exactly reflective of Anita's normally stoic and cool demeanor, one that her loyal followers found very appealing. Added to that, watching the lady's reserved persona make a complete 180 to a sudden burst of giddy enthusiasm whenever the prospect of nuking things just for fun arose, made her an enigma of an interesting lady. But when she was revealed as the very person who shouted, "You're extraordinary," during Kyle's surprise reveal at Gamescom a few months back, her viewers were obviously shook. Watching their favorite streamer devolve into a full-on fangirl, complete with high-pitched squeals and unbridled excitement, had clearly left her audience both amused and noticeably bewildered. That said, due to the viral TikTok clip of her exuberant outburst, Anita had earned herself a little fame, hence contributing to and boosting her channel's growth by a couple thousand viewers. However, after the buzz had settled, Anita was back to her usual grind, determined to keep nurturing her slow yet steadily growing community. Play nuke or spare again. A Pirate's Odyssey, or Tech Whiz? She coolly read aloud, her pure brown irises noticeably glimmering with delight as she tucked her silky black hair behind her ear. Come on, chat. That's too easy. You know I'll nook dash. Before Anita could finish up her response, though, the doorbell rang. Hold up, guys. Be right back. She excused herself politely, leaving the stream momentarily. Moments later, an off-screen shriek of pure excitement pierced the air, stunning her chat whom had never experienced such strong fervor from the ladies save for the viral video 3 months ago. The next thing her viewers saw, though, was Anita rushing back into the room a few minutes later, clutching a physical copy of Tech Whiz in her hands. Her expression was one of utter elation as she breathlessly exclaimed, "SpawnPoint Studios just sent me an early copy of Tech Whiz and a custom-made PC rig to play and review the game." Chaos erupted in her chat in response to those words. The excitement was contagious as viewers realized they were about to witness exclusive gameplay of the highly anticipated title a full day before its official release. Chapter 208, Meta Reviews. Spring. Fleeting but a perfect touring season, Stewart stated as his boss read through the report the tour manager had prepared. Decided it was best we avoided winter altogether. It can be a really tortuous time for a tour, and trust me, getting late to a stage because you were stuck in paralyzing ditch is not funny. The tour manager shivered at an old memory as Owen, Gwen, and Kyle chuckled. Anyway, Stewart brushed the memory away with a wave of his hands. Aussie festivals might be nice and all since it'll be summer over there, but you don't have a private jet and booking planes back and forth won't be worth it, I feel like, he added with a thoughtful gaze. So, essentially, March to May then. That's great. Kyle responded with an appreciative smile, and Stewart, alongside Gwen and Owen, whom were seated around the office's couch, gave a brief nod of acknowledgement. We've also had talks with various industry big shots, and they've been very welcoming of our tour locations and the dates. The tour manager gestured as Owen pitched with an audible muse of anticipation. USA, England, Australia, Japan, and obviously our great white north, land of maple syrup, the assistant added humorously, and everyone chuckled again. There'll also be a slew of festivals during that period, and although avoiding the South by Southwest festival this year was necessary, both it and Coachella are fair games for you to perform on their stage next year. Gwen spoke this time, and Stewart nodded in agreement. Contemplating over their words for a few seconds, Kyle then nodded decisively. The fleeting season of spring it is. No sooner had Kyle said that, though, Oliver, Miguel, and Camille, all of whom had headed out together to get some refreshments for the team, walked into the office, practically beaming. Before they could inquire, though, Oliver calmly dropped the bombshell. "Kyle, it is my greatest pleasure to inform you that you've been invited to perform at and headline next year's NFL Super Bowl halftime show." At first, Kyle, Owen, Gwen, and Stewart were utterly shocked to hear the news. But in the next second after that, they practically erupted into cheers of joy like little kids, receiving their most requested birthday presents from their parents. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hey, you're going to be okay. Jay, just please, hold on. I can redirect the exosuits emerging. In response to her son's frantic words, a timelessly beautiful woman in her late 40s warmly smiled as she gently cut him off. "Oh, Nathan, I'm so proud of the young man you've become," she caressed her son's face with her bloodied hands. "And your father and grandfather would be too," she faintly added with tears brimming on her eyelids. "I wish we had more time, sweetie. So many things to say, so many questions to ask, so little time," she quietly continued as her son's tears dripped down and onto her own cheeks. "I love you, Nathan." His mother, Caitlin North, a genius scientist, slowly closed her eyes with a contented smile as Nathan shook his head in futile denial, his lips quivering sadly and his face contorting into an indescribable world of emotional hurt. "Keep saving the world, one person at a time," she whispered in finality, her bloodied, caressing hands lifelessly dropping to the floor. And then her breathing ceased. Terribly battered, beaten and bruised by Professor Overclock in a fierce showdown that ultimately resulted in his victory, Tech Whiz knelt before his dead mother, unable to save her. He had arrived a second too late to confront his mentor and also his brave mother's former assistant, only to watch him drive a cybernetic claw through her abdomen. And so he cried his heart out in harrowing pain as the in-game cinematic panned out and faded to black. Chat had never seen their cool, nuke-loving Anita ever cry or get emotional over something in the past 2 years since she began streaming. But for the very first time in their lives, they watched her bawl her eyes out in a sobbing mess as she experienced the rendered in-game cinematic. For the past 24 hours, Anita had been streaming the game nonstop in an on-the-spur-of-the-moment marathon, minutes after she had received the game earlier in the morning, yesterday. Her loyal followers, too, aside from seeing a bubblier side to their favorite streamer, had so many holy shit and WTF moments alongside Anita as they experienced the game for the very first time together. At the same time, her view count, from its originally measly view count of 1,000 viewers yesterday morning, had broken past 100,000 concurrent viewers as at the moment. Yet, the lady wasn't even in the right state to appreciate her new viewers or celebrate her new milestone as a streamer as she kept sobbing. TechWiz was a brilliant game that was clearly made by devs who truly cared about the gamers and wanted for them to have an amazing experience that stuck with them long after the credits were over. The performance and gameplay was flawless. The traversal and combat mechanics constantly felt fresh throughout the entire playthrough. The plethora of side quests and side activities to do were varied and engaging without feeling like it was simply tacked on to pad the game out. And the soundtrack, it was bar none, spectacular. In fact, simply recalling the banger of a song that played in the opening sequence of the game constantly gave them a lingering sense of euphoria. But not even they could have expected the game to deliver on such a compelling tale on what it was like to be a selfless hero who couldn't always save everyone no matter how hard he tried. Hollywood superhero movies in more recent memories would even be put to shame with just how rich and well-executed the plot of the video game was. Soon enough, Anita gathered herself and then watched as the last few cinematics of the game played. And finally, when the credits rolled, she couldn't help but clap in genuine appreciation, admiration, and respect for every dev who worked on a game she deemed a masterpiece. Surprisingly, though, the end credits only lasted for a few measly minutes before it started nearing its end, further reminding both Anita and her viewers that SpawnPoint Studios really was a small studio in comparison to industry giants. But when she and chat noticed whom the composer for all of the game's magnificent soundtrack was, they practically lost their shit till the credits finally ended and they were back in game. And as if that hadn't been enough, no sooner had the player-controlled TechWiz spawned into frame while flexing his shoulders, Anita and her viewers were treated to an in-game achievement for completing the game's main story. You're extraordinary. Once again, the streamer and her viewers lost their shit as the shaft of light from the early morning sun peeked through her blinds, its rays gentle and warm. It was 7 a.m. on the 5th of August, 2021, and by 9 a.m. prompt, both TechWiz and A Pirate's Odyssey would be available for gamers to finally lay their hands on. Asterisk. Asides Anita, the only streamer SpawnPoint Studios had sent a copy of TechWiz to a day before its official release. They had also sent the game to various video game media companies as per industry standards. Soon, reviews were out, and almost every critic score on a popular yet reputable gaming site called Meta Reviews were in the high 80s to 90s, with some critics even giving the game a perfect score. Wife Reviews, 100. We can't stop thinking about this game. If we're not playing it, we want to be. The story is emotional, resonant, and surprisingly deep, one that fans of the comic book will fall in love with. The retractable grappling hook, the grav boots, the wingsuit, the jet boosters, the plethora of in-game exosuits, they're all brilliant for traversal. The combat is also a thing of marvel with its hidden layers of combos and creative uses of gadgets which literally has us looking forward to every combat encounter. Dual play, 87. How SpawnPoint Studios have drawn out such a compelling narrative stacked against an impressive gameplay of an open-world superhero game is an absolute benchmark and a new standard for single-player AAA games in the industry. The fluidity of combat and its deceptively deep and diverse mechanics, alongside one of the best traversal techniques I've seen in video games till date, makes TechWiz hands down one of, if not the best, superhero video game in years. Press start. 95. Spawn Point Studios have not just given us the most sublime superhero blockbuster video game till date, but also one of the most compelling superhero stories in all of media till date. And then there's the gameplay, the compelling storyline, the soundtrack. My God, the soundtrack. Literally, Tech Whiz is a masterpiece and a thunderous triumph of AAA single-player games that bleeds and excels at cinematic splendor from its every digital pour. Let's play 90. One of the best things about this game, and while there's a whole lot, is how the map guides you to explore without you as a player ever even realizing it. There's also no boring collectathon here or padded side activities. Rather, due to stumbling upon the plethora of extremely well-written side quests, well-designed side activities, varying types of crimes, and multiple little secrets, while slowly unlocking portions of the map as you traverse from one borough to the next, gives you a complete sense of immersion in its spectacularly stylized and artistically recreated version of New York. As more and favorably high critic scores continued dropping for Tech Whiz, Gamesoft Studios, just like Spawn Point Studios had done, also gave out review copies of A Pirate's Odyssey a day earlier to its release date. And just like Tech Whiz, they too got very high meta-review critic scores in the 80s and 90s, albeit none ever got a perfect review score. IGM 91. A Pirate's Odyssey is the ultimate pirate game. Fantastic naval battles, engaging skirmishes on the vibrantly realistic Caribbean seas, an epic tale of adventure for the elusive Davy Jones treasure. What more could you ask for? Game Informer 87. Despite having a few glaring flaws and issues, Gamesoft Studios delivered on their promise of fulfilling every gamer's fantasy of sailing the perilous high seas with a healthy balance of RPG gameplay mechanics. Naval combat is spot-on exquisite, off-sea exploration is well executed, and the story is good enough to keep you engaged till the credits roll. We Happy Gamers 93. The element of being an outlaw of the sea, the drama and adventure of an epic odyssey, the combat that matches the bravado and flamboyance of your magnificent ship, and the player-created and customizable pirate captain. The swash in this game is definitely buckling. PlaySense 82. Very fun game. Delivers, mostly, on everything players hoped for in a pirate RPG, although some of the typical busybodying of Gamesoft's grindy formula once again plagues what could have otherwise been a great game. Interestingly, whereas Tech Whiz had very few low meta-review scores, all of them generally being in the high 60s. In fact, A Pirate's Odyssey had some terribly low meta-review scores that were practically in the low 40s and 30s. This hinted at something quite fishy behind the scenes of the most anticipated pirate RPG of 2021. Unsurprisingly, though, the major populace of excited gamers were not aware of this just yet, but they would be finding out soon enough. The time was now 9 a.m. Gamers would finally be able to give their verdicts on just how good, or possibly bad, the two most anticipated games of the year were. Chapter 209, Awake. Troy and Jace, tweens aged 12 and 11 respectively, bore a striking resemblance to each other and also had the same passionate hobbies for gaming. They were also brothers whom had jointly promised late last year to play A Pirate's Odyssey together whenever it released. Considering the game had an online co-op mode, they figured messing together on its adventurous high seas as sworn pirate brothers would be the coolest thing ever. However, after Tech Whiz's surprise reveal at the gaming convention 3 months back, both had ended up having a major disagreement. Whereas Troy, whom was now obsessed with the comics of Tech Whiz, after picking it up in preparation for its release, leaned towards playing the superhero game, Jace, his younger brother, was adamant on playing A Pirate's Odyssey together. A brother's oath he had called their promise, and rightfully so, at that. And so, after a lot of back and forth, the brothers, surprisingly, compromised and settled their disagreement in the most amiable way they knew how. Rock, paper, scissors. The result? Troy lost woefully to his younger brother in a best of 5. Hence, he was forced to have to play the game with a gloating Jace who kept teasing him all morning despite his grumbles of disapproval. Stop being a sore loser, pumpkin. You called the game. You lost, fair and square. Jace playfully egged his older brother on. I'll bite you. Troy retaliated as his younger bro melodramatically flexed his fingers before his face. "Oh, I'm so scared. Save me." Jace had a good laugh in response. In any case, when the time finally came for both to play the game after spending roughly an hour downloading its humongous 200 gigabytes file size individually on their gaming rigs, they braced themselves for a jolly good time. Troy, in fact, already had a change of heart, remembering that he truly was hyped for the pirate RPG game. Currently sitting in the basement of their house, which they had remodeled into a gaming den of sorts, the brothers pulled their individual chairs closer to their desks in tingly excitement. However, the moment both launched the game in sync, they frowned. A day one patch of 5 gigabytes had been released for A Pirate's Odyssey, and apparently, the patch was essential for the game to boot up. And so, with a small sigh of resignation, they did what was necessary. 5 minutes later, having waited patiently, they finally launched the game with another wave of feverish anticipation, only to be hit with a pop-up message that GameSoft's own designated launcher for A Pirate's Odyssey was required to actually play the game. "What the fudge?" Jace exclaimed in annoyance, his excitement plummeting right down to rock bottom in an instant, same as Troy, who groaned audibly as he spoke. "I just want to play the game, man. Is that too much to ask?" Glancing over to each other briefly, the brothers hoped to high heavens that there wouldn't be any age limit to creating a GameSoft account. And so, with grumbled substitutes for curse words, mumbling underneath their breaths, they proceeded to be redirected to the gaming giant's website. Fortunately for the brothers, their biggest fears didn't come true, as there seemed to be no age limit on whom could create an account. Yet, they encountered another problem, one that added even more to their slowly building frustration. They were unable to move past the homepage to create their much-needed accounts. Millions of frustrated gamers around the world, all of whom wanted to create an account just to play the darn game, were in similar straits as theirs, with only a few getting lucky enough to create it. Obviously, this resulted in massive loads and heavily congested traffic on the website. Still, the brothers persisted obstinately, determined to have their accounts created. But after an hour of literally no progress, Troy clocked out. "Yep, that's it. Sailing the high seas be darned. I'm done here, bud." He got off his gaming chair, his tone fed up as he spoke to his younger brother. Jace, too, leaned into his chair and sighed wearily in agreement with his brother, although he still had plans to keep trying due to his more obstinate nature. Still, he was curious about what his brother was up to. So he asked, "Where are you going?" "Here." Troy vaulted over their gaming couch situated in the middle of the basement, plopping right into it, as he picked up the Virtus Station 5 controller. "Preloaded? Tech whiz. Yesternight, so might as well install it now," he added, not a single hint of excitement in his tone. To that, Jace nodded, knowing fully well that once Troy was in a ticked-off mood, it took a while for him to feel interested in anything else till his sourness dissipated. And yes, that extended over to TechWiz, which he had been so excited about for the past 3 months. In any case, seeing as his older bro got about to installing the superhero game, Jace refocused his attention on creating his GameSoft account. Troy, on the other hand, arched a curious eyebrow when he saw TechWiz's measly 45 gigabyte size in comparison to A Pirate's Odyssey's 200 gigabytes. In about 25 minutes, the game was done installing, and Troy, whom had projected GameSoft's rubbish onto the innocent superhero game, expected for it to also require a day one patch as he launched the game. Yet, there was none as the game smoothly loaded in. "Okay," the tween muttered skeptically, still expecting an annoying pop-up for a day one patch. As the older brother watched on dubiously, though, Jace let out another audible groan of frustration behind him, his hands ruffling his light brown hair in annoyance. That said, when the Spawn Point Studios logo spawned in with a virtual, hard-light construct aesthetic, Troy's skeptical expression shifted into that of pleasant surprise. A few seconds later, he was in the game's menu, astounded by the breathtaking view of TechWiz, standing on the edge of a building overlooking the city with his back turned, his head angled sideways slightly. Immediately, a noticeable yet slight hint of giddy anticipation surfaced in Troy's nut-brown irises as the heroic theme of the game hit him. There the tween sat, mesmerized by the magnificence of it all, despite the Start New Game option beckoning to him. At the same time, Jace, whom had gotten tired of his lack of progress, was about to groan in annoyance once again when the heroic theme of the game similarly cascaded over to his ears. With a noticeably intrigued gaze, he twirled around with his gaming chair, instantly entranced by the same sight as his brother. After about a minute of simply being captivated by the start menu and the evocatively heroic theme, though, Troy eventually got around to hitting the corresponding button prompt to start the game. And with a brief fade to black, the opening cinematic played. It started with the same heroic theme from the start menu, although softer and distant. A sprawling early morning shot of the beautifully and artistically recreated New York City followed, pedestrians and vehicles, already going about their busy, day-to-day life. Then slowly, with just the right pace, the shot angled over to one of the open windows of an old building in the city, the cameras following into the apartment. On a table near the window was a picture frame of a young Nathan and his grandfather grinning, followed by a bunch of awards and trophies he had collected over the years. Then it moved on to a criminal investigation board with multiple tacked-on notes, newspaper cutouts and pictures, all of them pointing to a missing Caitlin North. In the background, as the shot panned slowly over the length of Nathan's haphazardly arranged room in line with the slowed-down heroic theme, faint echoey taps could be heard. And then, eventually, the cameras settled on the messy-haired man himself, hunched over a workbench as his tired eyes directly projected a virtual holograph of what seemed to be an exosuit. Wow! Jace audibly muttered in awe as he got off his chair, walking to and vaulting over the couch as he settled in comfortably. Yeah, Troy subconsciously responded, immediately drawn in by the opening scene of the game. Dragging, removing, remodeling, and inserting a bunch of stuff into the holographic exosuit projected directly from his eyes, Nathan soon heard the blaring sirens of the cops in the distance. And then it was followed by an explosion, a very loud explosion. In an instant, the young man got off the chair as a gritty, high-energy rock song played, the vocals raw and unrestrained. Guitar musical notes drum guitar. I feel the charge. Beneath my skin. A virtual, hard-light construct slowly enveloped Nathan. Heartbeat like a rhythm as his pulse gauntlets took form first. Feel the signal in my veins. Then his grav boots took form next. Pulses in my mind, frequencies collide. The rest of the exosuit had formed, save for the helmet. Guitar musical notes drum guitar. The moment Troy and Jace watched that exact section play out, their excitement had started ramping up, both of them bopping their heads in anticipation for what was coming. In fact, their legs were subconsciously tapping the ground. Yet, at the turn of a hat, the raw and unrestrained vocals of the gritty rock song suddenly intensified in power and force. Guitar musical notes drum. But I'm falling back again. Back to my fears again. Just before his helmet took shape, Nathan angled his gaze towards his door. Back where I should have been. I'm fighting a losing battle. An eviction notice was slipped under it, reminding him that rent was due. And again, this city never sleeps. There was a brief moment of contemplation in his baby blue irises. Everything's buzzing and sounds like nothing's working. Should I just leave this to the cops this time? His gaze seemed to say. Guitar musical notes drum. Such a fire song, though, Jace acknowledged as he kept bopping his head, his energy levels rising in sync to the pulsating yet distortedly relentless, fuzzy guitar riffs. His older brother, even more hyped up than him, replied, "Yeah, we should search it up. Later." Aside from being hooked by the banger of the song that contrasted perfectly with Nathan's current predicament, though, the brothers were also instantly drawn to the young man's personal stakes. Going after whatever the cause of the explosion was would probably result in him getting kicked out of his apartment today. Yet, they knew what exactly he'd do as the song's pre-chorus similarly acknowledged their thoughts with a hint of rebellious swagger. Guitar musical notes drum. Still I run in its lanes, chasing its currents. Nathan's helmet formed, his visor initializing as it zoomed in further on the eviction notice. I'll dive right out and take to the skies. Guitar musical notes drum. And then, with one brief look over, he dashed towards his window, swan diving out of it, as the song's self-empowering chorus kicked in. Guitar musical notes drum. I'm awake. I'm breathing light. Um. Guitar musical notes drum. Launching his retractable grappling hook, Tech Whiz propelled himself forward and ran sideways across the length of a building, defying gravity as he leapt off of it with a stylishly exquisite corkscrew. At that exact moment, the game effortlessly transitioned into gameplay, the tutorial prompt popping up with the instructions. Hold RT to launch the retractable grappling hook. Awake, 95%. A high-octane, gritty garage rock composed and produced by Kyle Kestis. This outlier track, performed by Kickback Radio, feels like a call to action as its pounding beats, driving riffs, and rebellious lyrics combine to create a sense of exhilaration and empowerment. This song serves as an anthem for those who are determined to live life on their own terms. Awake, 95%. All of Troy's initial frustration with A Pirate's Odyssey had long faded to dust by now as he excitedly followed the prompt, watching as his controlled Tech Whiz launched the hook and upon him releasing the trigger as prompted once again, soared higher and forwards with a faster momentum. Before Troy knew it, he was practically running along walls, launching hooks to swing around, and chaining them perfectly as he chased after the cops. The explosion in the far-off distance, his major destination. Let me try. Jace, whom was just as hyped as his brother, requested like a bratty kid. I will bite you for real this time. Troy declined in complete defiance as he watched his younger brother's slimy fingers extend towards his controller. In a fit of pettiness, Jace soon picked up the other controller, planning to mess with his brother's controls by connecting to the Virtus Station 5 console mid-game. However, the moment the gamepad connected, Troy and Jace could only watch in absolute shock as the game paused for a slight second mid-game play, had the screen split into two, and then doubled the playable in-game hero with a new tutorial prompt explaining how the co-op mode worked. What followed next from the two youths was the most hardcore gamer scream their family and neighbors had ever heard them make. Let's fudge and go. Chapter 210, Corporate Greed. Just like Troy and Jace had figured out by accident that Tech Whiz had a split-screen, couch co-op mode, millions of gamers around the world soon did too. But even the brothers could never have expected there to be even more surprises in store for them in the form of cheat codes. Having mistakenly stumbled upon it, when both had been trying to see who could beat down more enemies in a side activity, Troy had ended up pressing a string of combos, but equally messed up some crucial key mashes. The resulting cheat code? Everyone in the city, be they vehicles, pedestrians, or even goons, became supervillains. Wait, what? Troy widened his eyes in utter confusion when he noticed the enemy AIs changing from low-level street thugs to a slew of villains from the comics that Tech Whiz had fought. As for Jace, his widened eyes of realization had caught onto a small yet tiny green bar of message at the very top of the screen with words, "Cheat code activated." Quickly, he informed his older brother, who was still trying to wrap his head around what had suddenly happened, earning a curious arch of the latter's eyebrow. No less than a few seconds after that had happened, though, the brothers soon found themselves in an almost apocalypse-like scenario where they were constantly on the run for their lives, as every supervillain NPC in sight attacked and chased after them. At first, the sudden shift in genre from action-adventure to almost survival-like gameplay had been tense for the two brothers. But over time, they soon found the very same situation exceedingly fun because their player-controlled Tech Whizzes were much faster than their adversaries. It was almost like a high-stakes game of tag. Can't touch this. Jace smirked elatedly as he nearly avoided the grasp of one of the supervillains with a metallic fist by launching the wingsuit through a wind tunnel at the last minute. This is fun. Troy, on the other hand, having evaded another enemy supervillain AI with a brief chain of the grappling hook mechanic and a brief use of the mini-jet thrusters, laughed in genuine excitement. And just like that, by the time they'd had enough fun playing high-stakes tag, they then paused the game to find out how to revert the cheat. Upon searching the internet, though, they found a slew of many other cheats that were just as insane as the one they had mistakenly activated, further giving the brothers more fun stuff to do. But before they could, Troy, Jace, we're heading out, their parents called out to them. Swiftly, the brothers dropped whatever it was they were doing, escorted their parents out, waved them goodbye, locked the doors behind themselves, and then dashed right back to their basement. The excitement of testing out new cheat codes in-game never left their beings, even for a second. Eventually, about 3 hours passed before they then went back to the game's critical path, focusing more on the game's compelling plot that equally had them hooked. And after playing for 3 more hours, they were stunned to realize it was already 5 p.m. when they suddenly heard their parents' vehicles pulling into the garage. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A Pirate's Odyssey was a great game. A great game that unfortunately became an annoying game to run for gamers around the world due to the many loops they had to go through just to play it. GameSoft Studios had already annoyed gamers by forcing them to create an account and use a designated launcher just to play the game. But as bad as that was, their executives had made even worse decisions, ones they tried to keep under wraps until the game's release. Among these was the universally despised always online requirement, a feature that sparked immediate outrage from the gaming sphere. Gamers purchasing a game, a single-player game at that, for $69.99 at that, only to be told that in an effort to reduce piracy of their game, how ironic, they constantly needed to be online, pissed them off to no ends. It was then later revealed, however, that most of the early review copies sent to select favorable critics were free of the controversial features included in the final version, an intentional move to mislead gamers. This, as one would expect, led to terrible backlash from gaming fans and critics alike. But no, the most anticipated Pirate RPG of the year was just getting started. Performance was shit, even on the higher-end PC rigs, not to talk of the less powerful Vertistation 5 and Xbox Series Z and S consoles. Loot boxes and needless cosmetics pervaded through every nook and cranny of the game's menus, purposely drawing in players with the allure of gambling their money away just to progress in-game. Patches were frequent, humongous, and useless, sometimes even worsening the experience of the gamers in just the span of a day. There were literally next to no physical copies, but, get this, there were disgustingly overpriced deluxe and collector's editions. Still, despite everything, gamers, typically accustomed to being mistreated by the industry, even though they held all the power to sink any game, simply by refusing to buy or play it, still wanted to give the Pirate RPG a chance. Heck, the game had already sold just over 1 million copies in a single day. However, one of GameSoft Studios' overly confident executives, oblivious to how the gaming community truly operated, unwittingly dug the company's grave with a tone-deaf response to the massive backlash from gamers. The statement he dropped on a now-deleted TweetTalk post read, "Gamers are so insatiable these days. What with your extraordinarily high expectations? I mean, despite our best efforts to deliver what we consider solid quality, even that no longer seems to satisfy you. Look, if you don't like the game, then don't buy it. It's that simple." Oh boy. As if gamers weren't already furious beyond measure at that tweet, a reputable, yet infamous video game insider that went by the name Suck on D's Nuts purposely leaked an audio recording of a GameSoft executive meeting on his page. Captioned, "Well, if buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing." Gamers were lightning quick to listen to the audio recording of roughly 10 minutes before it got taken down. And when they heard Hector Ruffalo, GameSoft CEO, utter the words, "I guess gamers too will just have to get comfortable with not owning their games, just like they don't own any other source of media." That was the moment A Pirate's Odyssey, the most anticipated game of the past 2 years, became the most disliked game of the year. This same disdain extended over to GameSoft Studio as a company itself, with gamers obviously turning their backs on them without mercy. Crashing Bandicoot. Well then, GameSoft Studio execs better get comfortable with gamers also not buying their games from this moment onwards. Peace. Disappointed Cillian. See, this is why you should always expect disappointment, people, because then you'll never actually be disappointed. That said, I am extremely, extremely disappointed. I won't be purchasing any games from GameSoft for the foreseeable future. Pirate Ninja. Yep. This game isn't even worth pirating anymore. It'd be a waste of my precious bandwidth. Crit Addict. I was already telling myself that I would. Do exactly what the previous exec tweeted by not buying the game if I don't like it. I have never felt more at peace with a decision in my entire life after hearing this. Loot Stealer. This just shows that GameSoft have always been all about the money and never about the gamers. Well, fuck them. We're gonna show them who's truly gangsta in this industry. Gremlin in your backyard. I've said this before and I'll keep saying it. Investors flooding the gaming industry has absolutely destroyed the concept of fun in video games. It came as no surprise that after this news was made known to the public, their originally high meta review scores that averaged at 87 instantly sunk to a diabolical 45. No words needed to be said to explain why this had happened. GameSoft Studios' reputation was tarnished beyond repair for the foreseeable future. Gamers, in the long run, would have an exceedingly hard time putting their eggs in their baskets ever again. That said, wherever there was darkness, there was light. And for gamers, TechWiz was that light. From an already insanely high and average meta review score of 90, it bumped even higher, all the way up to 95. And happy gamers around the world couldn't help but show their love and support for Spawn Point Studios the moment they posted a caption that read, 1.5 million units sold in a day. How can we ever thank you guys? Lord, man, I'm so grateful you guys went private at Spawn Point Studios. It's a step in the right direction. Also, TechWiz is the best game I've played in years, I tell you. And that's not me even being a biased TechWiz fanboy. And might I add, Kyle Kestis is the best CO you guys could have ever asked for. Making such a banger soundtrack and a banger song, just to use for an opening sequence, earns all my respect and accolades. Spawn Point Studios, thank you for your kind words, Lord. We absolutely adore and deeply value our CEO. He truly is the best thing that's ever happened to Spawn Point Studios. Potato Gamer. I'd been so very worried that my lower spec laptop wouldn't even be able to run the game despite the minimum requirements, clearly showing that it could, but damn. The joy on my face when I couldn't just run it, but even bump up the visuals and still maintain a constant 30 frames per second had me swelling with joy. Thank you guys so much. No Scope Sniper. AAA blockbuster spectacles aside, it's the little things in this game that makes it such a joy to experience. The split-screen co-op mode, the perfectly optimized gameplay, the cheat codes, man. I'm suddenly reminded of the glory days of gaming. You guys deserve all the success you're getting. Candy Crush Gamer. When TechWiz 2. Please, pretty please tell me there'll be a TechWiz 2. Comic-loving Gremlin. For $39.99, this game is absolutely underpriced. It delivers on what I, as a longtime fan of the comics, have wanted in years, and it is an absolute love letter to every whizhead around the world. These are the types of games that should be sold for $69.99, people. Not that annoying pirate game that was only focused on wringing a gamer's pocket dry. Waifu with a rocket launcher. I'm so grateful, so honored, and so very thankful that I was mailed an early copy of the game to review alongside a powerful, custom-made rig. And now, even after beating the game a second time, I can't thank you guys enough. Thank you, tons, for being on the side of gamers around the world. TechWiz is a masterpiece in more ways than one, and it shows in every blessed moment of the game. P.S. My rocket launcher is very pleased. As more and more positive responses flooded the game's studio's post, Oliver smiled with a blissful gaze of contentment on his features as he glanced over to his talent, whom was already drafting out more ideas and plot points for TechWiz movie script. Sure, he wasn't planning to be the scriptwriter for the movie, but as the future executive producer, there were certain things he needed to ensure was in a live-action portrayal of the comic book hero. Moving on to phase 2 of your plans that fast? Oliver inquired as Kyle, without raising his head up, replied with a light smile. Yep. Currently, both were in Kyle's apartment, just hanging out since they didn't have much to do till next year. It was also something they occasionally did here and there, as it reminded both individuals of the times when they were just starting out with the young star's budding career in Hollywood. That said, say Kyle, Oliver quietly called out to him. Yeah, the young star casually replied, his pen gently scritching against the pages of his notebook. You do realize that you'll end up making a fair few enemies in Hollywood by going down the route of making an obviously lucrative superhero movie without including their vying big shots and investors, right? Hearing the seriousness in his agent's tone, Kyle's writing hand slowed down, his scritches coming to a gradual halt as he casually raised his gaze up. And contrary to Oliver's expectations of his usually relaxed ward, Kyle's previously laid-back gaze was dead serious, his lips parting open as he spoke. Yeah, I know. But I'll never hand over something we've invested so much time and effort into bringing to the limelight, a toy for greedy corporates to play with, he stated, his tone definitive and his gaze fiercely determined. To that, Oliver's surprised gaze soon shifted to a proud, yet similarly acknowledging smile. Good to know. I'll be supporting your decisions, however offending they may be, every step of the way. And like you always say, the agent added, one to which he and Kyle concluded in unified resolve. It's you and me against the world. Chapter 211, Dirty Tricks. A week later, Hector hardly ever found reasons to be angry. In fact, maybe it was safer to say that the GameSoft studio CEO avoided getting angry altogether, because he more than anyone else knew just how irrationally destructive his anger could be. But this time he was, and without restraint, he lunged at the executive whom had posted the now-deleted tweet as the other GameSoft execs did their best to hold him down in their meeting room. You dumb fuck. You just couldn't keep your mouth shut, huh? Half the time you bastards don't even know what's going on, but still, you think it's all right for you to just spout whatever comes to your mind. Even the culprit exec, despite being dressed pristinely in a high-class vintage brown tux, was terrified by the violent anger he was witnessing, solely through Hector's burning eyes of utter fury. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and words were unable to escape his lips as he kept quaking in his boots. Meanwhile, as all these was happening, investors of a Pirate's Odyssey were similarly quaking in fear at the financial losses they were about to incur as the games hadn't sold past 1 million copies since the initial release day. In fact, sales had dropped exponentially, and so had GameSoft's resulting shares on the stock market. Evidently, this was as a result of the multiple investors and shareholders in the company jumping ship with immediate alacrity to the most lucrative gaming company as of the moment. 5.4 million units sold in a freaking week. That was an estimated revenue of roughly $210 million. Spawn Point Studios had achieved an astonishing milestone the gaming industry hadn't seen in years, and it was all over the internet and tabloids, both in the gaming and Hollywood sphere. Industry analysts even projected that sales could reach roughly 50 million units within a year, a highly feasible estimate. And if this was achieved, the now-renowned gaming studio would be on the track to generating nearly $2 billion in revenue within the same year. And so, in an effort to be among those who profited from the big pie, many investors had immediately dashed over to the stock market. One of such investors was none other than Griffin himself, the panic in his eyes evident as sweat licked his skin profusely. Yet, upon thoroughly searching Spawn Point Studio on the market for hours on end without any success, same as many others, a certain realization soon dawned on him. And upon digging for more information to ensure that he was not overthinking things, the former CEO soon found an article, one that briefly stated in passing how Spawn Point Studios had taken themselves off the market and gone private around the middle of last year. With a regretful expression, Griffin's worst fears had come through as he buried his head in his palms in defeat. The former CEO had lost out on an extraordinary opportunity to have been the owner of a company whom had gone on to create of what would ultimately go on to be the most successful game of the year, both critically and commercially. But more than that, he had lost to Carlos, the one person he always felt was beneath him all, his life. Having thrown a small yet fancy celebration party for all of his employees, his team included, due to the success of TechWiz, Kyle was currently leaning on the balcony railings of the rented building, the music behind him quietly thumping as he and Carlos conversed. Griffin, he's my younger brother, the studio head nonchalantly stated, earning a swift head swivel of shocked surprise from Kyle. Younger, half-brother, to be exact, by a few months. Carlos clarified properly, his choice of tone and demeanor still very much laid back. Well, Kyle muttered audibly in response. I most certainly wasn't expecting that, he added with a noticeably perplexed gaze, after which he then inquired, a hint of genuine concern in his tone. Bad blood. Nah, nothing of sorts. Carlos waved Kyle's words off with an air of nonchalance, his smile slightly bittersweet as he contemplated for a few seconds, after which he then spoke, a small sigh escaping his lips. It's just, I've been in his shadow my entire life, I guess. Wasn't exactly the golden boy growing up, and for Griffin, who seemed to be much more forward-thinking than I was, well. Carlos played with the rim of his glass cup, his voice lowered. It wasn't particularly fun being compared to him all your life by your parents, was it? Kyle inferred with a somber smile, and the studio head simply nodded in response. You know what the funny thing is, though? Carlos inquired rhetorically, his gaze traveling over the busy streets of the city. What? Kyle followed along, clearly interested. Despite all that, Griff was always so cool when we were growing up. I often forgot that I was even being compared to him half the time. Carlos chuckled, a hint of lingering nostalgia in his voice. Then college happened. He got lucky with his foray into trading stocks on the market, and voila. Instant personality shift into a douche. Or maybe that was his real personality the entire time. Can't say. Carlos sighed, after which he then stated wistfully, I guess money does bring out the worst in people. In response to that, Kyle had a contemplative demeanor on his features. From their conversation, the young man had been able to glean a few more things he'd been trying to piece together about Carlos's and Spawn Point Studios' former CEO's sour relationship. Money doesn't exactly do that, you know? Kyle soon spoke out loud, earning an arched brow of curiosity from the studio head. People's obsession with getting money, however. Now that's where the issue lies. Kyle began as he angled his gaze over to Carlos with a light smile. You ended up reaching out to your brother when things must have gotten quite tough for you to handle at the studio, financially. And you'd hoped that maybe somewhere, deep down, Griffin still had it in him to be considerate of you being family at the very least. In a way, you were trying to bring him back to those times when you were proud of him. Remind him that he could be better than the average investor, morally, at least. The young man inferred, in Carlos widened his eyes in genuine surprise at how accurately Kyle was piecing everything together. But all that went to bust because at an investor's core, getting richer is the only thing they'll ever care about 99% of the time. Interpersonal relationships and whatnots be damned. The CEO gestured towards his studio head and then assured him. And that's not your fault, is what I'm trying to say. That's a fault of their insatiable obsession with money. So yes, Carlos, you did the right thing as a struggling studio head. And you're also a great older brother. I hope you know that. Kyle lightly pat him on the back, after which he then resumed, staring at the bright lights of the nightlife cityscape. The cool night's breeze blew past the duo for a few seconds after that, and Carlos simply stared at his CEO, who had a light smile on his features, despite not outwardly showing it. Carlos had been worried all day that maybe, if he never made Griffin into Spawn Point Studios CEO, his younger brother wouldn't be in his current predicament of heavy losses. But now Kyle, even with limited info on his internal thoughts, had ultimately made him realize that he wasn't in the wrong. And that was why, after a few more seconds had passed, Carlos spoke again, his tone genuinely appreciative. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. Don't mention it, the young man responded with a warm smile. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 44%. You've achieved the impossible, Lex. One of Atlas International's executives exclaimed with a hearty laugh during an executive meeting. The room echoed with similar enthusiasm as other executives joined in, commenting on the promising future of Atlas International. Soon enough, we'll hit 45% before the Hollywood strike is even over. Just imagine the possibilities. Amid the lively discussions, Lex, the CEO, remained quiet, his thoughts elsewhere. Just yesterday, he had received the report that Spawn Point Studios had sold nearly 5.5 million units of their game, Tech Whiz. From there, his thoughts had wandered at the possibilities as he knew just how lucrative it would be to produce a blockbuster movie based on such a successful video game. But one obstacle stood firmly in his way: Walt Brothers Comics. Despite countless generous offers, they remained stubbornly determined to retain ownership of their company. And if they continue to refuse, Lex's thoughts turned deathly grim. Dirty tricks it is, he resolved silently. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later, Kickback Radio was getting a shit ton of offers from a plethora of record labels. Sure, it wasn't the big-time record labels, but still. Awake. Despite being a song that Kyle had created solely to elevate the intro of the video game, had gone pretty viral on Groovebox, amassing over 50 million streams in just over a week. To a certain extent, it showed that there was a strong market for those kinds of gritty songs, and record labels, as usual, wanted to capitalize on it pronto. Added to that, since they also knew that the newly formed band were essentially Kyle's session musicians for a fairly long while now, they'd hoped to be able to make some connection with the young star himself through them. But for Caleb, Maeve, and Paul, all of whom had only ever been session musicians for the longest part of their careers, they honestly had no idea how to deal with this sudden influx of recognition. Still, they were extremely thankful and couldn't help but contact Kyle to show their appreciation and gratitude as they'd started getting more and more gigs. After all, if Kyle hadn't given them the go-ahead to perform the song live, they would simply still be session musicians, actively searching for the very next gig just to sustain themselves. I keep telling you, Caleb. It's fine. And you're welcome. Kyle spoke over the cell as he got out of his car. Also, ensure to steer clear of predatory label contracts, he advised, his tone genuine. All right. Talk to you later. Say hi to Maeve and Paul for me. Kyle ended the phone call and then made his way into the bookstore, his features masked by a simple nose mask and his glasses. After 3 months of reviewing, accepting, and eventually publishing, Christina's book, Evergarden, was finally out for purchase at select bookstores around the world. And Kyle was sparing no effort to show his support for the lady by being among the very first to lay his hands on it. Chapter 212, Evergarden. After 5 brutal years of racial conflict, the Great War in the lands of Elender finally came to a bitter end. Yet, amid the chaos and bloodshed, 2 siblings, Ursula and Cain, were forged into cold-blooded killers by the merciless hand of survival. As the war reached its harrowing conclusion, Ursula was left maimed and hospitalized after a deadly skirmish. Cain, however, was not so fortunate. His death shattered the one bond that had given her hope in the darkest of times. The promise they had made to each other, to survive, to escape the horrors of war, and to explore a peaceful Elender together, was broken, leaving Ursula adrift in a world she no longer wished to see. But just as despair threatened to consume her, Ursula discovered a message left behind by her late brother, etched with a single word: life. That was the synopsis of Christina's published novel. And as Kyle comfortably settled into his sofa a few minutes after he got back home, he picked up the novel and got to reading. It would only be until the next day that Kyle would finally be done reading the novel. Glued to the carefully and evocatively crafted world that sucked him right in from the first few pages, Kyle ended up pulling an all-nighter as the novel's plot refused to let go of him. Ursula, driven by grief, longing, and the weight of Cain's final message to her, found herself given the necessary push to at least try living in a world colorlessly drab to her in a literal sense. And so she embarked on a drifter's journey across the peaceful yet scarred lands of Elender. However, in the course of her travels, Ursula met different races from all walks of life, experienced things she'd only ever heard about, and uncovered secrets buried in Elender's scarred lands. And in the process of all these, she slowly found a path of redemption, healing, self-discovery, and her own reasons to live in a world devoid of her brother. We all suffer, just to discover that we'll recover as long as our lives aren't over. Kyle read Ursula's words out loud. It was also the last line in Evergarden, as Ursula finally saw color, literally returned to her otherwise drab world for the first time in her life. But no sooner had Kyle read that last line, though, he flipped right back to the page where Christina's dedication was written. To all the adrift drifters around the world, this one's for you. Staring at the words for way longer than he should have, Kyle soon closed the book slowly with a glimmer of inspiration mixed with genuine appreciation for Christina's book. Despite the simple plot that had been told 1,000 times over, it was the execution of the story, one like no other, that truly elevated the novel to a league of its own. Added to that, the lands of Elender had been such a vivid world to get sucked into, it felt like a world that truly existed in some other dimension. But the greatest strength of Christina's novel was Ursula, Evergarden's protagonist. As a character, Kyle could confidently state that she was by far one of the best-written fictional female characters he had ever encountered in any piece of media in the longest time. And that was why Kyle also knew in that very moment. Evergarden was going to sell millions. Yet, for him, the novel had given him a wisp of inspiration for a new song. A new song that Kyle was planning to dedicate solely to his fans, just like Christina had dedicated her novel to every drifter around the world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later, casually twirling about on the producer's chair near the console of his recording studio, Kyle's eyes was closed, seemingly trying to work out the right tune for his new song. Surprisingly, he'd sorted out the lyrics of most of the song without much hassle this time. Maybe it was because he had leveled up extensively, or because he'd always kept his fans in mind whenever he composed his songs. Making a song solely dedicated to them came very easy. The tune, however, now that was what he and Jenny, although she was currently out on a lunch break, had been dealing with without any noticeable progress in sight. A tune that can suggest how they should feel in line with its lyrical themes, Kyle mused to himself, his thoughts continuing. Classical? No, doesn't fit the bill, unfortunately. Ballad? I'll consider it. Pop? Might work, but it has to be really unique. Electronica? That might actually be the right play. Pondering for a few more seconds and seriously considering electronica once again, but this time with a different approach to it, Kyle slowly opened his eyes, his decision made. Evergreen, staring right back at him with a curiously twinkling gaze, almost as if she wanted to tinker through his mind and figure out what was happening upstairs. Hi, Christina mouthed, her delicate features popping into Kyle's field of view as her beautiful blonde hair draped over her neckline and shoulder. The lady had asked the young man just yesterday if he was around as she wanted to hang out with him, one to which Kyle had favorably responded. Hello, Blondie. Fantastic day you're having, I bet. 50,000 copies sold, in a week at that too. Kyle replied with a warm smile, earning a blissful smile from the lady. Why, Evergarden though? The young man then asked curiously. Evergarden is believed to be of French origin, meaning love for humanity. Christina signed in response, her blissful expression still a bit curious as she added. The underlying groundwork for the novel was encompassed by my love for humanity's strength to always heal, persevere, and recover, no matter the circumstances. That's why I chose it. Cheesy? She inquired curiously. Absolutely not. It's perfect, Kyle genuinely responded, his smile warm. Thank you. The lady beamed at him, after which she then asked curiously. New song? Yep. Kyle replied with a slight nod. All thanks to you, he casually added. In response to that, Christina's intrigued gaze slowly morphed into a mix of shocked surprise. Haven't figured out the tune just yet, but would you like to see the lyric sheet? Still blinking her eyes in stunned surprise, the lady soon recovered and bobbled her head vigorously. Named Your Odyssey, the song that Kyle was currently working on was one he wouldn't be releasing until next year. Sure, the young star himself wasn't planning to release any new song anytime soon, but he'd been a bit surprised when his team told him to hold off on releasing it this year altogether. Rather, they had all jointly advised him to keep it till his tour next year, one where it had come as a pleasant surprise to all of his fans, while also making it very easy to promote since it'd end up spreading, mostly by word of mouth. It could be argued that Hollywood's 7-month-long guild strike did more harm than good for the industry, although the masses stayed ignorant and unaware of that fact. But for some in the industry, it had been a period of opportunity, a period to unwind from the heavy, unrealistic expectations, a period to finally create something that they'd always wanted to. One of such people was the one-time Oscar-winning Xavier Cage, a famous director in Hollywood whom had fallen off in recent years due to multiple flops of his movies at the box office. And standing firmly behind him, despite his gradual descent into obscurity in the cutthroat industry, was his longtime friend, business partner, and something more, Cassandra. Stepping out of her vehicle, her dyed, silver blonde wildly flaying about in the sea breeze of Santa Monica's State Beach, Cassandra casually made her towards her destination. As the lady in her late 30s strolled through the coastal landscape, dotted with palm trees and patches of greenery, her silver-gray irises swept over the modern Mediterranean-style condos, complete with its neat white walls and terracotta-tiled roofs. Soon, she arrived at one of said condos, casually opening the door without even knocking. Making her way through the neatly arranged apartment, her steps light and graceful, just like her features, Cassandra soon arrived at the balcony that faced the beach, the view breathtaking. And seated on a rocking chair, his voluminous, coif-styled, jet-black hair, with the occasional wiry strands of gray gently ruffling in the breeze of the wind, was Xavier himself. His features were distinct, distinguished yet mature, his light stubble and beard, adding to the overall charm and confidence that a director and a man in his early 40s should have. "You sure took your time contacting me, Zay," Cassandra stated, purposely obscuring his field of view with her elegant figure. "And you look as beautiful as always, Cass," Xavier responded with an arch of his eyebrow, his cognac-brown irises, studying his wife's sensual waistline. "You sleazy pervert. You're not getting out of this one that easy." She leaned forward with a suggestive gaze, her eyes gleaming in mischief as she asked. "Progress report." "Oh, come on, babe. I'm a man, you know. Besides, I haven't seen you in over 3 months. What did you expect?" Xavier, with a noticeably bulky script in his laps, raised and dropped his hands in exasperation. Yet, realizing his wife wouldn't be giving in to his demands just yet, Xavier groaned in resignation and then stated, "Fine. Stray Wolves is done." "And the cast?" she inquired further. "Nuance." Xavier brushed her question aside. "Babe." Cassandra leaned closer, prodding even deeper with a sultry gaze leveled at her husband. "Oh yeah? I've picked out a few actors." The director folded pretty fast to his wife's advances. "Though I'm only confident in one choice," he briefly added, his gaze thoughtful. "Which one?" Cassandra asked, her sultry gaze turning slightly curious. "Kyle Kestis as Damian Wolf, the movie's main antagonist," he responded casually, although there was a noticeable hint of confidence to his words. Chapter 213, as planned. Summer, fleeting as expected, ran its course duly. Autumn was here, and with the shift in meteorological seasons, 2 months had slowly passed by. The Hollywood Writers and Actors Guild strike was over. Their slew of requests had also been met, albeit some had to be compromised upon. Agree to disagree, as they say. But, for the most part, it favored the top dogs in the filmmaking business. Atlas International especially. Just like that, producing movies was back on the table. And of course, unrestrained giddiness came with it. Hollywood actors, e.t. celebrities, most of whom had been struggling to keep themselves relevant during the drought and also make some big fat cash, be they indie or popular, jumped into action. Movie scripts, whether good or bad, they were on it like ants. But for some actors, the scripts affluently came to meet them. And one of such actors was none other than Kyle himself, his spectacles resting on the ridge of his nose as he perused through a fairly bulky script in his hands. Stray Wolves, 91%. In an effort to be the very first to secure the legendary box of Kukulkan, an artifact rumored to be able to remake the world in one's own image, a group of professional treasure hunters, mercenaries and fortune seekers venture into the perilous ruins of the hidden city of Akin, a lost Mayan civilization where legendary box resides. A brainchild of the renowned Martin O. Ronan, this script, written by director Xavier Cage for a Chill Flicks adaptation, follows the fictitious tales as told in that of the masterfully written book for an excellent live-action adaptation. Having received the soft copy of the script from Oliver yesterday night, Kyle was finally chanced to actually read through it after printing it out at his office this morning. Occasionally, a few amused simpers would nestle on his lips from time to time as he read said script, prompting his team to glance at him with a hint of noticeable curiosity at what he was reading. At some point, though, Kyle's simpers evolved into multiple, short bursts of genuinely pleased chuckles. Kyle, is the script perhaps a comedy? Owen couldn't help but question at this point, mirroring everyone's thoughts and questions on what Kyle was reading. Comedy? Heavens no. Far from that, actually. Kyle lightly chuckled as he tried to explain. Action-adventure, psychological survival would be more fitting, I guess. Then what's got you all dandy? Gwen, briefly twirling in her chair to face him, inquired, her brow curiously arched. Damian Wolf. He's the main antagonist in the story. Just like the books, Kyle chuckled a bit as he stated, his lips parting open again as he added an acknowledgement. He's such a bad guy. This time, Owen and Gwen glanced over to each other and then asked in sync, genuinely concerned squints, leveled at their boss. And why? Do you find that funny? Kyle enjoys dark humor. Damian has quite a few of those. Kyle is pleased. Oliver filled in the gaps, casually sipping on his morning coffee whilst confidently adding, was one of the major reasons I picked up the script amongst the plethora of many that was sent to him, in fact, the other being that it's a live-action adaptation of a great book. Curious, Jenny audibly mused aloud, finding another interesting nugget of the Kyle she is a fan had no idea of. Damian's bad. And I mean bad. Like bad, with literally no iota of morality or complex underlying reasons to the things he does. But Kyle, on the other hand, appreciative of his agent's succinct elucidation, gestured to everyone in the room, his amused gaze still trained on the script. But what? Stuart and Miguel simultaneously remarked in curiosity. That's what the script and the book have always wanted me to think. Kyle thoughtfully responded, a clearly impressed smile settling on his lips as he continued. In any case, like Oliver said, he also has a way with words. Makes his clearly unhinged diabolical acts feel so intriguing and valid, in a twisted, almost sickening yet ingratiating kind of way. He added a few more words for exposition as another pleased expression graced his features. So, you were offered his role? Camille, whom had been, and was still sorting through a few legal documents here and there, rhetorically questioned, her tone clearly interested. Yep. Kyle nodded in response. Up for it? Oliver inquired, despite his certainty that his ward wouldn't turn it down. Oliver, I'm so flattered that I was chosen for this, so yes. Definitely. Kyle replied affirmatively. In fact, just for good measure, I'll also send. In a screening tape, the young star added excitedly. In response to that, Oliver was about to give a light nod of acknowledgement, only to hear his phone, which was placed atop the table, ring. Seeing the unknown number on it, the agent tilted his head in slight curiosity, especially since his real caller identifier app labeled it as private number. Picking it up, curious as to whom was calling, Oliver professionally spoke. Hello, this is Oliver Stone speaking. No sooner had the agent done that, though, his eyes widened in a mix of genuine shock and a hint of wariness when he heard the voice from the other end introduce herself. However, a few seconds later of conversing, Oliver's previous expression of stunned wariness, one everyone else in the office had noticed due to the subtle shift in his usually reserved tone as he spoke, morphed into something else entirely. Annoyance. That's not good, Kyle inwardly remarked as he studied his agent's visage. Oliver rarely ever got ticked off. In fact, even when he himself was being a little rascal and he'd give him a stone-cold glare, Kyle usually picked up on the subtly hidden layer of loving concern behind his gray irises still. But now, none of that subtleness was there. Oliver really was annoyed. And that was why, no sooner had he rounded up the call. Yes, all right, I'll schedule a meeting as soon as I can and get back to you. Kyle inquired calmly. What's wrong? Letting out a deep breath to calm himself, the agent responded, a hint of irritation still layered beneath his cool voice. Atlas International wants to buy out Spawn Point Studios and your IP rights to TechWiz. The atmosphere in the office noticeably became tense, Oliver's words being the catalyst. Here we go again. Camille was the first to comment, audibly sighing with a concerned gaze as she massaged her temples. Having dealt with a similar scenario like this in the past, one where Atlas requested for an audience to buy out a merchandising firm she had been the legal advisor for, she knew exactly how far the industry juggernaut would go to secure something they wanted. Gwen, Owen, Miguel, Jenny, and Stuart also had markedly synonymous reactions, although theirs was characterized mainly by the waves of wariness marking their features. It was practically common knowledge in the industry that Atlas International always got what they wanted, one way or the other with their slimy tendrils. Well, that came earlier than we expected, Kyle thoughtfully commented, his calm demeanor brushing off most of the tension in the room as Oliver posed a curious question with a furrowed brow. You don't think they've caught on to the fact that we've been contacting various directors and producers for the live-action adaptation of it, right? With noticeably surprised gazes on their features, the rest of Kyle's team panned their heads in the duo's direction as they calmly conversed instead. In a way, it made them feel less troubled seeing that their bosses weren't all that shaken up by the sudden occurrence. We've purposely been sending handwritten mails for that exact reason to prevent leaks to the media, so I seriously doubt it. Kyle gestured towards his agent in response as he continued. Rather, I think it's the game sales figures and the cascade of marketing profits that has them interested. To that, Oliver agreed with a light nod as Gwen, whom had now composed herself much like the other team members, remarked thoughtfully, her fingers resting on her chin. Come to think of it, I did read an article online that Walt Brothers Comics was bought out by Atlas a few days back. Instantly, a light of realization surfaced in everyone's irises, the social media and PR manager's information efficiently clearing things up. So what's the plan now? Owen spoke not long after. To that, Kyle replied, his voice respectful yet brimming with confident authority. Nothing's changed, really. We'll do as we've planned. Oliver and I will keep contacting directors and producers who value staying true to source materials. Kyle continued resolutely. I'll also schedule a meeting in the coming days with Atlas International. The agent chipped in as he downed the last of his coffee, to which Kyle nodded in appreciation and then continued. Jenny and I still have to polish up your Odyssey, but I'll keep making preparations with Stuart for next year's tour and Super Bowl's halftime. To that, Stuart casually saluted while Jenny nodded resolutely. Glancing over to Gwen, the young star didn't even need to say a thing as she assuredly stated with a confident grin. Best believe I have a good chunk of next year's bases covered, and then some. In fact, I have a few contacts specialized in advertisement who'd be ready to jump into action whenever you're ready. Brilliant. Kyle smiled appreciatively and then shifted his attention. Miguel and Camille will continue managing and outlining all the necessary budget and legalities for our planned expenses, tech whiz, SIP rights, and the pre-production of the film next year. Roger that. The duo in question responded confidently. As for Owen, Kyle trailed off as his assistant looked at him expectantly. What exactly do you do, Owen? Kyle squinted at him with a confused gaze, a hint of humor in his tone as Owen's heart sank in mock offense. What did I ever do to you? He inquired of his boss with a saddened expression as their exchange drew a hearty chuckle from everyone in the room. Well, apart from keeping me up to date on the DLC and Fortnite's progress, what's the planned schedule for tomorrow? Kyle's tone soon shifted back into business as Owen straightened up and pulled up his planner on his tablet with poised professionalism. Yes, your schedule tomorrow is as follows. The assistant began to read off his tab as Kyle listened attentively. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. To say Tech Whiz was now a popular IP was lightly selling it. 19.4 million units of its video game had been sold in just 2 months and a few weeks, accumulating a staggering revenue of roughly $775 million. And in those same span of months, gamers around the world who own the game were still finding new Easter eggs, hidden side quests, and cool little things to discover in the game. This made it clear that the devs of their now beloved Spawn Point studio were geeks, just like them who completely adored the IP itself. Also, putting into consideration just how much bigger the gaming industry was in comparison to both the filmmaking and music industry combined, the cascade of events that followed were to be expected. Merch requests for the titular hero went up, opening up a lucrative market for various merchandising brands. Multiple fan arts of the Tech Whiz universe was a frequent, if not hourly occurrence on Tweet Talk and various social media sites. Bookstores, distribution companies, and various publications heavily pressed for the increased production of the comic book adaptations of previous volumes due to how high in demand they were. Alive had hit over 350 million streams, and now Kickback Radio had become a pretty popular but still niche indie band. And for Walt Brothers Comics, now owned by Atlas International, of course, all these made them extremely happy. Let's especially, finally, they could make a live adaptation and so much more off of a fresh new, booming IP. That was until he realized the IP rights to his business plans wasn't in Walt Brothers' hands anymore. Rather, Kyle Kestis, the one celebrity whose popularity progressively soared even higher during the Hollywood strike, and was arguably the instigator of the IP becoming mainstream, held those rights. Every blessed new comic book adaptation from now henceforth, every single merch done and distributed, every Hollywood studio who had plans for Tech Whiz, Atlas International themselves included, all required his consultation before they went ahead with any major plans. At the same time, Kyle was entitled to a cut of all their earnings without fail, although he wasn't all gung-ho about it, to be honest. This, as one would expect though, was not something that the monopolistic control freak, Lex Alexander Harlow, could or would allow. As a result, he'd purposely sent over his secretary from their headquarters in L.A. all the way to Toronto, Canada, on his private jet to have a discussion business meeting with Kyle over handing over the IP rights of Tech Whiz after they'd scheduled a date for the meeting. And after Donna had arrived, laid out all the offers, terms and conditions, all of which came with a whopping $2 billion package deal, Kyle had glanced over to his agent, flicked his gaze back to the secretary, and then, with the politest of smiles, gave an unfavorable response. Chapter 214, The Start of Things. I'm honored, but no thank you, is what he said. Donna, now back at Atlas, ended her report to her boss, her fingers lightly adjusting her glasses with composed professionalism. To that, Lex, calculating as ever, gently rubbed his stubble as he inwardly remarked, "He's a smart one. I'll give him that." Almost immediately, though, he calmly questioned, "Do you think he's malleable?" "No," Donna curtly responded. "Well, that's a shame," the multi-billionaire control freak commented, a casual air of disappointment in his tone. Musing for a few seconds, though, Lex then posed a curious question. "From what you gleaned in the meeting, personality-wise, would you say he's gray, bad, or ugly?" "Good," the secretary responded, her tone devoid of emotion. In response to that, Lex, for the first time in a fairly long while, frowned. Leaning back into his chair, the CEO fixed his sharp, steel-blue irises on his secretary, who simply returned his gaze with unwavering professionalism. "You're sure?" he asked again, seeking proper clarification. "Yes," Donna confirmed with a curt nod. "Well, isn't that curious? Wonder how he got this far in the industry then." Lex's fingers drummed lightly on his table as he considered her answer. "Good? That was unusual. Rare, even. A good person making it far in an industry like Hollywood's was an anomaly, to say the least. The entertainment world thrived on compromise. Morals were liabilities, and rules were easily discarded in the pursuit of fame, power, or fortune. And for a good person who had a lot of rules keeping them from doing anything morally wrong in an industry as degraded as theirs, getting far was almost nigh impossible. Yet, once in a blue moon, people like them existed in Hollywood. And at the same time, they were the most annoying set of individuals for people like Lex to deal with due to their annoyingly unwavering convictions. Still, Lex's expression returned to its typical calculated sharpness after a moment of introspection. "What are the most recent projects he's working on?" he inquired. In response, Donna nodded briefly, already prepared. "Information on Mr. Kestis' projects are somewhat difficult to obtain since he maintains a very low profile. But I did discover that director Xavier Cage is planning to cast him in Chillflix's upcoming live adaptation of Martin O'Ronin's Stray Wolves." "Is that so?" Lex remarked, his tone deliberately neutral, though his mind was already spinning with a dirty move to wrestle off control for the IP rights of Tech Whiz from Kyle. After a brief pause, he then issued an order. "Contact Rob. Tell him Atlas International would like to discuss backing this film." Donna, knowing fully well Lex's thought process, raised an eyebrow, waiting for the inevitable condition. Under the stipulation, the CEO trailed off, a subtle yet devious smile curling his lips. "That Kyle Kestis will not be a part of the cast." "Understood." Donna gave another curt nod, ready to carry out the order. But, before she could head out, Lex spoke again, his tone curious once more. "Speaking of live adaptations, how's the pre-production of Fables and Legends coming along?" "Swimmingly, although filming is planned to start at the third quarter of 2022. Donna turned around, her stance poised as she inquired further. "Would you like more details?" The CEO thoughtfully mused for a few seconds, after which he then responded, "Yes, I very much would." Lex leaned forward in his chair, hands resting on the table as his secretary walked over and pulled up the itinerary on her tablet. Although Stray Wolves was one of Martin Ronan's best literary works, it wasn't even an argument that Fables and Legends was what he was well renowned for. And Atlas International, after many years of constantly barraging the renowned author, had finally managed to persuade the man himself to allow for an adaptation of his magnum opus on the big screen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A week later, Robert Iger was the CEO of Chillflix. At 47, he was a man of modest stature and on the slightly bigger size of an average build with his neatly combed black hair and light brown irises. Currently in a board meeting for Stray Wolves and dressed in a well-fitted black suit, Rob, just like so many other CEOs around the world, was only after his own profits. As a result, what should have been a smooth pre-production process for their upcoming film, especially since the cast literally just had a read-through session a few days back, ended up going bust. "What do you mean we can't cast him?" Cassandra frowned in confusion as she added. "You all saw the screening tape he sent, right? He didn't need to, but he did anyway. And also, you were all just as impressed as everyone else during the table read with him. Why then do you not want him casted anymore?" The lady requested as respectfully as she could to the board of executives. Finding a new actor to take Damien's role now wasn't going to bode well for pre-production, and with the board's recently added requirement, Cassandra couldn't help but think that there was something fishy going on behind the scenes. "What? Do you mean I should split the script into 2 parts?" Xavier, seated next to his wife in the meeting room, demanded, his stubborn expression clear as day. In fact, fearless as he was, the director frowned directly at the board of execs, Robert Iger especially. "Do I need to have a reason to not want an actor casted for something we want to produce?" The CEO, seemingly unperturbed by the couple's individual demands, responded first to the wife. Cassandra was obviously taken aback by this nonchalant response from Rob as her gaze swept over the rest of the board members who simply remained tight-lipped, their professional smiles unreadable as ever. "And as for your question, Cage, we recently secured some extra funding for the movie, and we figured it'd be more profitable to split it into 2 movies. Is that a problem?" He angled his gaze over to Xavier, who simply shook his head with a disappointed smile. "Of course it's the profits," he muttered underneath his breath, after which he then spoke out loud. "Yes, it very much is. You see that script, the way it's written? Splitting it into 2 will ultimately destroy it. That won't bode well for any of us," he stated, his tone honest to a fault. "It'd be in your best interests to leave it as a single movie," he strongly advised the CEO. Instead, Robert simply let out a sigh of disappointment and then asked dismissively, "So you can't do it?" Rolling his tongue around the insides of his mouth with a displeased smile, more or less predicting where this was headed, Xavier stood his ground as Cassandra took in a deep, quiet breath. "Not that I can't. I won't. Well, I guess we'll just have to get a new director then, won't we?" Robert smiled subtly, his lips curled in obvious mockery as Xavier pinched the ridge of his nose for a few seconds and then, just to send a message that he wouldn't be trampled upon, gave Rob the middle finger. This, as one would expect, pissed off the CEO to no ends, and just like that, Xavier was booted off as the director for Stray Wolves, and so was an unaware Kyle Kestis for the role of Damien Wolf. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Kyle had just arrived home from his recording studio after a fruitful day, and no sooner had he crashed onto his bed, he casually pulled up his status. Notifications and panel. "You have completed another original song. You have obtained a huge amount of EXP points. 10,000 EXP points have been awarded. Total EXP points available, 81,025. Composing has advanced from level 15 to level 16. Advancement in composing will become exponentially harder from here on out. Keep composing to improve your skills. Kyle Kestis, EXP points, 81,025. Skills: Soulful Vocals, P. Growth Spurt, P. Appraisal, A. Resonance, P. S. Charisma, P. Polyglot, P. Deep Dive, A. S. recollection, P. Scene stealer, A. Action and stunt mastery, P. Bleeding effect, P. Detoxification, A. Peak human conditioning, P. Flow, P. Choreography master, P. Asterisk EXP points can be used to create skills. Levels. Singing level 16. Acting level 14. Composing level 16. Dancing level 14. Instrument mastery, piano/guitar, level 13/13. Asterisk levels will increase in accordance to your growth. Your Odyssey, despite being one of the easier songs that Kyle had written, had ended up being a bit more complex for him to find the right tune for. For the past few months, he and Jenny had constantly been mixing tunes, layering beats, and overall, just generally experimenting till they found the perfect one that fit the song's theme. Added to that, Kyle himself hadn't been in a hurry to complete said song as he had really enjoyed the opportunity of experimenting with electronica whenever he could. All these reasons could be attributed to why it took he and his audio engineer roughly 3 months to complete the song. Currently staring at his panel in contentment though, his gaze lingering on his plentiful EXP points, Kyle felt his phone beep in his pockets with a familiar tune, one that he attributed to Oliver's cell. Casually dismissing his system panel, Kyle picked up the call. "Hey Oliver, what's up?" A brief, frustrated sigh came from the other end of the phone before his agent finally replied. "Kyle, unfortunately, you won't be able to play Damien's role in Stray Wolves anymore." A sense of betrayal. That was the first wave of emotion that hit the young man as he sat upright from his bed. Unable to understand why this was the case though, especially since everyone seemed content with having him on board at the read-through a few days ago, Kyle asked, his tone laced with confusion. "Why? What happened?" "Well, according to Chillflix's execs, they didn't like your showing." Oliver replied and then continued. "But it's hogwash really because I ended up contacting Xavier myself, and guess what? He was also booted off as the director of the movie. And so was Cassandra, just a few hours after he was." Kyle's initial feelings of betrayal quickly devolved into a mix of concern and sympathy as Oliver kept speaking. "Obviously, I figured there was something fishy behind the scenes, so I had a few contacts of mine do a bit of extra digging." "And what's the real reason?" Kyle inquired, his demeanor now completely calm and rational. "Atlas International. Apparently, Harlow, their CEO, wanted to back the film with the condition that you wouldn't be in the main cast. And if my gut serves me right, I'm pretty certain that he purposely made it easy for us to have access to that information, just to make a point. Accept our offer, or I'll make things hard for you." Kyle rationalized with a light scoff of disapproval. "Exactly," Oliver commented in agreement. For about a minute, silence descended on both ends of the line as Kyle's thoughts raced with a way to turn this around. But unfortunately for him, none came to mind. However, a more curious thought soon bubbled to the surface as the young man slightly widened his eyes in realization. To that, he coolly admitted in response, "Well, we're not going to play his games. We honestly can't win against an industry juggernaut with our limited resources." Hearing this from the other end, Oliver curiously hummed in response. That said, the young man then remarked with a light, cunning smile, one that his agent could palpably feel from the other end of the line. "We'll make the best of this misfortune, Oliver. After all, when one door closes, another opens." Chapter 215, Another Door. Turning around their misfortune with Atlas International. It wasn't something particularly amazing that Kyle came up with to achieve that. In fact, it wasn't even an ingenious thought process. But by the time Atlas's CEO would be finding out, it would inevitably tick him off quite a bit, especially because it had been an oversight on his part and he had indirectly facilitated everything that came after. That, exactly, was where Kyle's rather subtle cunning came into play. Having made up his mind a few days back after sharing the rest of his thoughts with his agent, he and Oliver, alongside Owen who tagged along, arrived at Santa Monica's State Beach. And upon arriving at the door to Xavier's Mediterranean condo, the trio were noticeably taken aback by the director, who was dressed in a Hawaiian t-shirt and shorts alongside his beautiful wife, who was in a full-body swimwear, both of them heading out the door and towards the beach. In fact, with all the required gear in their hands, it was obvious they were out on a beach date. "Okay, Owen confusedly stated out loud as the duo, with their sunglasses on, synchronously tilted it downwards to stare at the trio while Kyle questioned, his expression shifting slightly to that of amusement. "Is this a bad time?" he tactfully inquired of the duo despite having previously informed them of their visit a few days earlier. Glancing over to each other, and then back to the trio, the couple casually responded, "No. Well, you certainly don't look like people who got fired from something you spent almost all year struggling to get the opportunity to work on." Oliver threw in coolly. Having attended the table read with Kyle, Oliver had already gotten acquainted with the duo, just like Kyle had. "I'm pretty sure it's damage control at this point," Kyle purposely whispered aloud to Oliver and Owen, his tone laced with a bit of humor and mock concern. "Hey," Cassandra threw her beach ball at him, as Xavier simultaneously added, "We can hear you." Cassandra Cage had spent the better half of the year trying to get in touch with Chillflix the moment it leaked to the media that they had purchased the right to Stray Wolves. And after an arduous game of cat and mouse for a little over 3 months, she had finally gotten the chance to speak with Chillflix's execs to propose they worked with her and her husband to make a live-action adaptation with unexpected success. Xavier Cage, on the other hand, having dreamed of getting the chance to adapt one of Martin O'Ronin's work all his life, was immensely grateful for Cass' effort in securing such a golden opportunity. As a result, to show just how committed he was to ensuring his wife's efforts didn't go to waste despite his box office flops these past few years, all of which occurred due to an unfortunate series of events and not because he wasn't fantastic at his job. He told his wife he'd need to go into seclusion. The Hollywood strike, too, seemed to have happened at the perfect time, further relieving the director of any sort of unwarranted pressure, hence giving him all the time to do a great job. Having been a big fan of Martin's works all his life, Xavier wanted to ensure that he made a fantastic live-action script that did justice to such an amazing book. And he did, as noted by the 91% rating Kyle's appraisal gave the script. But, unexpected to any of them, everything rolled downhill pretty fast the moment the Hollywood strike was over. "So that's what really happened," Xavier commented in realization as he and Kyle, barefooted, strolled along the beach sky while conversing. Just behind them, Oliver, Cassandra, and Owen were doing the same, the agent giving her a rundown of what actually went down behind the scenes. "Yeah, in a way, you could say it's our fault things went south for you guys." Kyle had a hint of guilt to his tone as the cool sea breeze ruffled their hair and the waves washed over their feet. "Not your fault at all. Won't be my first time dealing with Atlas, Lex, or Rob for that matter, so rest assured, you're not to blame." Kyle nodded thankfully in response, and then squinted his eyes in slight curiosity as he inquired, "Rob? Robert Iger?" "Yeah." Xavier nodded, and then continued. "Way before he became Chillflix's CEO, we worked together on Intergalactic, the movie that earned you your Oscar?" Kyle curiously asked. "Yeah. Rob's always been pretty salty I won that Oscar 10 years ago as the director, but he never even got any nods as the producer for Best Picture." Xavier responded, and then added, a satisfied smile nestling on his lips. "Not that I care, though. He's always been such a pain in the ass to work with, so it felt quite refreshing being able to flip him off." To that, Kyle chuckled as the director did the same. Soon, though, Xavier's steps came to a gradual halt as he asked of the young man with a slightly curious tone, "Why are you here, really? I mean, Cass and I definitely appreciate you and Oliver going out of your way to clear things up, but that's not the only reason you're here, is it, Kyle?" In response to that, Kyle smiled a bit sheepishly and then retrieved a neatly tucked and folded letter in his pants as he handed it over to the director. "This is the other reason why we're here." "Why so secretive?" Xavier arched a curious brow while accepting the letter. In response, Kyle simply shrugged, urging him to read the letter with a gestured tilt of his head and a light smile. All right. The director had no choice but to play along, his fingers casually prying open the envelope to read the letter. As he did, Kyle took the opportunity to appraise him a second time. Xavier Cage, 43 years. Directing level 17. Writing level 15. Acting level 6. Skills, jack of all trades. Idea nexus. The first time Kyle had ever appraised the director was at their read-through session, and even then, he had been genuinely stunned. Seeing the stats again today, though, he couldn't help but inwardly comment, his tone clearly impressed. Wow, Xavier's stats, especially the idea nexus skill, was one that had Kyle really intrigued for one very interesting reason. It has a cooldown. He mused to himself as he watched its timer casually ticking down 7 days, 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 3 seconds. In fact, Xavier was the only other individual aside him whom he had met that had a cooldown timer for a skill, much like his scene stealer. I wonder how many months his takes before it resets, Kyle pondered in curiosity. This, Xavier's excited remark on the other hand, had him brush aside the panel instantly as the director spoke again. You're serious about this? Xavier, I could have sent you an email. Of course I'm serious about it. Kyle mirrored his enthusiasm. At the exact same time, Cassandra, whom had just been requested of by Oliver to be a producer for Tech Wiz's live adaptation, commented audibly, the anticipation in her tone palpable. My knowledge on the source material is limited, but count me in. You already had me at superhero movie anyway. So what did you say, Mr. Cage? Kyle, on the other hand, simultaneously inquired of the director. Screenwriter and the director? Xavier clarified one more time, his tone rhetorical yet excited. We'll pay you handsomely. Kyle added for good measure with gestured, outspread arms. I'd be honored, the Hollywood director extended a handshake over to the young star who grasped it firmly, a confident smile nestling on their lips as the early morning sea breeze washed over them. Just like that, Kyle had secured the director and producer for the Tech Wiz live-action adaptation. Lex's antics might have cost him his very first movie role as a villain, but the young star wasn't too discouraged. He was certain he'd get his chance to try out for another in due time. But more than that, Kyle had capitalized on the misfortune that tumbled across his way and found a silver lining for something even better. After all, as the saying goes, one has to make the best of what they had, and Kyle, with all intents and purposes, was doing just that, just like he had been doing from the very start of his Hollywood career. A few days later, the past few months had been a fairly low-key month for Kyle's fan group. Sure, they knew their favorite star had stayed relevant in the industry despite the long Hollywood strike, but still, they just wished that they could find any new tidbit of information about him to hopefully sink their teeth into and get their fairly active fan group buzzing like no tomorrow again. Kyle's girlfriend. I'm Kyle sick. I haven't received my daily dose of Kyle in months. I'm dying of boredom over here, people. Tricks or treat. I agree. Shrek loves Fiona. Me too. Mamma Mia. Me 3. This is fun. Princess Peach. Me 4. What's our cinnamon roll-up? 2. Peter_writes_fantasy. Me 5. Are we really doing this right now? We do a bit of trolling. Me 6. Yes. Yes, we are. Now giddy up and make the next message longer. Waifu with a rocket launcher. Me 7. 7 rocket launchers. 7 glorious nukes. 7's my lucky number, and trust me, I'll septuple nuke the next person if your message isn't longer. The imposter. Me 8. Kyle was just announced to be the headliner for 2022's NFL Super Bowl halftime performance, and, at the same time, he's also announced the dates for his tour starting next year. Like the wrench thrower the fan group knew him to be, in the best way possible at that, the entire group exploded into chaos the moment the imposter's message dropped like a nuclear bomb. In a very lavish and luxurious penthouse, just off the coast of Mandalay Bay Beach, Las Vegas, Marilyn Iko was in a shitty mood, a far cry from her plans to go for a nice, relaxing soak in her bathtub. As if losing the Grammys last year to Nick Astley and the newcomer Kyle Kestis hadn't been enough, she had also ended up losing the chance to headline NFL's Super Bowl halftime to him. Currently donning a bathrobe over her smooth, warm undertoned skin, her wet, darkest brown hair messily layered all over her well-defined and striking features, Marilyn's almond irises were furious as she demanded, "How?" To that, her agent, Edward Bronx, pinched the ridge of his nose in irritation and simply remained silent whilst pacing back and forth in the modernly furnished living room that reeked of wealth and high class. How? Marilyn angrily urged a second time, her voice a bit higher. Yet again, her agent remained quiet while doing his best to keep his calm. How? She practically screamed in fury this time. I don't know. Edward exploded at her, the genuine mix of confused frustration in his tone evident. Look, I did everything I could and so did the agency, but you more than anyone should know that those NFL board members mostly pick artists that are capable of drawing the most crowd. Edward continued, trying his best to regain his composure. And clearly, they must have believed that Kyle Kestis could draw in more crowd than you. There's nothing I or the agency can do about that, okay? The agent let out an exasperated sigh as he added a few more words. Look, at least we got you in as one of the surprise performers. You can still own the stage, Iko. Him being the headliner doesn't change that. Edward concluded with an assuring grip on the lady's tense shoulders. Marilyn, too, having reasoned from his angle, realized that her agent was right. She still had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that so many other artists could only hope they did. Still, Iko's pride and ego just wouldn't let her admit that the young star was in fact more in vogue than her. And as a result, she made up her mind. On the stage, huh? Then that's what I'll do. She had an immensely fierce yet prideful expression on her features. I'll put on a performance so amazing, it'll make Kyle's look like a total amateur, she boldly declared to her agent with the most condescending tone and expression she could muster. Chapter 216, Mad Lad. How do you win against someone who thrives on power moves? You don't play their games. You just don't. Kyle understood this perfectly, and as a result, despite the months of October, November, and December rolling by, not once did the young man and his team request for an audience with or make any efforts to contact Atlas International. And for the monopolistic CEO of the industry juggernaut, despite priding himself on his ability to play the long game, he gradually began to nurse a gut feeling that things weren't going to go the way they always did. This was because, despite his subtly veiled warning towards the young star and his agent about how much they stood to lose if they went against him or Atlas International in the long run, the duo had instead gone radio silent. Even with his vast web of information channels, contacts, and connections, all Lex had been able to garner was a few tidbits of Kyle's mundane life these past few months, save for NFL's rousing announcement alongside his tour announcement last year that set the internet ablaze. Still, the CEO had at least expected that they would make some move by the start of the new year. Yet, the duo did nothing of sorts. Kyle and Oliver, despite residing in the bustling town of Hollywood, remained elusive like quiet hermits with no visible plans for the future. And sure enough, this only served to garner the CEO's unwelcome curiosity in the duo even further as his calculative nature veered him to believe that they were most definitely up to something. That said, Lex had bigger fish to fry for the meantime as he casually yet intently listened to the various pitches at Atlas's marketing and strategy meeting for Fables and Legends pre-production. A teaser's sure to do wonders, one executive commented thoughtfully. Yes, the head of the marketing and PR department agreed as he gave his own 2 cents to the discussion. And if we also release it at major events, like film festivals or other high-profile stages, it'll spread faster than wildfire. True. Another exec chimed in, stroking his gray beard as he added. The books are already immensely popular. Fans would take care of the rest for us, I'm sure. NFL's Super Bowl halftime. Lex's composed voice cut through the room, immediately drawing everyone's attention. How much is required to air a teaser? He purposefully inquired. $6.5 million. Donna, seated a few chairs away, responded succinctly. Double it. Lex ordered casually, his tone leaving no room for debate as he expatiated. Let's have 2 teasers made. One will air before the match begins, and the other immediately after the halftime performance by the guest musicians. Double exposure for added retention. The room buzzed with agreement in response to his words. No one even bothered questioning Lex's decision. After all, his uncanny business acumen had brought Atlas International to its towering heights, and everyone trusted his instincts without doubt. Having given his directive, though, the meeting resumed its usual brainstorming, and Lex, although appeared unfazed outwardly, kept his mind sharp and fully invested in every little detail of the discussion as more and more ideas were pitched. *****. Xavier was a bit of mad lad. Okay, maybe that was putting things lightly. Xavier Cage was an absolute mad lad. Shiver me timbers. Kyle, having traveled over from Canada to LA the day before alone, stared at the table where a neat stack of scripts lay with an utterly bamboozled expression. That's an interesting choice of words. Xavier, with a noticeably relaxed air, a stark contrast to his almost haggard yet unkempt appearance, simply walked past a stunned Kyle as he made his way into the kitchen. Both were currently at the director's beachside condo, the comforting scent of the sea, mixing with the earthy smell of the falling snow and fresh coffee beans as the director turned on the coffee machine. Kyle had been completely dumbstruck a fair few times in his life. And for someone who had something inherently impossible like a system fused with his being, it could be argued that he had more resistance to witnessing unrealistic things happening before his very eyes. But even this took the cake for one of the top 10 most unbelievable things he had ever witnessed in his life, even if he never had an actual list for it. Tech Whiz, Year 1. Tech Whiz, Year 2. Tech Whiz, Year 3. Granted, Kyle was the one who came up with the addition of the Year 1 part when he and Xavier had been conversing over the last 2 months, but even he could never have expected this. 2 sequels, fully written, fleshed, and ironed out, lay on the glass table alongside the first, each beckoning for him to pick whichever suited his fancy first. Instead, Kyle, with his mind racing at how Xavier had achieved such an incredible feat within the span of just 2 months and a couple weeks, swiveled around and instantly appraised the director. Xavier Cage, 43 years. Directing level 17. Writing level 16. Acting level 6. Skills, jack of all trades. Idea nexus. And then he saw it. The director, aside from hitting a new level in his writing stat, also had his idea nexus skill active. Instantly, Kyle pulled up the skills details. And active skill, idea nexus. Tap into an endless well of creative inspiration with a hyper-focused state for unmatched productivity. Cooldown, 1 year. 1 year. Kyle, still reeling from the shock of the 3 scripts and Xavier's busted skill, inwardly exclaimed. For a few seconds, the young man didn't even know how to react to all the barrage of information and realization. However, in an effort to regain and maintain his usual calm, Kyle soon let out a deep, shaky breath of palpable ardor, just as Xavier turned around with 2 mugs of freshly made coffee in his hands. New Year's coffee, he offered with a thin smile. There's no such thing as that, but I'll play along. Kyle received the mug with a warm smile, his entire being still tingling in appreciable excitement. Chuckling at his reply, Xavier, just before taking a sip of his, glanced over to the sea through the opened windows, watched as the snowflakes fell for a few seconds, inhaled deeply and then exhaled as he spoke, his smile growing wider. You know what, Kyle? What? Kyle curiously inquired as he took a sip of his coffee. I think 2022 is going to be a great year dash. Not even allowing him the opportunity to finish the sentence, Kyle cut in with a humorous tone. Don't jinx it, Xavier. It's going to be a great year. The director completed his sentence nonetheless with a cheeky grin as Kyle simply shook his head in resignation. Now that the script of the movies were done, Kyle and Oliver could finally kick pre-production for Tech Whiz, Year 1, into full gear. So much of what they needed to do had been mapped out over the course of the past 5 months. The last 2 months especially being the months with the highest productivity, albeit covertly. Heck, even Cass, their producer, had already been at NYC for the past month and a few weeks to scout out set locations for filming next year. That said, one of the things they'd put less focus on was whom they wanted to cast for certain roles in the movie. No, this wasn't an oversight on their parts. Rather, it was as a result of 2 important reasons. 1, They decided to leave most of the casting to Xavier and Cass's discretion, as Kyle, unfortunately, would be extremely busy with his music career for the next 5 months, starting 14th of February, when the NFL Super Bowl halftime show would happen, and the 13th of March till 12th of June, when his very first tour would occur. In between those periods, too, were all the promotions, the inevitable award shows and music festivals he'd have to attend to make the tour as much of a success as possible. As for the second reason, well, that was largely because Kyle, as the executive producer, already had specific individuals in mind for certain roles, a decision he had discussed with the director, who was fortunately on board with his casting choices. And one of such individuals was none other than Sharon Winters, whom, after he'd left the director's home much later in the day, he sent a text that went, "Remember that promise? You know, the grand one where I swore I'd make it up to you step by step? Well, brace yourself, Sharon Winters, because a contract is headed your way. Buckle up. I'm making you an A-lister this year, I hope. Whether you're ready or not." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Summit Talent Agency, STA, was in deep shit. Well, in all honesty, they'd been in pretty hot waters for quite a while, the past 5 years to be exact, give or take, but they'd never realized it. Considering the agency had a fair few high-profile A-listers and a slew of talented B-grade actors, the power structure in the company was skewed towards those on the higher end of the spectrum, making the environment toxically competitive and quite hostile to work in. And sure enough, this was the norm in most talent agencies, but still, STA's handling of it was much poorer in comparison to other mid-sized agencies like theirs who did a better job of trying to balance out and manage that structure. Still, despite having pretty moderate success in the industry that kept fresh new talents flocking to their agency, the long Hollywood strike had been a real punch in the gut to them. It was almost as if most of their actors had reached a level of enlightenment due to the breather they were afforded from the industry and ended up realizing just how terribly they'd been treated all this time that they soon started revolting and demanding for better royalties. This, as one would expect, threw the company into chaos when every Tom, Dick, and Harry deemed it necessary to have their pay increased. At first, the board of execs had tried to suppress their demands, but upon realizing just how much they stood to lose if they went down that path, had opted to go for a bit of damage control instead. This ultimately ended up with their intermediaries, the agents managing the agency's currently rebelling actors and actresses, being the bearer of most of the brunt. Yet, far removed from all that and the shenanigans, especially because she had experienced the agency's true colors firsthand since she was little, was Sharon herself. With a noticeable skip in her steps, the dazzler of a lady hummed happily as the taxi she hailed halted before ST's HQ. Paying the cabbie and heading on in, Sharon made her way over to Bianca's office. Ultimately annoyed to see her discarded talents practically beaming features amidst all the restlessness in the company the moment she arrived, the noticeably stressed agent asked disdainfully, "What do you want, Sharon?" However, without even the slightest shift on her beaming visage, the lady in question gently placed a white, taped envelope on her agent's desk, the stamp on it being a letter of resignation. Watching as Bianca's eyes widened in disbelief, especially because she always believed Sharon had been joking about suddenly quitting these past few months and a year back, Sharon replied, "Goodbye, Bianca. Take the house. Take the cars. Take the clothes. Take the bank accounts. Take everything the agency and that fucker of my abusive dad forced me to sign in that bullshit contract 16 years ago. May we never meet in this life, or the next, ever again." The lady turned around to leave as Bianca frantically tore open the letter. Truly realizing her talent wasn't kidding as she read through its contents, Bianca ordered in a last-ditch effort, her hands banging on her table, Sharon Winters, get back here." Yet, as if already expecting it, the lady with the pink ombre blonde hair casually opened the door, stepped out, peeked through it as it slowly closed, and then, with the loveliest smile, melodically hummed with a light wave. Toodaloo. Chapter 217, Overly Friendly. A few days later, hauling her luggage, a small, single travel suitcase that contained all that she truly owned, Sharon, donning a nose mask and a boater hat atop her head, made her way across the busy airport terminal alongside many others, her steps light as her casual, floral gown breezily yet gently flowed behind. Exiting the glass doors of the terminal, the lady's gaze slowly swept over the bustling variety of people moving about in cars, parked outside the airport until her eyes finally landed on a familiar young man in a nose mask of his own waving over to her. Quickly, she moved in his direction with a beaming smile. "Here you go." Kyle casually tossed over the keys of her new apartment to her the moment she was within reasonable vicinity. Catching said key with a warm smile which was hidden behind the nose mask she was wearing, the lady's ocean blue irises instead conveyed how immensely grateful she was as Kyle commented curiously. "Honey blonde. For Felicia?" "Yes and no." Sharon shook her head, after which she then winked seductively while twirling around briefly as she inquired of Kyle. "Like it? It looks good. And it suits you quite a lot, in fact. Makes you that much more bewitching." He gave an honest response to which the lady grinned, her eyes sparkling in delight as she temptingly bit her lips. "Feast your eyes then." Kyle, obviously relaxed and unperturbed by her seductive nature, kept leaning on the side frame of his Ford Mustang as he commented casually. "Still not interested? Had to try my luck again." The temptress shrugged in resignation, her lips parting open once more as she casually threw in to answer Kyle's initial question. "Fun fact though, this is my natural hair color." Kyle was noticeably surprised by the info, a brow arching upwards as Sharon continued. "Never liked the light blonde and pink highlights honestly. Had to do it though because STA wanted me to have a more unique appearance." There was a heavy hint of utter contempt in the lady's voice as she concluded, her elated mood noticeably taking a hit by the thought of her old agency. "But now you're here." Kyle's calm response instead, coupled with his soft, reassuring smile, reeled her back to the present. "Now I'm here." Sharon, despite not visibly seeing the smile due to his nose mask, responded in kind as a comfortable silence descended between them. "All right then." Kyle leaned off his car a few seconds later as he asked of the lady, "Ready to check out your new place?" "Yes, please." Sharon beamed in response. However, just before she got into the car as Kyle opened the door for her, she spoke again, her tone filled with an indescribable sense of gratitude. "Kyle, thank you. Truly, from the depths of my heart, thank you so very much." "Don't mention it," the young star warmly responded. In the contract Kyle had sent to Sharon, a bunch of extremely favorable conditions that was not of the typical industry standard was outlined extensively. Aside from the $1,500,000 upfront pay for her role as Felicia Danvers in Tech Whiz, Year One, and a 1% cut in the box office returns of all three movies. Kyle, as the executive producer, purposely added a clause where he was also required to give her proper accommodation from the entire length of the first movie's pre-production till filming concluded. Granted, the contract also had a bunch of things Sharon herself also needed to do as an actress starring as the female lead in a superhero movie alongside a few other tidbits here and there. The incentives she was being afforded nonetheless was nothing short of generous from Kyle. "Oh yes, congratulations on the NFL Super Bowl halftime headline and all your Grammy nods this year, Kyle. Here's to hoping you win them all." Sharon cheered gleefully the moment the young man, having placed her luggage into the booth, settled into the driver's seat a few seconds later. Thank you for saying that, Sharon." Kyle, just before putting the car in ignition, appreciatively replied with a genuine smile. As if him being nominated for 2 brackets last year wasn't a milestone of its own, this year, Kyle had been nominated in a whopping 5 brackets for the 64th Annual Grammy Awards. From the more renowned ones like Record of the Year, Album of the Year, and Song of the Year, to the lesser-known but still prestigious Best Score Soundtrack for Video Games and Best Music Video. 2022, just like Xavier had said, was looking to be a great year. For Kyle especially too. Asterisk. After a few more days of rest, relaxation, and sweet freedom, Sharon was already hard at work. Aside from being handed over the script for Tech Whiz, Year One she was already so invested in, the lady also had one other responsibility on her plate for now. Considering the DLC for Tech Whiz had already been polished to perfection, all that was left were a few tidbits here and there, most of which required the marketing side of things. Originally, Kyle was supposed to be the one explaining all the new features that the DLC would confer upon gamers, and how it was an even better experience than the already fantastic base game in a gameplay showcase for the DLC, one which was planned for filming in the coming weeks. However, the CEO had delegated that job to Sharon, stating that since Voltress, the villain she motion captioned and voice acted, was heavily involved in the DLC's story, it'd be a good marketing strategy for her to do it instead of him. Sharon, too, was very much on board with this and didn't spare any effort to get herself familiar with all the necessary gaming lingo and put in some extra work, especially since she seemed to be having quite a lot of fun actually doing it. As for Kyle, having just received the teaser for TechWiz Year 1 from Maria in a flash drive, one that they had filmed in no less than a few days after the script had been made, the young star and his team huddled up around his laptop in their office to watch it. And after they were done watching, all shared a contented smile on their features as they chuckled from time to time, like little gremlins keeping a valuable secret. In a few weeks' time, the Super Bowl would arrive, and viewers of the annual Championship League, aside from having Kyle as their headliner for their halftime show, were in for another treat. The announcement of the titular superheroes live-action adaptation. Friday, February 11th, 2022. Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. That was where the 56th Super Bowl was going to be held. Despite today not being the D-Day, the field of the stadium was fairly packed and clearly bustling with life nonetheless, as the stage manager and event coordinators went about giving necessary instructions to ensure all was as it should be. In response, the sound engineers, riggers, lighting technician, event coordinator, stagehands, and the likes did as they were told, their efficiency commendable. Having arrived far earlier than he should have at the venue, though, especially since he, Oliver, and Owen had traveled over the day before, Kyle, upon finding his way into the stadium where the rehearsals were going to take place, ran into the second guest performer, Anthony Mars. You've probably heard the name once or twice. Standing at about 5'5" with a compact, athletic build that complemented his genuinely magnetic air and tan skin, was Anthony Mars, a very popular musician in the industry whom had released a hit song called Downtown Groove late last year that had immediately become an instant bop. Even Kyle loved the song for just how funky yet retro-inspired it was, and admittedly, he had listened to it quite a number of times. With his signature dark, curly hair, styled in a loose, carefree manner, one that paired perfectly with his warm, light hazel irises that exuded an intriguing mix of charm and mischief, Mars stood before Kyle and sized him up and down with an interested gaze. "I heard you're a great dancer." "Oh, that's so," Kyle replied, a light smile nestling on his lips, to which Mars taunted. "So, are you gonna bust a move to back those claims or what?" "Sure. Why not?" Kyle agreed with a relaxed smile. "You'd better be ready, though." "I don't pull my punches," the young star chipped in. "Neither do I." Mars stood up to the challenge with a confident smirk. Leveling a fierce, competitive gaze at each other for a few more seconds, the well-dressed star then donned a charming grin as he angled his gaze behind Kyle, while speaking to Marilyn, whom had just walked onto the field alongside the Super Bowl's hired choreographer. "Iko, Paris. I like this one. He's very slick." He pointed in Kyle's direction for context. "Mars, please stop sizing up every new artist you come across that's been lauded to be great at dancing." Paris sighed as she walked over. Kyle, taking the opportunity, introduced himself politely. "Hi, I'm Kyle Kestis. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working with you." He extended a handshake over to the lady. Paris Bailey, big fan of your work." The renowned choreographer warmly smiled in response as she obliged to the gesture. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, and I also look forward to working with you," she added as both shared a firm handshake. As for Marilyn, the moment Kyle extended a handshake over, she instantly pulled him in for a tight, overly friendly hug as she stated, "Congratulations on your Grammy nods, Kyle." "Ah, yes. Thank you, Ms. Iko." Kyle, a bit taken aback by her overly friendly reception, still composed himself in time to respond properly. "Long time no see, Mars." Marilyn soon bounced over to Mars and gave him the same friendly hug. Both seemed to be quite friendly with the other. Kyle, on the other hand, thoughtfully hummed to himself as he kept staring at the seemingly bubbly artist who was currently conversing with Mars and Paris. Having met with her at the Grammys last year, and knowing fully well she hadn't been all buddy with either him or Nick that night, probably because she lost the awards to them. Her change in demeanor towards him was frankly off-putting, albeit slightly. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. Kyle slightly tilted his head in mild curiosity, only to be broken out of his thoughts by Mars, who enthusiastically called him over. Paris, age 33, had a cool and composed demeanor as she stood atop the stage in her practice clothes, her ash-blonde hair, neatly tied into a bun as her cool gray irises, swept over the plethora of backup singers and dancers sprawled on the expansive field. Having already put in a few hours of choreography alongside the stars of the show since they'd arrived, they were clearly getting fatigued. And so, in an effort to lighten up the mood, the widely acclaimed choreographer, whom had worked with and was still working with some of the biggest names in the music industry, spoke humorously. "Listen, I don't care how tired you are or how many rehearsals we've done. Tomorrow, when you step on that stage, if one of you so much as trips during any of the dance numbers, I swear I'll send you straight to the kiddie dance recitals." A wave of light-hearted chuckles cascaded over a portion of the field in response to her words as Kyle, Mars, and Marilyn, all of whom were seating at the forefront of the crew, joined in. "Also, if any one of you guys miss your cue in the next session, no one's getting snacks after rehearsal," Paris stated in addition with a casual shrug. This time, it was a light mix of amused laughter and hearty chuckles from the crew, the air around them shifting from fatigued to relaxed. That said, considering the lady was entrusted with crafting a performance that combined high-energy choreography, intricate formations, and visually stunning sequences for the 56th Super Bowl halftime show, she soon returned to business now that the atmosphere was lighter. "Okay, team, remember, this isn't just a performance. It's a moment. Your moment. The Super Bowl halftime is only 12 minutes, so let's make every second count and give the audience something they'll still be talking about when the next Super Bowl rolls around." Paris clapped, and everyone got off their feet to begin the rehearsal from scratch. As this was happening, though, backstage, Donna and a few colleagues from Atlas's marketing department were about to walk into the video director's tent backstage. Considering how confidential Atlas was being about the movie adaptation of Fables and Legends, Lex had more or less assigned someone he could trust to also tag along and ensure no leaks surfaced online till after the Super Bowl ads. However, just as they were finally chanced to, two other individuals walked out of the tent, one of whom Donna immediately recognized. Not even noticing the lady because he was casually conversing with Owen, Oliver simply walked past the lady as both went on their way. That said, considering Donna wasn't just the average secretary, otherwise Lex wouldn't even have her employed, the lady picked up on a few tidbits of their conversation by reading Oliver's lips in the brief moment he'd walked past. And when she later inferred and pieced together what exactly he'd been saying a few seconds later, she pinched the ridge of her nose in concerned realization. "Lex isn't going to be happy about this," she inwardly commented with a disturbed sigh. Chapter 218, Super Bowl in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The day of the Super Bowl had finally arrived. The stadium was buzzing with unbridled excitement. Fans were cheering, screaming their lungs out, and rooting for their favorite team as the halftime arrived. Panthers versus Harriers. It had ended on a draw for now as the players shuffled their way into their locker rooms underground with their coaches, the commentators, speaking with their signature style of enthusiasm. And that's the end of the first half, folks. The Panthers and the Harriers head into halftime locked in a thrilling dead heat, 21-21. Quite a ferocious game we've had, right, Ian? Yes, Greg. The Panthers came out roaring with that early touchdown, but the Harriers answered back with some incredible plays of their own, including that jaw-dropping 40-yard pass to tie it up just before the break. Yes, both teams are giving it their all, and you can feel the tension rising in the stadium. So, ladies and gents, as we take a breather, stay tuned for the halftime show. Greg commented and added, Kyle Kestis is set to take the stage with a performance that's been, and putting it mildly, quite the talk of the town. Grab your snacks, stretch your legs, and get ready for an unforgettable second half. Ian followed up in conclusion. I don't even know why they chose such a young, unworthy artist to headline the halftime performance. Bart, a man in his late 50s, commented with a deep frown while using his binoculars to get a closer view of the receding backs of the players walking underground. You're right, old friend. Back in our days, it was the biggest stars of the generation that headlined the Super Bowl halftime performance, not some wet-behind-the-ears kid. His friend Alejandro, similarly aged 59, clicked his tongue in disdain as he played around with the baseball in his gloved hand. 2. Traditional, obnoxious old codgers who were stuck in their ways. The stubborn kinds who adamantly believed everything new was shit, and things were infinitely better in their time, all encompassed with an unhealthy sprinkle of arrogance. Those were the two annoying NFL fans, seated right beside Oliver and Owen in the stands. All through the game, they had been complaining, whining, and moaning about how the players weren't in the right formation or making the right plays. One would almost think they were the coaches at this point, and even the coaches probably never even went as far as they did. But, considering the agent and the assistant were more interested in the game and the halftime show, they couldn't be bothered, although their frequent bitching did begin to grate on their ears at some point. Upon hearing their more recent statements, though, Owen swiveled his head sideways. Oliver, on the other hand, remained collected, as always, seemingly. The assistant, on the other hand, unwilling to allow any sort of ridiculing towards his boss, raised his fingers in an almost chastising manner as he spoke to the duo. Why I ought. Before he could call out the duo on their bullshit, a teaser for what seemed to be a movie played on the massive LED screens. And when Oliver and Owen were done watching it, they were noticeably surprised, a reaction that varied greatly from almost everyone else in the stadium who were cheering like there was no tomorrow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It had been at the top of Ella's bucket list to travel to Las Vegas. Having seen it so many times in the movies, the young teenager had always been allured by its larger-than-life status along with its neon-bright lights and the infamous name, Sin City, which it was attributed. But an even bigger dream Ella had was to attend a Super Bowl championship game, at least once in her life. Being the youngest and only teenage girl in a family of 3 boys, alongside their parents who lived fairly modest lives, the expenses to do that, though, were something her parents just couldn't afford. Ella understood that perfectly, and, as much as she wished for it, she had been very content with simply watching it from the comfort of her home with her family. That was until an online raffle competition she had registered for earlier last year regarding a popular VTuber who loved making content off of gifting people money, came through, and the young lady won a whopping sum of $20,000. Quickly, and without fail, Ella had informed her family about it, and after a lot of praise was showered upon her by them, the lady pitched to her parents for the chance to attend the Super Bowl as a family. And to her surprise, they were fully on board with it, as in the coming weeks preceding the annual championship game, they prepared for the trip and even got matching Panther jerseys and Harrier face caps. It was evident that they were both thrilled for the opportunity, but even their titillating enthusiasm barely rivaled Ella's and her brothers, who talked about it every blessed day for 2 weeks straight. And so, when the game day finally arrived, Ella and her family arrived at the stadium a full 30 minutes before kickoff, their excitement palpable and growing by the second. However, their Super Bowl dreams soon hit an unexpected roadblock. We're so sorry, but the zone in the stadium where your seats are located has been deemed unsafe due to a last-minute issue with the pyrotechnics, the head of security explained, his voice genuinely apologetic as he addressed the 100 or so affected fans. A wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd, their groans and murmurs audible. Ella, standing at the forefront with her family, felt her chest tighten as she inquired sadly with tears brimming on her eyelids. So we won't be able to attend the game? No, we'll sort this out, the head of security assured them, although his unsure tone did little to ease the frustration in the group. And how long will that take? Ella's brothers asked, their irritation evident as their parents tried their best to cajole their downcast daughter. About an hour, the trained veteran admitted hesitantly, prompting an even louder wave of discontent from the crowd. Oh, come on. That'd be way past halftime, someone shouted from the crowd in disagreement, summing up everyone's shared disappointment. As tension simmered and the situation began to verge on chaos, 2 unexpected figures walked past the scene. Kyle and Mars, both in sunglasses and discreetly wearing face masks. The two had arrived a few minutes ago, and ran into each other at the parking lot on their way in. Having happened to overhear the exchange from a distance, though with his enhanced hearing, Kyle soon leaned over to Mars and whispered an idea into his ears. In response, Mars curiously arched a brow of interest, to which he then nodded in agreement. With that, the pair headed backstage to contact Paris. After hearing their plan, Paris immediately set a cascade of events in motion, involving the stage manager and event coordinators, and soon, a stagehand was promptly sent to relay the new arrangements to the head of security. Meanwhile, outside the stadium, the affected group's frustration had reached a boiling point as a now frustrated veteran tried to defuse the situation. Ella and her family had honestly all but given up hopes of attending the Super Bowl, their earlier excitement replaced by heavy disappointment. And as if that wasn't enough, they all winced in heavier disappointment as the halftime show announcements blared over the speakers, especially with the crowd cheering and roaring in excitement at a teaser for what seemed to be a blockbuster movie, a staple at the Super Bowl. Just as Ella's family was on the brink of heading back to their hotel for the day, though, a stagehand suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his steps brisk as he walked up to the head of security. And after a quick exchange of whispers, the veteran's eyes widened in surprise. Swiftly, he turned to the now sullen crowd, cleared his throat audibly, and then parted his lips open with a light smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an update." In an instant, the complaints and grumbles died down. The previously downtrodden fans curiously leaned in, their expressions shifting from frustrated annoyance to anticipation. However, after hearing what the head of security had to say, their expressions morphed to pure, unbridled joy. Whatever the announcement had been, it had reignited and spiked their excitement to an all-time high, their faces lighting up with renewed anticipation. Ella especially squealed in unbridled fervor as the situation had gone from worse to quite possibly being the best day of her life. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Aiko was once again in a shitty mood, but this time it was laced with a strong hint of anxiety. Biting her nails, the lady paced back and forth in the dressing room. He's too good. He's way too good. Those were the thoughts churning in her head as she realized that the media hadn't been over-exaggerating how much of an absolute monster Kyle Kestis was. Throughout the entire prep for the Super Bowl, he had proved to everyone without fail why he was the hottest thing in Hollywood. Singing, dancing, charisma, showmanship, he had all those stats maxed out to the peak by the industry standards. And especially at such a young age. She being overly friendly to him, despite being extremely jealous, was all to gauge his level in comparison to hers and find a way to outshine him, essentially. But that, exactly, was why she knew for a fact that she had no way to outshine him and make herself the focus during the halftime performance. In fact, when she and Paris had been conversing while watching Kyle perform during rehearsals, the halftime choreographer had indirectly let both her and Mars in on a bit more info. Apparently, Kyle was supposed to be the only performer for the 56th Super Bowl halftime show. But the NFL board figured he might be lacking experience in rousing such a massive crowd. That's where you guys came in. But honestly, I kind of think you guys would have to be the ones giving it your all in order to ensure you don't look outclassed. Just saying. Although Mars had been noticeably fired up after hearing those words from the renowned choreographer, Marilyn had taken it differently. Recalling those words again only made her more and more anxious, a feeling she never felt she'd end up revisiting after such a long and successful career in Hollywood. A feeling that made her believe she wasn't up to snuff in the presence of the towering wall that was in the form of Kyle Kestis, a much younger star with greater success yet lesser experience than her in the industry. Unfortunately for Marilyn, this uneasy state of hers lingered on until she was called up for the halftime performance. "Aiko, we're up in 5. A wave of panic set in for the lady upon hearing those words. But her years of experience in Hollywood made it easy for her to give a cool reply as she stepped out of the dressing room, all dolled up for the occasion to meet with the event coordinator. "All right, let's do this." However, by the time Marilyn arrived where Kyle, Mars, and the other backup performers were backstage, Paris, whom was also around, soon noticed subtle twitches of the lady's fingers. And considering she had been a long-time choreographer of a vast number of celebrities, the lady couldn't help but inwardly comment with a light frown, her head tilting slightly in confusion. Is she, by any chance, anxious? Nursing a gut feeling that something wasn't quite right with her, Paris tried to approach the lady and ask her what was going on. But 5 minutes were up and the trio of artists, as informed by the stage manager, were required to get in position for their performance. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 6:10 p.m. Ella stood with pride and excitement at the forefront of the crowd which would be involved in the Super Bowl halftime performance. Tying her light blonde hair into a messy bun, her freckled cheeks currently painted in a beautiful mashup of colors for the occasion, the teenage lady's light brown irises sparkled with enthusiasm. Alongside her were her similarly excited brothers, her parents, and the 100 or so people whom had been affected by the pyrotechnic issue, standing amidst a crowd of thousands. Although they were told that they'd sorted out a section in the VIP stands for them, thanks to Kyle and Mars secretly giving up their spots, what had gotten all of them pumped had actually been the opportunity the two stars had offered them. Join the halftime performance as part of the cheering crowd on the pitch itself while they sort out the mess backstage for your seats. That was the message the head of security had passed on to them from the two celebrities. And as one would expect, not a single one of the affected individuals gave up the chance to do so, since all they were tasked with doing was simply dancing and singing along while following what the trained and choreographed crowd of thousands did. They figured their measly number of 100 wouldn't be an issue. That was why, the moment Kyle arrived on the pitch, every individual from afar waved over to him in appreciation, Ella especially grinning from ear to ear in exhilaration. Fitted with a wireless mini mic and dressed in a well-tailored, form-fitting, navy blue long coat that hid his inner clothing, alongside slim-fitted black designer pants and sleek leather boots, Kyle, who noticed them, reciprocated their gesture with a brief wave of his arm, a light smile nestling on his lips. And no sooner had the young star who was dressed to the nines for the performance took his position with a low crouch, the cameras rolled as a more acoustic tune of Back to the Start played. I survived the apocalypse of exams, y'all. First semester exams, at least. I shiver at the thought of next semesters because, I must admit, I haven't been pushed to my limits mentally in such a long time. In any case, that's behind us. More importantly, though, I promised consistent updates throughout all of February. I intend on keeping that promise, so, should I falter, feel free to pelt me with tomatoes, potatoes, and other delectable roots and veggies. I promise I'll bring a basket, a mini refrigerator, and some pots to keep them all and cook 'em. Can't be wasting perfectly fresh food. Chapter 219, Ball of Light. Hey there again. Hey there again, my dear. No sooner had Kyle sang that part, the cameras which were positioned on him shifted to Ella and the rest of the individuals, waving excitedly as they all rushed past in a blitz of sprints. Quickly, they soon formed a wide, circular queue around Kyle as the cameras panned back towards him, smiling as he kept singing. I saw the sun. It reminded me of you, of how you burn so bright, and how this is your time, a remodeled version of his hit song. Kyle slowly stood up as he continued singing, the crowd around him gradually closing in to form a narrow path towards the stage as the melody of the song effortlessly linked to another song of his. To step out on the verge. No sooner had the young star belted that singular verse from On the Verge, the graduation song, he rushed through the crowd to reach the stage while high-fiving everyone as feverish screams erupted. Standing atop the stage with an excited grin as the audience cheered with unbridled enthusiasm, Kyle matched their energy with a backflip while chorusing alongside them as the pyrotechnics shot fireworks into the skies. Out on the verge for the rest of our dreams tonight. Top of the world, and there's no stopping us this time. Edge of the earth and the skies, just the starting line. Out on the verge of the rest of our lives. With another high note belted out from his lungs, Kyle engaged with the crowd whom had now fully surrounded the expansive stage as he spoke directly. Whoever you are, wherever you are, remember, you're in charge of your own destiny, and we're in this together. To that, the crowd cheered even louder as the young man swiftly removed his long coat to reveal a red, form-fitting tailcoat, tailor-made to suit him. Flinging his original navy blue long coat aside, the screaming audience watched as a black top hat and a showman cane was flung in Kyle's direction from somewhere in the crowd. Catching it effortlessly with the smoothest movements, Kyle flicked the hat onto his head, spun gracefully in 5 rotations, and in a swift, practiced motion, set the cane down in a stylish sequence, everything happening in no less than a few seconds. Males and females of all ages screamed in palpable fervor, their ardor and intensity completely off the charts. Almost instantaneously, a bunch of people from the audience, dressed in circus-like attires, climbed onto the stage. With an effortless moonwalk backwards, Kyle took his rightful position at their very center, another wave of screams cascading over the stadium. And then, the beat for Light a Fire dropped as the young star's powerful voice, alongside the backup performers, took charge in an instant. Come one, come all. Don't miss your chance. To anyone who's a dreamer. Come one, come all. Heed now the call. To anyone who's searching for a way to take charge. Take charge. Take charge. Making the stage his world and effortlessly owning it with the high-octane choreography and dance numbers that came after, the unbridled cheers of exhilaration from the crowd were a sight to behold as they joined for the uplifting chorus. And the world becomes our center stage. And we're more than we could ever be. 'Cause we're finally living for ourselves. And we know we can't go back again. To the husk that we were breathing in. 'Cause we're finally living how we should. 'Cause we're finally living how we should. Musical keyboard, drum, musical notes, musical score, musical notes, guitar. And with outspread arms, Kyle finalized the last verse of the chorus with an unexpected twist as he gestured to his right. So light a fire. For Anthony Mars, everybody. Instantly, a funky beat dropped as the pyrotechnics lit up the stage in another blaze of fiery fireworks. Guitar, musical note, drum, musical notes, microphone. Do. Do do do, do 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 do. Do do do, do 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 do. In an instant, the audience had their attention grasped as the familiar tune slammed into their ears. Mars and his crew of dancers, dressed in black leather clothing from top to bottom, stylishly shuffled onto the stage like gangstas while singing. This beat's electric, you feel it in your soul. Got the kind of vibe that'll make you lose control. Strutting down the avenue, looking fresh and clean. Mirrorball. Reflections were on the disco scene. Another wave of absolute bonkers excitement ensued as the crowd engaged with the song alongside an eclectic Mars who wanted to ensure he matched Kyle's energy. I'm too cool, ice cold. Ain't no stopping me when I'm in the flow. I'm too cool, ice cold. Tonight's the night. Ain't nothing to lose. I'm too cool, ice cold. Say my name, come on, bring the heat. Just as the crowd was ready to engage one more time, another burst of fireworks grabbed their attention on the left side of the stage, another pop tune hijacking the stage. With sass in her voice as she sashayed forward from within the choreographed formation of her girls, Aiko's sing-talk voice cascaded from the mic. Drum, musical notes, guitar, drum, microphone. Oh, you feel it, yeah? I own this vibration. Step into my reign. I call it domination. Y'all know my name when I walk into zone. Aura speaks for itself, and I don't need no throne. The crowd went wild as Aiko taunted Mars from afar with a gesture of her fingers as practiced during their choreography. A direct challenge to the slick musician whom the cameras cut to. Mars brushed her off his shoulders while replying in kind and hyping up his gangsta boys. Fellas, let's get this stadium grooving. Marilyn, without letting up, continued with an effortless air of a queen as she and her girls sassed forward onto the stage. Ladies, let's get up to dominatin'. Mars countered instantly as the males in the crowd roared. Say my name, come on, bring the heat. Aiko pushed back with a louder cheer from the females in the audience. Say my name, you know who I am. Mars fought back as his fellas hyped him up. I'm too cool, ice cold. Marilyn pushed harder with her girls. I'm too hot, hot damn. Still, going along with their practice choreography, one that would then lead to both parties calling a truce with the chorus and Kyle taking center stage again, things unfortunately went south. Having never stopped their dance numbers even during their sudden battle, a still anxious Marilyn whose anxiety deluded her into believing she wasn't hyping up the crowd enough when compared to Mars, and especially Kyle, slipped up mid-choreography. Literally, Marilyn was falling, the panic in her eyes evident. But to most people, it felt like part of the dance choreography, one even her fellow backup dancers didn't notice. Yet, amidst all the roaring screams, euphoria, and excited cheers from the crowd, Mars noticed, albeit a second too late. The one person who wasn't late though was Kyle, his steps swift as he reappeared on stage. Gently, he grabbed Marilyn mid-fall by the waist and stylishly spun her back to the middle of the dance formation, everything happening within the span of literal seconds. The unaware crowd, on the other hand, roared at the top of their lungs like there was no tomorrow with Kyle's smooth reappearance, genuinely believing it was part of the choreography. Now that the currently dazed lady was in between Mars and him, though, Kyle effortlessly buried her mistake by singing the first verse to the pre-chorus that both parties was supposed to sing. "'Cause downtown groove gone, give it to ya." Equal parts shocked yet amazed by how slick Kyle had pulled up that split-second save, Mars effortlessly followed up. "Downtown groove gone, give it to ya." Kyle added an improvised verse in continuation, one even Mars, as the song's writer, thought was undeniably cool as he subtly winked in Marilyn's direction. Super Bowl, and we in the spot. Evidently brought back to earth by Kyle's wink and his smooth switch-up of the lyrics. Marilyn's confidence surged as she completed the pre-chorus along with the guys. "Don't believe us, just watch. Come on." And then, with another dance number that involved all the backup dancers, the trio led the charge as they chorused with the crowd. "Downtown, with the groove. Downtown, with the groove. Downtown, into hood. Groovin', into hood." And with that, the trio of artists kept vibing in shared excitement as the crowd completely took the song from them. But the performance wasn't over, as Kyle soon jogged over to the piano on stage, Mars and Marilyn following closely behind to sit beside him on the wide stool. And with a medley, the funky tune of "Downtown Groove" switched up into the tune of his award-winning song, his fingers playing the notes as he sung alongside the duo who underpinned the chorus. "Who am I? You are. Who am I? You are." A band of uniformly and well-dressed field men marched onto the stage in a unified formation from underground the stadium as they beat their drums in unified sync, chorusing alongside the trio of artists. "Who am I? You are. Who am I? You are." Then the massive LED screens in the stadium lit up, everyone's attention drawn to it, as it began to air a muted compilation of all the best Super Bowl performances over the years. It was a Hall of Fame moment for the audience, who felt a sense of passion, amazement, and joy evoked from within their very souls. "Who am I? You are. Who am I? You are." And soon, it finished playing as the feed cut back to a live transition of Kyle, Mars, and Marilyn, currently singing in harmony as Kyle kept playing the tune on the piano. Now, they were a part of those amazing performances, their footprints forever etched into Super Bowl halftime show's Hall of Fame. Repeating the chorus a few more times, the crowd and field men, just as they had choreographed, joined in to finalize their performance, their voices merging together in a beautiful, powerful, and passionate medley of vocals. "Time ebbs, so we move on along. Time flows, so we brave forth the tides. Time goes, so we pave on our path." Musical keyboard, musical notes, microphone. With that, confetti were fired into the air, all of it raining down upon the exhilarated crowd and entertained audience, who simply kept cheering at the top of their lungs in a wave of euphoric ardor. This was probably one of the best Super Bowl performances they had ever witnessed in years, and they knew it. In addition, the trio of artists soon walked up to the middle of the stage, arms interlocked atop their shoulders as they simultaneously gave a bow, one that only served to earn them more cheers, claps, and whistles of appreciation from everyone whom had watched them perform. But for the duo who originally had their reservations about such a young man headlining the halftime performance, Owen smirked as he questioned, "So, still think my talent's not worthy?" Oliver finished up the question rhetorically with a proud gloat, stunning Owen, who never expected that from him. In response, Bart and Alejandro turned their gazes sideways, first with a widened gaze of realization, and then back to the stage as Kyle and his fellow artists on stage kept waving to everyone. Realizing they were unable to utter a single word, especially with their still dazed expression mirroring just how shell-shocked they were by both his declaration and the amazing performance they had witnessed, Oliver doubled down with a smug smile. "Yeah, thought so." To that, Owen laughed in amusement, especially since it was his first time witnessing a petty Oliver. As of the moment, though, Marilyn, having had her fill of waving to the crowd, angled her gaze over to Kyle, whom was still basking in the showers of confetti, cheers, applause, and whistles. Now back in the middle of their formation, the spot. that rightfully belonged to him as the headliner for the Super Bowl, Marilyn smiled with the warmest of expressions. With all of her jealousy and anxiousness towards him completely dissipating due to her appreciation of his effortless save, one that kept her from embarrassing herself in front of such a massive audience, the lady kept staring at his side frame. And for the first time, she truly saw why he was such a breath of fresh air and equally, a force to be reckoned with. Whereas most musicians like her seemed to have forgotten their initial reasons for wanting to be a musician, even getting lost in the fame and fortune, Kyle held his own convictions tightly and wore it on full display. A beautiful ball of light stood beside her, radiantly grinning from ear to ear with an endless well of passion and genuine appreciation as the confetti kept falling across his visage. He looks so grateful, so privileged to be here, Marilyn surmised, her almond irises gleaming in respect. On an impulse, she ended up calling out to him amidst all the noise. "Kyle." "Yes, Ms. Iko," he respectfully responded as she corrected with a warm smile. "Marilyn's fine. Call me Marilyn." Kyle pursed his lips for a few seconds, and then he spoke with a thin smile, his head nodding briefly in understanding. "All right, Diva Marilyn," he joked, his smile blooming mischievously as he playfully hinted that he pretty much figured what she had originally been up to the first day they met on the field. Marilyn boisterously laughed at that as she commented, "Well, I am a diva, so yeah, I appreciate the compliment. And I must admit, I am quite the jealous, envious little witch half the time." It was Kyle's turn to laugh this time. "Also, thank you for saving me," Marilyn added genuinely, her expression full of gratitude. "Don't mention it." Kyle warmly smiled in response, his tone honest. And with that, the Super Bowl halftime performance was over. No sooner had the field been cleared off of everyone, though, and restored back to its pristine state for the second half, the massive LED screens lit up, showing the second teaser for Fables and Legends. Ella and her family, having had the time of their lives with the halftime performance, were now in the VIP section, all full of smiles. They too, just like the audience, had a wave of unbridled excitement wash over them as they realized that Martin O'Ronan's epic was going to be adapted to the big screen in a live-action adaptation. By Atlas International, nonetheless. If that wasn't a mark of success, then they didn't know what else was. No sooner had the teaser ended, though, another video on the screen played almost immediately. And when Ella saw the first face on the screen, she widened her eyes in genuine curiosity, a hint of confusion in them, same as her older brothers and almost everyone else in the stadium. It was Kyle in a well-furnished and brightly lit office, sleep bags under his eyes as he kept hitting the keys of a typewriter with a focused gaze. Chapter 220, Poaching Failed. Kyle. That was the unified thought practically everyone in the stands had as their gazes were glued to the stadium's massive LED screens. Clearly sleep-deprived, Kyle's fingers kept tapping on the typewriter, a thwack, zing, ding, clunk, and every other mechanical sound attributed to the ancient relic, resounding in the video. Gradually, the shot zoomed out slowly, showing to everyone in the stadium that Kyle wasn't the only individual in the modernly lit office. A bunch of other well-dressed individuals in casual clothing seemingly ignored him as he kept typing, each individually burying their heads in their phones, some documents, and a laptop. Evidently, at this point, Ella's mix of curiosity and confusion had spiked even further as she muttered underneath her breath, "This is curious." Her words reflected everyone else's thoughts in the VIP section, as a fair number of individuals present in said VIP stand with her knew that the people in the office weren't just any randos. Rather, considering Kyle's explosive rise to fame and how it affected those closest to him, they recognized them as the people that made up his small team. And right on cue, their speculations were confirmed. The doors swung open as Oliver walked in, the agent speaking as he pocketed his phone. "So, Xavier and Cassandra Cage are on board." Oliver halted in his steps, gazed at Kyle for a few moments, sighed reluctantly, and then spoke, the concern in his tone palpable. "Kyle, I know you have reservations about confidentiality on the internet, but this is a bit extreme, even for you." "Extreme? I think not," Kyle replied impassively, another zing resounding in the office as he moved the carriage with practiced expertise. A light wave of chuckles swept through the stadium at that simple interaction between the two. It wasn't the words that the duo exchanged that felt funny to them. Rather, it was the blunt presentation of the questionable scenario. And also the fact that Kyle was subtly making fun of himself for his apparently, chronically offline state, one the internet frequently took to making jokes about whenever he went radio silent. In fact, one popular internet celebrity had once made a viral tweet captioned, "If the zombie apocalypse were to happen today, Kyle Kestis would probably be the last person on planet Earth to find out," along with a photo of the young star's last active date of 3 months ago on his Mediagram DMs. Wait a minute, didn't he just say Xavier and Cassandra Cage were on board? For what? A curious Ella soon questioned out loud, drawing the attention of her family, alongside a few others. That said, the teaser, now in its 20-second mark, continued playing. Have you ever considered, maybe, using a laptop? Gwen, who couldn't pretend to ignore her boss's shenanigans anymore, twirled with her chair and arched a concerned brow of her own with gestured arms. A laptop? What's that? Is it edible? Kyle disinterestedly commented, his sleep-deprived eyes never tearing away from the paper he was typing on for a single moment. A proper wave of amused chuckles cascaded over the stadium this time, Ella especially giggling in ever-increasing interest as the video continued. Tweet talk could do wonders, you know? Just leak the info and bam, everyone's talking about it. Owen, who was seated a few meters away from Kyle, commented as everyone else in the office acknowledged with agreeing nods. Yet, instead, something else entirely irked Kyle as he repeated in utter disdain, one that only an old man in his late 90s should have. Tweet talk. This time, a mix of genuine laughter and hearty chuckles cascaded over the stadium as Kyle's disdainful delivery of that single line that encompassed all the immense dislike a lot of elderly people had for most social media apps in general. But the teaser was soon nearing its 1-minute mark, with only 10 seconds left and a singular, curious question echoing in everyone's mind. What, exactly, was Kyle inputting onto the typewriter's paper that had him so sleep-deprived, secretive, and at the same time, immensely focused that he never tore his gaze away from it throughout the video, not even once? They got their answer literally the next second after. Ignoring his team's comments, Kyle slid the carriage one last time, inputted a few words, and then compiled everything he had been typing in a single stack, all with rapidly edited video cuts. And upon placing the last paper atop the stack of papers on the table, the cameras slowly panned over to show the words written on it. As this happened, Kyle was already out of frame, conversing with his team as their voices gradually got distant while being replaced the snippet of an exciting, adventurous soundtrack. Then the words were finally shown as everything else within its surroundings gradually dimmed. And with that, what was originally a simple ink text on a piece of A4 paper morphed into a technological font of words that evoked a sense of marvel. TechWiz, Year 1. The stadium, at first, went silent for the slightest fraction of a second. Then it exploded into a feverish haze of unrestrained screams, particularly from the males. "You show-stopping, scene-stealing son of a gun." Mars, whom had been watching the teaser from backstage alongside Aiko, Paris, and Kyle himself, pat the proudly grinning young man on the back, a mix of admiration, respect, and awe, present in his tone and facial expression. 2 days later, Super Bowl 56 was over, and yet, for the past few days, it was all Tweet Talk could talk about as it had been trending for 2 days straight. Sure, the championship game itself had been exciting to watch, especially with the last-minute touchdown from the Harriers that secured their victory, but where most of the discussions lay was in the halftime performance and the movie teasers of Fables and Legends and TechWiz, Year 1. Queen Galactica, aka Dahlia Pond, now fully employed as the lead animator in Spawn Point Studio, was currently scrolling through the comments section of her viral tweet during her lunch break while chuckling to herself again. The post, titled, "How Generous of K.KTO Let the Super Bowl Host a Game at His Concert," had garnered over 10.7K comments, 50.2K retweets, 359K likes, and over 2 million views. Yet, its analytics only seemed to spike increasingly with each day. Princess Peach, "It really is nice of Kyle to let them play football at his concert, isn't it, at Queen Galactica? He was actually the one invited to perform at the Super Bowl? Sure. I'll believe you when mushrooms begin to fly. In any case, princesses, princes, kings, queens, and esteemed shrooms, we have a new objective. Mission: survive till Tech Whiz. Year 1 comes out. Everything after? Fair game. Do as thy please. Fables and legends. What's that? Is it edible? Queen Galactica. I see what you did there with that last sentence at Princess Peach. We do a bit of trolling. Bro told the Super Bowl he only needed 12 minutes, and that they could keep the remaining 3+ hours of his concert to themselves. Bro isn't the chosen one. The chosen one kowtows to bro. Frying pans are weapons. I can't with you both at we do a bit of trolling at Princess Peach. Literally fell off my bed while laughing hysterically, and now everyone at home's wondering if their pop's gone insane. Was Lord, literally spurted out and nearly choked on my glass of water the moment I saw the teaser's ending. Also, naming it Tech Whiz, Year 1, is an absolutely genius move from Kyle and his team, especially since most of Tech Whiz's timeline happens in his college years. Gaming Overlord called it. Abso-friggin-lutely called it last year under the Den of Nerds post. I'm so hyped. Haven't been this hyped in years for a movie. And then we have Fables and Legends, too. We eating good this year, bois. NFL lover. Bar none, one of the best Super Bowl in years. The teasers for the 2 movies, though, icing on top. Gotta say, though, you guys sure Cal Kestis isn't already at his prime? Cause WTF is with his amazing showmanship. That shit's so contagious it had me dancing along from my living room. I could almost argue I attended the Super Bowl halftime show in person. Battering bats. You know, when I heard that Ico and Mars were going to be the guest performers, I'd reason Kyle would have to put in some serious work to match their energy. How? So ridiculously wrong I was. Wonky Willy. I know, right, at battering bats. Like seriously, I even had to wonder at some point if Kyle was lip-syncing, because damn does his voice noticeably sound better than even the studio-produced version of his songs. Taylor Shrimp. Kyle literally transformed the entire stadium and made just about everyone present a part of such an euphoric experience. Mars and Ico did such a fantastic job of maintaining that flow, though, because wow, the weight of expectations must have been crushing. Wicked performance from them. Ella Enchanted. Best Super Bowl halftime performance ever. So much positive, uplifting energy. Did you guys see how happy Kyle was after the performance? I really want to live my life the way he smiles, beautiful, broad, and bright. Also, my brothers and I are so excited for Tech Whiz, Year 1. Hopefully it releases this year alongside Fables and Legend. Peter_writes_fantasy. With how Kyle rocked the halftime show, you can bet that his concert tickets for his upcoming tours are going to sell out within minutes the moment they're out for purchase. Goo Goo Gaga. Kinda eye-opening too that if Ico hadn't talked about it on Craig's late-night show yesternight, we never would have known that she actually almost fell mid-choreography and Kyle catching her was all improv. Kyle's girlfriend at Goo Goo Gaga was so stunned to find out too. Love that man. This makes how many times he's saved a dame from first-hand embarrassment. Exactly? Twice. Honestly, if had a nickel for every time Kyle saved a dame, I'd have 2, which isn't a lot, but still, it's curious that it's happened twice. Maybe I can be the 3rd dame. Waifu with a rocket launcher at Kyle's girlfriend. Sigh? I'ma get my rocket launcher. The weekday, something about Kyle's showmanship just seems to unite everyone, man. He better still be alive by the time I'm old enough to attend a concert of his on my own. Movie Gremlin, Tech Whiz, Year 1, and Fables and Legend, huh? I'll busting all the stops to watch both movies whenever they're out in theaters. Hopefully they don't clash at the box office, though. That'd be heavy on my wallet. Dahlia, having wrapped up her meal, kept scrolling through more and more of the comments as she made her way back upstairs to check on the progress of the trailer that was being filmed. That was until she had her attention whisked away when Kyle and Oliver walked into the building. Behind them were a litany of professionals, hauling what seemed to be a plethora of high-tech equipment, cameras, and other cinematographic gizmos. However, what really caught Dahlia's attention was someone else. With widened eyes of amazement, the lady watched as Xavier Cage walked through the doors alongside them. "Oh hey Dahlia. Lunch break," Kyle casually called out to her, prompting the lady to walk over as she responded. "Hi Kyle." "Hey Oliver." "And Mr. Cage, I presume. Pleasure to meet you." "And Xavier's fine, Dahlia." Xavier extended a respectful handshake towards her, one she partook in with a beaming smile while keeping her cool. After all, Xavier Cage was one of her favorite directors in Hollywood, even despite his not-so-appealing track records of box office bombs, even though all the movies that did flop were actually really good in comparison to most of the movies today. Unfortunately, they just weren't the kinds of movie the general public would find mainstream or appealing. That said, having reciprocated her greetings, Oliver did the same and immediately after led both the professionals and Xavier into the studio's basement. Are they here to complete the volume? Dahlia, on the other hand, nudged her head in their direction as their backs receded. Yep, need to have it properly installed before I commit fully to the tour. So much to do, so little time. Kyle explained, hands in his pocket as he released a light sigh in addition. Guess that's what I get for wanting to independently produce a blockbuster superhero movie. The volume technology in filmmaking. To put it simply, it was a visually enhancing, 3D-controlled space that involved the use of massive LED video walls to increase the immersive feel of a scene by using computer-generated backdrops. That way, a real-time manipulation of the virtual environment in the room it was installed in could easily be tweaked, hence making it easier for actors to interact with what they would typically have to use their imagination to perceive in CGI, thereby giving more authentic performances. The expenses that went into making it for TechWiz Year One, though, was something Kyle himself had opted to finance solely from his pockets. There was already a planned budget for the superhero movie, and Kyle was very keen on sticking to that budget. $250 million. Nothing more, nothing less. That said, having discussed with Xavier about many details regarding the movie, one where the director had made mention of the volume, Kyle had figured that although expensive, in the long run, him investing $10 million plus into making it would be worth it. They were going to be using it across 3 movies after all. Additionally, for Spawn Point Studio, it was a technology that could greatly help during motion capture for their other single-player games in the long run too. So Kyle, upon remembering that his studio did in fact have a massive mocap basement tucked beneath its building, decided to cut costs and install it there. Essentially, he was trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In any case, just as Dahlia was about to speak in response to his words, a melodic hum graced her ears. "Oh, Kyle," Sharon hummed cheerily upon seeing the young star as she stepped out the elevator. "Hey Sharon, you done with the trailer shoot?" Kyle responded with a thin smile. "Piece of cake." The lady gave a peace sign and was then about to ask of Kyle and Dahlia what they were discussing when her phone buzzed. Picking up the phone call, squinting at the unknown, private number for a brief second, Sharon responded. "Hello, this is Sharon Winters speaking. Good day to you, Mississippi Winters. It's Calvin Winchester from Atla-Dash." Sharon promptly cut the phone call, earning a genuinely proud smile from Kyle, who chuckled out loud while Dahlia simply looked on in amusement. Considering Kyle had informed both his employees and Sharon herself of the situation with Atlas, it was fitting that they were staunchly in support of not playing the entertainment juggernauts, Power Play games. Ever since the announcement of TechWiz Year One at the Super Bowl and the massive reception it had, they had taken to trying every possible means to poach resources from Kyle's team to make things harder for them to make the movie. Not that they had been successful though, as literally everyone from Kyle's side whom the multi-billion-dollar company contacted didn't even give them an avenue to speak before cutting them off. Just as Kyle has told them, the best way to deal with Atlas was to simply ignore them. They planned on doing just that. Peace and crackers. Sharon, with a light smile, casually pocketed the device into her back pocket and then asked of Kyle, "So, how's the preparations for the tour coming along?" "Swimmingly," he replied as he turned on his heel and headed towards the basement as the 2 ladies trailed behind him. "Though I'd reckon the ticketing websites are in for it tonight," Kyle added with a genuinely concerned tone, one that had Dahlia and Sharon chuckling. Despite not exactly keeping up with everything in the entertainment world, Kyle did know that the excitement for his tour was quickly becoming a big thing in the music industry. And that was why he was very worried for the Armageddon that would follow tonight after the tickets to his Your Odyssey tour were released for purchase. Chapter 221, Veil. Kyle was right. An Armageddon did happen at night. Almost every ticketing website that sold tickets to the Your Odyssey tour experienced an ungodly surge of netizens flocking to their sites. And within 1 minute, across all ticketing websites, all 1 million tour tickets were sold out for the day. It wasn't even funny because no sooner had it happened, a good chunk of these same netizens who were unable to get themselves a ticket took to Twitter to cry out in utter shock at what they had just witnessed. One particular tweet that had gone viral came from a random tweet talk account that belonged to a particularly frustrated teenage girl. She, whom had been unable to purchase the tickets and would have to wait till the next day, made a post with a compiled picture of all the sold-out tickets on various ticketing sites of the Your Odyssey tour reading. 1 minute. 1 fucking minute. For Christ's sake questions. What is wrong with you? Hashtag Your Odyssey tour. Yet, instead of sympathizing with her, Tweet Talk denizens, renowned for their nature of catching cruises, cyberbullying, and an overall a lack of sympathy half the time, did just that. Just a chill girl. So we're sticking with questions, eh? Alright, cool. Bandana Gamer, get good scrub. GG's. Bully Maguire, gonna cry? He underscore boy. You like what you see. You like what you see. Afro Man. We getting out of the 0.1% with this one. Sass is everything. Sorry, not sorry, sweetie. Rated E for everyone. This fingers were locked and loaded to purchase those tickets. Rob the bomb. Better luck next time, pumpkin. Part-time witch. Aw? Best get on to buckling those shoes and tying those laces for tomorrow's round of ticket sales, sugar plum. Take underscore L, winners win, losers lose. Like that. More and more taunting comments kept piling up in the tweet's comment section, everyone itching to get in on a piece of the action. That said, the ticketing situation shouldn't have been this bad or good. Either way, it was a matter of perspective, though most people would argue for the latter. That said, aside from his immense fame, one that some people were claiming was practically verging on superstar status, Kyle's Super Bowl headlining definitely had a hand in all this. Even his album sales, which had slowed down a bit, suddenly spiked in sales by about 1,000% after the Super Bowl. Safe to say, the halftime show had done wonders to say the least, further propelling this crazy situation into the stratosphere. Still, considering he and Stewart had been in charge of all the proceedings for the tour, as well as informing all the ticketing sites a month earlier, even the duly informed websites never expected this ridiculous feat with how well prepared they had been. Kyle was literally the first independent artist to have achieved this feat in years, and with his very first tour nonetheless. All that really just went to show how immense the hype for his tour was. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later. Are we done? Kyle tiredly asked with a desperately hopeful expression. Please be done. My sanity begs of you. He pleaded with a similarly desperate crack in his voice. All he got in response, though, was a light wave of chuckles and laughter from his team, all of whom were seated a few meters away on the showroom's plush couches. Currently on ground at a high-end clothing boutique, they all watched in amusement as their boss begged of the fashion designer and the lead costume designer respectively. Oh, we're just getting started, sugar. Coyote, a renowned fashion designer that Stewart had recommended for Kyle's tour, one that Oliver had promptly hired, responded sweetly as she studied the current outfit he was wearing while making mental adjustments of how it would better fit him in her head. As for the costume designer, Calvin, he bluntly commented as he took another measurement of Kyle. Well, unless you want the exosuit to be all wishy-washy. But we've been at it for hours. Kyle grumbled underneath his breath as Calvin caught onto his words and fixed him with a deathly glare that had the young star shift uncomfortably. I'll cooperate. He quickly faked a smile, and Calvin let out a small sigh as he resumed taking measurements. Considering that Kyle didn't exactly have a free schedule leading all the way up to his tour, his team had arranged for both a conventional fashion designer and the lead costume designer for TechWiz Year 1 to take his measurements on the same day. And yes, they had booked most of the entire day off. Kyle, after all, had somewhere pretty important he had to be later in the day. Still, even they could argue that trying out fits since 7 a.m. in the morning up till 12 p.m. in the afternoon would chip away at anyone's sanity, Kyle included. But then, it's rare to see him complain. Jenny audibly stated out loud, her tone full of amusement, to which Gwen responded similarly. Makes his predicament all that funnier, though. Wonder if we should get him some ice cream after this. Camille took her own dig at their boss, who instantly countered, his frustration evident. I can hear you. We're still getting the ice cream. Bill's on me. Oliver playfully ignored his ward's predicament. earning a look of betrayal from Kyle and another wave of mischievous giggles from the ladies. As for Owen, never one to pass up an opportunity for payback, especially since Kyle had now made it one of his pastimes to mess with him, leaned back in his seat with a smirk and casually remarked, "Oh, quit whining, boss. You're a quadruple threat superstar, CEO, and Hollywood's cinnamon roll, but 5 hours in a boutique, and suddenly, you're one bad outfit away from a full-blown existential crisis." Laughter erupted from the team as Kyle shot him a tired glare, after which he then commented sarcastically with a dramatic groan, "Et2, Owen? Shouldn't watching me changing in and out of outfits be extremely boring for you? Hey, I suffer daily at your hands. Me watching you right now, though? Absolute justice." Owen shrugged with a cheeky grin, chuckling at their interaction once again. Miguel, whom was holding onto a stack of A4 papers that contained concept arts of Tech Wiz's very first exosuit, one that had a mix of homemade yet high-tech feel to it, commented curiously, "I'm still baffled that you're also great at drawing, though, Kyle. Since when have you been making concept arts for the suit?" Stewart followed up with an even stronger hint of curiosity in his tone. This time, everyone except Oliver seemed genuinely curious as they similarly stared at the other concept arts once more. They really were amazing to look at, especially with how ridiculously detailed they were. "Well, I do have a bachelor's degree in engineering, so learning how to draw was something I had to pick up along the way." Kyle responded first to Miguel, after which he then placed a finger on his chin thoughtfully in response to Stewart's question. "As for the concept arts, well, it's been years." Calvin gently dropped Kyle's raised arm down to get another measurement as the young star concluded. "Around my first years in college, to be precise. Just kinda doodled it whenever I needed an outlet to relieve some stress." To that, everyone except Oliver, who was well aware of that fact, had a light of understanding in their eyes. "All right, Kyle, let's try out another." Coyote, whom had rummaged through the wardrobe nearby, handed over a new fit to Kyle. With another tired sigh, the young man willed himself and received the fit by the hanger, apologized to Calvin, who took no offense, and then walked over to the changing room. "Thank you for reading. Hope to see you at the next reading." Christina, having signed a copy of Evergarden with her pen, signed in appreciation to the reader, whom was a big fan of her book. Thankfully, she had a translator nearby to help relay her words to the young lady, who beamed happily in response. An author event, one that Paramount Publications had hosted for the lady after the magnificent success of her book, which had sold over 1 million copies in roughly 7 months. It had combined a reading, Q&A, and signing into one event, and safe to say, it had been quite the success, especially for a new author like Christina. That said, as the lady kept signing more and more copies of Evergarden, while giving her thanks, she soon encountered 2 very familiar, masculine hands, extending a copy of his book towards her. Not a moment wasted. Her evergreen irises gleamed in delight as they darted upwards to rest on the visage of a masked Kyle, who placed a finger on his lips with a light wink. Then he signed, "Told you I wouldn't miss your first author event for the world." "Hey." Blissfully warm smile adorned Christina's lips in response to that, as she received Kyle's copy of her book and pinned her signature onto it. Having rounded up the author event, Christina and Kyle had met up outside the publications building, the orange sun slowly setting below the horizon. Considering the lady had come to the venue, not with her vehicle, but by subway due to her car being a bit faulty, Kyle had opted to drive her home. And after about a 20-something minute drive, both were in her new neighborhood and soon in her apartment. Compared to the smaller one she had before, the lady had now moved over to a new 3-bedroom apartment, its atmosphere warm and homely. "Well, as soon as the tour's over, I'm pretty much going to begin shooting for Tech Wiz, Year 1 in New York," Kyle explained as Christina walked into the room with a tray of snacks and some orange juice. Gently setting the tray on the table and relaxing into the sofa beside him, Christina signed in response. "Your schedule's pretty packed then." "Yeah. It might even take roughly 4 to 5 months in total before I'm back here at Canada, especially since the more CGI-intensive scenes will be shot at the studio," Kyle replied casually, leaning over to pick up a muffin. Taking a bite, a moan of satisfaction escaped his lips as he complimented with a full mouth. "This is delicious. Mind sharing me your recipe?" Chuckling a bit at his puffed cheeks, Christina signed in. Response. Sure. But in return, I want the recipe for your creme brulee. She demanded. Deal. Kyle extended a handshake with his free hand. Receiving it with a cheeky smile, both simply moved on to other mundane conversations. And then, about an hour later, Kyle, whom had been mentally drained from all the measurements and all the mini outfits he had to try out today, soon began to doze off. In fact, it was rather safe to assume that it was literally weeks' worth of stress, which had gradually been piling up due to everything he was juggling between the tour and the movie prep that had finally snuck up on him. Catching on to this mid-signing, though, Christina couldn't help but giggle amusedly as she watched him struggle to stay awake and pay attention to what she was saying. How cute, she inwardly commented as Kyle massaged his temples while apologizing. Sorry, Blondie. Dozed off a bit there. What were you saying again? He once again dozed off mid-speech, earning a light-hearted chuckle from her. Getting off the sofa, the lady instead made her way into her room and walked out a few seconds later with a large blanket and a pillow. I don't think he's in any state to drive home tonight, she reasoned to herself as she propped the pillow against the couch and gently pushed him onto it. And then, covering him up with the blanket, she watched as his chest peacefully heaved up and down in slumber. Heading over to her room once more, Christina came out about a minute later this time. In her hands was a carefully folded sheet of paper, one that she neatly tucked away into the pockets of his field jacket, which he hung by the door. Having done that, satisfied with herself, the lady then returned to the sofa, simply staring at a sleeping Kyle, her evergreen irises full of warmth and support as she inwardly spoke. Good luck on your tour, Kyle. I'll be cheering for you, all the way. It only took about a few minutes after she had made that statement to herself. Christina herself, due to all the stress of today's author event, similarly dozed off, her head gently leaning against his shoulder. And that itself seemed to subconsciously jolt Kyle awake as he noticed the lady softly breathing as she leaned on him. Yet, instead of gently pushing her away or carrying her to her room, the young man instead used the large blanket to cover both of them and then promptly went back to sleep a few seconds later, not the least bit conscious of what he had just done. It was curious, the relationship between Kyle and Christina. It was also a bit hard to lay a finger on. Sure, they both supported each other immensely, but, categorically, one couldn't just outrightly call them friends or lovers despite elements of the two being a staple in their interactions. Rather, there was something a bit more interesting there. To be precise, it was almost like a thin veil of sorts that gently tickled them, gradually pushing them ever closer towards a realization that they would come to face in the not-so-far future. But that's a story for another time. Kyle woke up early the next morning, feeling completely refreshed. Blinking his bleary eyes a few times, though, he soon noticed a sleeping Christina whom was still leaning on his shoulder. Noticing the blankets and the pillows, the young man quickly pieced together what must have happened. Must have dozed off mid-covo, smiling a bit as he watched Christina sleep. Thankful for all the efforts the lady had put into ensuring he had a good night's rest, Kyle then took the initiative to also let her down on the sofa gently. Tucking her in quietly, not wanting to wake her up, Kyle then moved over to the kitchen, made some steaming hot coffee, and then, taking a sticky note off the refrigerator, attached a note to the lidded mug while also giving his thanks for yesternight. No sooner had he done that, he grabbed his field jacket off the hanger by the door and proceeded to leave the lady's apartment. And upon reaching his vehicle, Kyle, just as he reached for his keys in his jacket's pocket, felt a sheet of paper. Retrieving it alongside the car keys and neatly unfurling it as he settled into the driver's seat, Kyle read its contents. Thank you for the coffee. Chuckling a bit at that, amused that the lady had accurately predicted his thought process as far back as yesterday night, Kyle replied with a warm smile. You're welcome, Blondie. Angling another glance at the lady's apartment complex, Kyle's warm smile widened further and then, with an ignition of the car's engine, he drove off to sort out today's busy schedule that revolved around his tour. After all, it was in a few weeks' time. One that would come sooner rather than later. Chapter 222. Rain Harder. Rogers Center, Toronto. Bell Center, Montreal. Lumen Field, Seattle. SoFi Stadium, Los Angeles. The O2 Arena, London. Wembley Stadium, London. Sydney Opera House, Sydney. Tokyo Dome, Tokyo. Saitama Super Arena, Saitama. And rounding it all up, Madison Square Garden, New York City. This made for a total of 10 massive stages, all set, booked and prepped for Kyle's very first tour. It hadn't been easy getting access to some of these stages, but Stewart, being the pro that he was, pulled it off with skilled expertise. That said, one could argue that a total of only 10 sites for Kyle's tour was definitely on the smaller end of the spectrum. Added to that, his tour running from March 13th to June 12th, a total of just 3 months, was also very short. But when factoring into consideration that despite how immensely popular he really was still an independent artist, the fact that he actually had such big stages booked down for his very first tour in that short time span spoke volumes. It was a huge feat, to say the least. And if Kyle's fans were being completely honest, which they were, they figured their favorite star would probably hit up a bunch of music festivals along the way to make up for those lesser numbers. Also, with Tech Whiz, Year One announced to all and sundry, they also made an accurate guesstimate that his tour being that short probably had to do with the filming dates of the superhero movie, possibly beginning around late June. In any case, the next few weeks passed by quickly, and with multiple calendar dates circled for March 13th on so many of his fans' calendars, the D-Day finally arrived. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Kyle was seated on a couch backstage, studying his panel. Having worked up a sweat for the rehearsals involving tonight's show, he and his backup performers were taking a well-deserved break. Kyle Kestis, EXP points, 81,105. Skills: soulful vocals, P. Growth spurt, P. Appraisal, A. Resonance, P. S. Charisma, P. Polyglot, P. Deep dive, A. S. Recollection, P. Scene stealer, A. Action and stunt mastery, P. Bleeding effect, P. Detoxification, A. Peak human conditioning, P. Flow, P. Choreography master, P. Asterisk EXP points can be used to create skills. Levels: singing level 16, acting level 14, composing level 16, dancing level 14, instrument mastery, piano/guitar, level 13/13. Asterisk levels will increase in accordance to your growth. Although the young star found it a bit curious that he didn't level up after the Super Bowl halftime performance, at the same time, he wasn't exactly surprised. It did say it'd get exponentially harder. Though, I have hunch I'll be leveling up after today's concert. Might even snag 2 levels in both my dancing and instrumental mastery stats if the EXP spills over, he mused to himself. Kyle, Stewart called out to the young man, prompting him to brush away the panel with a mental command. Alongside him was Oliver, Owen, the stage manager, and the lead event coordinator, all of whom shared a slightly concerned gaze as they walked over to him. We may have a problem. Stewart's voice trailed off as he flipped his tab screen in Kyle's direction. Kyle arched his brow slightly in realization at the weather forecast as he remarked. Cloudy with a 99% chance of rainfall. And then, as if he couldn't be bothered, the young star stretched lazily as he got off the couch. Well, you can't beat Mother Nature. Not that that's going to stop me. We'll stick to schedule, he assured all 5. Already expecting that response from him, Oliver, Owen, and Stewart simply sighed in resignation. As for the stage manager and the event coordinator, not particularly familiar with the fact that Kyle was a daredevil of his own in more ways than one, practically ran after him as they tried to convince him to at least stall the performance till the rain subsided a bit. Unfortunately, their pleas fell on deaf ears. 5:55 p.m., Sunday, March 13th, 2022. The Rogers Centre in Toronto was packed to the brim with tens of thousands of eager fans. And amongst these thousands of fans was a bubbly Sabrina who stood at the forefront with AI Red Heart Kyle banner. Despite being born with a silver spoon in her tongue from day one, Sabrina, for the very first time in her life in an outdoor environment, threw away all the etiquette her strict family had forced upon her all her life. In fact, considering she could have easily booked one of the VIP sections, but instead purposely chose to join the plebs, fellow Kyle fans on the ground level like her without a care in the world, when to show just how much of a stan she was as she kept screaming at the top of her lungs. That said, Despite the chilly atmosphere, though, the collective energy in the stadium was full of palpable excitement and anticipation, one that did a good job of electrifying the stadium despite the looming, overcast sky above. March, after all, was quite the rainy month in Canada, with a 45% chance of rain falling on an average day. That said, the open, retractable roof of the stadium remained ajar, exposing the pregnant clouds that hung heavy with the promise of a drizzle of rain at the very least, casting a moody, almost cinematic backdrop over the city skyline. Similarly, a cool breeze also swept through the venue, rustling multiple banners and causing the massive LED screens to flicker slightly. A spark of lightning and a distant rumble of thunder followed. It all hinted towards not just a promise of drizzles of rain, but the full-blown thing. And that was when it really began to creep in for a lot of the fans on ground that possibly, due to safety concerns, Cal probably wouldn't start the concert at 6 p.m. as planned. Performing in such a weather, after all, especially with all the static electricity in the air, wasn't exactly hazard-free. What with all the wired cables and whatnots attached to every gizmo in sight. And yet, as Sabrina's emotions, a palpable mix of fear and anticipation, reached a fever pitch as the minutes ticked by, same as every other fan on ground. They watched as the stage, lit up in neon lights at exactly 6 p.m. on the dot. A roaring wave of stoked cheers exploded across the stadium, each and every fan suddenly gaining temporary lungs of steel. Almost simultaneously, Kyle walked onto the stage with a wireless mic in his hands, alongside an electric guitar slung over his shoulders which was hooked to the amps. He was all full of smiles and dressed impeccably for his performance tonight. Additionally, the session musicians were now in position, each ready to play their instruments without batting an eye at the gloomy weather and its potentially hazardous implications. Respectively, they were Caleb, Maeve, and Paul, all of whom, alongside a few other guest artists across the tour, would be performing as kickback radio a few times here and there, waving to the crowd, whom were constantly cheering. With a wave of deafening screams, though, Kyle simply fitted the mic stand before him with his mic, his movements relaxed as he proceeded to speak. But just before he could, a powerful rumble of thunder, preceding a flashing bolt of lightning, roared across the overcast skies. And then a drizzle of rain followed, seemingly trying to dampen the atmosphere. Unbothered, Kyle glanced over to the sky, glazed his irises over its expanse like a disappointed father, and then asked, "Why are you the way that you are?" The drizzle seemingly got heavier in response. "Honestly, every time there's fun to be had, you seem to have a penchant for making it not fun," he deadpanned, his comedic timing absolutely perfect as the drizzle literally transformed into a light shower of rain. Literally every fan in the stadium, alongside an exuberant Sabrina, burst into a wave of immense laughter at Kyle's pinpoint comedic timing. But as if he truly had a beef to settle with the weather, Kyle taunted with a noticeable smirk. "Rain harder." No sooner had he stated that, the familiar pop ballad tune of "Needs to Be Loved" graced everyone's ears. In response to that, the crowd cheered wildly as Kyle's vocals sang the first verse, his fingers strumming the electric guitar. Guitar musical notes. Broken heart with smudged-up makeup, tears streaming down her pretty face. Tired of having her heart played with. So done with all the lies and games. Guitar musical notes. Vocals that were just as passionate as they'd remembered, yet far more refined, far more improved, so much better live. Had every fan instantly feeling like the concert was absolutely worth it. And like that, in the shower of the mild rain, Kyle kept singing, his female fans particularly, Sabrina included, screaming at the sight of a rain-soaked Kyle, completely in his element, as he even modified the second verse of the song subtly to fit the current scenario. Musical keyboard, musical notes, musical score, guitar, microphone. I won't mind spending every day driving over to you in the pouring rain. Come rain or shine, love. Ask for me, and I'll come running ya. Musical keyboard, musical notes, musical score, guitar, microphone. The rain. It should have been a dampener. Yet, in the hands of an artist who just wanted for his fans the very best performance he could deliver, it had the exact opposite effect. At this point, Sabrina, just like so many other ladies, were practically watching their hearts skip while screaming their lungs out as their heartthrob continued the resonating pop ballad the platinum strings of resonance extending to every corner of the stadium. It's a hazy night, and I wonder if there's more. Am I more than this? Or is this all it is? Don't have the answers, but I'll hold on. I'll hold on. Guitar, musical score, violin, drum, musical notes, guitar. In a sing-along moment with the crowd, Kyle rounded up a live performance of Hazy Night, the night sky, ironically and completely clear after its little rampage of light showers. Yet, it seemed as if the fans weren't satisfied as one of them, a male to be specific, chanted out. Loud. Encore. Benjamin, for Christ's sake. That's the third time in a row we're performing Hazy Night. Kyle matched his energy with a similar shout of his own as a ripple of laughter cascaded over the venue. No more encores for you, Benjamin. Kyle added definitively with a pointed finger, further bolstering the audience's already hearty wave of laughter. Yet, no sooner had Kyle said that, someone threw a smartphone in his direction, effortlessly grasping it mid-trajectory, one that had the crowd oohing in amazement. Kyle sighed like a concerned parent as he stated, "That's your phone. You're gonna need that. Sorry, can you take a picture of yourself and toss it back over?" The culprit shamelessly requested, and Kyle facepalmed. Another wave of laughter cascaded over the stadium at their interaction. "You know what? I'm seizing this. It's mine now," Kyle soon replied to the teenage lady, his tone humorous, after which he then added, "Better yet, I'm gonna call your mother, Sabrina." He casually commented as he scrolled through the lady's contacts, having figured out her name from her own saved contact. "You have such a nice name. Bad throwing habits, though." Kyle mused out loud as Sabrina the culprit screamed back in response. "Thank you." As all this happened, the crowd was already roaring hysterically once more as Kyle suddenly exclaimed, his sapphire irises glimmering with mischief. "Haha, found it. The mothership. No, anything but. The mothership," the culprit in question suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, the desperation in her tone palpable. Once again, the audience was floored with laughter as even Kyle himself joined in. Taking pity on her, Kyle then took a picture of himself and then passed it to the nearest fan, politely requesting of her to pass it around till it reached its owner. And when the lady finally had the phone returned to her, she beamed in excitement as she swiftly navigated over to Kyle's fan group and posted, "Kyle's girlfriend. I can die happy now." Photo.jpg. As one would expect, it literally only took seconds before a slew of messages piled right into the fan group in response to Sabrina's messages. The concert had been going on for a fairly long while now, just shy of 2 hours to be precise. And that was why, as Kyle sang "Back to the Start's" outro, everyone instinctively thought to themselves, "I wish this concert could last longer." So now we're back to the very start. Oh, it's been really hard. With that, everyone expected of Kyle to give his thanks, take a bow, and end the concert. And they, too, were absolutely ready to shower him with cheers, whistles, and applause like there was no tomorrow. But instead, they watched as the young star cleared his throat and then spoke into the mic once more, his sapphire irises gleaming with warmth. "I have one more song I'd like to perform before we wrap up this concert." Chapter 2:23. Your Odyssey. "I have one more song I'd like to perform before we wrap up this concert." Upon hearing those words, a mix of surprise, curiosity, and anticipation rippled across the stadium. And following up immediately was a shout from one of Kyle's fans. "Is it this Saturday morning song? Please sing this Saturday morning song." "Yeah, when are you going to release that song, Kyle?" "It's been 2 years and counting." Another fan voiced his opinions. Like that, more and more of the people in the audience began to clamor for this Saturday morning to be performed live. In response, Kyle shook his head in denial as he spoke into the mic. "That's a special song, kept for special occasions. So no, I won't be singing it." A groan of dissatisfaction cascaded over the stadium. "Oh, come on," one lady in particular belted out in denial. "Listen here, young man. I have a frying pan, and I'm not afraid to use it. Sing the darn song." Another feminine voice followed up immediately after, her tone full of mirth. "I also have an electric guitar, and I'm not afraid to use it. I won't sing the song." Kyle instantly retaliated, matching the lady's rambunctious energy as he tapped into his more chaotic side. As if people hadn't already laughed their asses off at the concert today, another round of hysterical laughter swept through the venue. finding his antics with his fans just as humorous as everyone else. Kyle similarly shared in their laughter, and then, about a minute later when it had subsided, he spoke into the mic once more. Last year, I read a beautiful novel called Evergarden. A good chunk of people in the crowd cheered at that as they too had read the novel. It was nice knowing that their favorite musician also read something that they did. It was written by the lovely soul that is Christina Aubert. Kyle gave the lady her flowers as more and more cheers ensued in response. And you know what the best part about it was? To me at least, he asked of the crowd, all of whom seemed to be of one mind as they responded in unison. What? It was the fact that it was a gift. Kyle answered with a blooming smile. A gift, which in her words, she dedicated to all the adrift drifters around the world. He continued speaking, to which he then concluded lengthily. So I got inspired to make a song. A song I've also chosen to dedicate to every adrift drifter, and most especially, anyone who's considered themselves a fan of mine. I hope you'll like it. No sooner had Kyle said that, a massive wave of excited cheers filled up every corner of the stadium, but was soon silenced by an unfamiliar yet utopian tune flowing from the speakers. The tune was lush, almost ethereal, akin to the wisps of a spaceship trailing through the skies. Not a single soul at the venue quite knew what to make of it the more they listened to it. And still, it evoked some sort of emotion they couldn't quite place a finger on as the stadium practically went dead silent in wonder. And just before his vocals, reflective and tranquil, sang the first verse, Kyle pointed towards the audience as he stepped away from the mic stand. Milky Way. You are a stray drifter, but you are a firm believer. Lost in the flow, caught in the haze. But you can go anywhere. It was only the first verse. A first verse that collectively embodied a shared trait every human being had. The thirst to be something more. Chills practically ran through the spines of so many of his fans as the ethereal tune gradually built up in ascending, euphoric elevations. This in line with Kyle's similarly ascending vocals as he sang the pre-chorus, further added to the experience as he walked towards the edges of the stage, Milky Way. So if you wander away, where the dreamers lie, just close your eyes and let yourself fly through endless skies and timeless streams of silver clouds. A dreamscape, a plane where your colors shine, in a lucid world that feels so divine. You'll write the rules, you'll paint the scenes. So set your hearts ablaze. Beneath what simply seemed like a whimsical string of lyrics, lay a deeper emotional layer as Kyle belted out the last note with such vigor, it contagiously gripped everyone. A desire to live fully within the boundless possibilities of life. The young star's reflectively powerful vocals perfectly conveyed this. And in line with the almost transcendental tune peaking at just the right beat, the music burst into a vibrant, steady electronic rhythm with shimmering synths. One could practically see the entire stadium literally vibing along as they waved their arms back and forth in the cold of the night. The chorus they were expecting, every bit as amazing as they hoped for it to be. Milky Way musical keyboard musical score, microphone Milky Way. Do you believe in discovery? Do you believe in recovery? Do you believe this is your starting line? Do you believe in curiosity? Do you believe epiphanies? Do you believe this is your odyssey? At that exact moment, a wave of realization rippled through the minds of almost every fan at the lyrically questioning themes in the chorus. Kyle had literally mentioned that this song was a gift to them, his fans. And if that was the case, it all came full circle now. With a powerful wave of cheers that threatened to drown his performance, Kyle vivaciously bounced about the stage, the post-chorus confirming their thoughts as he hyped the crowd even higher. Milky Way musical keyboard musical score, microphone Milky Way. Well, that's how you soar to the stars. That's how you take to the skies. And that's how you know in your heart. This is your odyssey. Why had Kyle chosen to perform this song as the very last at the concert? Why had he named the tour the Your Odyssey Tour? Because he was completely dedicated to devoting himself and his music to his fans without any compromise. And his fans, too, seemed to have realized this, indirectly or directly, as they kept screaming and bouncing at the top of their lungs as they waved their arms back and forth. The second verse brought back the reflective vibe from the first verse, Kyle's tranquil vocals, echoing faintly in the cold of the night as he sang, Milky Way. Such is the path of a drifter. You'll find your way in due time. Cradle that light as you go on, and you will go anywhere. A message to every adrift drifter. Stay strong, the best is yet to come. And with another steadily building layer of rhythms, the pre-chorus came along once more, the audience matching Kyle's energy as he high-fived as many of them as he could while singing at the edges of the stage, Milky Way. So if you wander away, where the dreamers lie, just close your eyes and let yourself fly through endless skies and timeless streams of silver clouds. A dreamscape, a plane where your colors shine, in a lucid world that feels so divine. You'll write the rules, you'll paint the scenes. So set your hearts ablaze. And as they had come to expect of him, a signature style across all of his songs which he always pulled off effortlessly, the chorus was different yet still conveyed the message he wanted to send. Do you believe in endless miracles? Do you believe in the impossible? Do you believe you are extraordinary? Do you believe in new experiences? Do you believe in what you can achieve? Do you believe this your odyssey? Hearing through his music, hearing that they were all worthy of being something more, only served to hype the crowd even more. The spotlights following the young star who literally seemed to be having the time of his life as he gestured towards them with a pointed finger. Milky Way musical keyboard musical score microphone Milky Way. Well, that's how you soar to the stars. That's how you take to the skies. And that's how you know in your heart. This is your odyssey. The song's ethereally electronic beat gradually subsided after the post-chorus, Kyle, already back at the mic stand. Placing the mic in it as the spotlights stood static with him in its center, Kyle sang the outro to the song. I am a stray drifter, but I am a firm believer. Ding. Your Odyssey was a song dedicated solely to Kyle's fans. Yet, at the end of the day, who was Kyle's biggest fan if not himself? That exactly was why he ended the song on that note. This was his Odyssey. But without his fans, without the support of so many people in his life who also had their own Odyssey, he would never make such great strides in his. And that was why. Without you guys, there'd be no Kyle Kestis. Kyle practically laid his heart bare, his eyes teary as he spoke into the mic, earning a massive wave of cheers from the crowd. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much for being part of my very first tour, he said to the crowd who cheered even louder as he continued. It's just the beginning, and yet, it's been such a wild ride getting here. I hope to keep living up to your expectations. So, until next time, Toronto, thank you so much for having me. Good night. A thunderous mix of cheers, screams, and applause filled up every corner of the venue as Kyle waved goodbye while walking backwards. But for his fans, they were completely over the moon. Getting to hear an unreleased song first was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. A song dedicated to them, no less. If peradventure Kyle had opted to release this song last year, most of them knew there was a high possibility it would have won a Grammy nomination of its own, if not an award in fact. But if that had happened, then all the other artists in the same bracket as him would have been at their wits' end. Not that he wasn't already terrorizing them. The 64th Grammy Awards would be happening in about a week and a half from now. And for every unfortunate soul in the same category as Kyle, they were already at their wits' end. They were also quite certain they had no chances of winning against him. Not with how the young star practically dominated the music industry the entirety of last year despite being an independent musician. It was also exactly because of this that Oliver, having just gotten off an unexpected yet fruitful phone call from a certain someone in the industry, excitedly remarked to himself, Kyle's going to love this. Your Odyssey, 99%. With a whimsical sense of lyrical escapism that perfectly encapsulates the many strengths of what makes us human, this ethereally electronic song, written and produced by Kyle Kestis, dedicated to his fans, assures and encourages them to fully embrace the limitless possibilities they all, individually, possess. Chapter 224, Small Detour. The massive hall was cloaked in darkness. Yet, center stage, a single, piercing spotlight illuminated a piano. Roughly 1,000 individuals filled the grand expanse of the hall, their presence visible by their silhouettes. There was a hush of anticipation that hung in the air, like the calm before a storm. Then, a single, lone figure, walked onto the stage and into the spotlight. Upon witnessing whom he was, the entire hall swelled with a wave of pure, unfiltered nostalgia washing over them. But before the hall could erupt into a cacophony of cheers, a familiar string of notes was played on the lone piano. A serenely beautiful voice, rich, resonating, and emotional, followed up immediately after. Musical keyboard. Weekends were your favorite. That was all it took. Jack, Kiera, and Blake hit their buzzers in an instant as the hall lit up in a cascading burst of light. And upon expecting to find out which contestant's voice so closely mirrored a certain young man they all knew, the absolute shock on all three's features knew no bounds. Their Kyle was in the flesh, rekindling the moment rising voices facilitated the birth of a star. You'd laugh as I told you about my week. You'd tell me you loved my smiles. And I was content with yours. Musical keyboard. With the cat out of the bag, the hall was finally allowed to erupt as crazily as they could. Blake, on the other hand, aggressively kept banging his buzzer over and over again in a wave of exhilaration. Yet Kyle, with a blooming smile tugging on his lips, never stopped his performance for a minute. Musical keyboard. In time you'll see, child. We were just a page in your story. And maybe that's what you are. But I'll keep holding on. Musical keyboard. Kiera, now a permanent judge on the show, was already up her feet, her body gently swaying left and right as she sang along with the same emotional weight that mirrored Kyle's vocals. Even the hard-to-impress Jack was doing the same, his hands gently clasped together as the audience, without even being told or practicing beforehand, joined in for a crowd moment and chorused alongside Kyle. Musical keyboard. I may not have known, but you gave me the best of both worlds. Now you rest in peace. And I'm left here, holding on to your embers. Musical keyboard. And just like that, Kyle's performance of Embers continued on, the entire hall completely captivated by the performance. Howard, who was backstage, had a stupidly happy grin plastered on his lips as Chris nudged him gently. Yet, without even minding, the executive producer maintained his vivacious visage, counting his lucky stars that he never went down the path of causing unnecessary dramas on his shows to increase viewership ratings like so many other producers did. How else would he have gotten Kyle to perform as a guest on the finals of the 7th season? Ever. Since the 4th season, which had shattered all the records of the previous 3 rising voices, although they weren't struggling with viewership ratings by any means, had never for once touched the same heights as they did in the previous 4 seasons, especially the 4th. But with this, it's definitely possible. Howard's businesslike mentality came back as quickly as it left. And upon noticing the way he was rubbing his palms in excitement, Chris simply shook his head in resignation with a light smile. As for the 7th season's contestants similarly backstage, each and every one of them kept staring at Kyle with starstruck eyes as he kept singing. Within the very depths of their hearts, they all hoped with every ounce of their beings to touch the same heights that he did despite not even being a winner of the popular reality singing TV show. After all, even after all this years, he was still the most remembered contestant in the history of the show. Musical keyboard. Holding on to your words. Holding on to your smiles. Holding on to my best memories of you. Right here, holding on to your embers. Musical keyboard. With the emotionally resonating and powerful bridge sang, the judges and the entirety of the audience, all up on their feet, rounded up the song together alongside Kyle. Musical keyboard. I may not have known, but you gave me the best of both worlds. Now you rest in peace. And I'm left here, holding on to your embers. Musical keyboard. With the last, beautifully somber note played, Kyle gently retracted his hands from the piano, willing himself not to get too emotional as he always did whenever he performed Embers. The young star stood up from the stool, everyone in the hall already showering him with a mixture of cheers, whistles, and applause. Blake, in fact, jumped right off his elevated panel and walked towards Kyle while gesturing for a warm hug, one that the young man partook in with a warm laughter. You are as beautiful as the day you got eliminated, he joked, and the audience burst into a wave of laughter as Kyle remarked mirthfully while similarly laughing. I don't know if I should be offended or flattered, Blake. Both. Both is good. The judge simply responded with a curt nod and a light shrug, eliciting another wave of hearty laughter from the audience. Blake's shenanigans aside, what are you doing here, Kyle? Jack soon asked the question on everyone else's minds as the laughter settled, Kiera following up with a curious yet still excited smile. Shouldn't you be busy with your tour? Well, felt I'd just make a small detour. Pay my respects to where it all started. Kyle commented playfully in response, although there was a hint of genuineness in his voice that couldn't be missed. Well, we most definitely appreciate it. Thank you for taking time out of what I presume must be a completely packed schedule. Jack warmly responded, and Kyle waved it off humbly. Oh, it's nothing. I do have to be on my way, though. Now, it's been lovely getting to speak to you all again. Kyle exchanged handshakes with Blake, whom was practically beaming. No sooner had he done that, he promptly waved both Jack and Kiera, alongside the audience, goodbye. And in return, they all saw him off with another round of thunderous applause. Within the next span of seconds, he was off the stage, Blake already walking towards the elevated panel to take his spot on his seat. The Grammys better give him his flowers again this year. Or else it's war. He sportively commented aloud as he settled into his seat, earning another ripple of light-hearted chuckles, both from Kiera and the audience. As for Jack, he simply shook his head in mild amusement. But even he completely agreed with his fellow judge's statement. Arriving at a booked hotel near SoFi Stadium a few minutes later for the third concert of his tour, which would be happening tomorrow, Kyle quickly made his way to the dining room. And there, he met the artist whom was tasked with opening his concert, casually lounging on a dinner chair while speaking with Selena, her agent, Oliver, and Owen. Hello, Dreamboat. You're just in time, she remarked with her signature springtime smile, a palm propping up her chin as she probed curiously with twinkling eyes of interest. Now, what's this I hear about playing your fictional mother? Phrasing, Lily. Kyle mildly shook his head and chuckled as he pulled out one of the dining chairs to join all. For in their conversations regarding her role in Tech Whiz, Year 1. As this was happening, somewhere else in L.A., the Recording Academy's esteemed panel of core judges had a small meeting to discuss something pertaining to the 64th Grammy Award winners. Having caught wind of what some Academy voting members in various brackets were up to, just before the winners in all the selected categories were tallied, all three were glad they had intervened just in time. I presume you've all seen the documents. It's a manipulation unlike any we've ever seen. Milo Jackson, a Hollywood legend in the music industry whom had once been crowned the king of pop during his younger years, disappointedly stated, Yeah, did some extra digging of my own, and I have to say, Lex sure has his nasty shadow spread in some pretty deep places. Johnny Vito, a similarly legendary and highly influential music producer whom was aged 60 and still kicking strong, took a sip of his wine, his eyes casually glazing over the document. Thoughts, V? He remarked as he glanced over to the woman on his left, her reading glasses resting on the ridge of her nose as she kept reading the proposal. Veronica Sinclair, renowned for being a Madonna in the 90s and practically reinventing how certain music genres could and should feel, was still considered the most influential woman, not just in the music industry today, but in Hollywood, period. And on her timelessly beautiful face lay a sharp look of critique, her hands putting away the document as she commented, her voice filled with a sense of justice and integrity. We're purging them. Every last one of them. If it had been a few years back, this sort of incident would have probably scaled past and swept under the rug as all three had way too much trust in their own hand-picked Academy voters. But ever since a string of major controversies and debates over certain wins had kept piling gradually over the years, all three had become more proactive in their checks of how the voting process was being run. And it was then that they realized, even if they as the core judges maintained an unbiased approach to whomever was announced as the winners after they themselves had dropped their votes, the rest of the Recording Academy wasn't exactly forthcoming. This, in the long run, they knew wouldn't bode well. Also, individually, to all three at least, it had been one of their greatest achievements to become core judges for the most prestigious music award, which had been awarding decades' worth of excellence in the ever-changing music landscape. As a result, the Grammys, at least by the standards of this world, was one that they were trying to ensure remained relevant. And to do that, they had to ensure a complete lack of favoritism and guarantee that only those that deserved to win won. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A week later, the 64th Grammy Awards was here, and kicking it off was the premiere ceremony. the ceremony where the lesser publicized but still prestigious awards were presented. Arriving minutes before the event even began was Kyle and Oliver, both dressed in pristine navy blue and black suits respectively, as they settled into their reserved seats. The lights in the luxuriously modern hall were also dimmed, albeit the many silhouettes of all the celebrities, models, journalists, influencers, industry elites, and various other attendees present could be easily spotted. In an effort to pass the time before the event officially commenced, Kyle and Oliver engaged in a casual conversation, the hall gradually growing more crowded as light murmurs filled the air. Then, literal moments, just before the event officially commenced, a certain individual, accompanied by a stunner of a lady, entered the hall. Soon, both found their way to their reserved seats, coincidentally situated right beside Kyle and Oliver's. The duo, respectively, were Lex and his secretary, Donna. Chapter 225, Sync. As Lex and Donna settled into their seats, the hall became slightly illuminated, courtesy of the massive LED screens, dimly flooding the hall with their light as they displayed the 64th Grammy Awards. And it was due to this slight illumination that Oliver, seated on Kyle's right as they kept conversing, caught sight of Lex and Donna's frames for a few seconds. However, contrary to Lex's expectations, Oliver maintained his cool without being perturbed by this coincidence. However, just before he could inform Kyle through their conversation, an elegant yet familiar automated feminine voice cascaded over the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the 64th Annual Grammy Awards premiere ceremony. No sooner was that introduction signaling the start of the ceremony made. A resounding wave of applause filled up every corner of the hall as one of the guest performers, a lesser-known indie band, took up the stage to perform. Asterisk. At a house party, hosted by two rich high schoolers, was an extroverted Linda. She was a core member of their high school's cheerleading team, and in due fashion, she had forcefully dragged along Nina, her closest friend, whom was pretty much a quiet, yet slightly introverted dame. However, if Linda was being honest, she hadn't merely dragged Nina along in an effort to get her out of shell more. Rather, the lady was on a mission to get together with Daniel, the captain of the football team, and also one of the teens whom had hosted the house party. Both had been hitting it off quite a lot in recent memory, and Linda was finally ready to take the plunge. But for that, she needed a bit of motivation, and also emotional support in case things went south. That was where her beautiful Nina came into play. House party my foot. A mansion party's so much more fitting. Linda remarked in awe. Her gaze widened in amazement at the massive mansion, which was practically vibrating with a mix of pop music and the laughter of excited teens having the time of their lives. Yeah, babe, I'ma sit this one you dash. Nina turned on her heel, ready to bolt back home, only to be grabbed casually by the shoulder as Linda grinned. I'll buy you a hardcover of Evergarden and a vinyl copy of Kaleidoscopes. I could be at home, watching Rising Voices and the Grammys, but here I am, getting bribed by my best friend. Nina reluctantly grumbled, the subtle hint of joy in her tone palpable as she began to make her way into the mansion, much to the cheerleading captain's amusement. Works every time. The lady chuckled to herself as she trailed behind her quiet girlfriend. Upon stepping into the buzzing mansion, with teens practically doing as they pleased and getting lost in the moment, Linda and Nina quickly got separated a few minutes later. That said, Linda's dreams of her and Daniel being an item were crushed the moment she stumbled into him, kissing Mary Jane, captain of the cheerleading team. And as if MJ herself had been proud of getting to him first before, almost like it was a game of sorts to her, she practically gave Linda a condescending gloat. As for Daniel, despite seeing Linda, seemed to not care for the lady's presence as he practically ignored her while continuing his makeout session with the cheerleading captain. Heartbroken and unable to find Nina anywhere nearby, the lady sent her a text and then began to wander about the mansion, hoping to find a quiet place to just let her tears flow. And soon, she stumbled into an impeccably neat room, somewhere in the lower levels of the mansion, devoid of any excited teen in sight, all except for one. Casually munching on his popcorn as he stared at his 65-inch TV, headset placed over his head and legs crossed like a king atop his bed, was Derek, Daniel's less popular but still stinking rich twin brother. What Daniel made up for in charisma and athleticism, Derek, seemingly lacking in both, made up for in overdoses of sarcasm and dry wit. Guess Danny Boi played rock Jenga with your heart too. Another one bites the dust. Derek arched a curious brow, a thin amused smile, nestling on his lips as he watched the lady clean her eyes with the sleeves of her hoodie. Your jerk, you know that. Linda sniffled in response, the sarcastic twin remarking with a light smile in response. Thank you, Linda. That means a lot. Rolling her slightly puffed eyes in irritation, the cheerleader then got curious by what he was watching that had him uninterested in the house party upstairs. Leaning on the doorframe, she inquired curiously, "What are you watching anyway?" "That's for me to know, and for you to get out of my room." Derek mercilessly sent her on her way without tearing his gaze from the TV once, a strong hint of excitement in his nut-brown irises. A higher stimulus. Irritation trumping sadness. Linda, feeling less heartbroken due to her interaction with Derek, especially since he was ramping up how fast he kept ticking her off, retaliated. Swiftly, she moved towards him, her sleeves full of snot aiming for his face. Yo, 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 yo. Derek immediately took a defensive stance, eyes widening in fear as his popcorn sprayed into the air across the room. Huh, wimp. Get back here, the lady commented as she began chasing him around the room without mercy. Frightening the living daylights out of him, Linda soon experienced a sense of fulfillment, her bubbly smile returning, only for it to widen in shock as she spotted an individual on the TV from the corner of her eye. Kyle made a guest appearance on Rising Voices, she exclaimed, mid-snot torturing Derek, who similarly perked up, his attention returning to the TV. Seriously? Instantly, both sat side by side on the bed to watch his performance, reminded of the widely acclaimed fourth season of Rising Voices, which they had experienced during their early freshman years. And after watching the interaction between Kyle and judges, one that had the duo laughing in shared mirth, Derek soon received a notification from the smart TV reminder about the 64th Grammys. Oops, almost forgot about that. He promptly switched to the Grammys' designated cable channel, while Linda sent another text to Nina, her hands rubbing in excitement after doing so. Meanwhile, Nina, having received two markedly different texts within a fairly long span of minutes from her girl as she scoured the mansion, blinked her eyes a few times in confusion. Are heartbroken or happy? Pick one side, babe, the quiet dame stated with a puzzled squint as she followed her friend's directions to get to the lower levels of the mansion. Asterisk. A bunch of awards had already been presented by the time Nina finally arrived at Derek's room. And within that time period, Oliver had been able to inform Kyle of Lex and Donna's presence. Not that it evoked any sort of response from Kyle, who simply paid attention to the ceremony, intent on wanting to have no conversation with the Hollywood business mogul. So, just like all the other times when an award was about to be presented, the giant LED screens lit up as the automated feminine voice began to list out the nominees. For Best Score Soundtrack for Video Games, the nominated artists are A Pirate's Odyssey, Tommy Winchester; Soul Knight, Flint Burton; Rip and Tear, Eternal, Lance Vance; Tech Whiz, Kyle Kestis; The Fable of Xenon, Call of the Wind, Isagi Soma. Just before the presenter of the award took center stage, Lex, whom had patiently remained quiet all this time to study Kyle's reactions close up to his presence, spoke. You must be a good man, Mr. Kestis. Explains just why all of the people involved with you are so loyal to you. But you see, the thing is, you have something I want, and I'd really like it if you could just hand it over and close the deal we originally proposed. Lex stated with a light smile, masking a subtle layer of threat in his usually apathetic tone. That said, I look forward to all your wins tonight. He smiled insincerely, his back leaning into his seat. No one need to spoon-feed Kyle for him to get the gist behind that statement. Yet, unperturbed by it, the young star's visage remained relaxed, his gaze focused on the stage. Around this time, the presenter of the award had taken her place on stage, her fingers neatly peeling open the envelope seal. And the award goes to. Similarly glancing over to the stage, realizing Kyle seemed to have no plans to respond regardless, the words that eventually came out of the young man's mouth, however, had him slightly fazed. Pardon my lack of knowledge, but, if I may ask, Who are you exactly? Oliver, whom was about to take a sip of his wine, almost sputtered on it, and Donna, if not for extensively training her expression to reflect her professionalism come what may, might have just sucked in a deep breath. A massive blow to his pride and ego, one that Lex hadn't felt in years. That was what a pretending Kyle had hit him with. Staring at the young man who had a genuinely lost expression plastered on his features as he kept staring at him in return, Lex had almost believed Kyle was being serious. But he knew well and truly that the young star was an exceedingly talented actor. However, just before he could don a composed smile in response to introduce himself nonetheless, the announcer declared, "Techwiz, Kyle Kestis." With a brief, excited hug, shared with Oliver, Kyle made his way through the rows and towards the stage as applause filled up every corner of the hall. Receiving the award with a warm smile, the young star then proceeded to give his appreciation speech. Linda and Derek practically hugged each other in excitement upon witnessing the young star winning the award, one that had a completely glued Nina, unaware of it as she kept grinning from ear to ear. The duo, upon realizing what they had just done, both, instead of disentangling, simply remained hugging the other as Derek spoke. "Well, this is curious." "It is, isn't it?" Linda similarly remarked with a mix of curious, yet newfound interest in someone she never batted an eye towards all this while. But for Lex, he was stunned, albeit only slightly as he listened to Kyle's speech, same as Donna, who was trying to make heads of tails of what had happened. Knowing fully well just how many strings her boss had pulled to ensure that Kyle inevitably lost in all the brackets he was nominated for, the secretary more than anyone knew that Lex's mind was racing, similarly to hers for answers. Guess those old codgers got wind of it. The CEO, on the other hand, gently stroked his chin with a slightly disappointed expression, mirroring a more concerned Donna's thoughts. But unluckily for Lex, this meant that every category the young star was in came with the possibility of him coming out on top as the definitive winner. This, if it did end up happening, essentially defeated any purpose of his presence here to intimidate Kyle. For Best Music Video, the nominated artists are, and the winner is, Light a Fire, Kyle Kestis. Donna rubbed her temples as she glanced over to her boss, his expression unfazed. Soon, the premiere ceremony was over and the awards ceremony proper began. And a few minutes later, after the usual proceedings here and there, with Noah Wiles once again hosting the show, the first award of the night was presented by a guest presenter. For Record of the Year, the nominated artists are, and the winner is, Back to the Start, Kyle Kestis. Marilyn, who presented the award to him, practically beamed like a shooting star as she gave him the warmest of hugs. For Album of the Year, the nominated artists are, and the winner is, Kaleidoscopes, Kyle Kestis. Mars extended the statuette towards the young man, both of them engaging in a stylized handshake that Mars had taught him after the Super Bowl. For Song of the Year, the nominated artists are, and the winner is, Nick Astley. Paused for a brief moment, after which he then declared, Back to the Start, Kyle Kestis. Once again, Kyle, feeling almost lightheaded at this point, as Oliver practically laughed with the mirth and pride of a father, proudly pat his wards back as he stood up to receive yet another award. A total of 5 Grammys in one night. That was what Kyle had ended up with. In fact, having been the youngest musician in the industry to have ever achieved such a feat, Kyle's name would probably be going straight into the Guinness Book of Records. And no sooner had each award being presented, it spread like a raging wildfire on the internet as his fans began tweeting excitedly, both about his surprise appearance on Rising Voices and every individual Grammy that he won. Chapter 226, Hello Seattle. The time of the year had come once again where the Grammy Award ceremonies were the center of attention on Tweet Talk. Surprisingly, this time, they were actually being hailed for standing on integrity and rewarding artists who rightfully deserved to win in all the categories they were in. In fact, the reception to the prestigious award ceremonies tonight had been so favorable, the viewership ratings touched a new height and broke all records from the previous years. And if many individuals whom had tuned in were being honest, some of the best parts of the award show were the moments Kyle was declared as yet the winner of yet another award. But it wasn't only the Grammys whom had enjoyed a record-breaking viewership rating. Rising Voices, too, due to Kyle's guest appearance, were also in the limelight alongside the prestigious award show. And so, as Tweet Talk practically buzzed about these two events, Kyle's fan group similarly bubbled in excitement at the success Kyle had achieved. We do a bit of trolling. Prophecy has been fulfilled. Shrek loves Fiona. The more I look back on things, the more I find it amazing how far Kyle's come. From that quiet guy in college to, bar none, the hottest thing in Hollywood. Simply sensational. Tricks or treat. I was so happy throughout the award show. I practically stretched my cheeks beyond reasonable limits with my smiles. Now they're sore, and yet, I don't regret it. One tiny bit. Mamma mia. Honestly, if Kyle had so much as lost in any of the brackets he had been in, Tweet Talk would be a completely different landscape. Good on the Grammys for doing the right thing. Peter_writes_fantasy. I agree at Mamma Mia. At least now, people are once again starting to believe in their relevance to the industry. Alice__Wonderland 88. Kyle's gonna be in Seattle next week. Can't wait to experience a live performance of his. Especially, your Odyssey, Kyle's girlfriend. As someone who got grounded for a month for attending his concert without notifying my parents that I'd be traveling to Canada on my own from NYC, just to experience his very first concert tour live. You won't regret a single second of it at Alice_Wonderland 88. Trust me. Wendy_the_witch. When is Kyle gonna release your Odyssey for streaming? All I have to go on are TikTok and YouTube clips, sadly. Waifu with a rocket launcher. Might as well call Kyle a superstar at this point, but I feel he'll need to be an A-lister before that title truly feels legit, at least by the standards of Hollywood. And yes, the Grammys are safe from my rocket launcher this year, for those of you wondering. Next year, though, fair game. Depends on how they behave. Princess Peach. I mean, we all expected it really, but it feels so good seeing it all play out in real time. Absolute cinema. Looking forward to more wins from our cinnamon roll. Meanwhile, as this was happening, somewhere else, Lex, having dropped off his secretary at her apartment, pondered to himself as his limo glided through the brightly lit Los Angeles city streets. Having tried a slew of dirty tricks in the book to get Kyle and his team to yield over to his demands, all without success, the multi-billionaire CEO had a certain realization dawn over him. At first he had believed, with enough pressure on Kyle and his team, poaching of his resources, along with also making progress noticeably harder for him in Hollywood, the young star would eventually come around to his offer. But with their interaction today, Lex had confirmed one thing with Kyle. He's cracked the code, he mused to himself with a thoughtful stroke of his stubble. To the average person, Kyle's statement, "Pardon my lack of knowledge, but, if I may ask, who are you exactly?" might have seemed like he was mocking him initially. But Lex, sharp as nails, interpreted the hidden meaning behind his words. "I'm not playing your games, even if I have to pretend I don't know you." The one thing all of Lex's adversaries over the years had learned a little too late was that if they had simply never tried to negotiate at all with his whims, and instead pretended to remain clueless, they would have had a far better chance of coming on top as the winner. But with the prospect of a negotiation and their greediness to strike a more potentially lucrative deal with Hollywood's biggest devil in human skin, they had essentially already fallen into his trap. But with Kyle and his team, they didn't even bother trying to negotiate. Rather, they did the exact opposite and purposely remained oblivious, essentially making it hard for Atlas to even make any propositions, much less get a foot through the door to reach the initial stages of striking any kinds of deal with them. And if that's the case, Lex reached for a glass of whiskey in the small fridge of the limo, pouring its contents into a glass cup as he came to a strategic decision. "I'll leave them be for now," he stated quietly, his gaze resting on the gently sloshing liquid in the cup. "Then I'll hit them where it'll hurt the most later on," he concluded with a sinister thought as he brought the glass cup to his lips with a ruthlessly cold expression. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A week later, Clint Rockwood was a man in his mid-50s whom had always wanted to be an actor in Hollywood. However, with life making it hard for him to pursue his dreams, he had far long settled for his insignificant place in the world, working as a taxi driver to make ends meet in New York, with his wife, whom he loved dearly, exiting he and his 2-year-old daughter's life far too soon. Clint had been tasked with the massive responsibility of raising a child solely on his own. and being the light and source of strength that a now 6-year-old Eliza was to him. It was quite unfortunate that she was born a sickler. So, when the young girl got really sick again a few months back, and the wages he was earning as a cabbie wasn't enough to cater for her medical bills, Clint started getting desperate. So desperate, he even sold their quaint little house in the suburbs to gather more funds. Unfortunately, this was not enough, prompting Clint to become even more desperate. But in his desperation, he found himself luckily stumbling upon an old friend whom was now working as a stagehand for various movie sets. It was through him that Clint had gotten wind of the info that Xavier and Cassandra Cage were screening fresh new talents in the industry to play the role of Malachi Volt, the villain in the upcoming superhero movie, Tech Whiz, Year One. Apparently, they had been at it for 3 months now, and yet, despite sorting out almost every other role, they had been unable to find someone who truly embodied Malachi. And so, with one last decision to give acting a trial one last time, Clint decided to take his chances, getting his hands on all the comics that he could through rental bookstores, working in the day and rehearsing lines at night in his cab, which was now also his house. Clint prepared thoroughly for the D-Day. And so, when said day did finally come around, Clint, having given it his all, felt like he was being pranked when he heard Xavier speak once more. "Well, guess we found our Malachi Volt. Welcome to the team, Clint," the director casually stated, he and Cassandra, packing up their documents as the producer stated. "We'll forward the contract to you in a few days." She gave him a light smile, one that an overjoyed Clint vigorously nodded his head in response to. Kyle had just gotten off a phone call with Xavier, the director informing him of the roles they were tasked with casting, completed on he and Cass's end. That made the young man really happy, and the little kid in him even happier. Gradually, they were inching ever closer to making a live-action adaptation of his favorite comic book. That said, there was still one more person Kyle wanted on board. And although the young star had informed said individual of the role, one he had favorably responded to, both had yet to actually meet and discuss in person due to Kyle's busy schedule. But now that he was in Seattle, where said individual was also at as of the moment, Kyle was dead set on ensuring they both met to discuss in detail about the role after he was done with today's concert. "Kyle, you're up in 5. Owen knocked on the door to his dressing room and informed the young star. "Be out in a sec." Kyle promptly replied to his assistant, quickly clothing himself with a designer leather jacket atop his already slick and stylish attire, fit for a pop star. And no sooner had he done that, he turned the door knob and stepped out, his confidence matching his dashing appearance. "Let's do this," he excitedly stated, to which Owen reciprocated by tossing over his mic, the young star receiving it with a stylish spin. Making his way front stage, high-fiving various stagehands, backstage staffs, event coordinators, and the stage manager who supported him with cheering words, Kyle soon appeared on stage, practically beaming at the crowd of over 67,000 plus at the Lumen Field Stadium. And with an increasingly loud wave of cheers, whistles, and applause greeting him first, Kyle reciprocated with a genuinely appreciative wave, both hands waving back and forth. Then, unexpectedly, the entire stadium, having planned it literally minutes before Kyle arrived with a whisper of information that had effectively spread like wildfire within seconds, cheered in an unbelievable yet unified wave. "Seattle congratulates you on winning 5 Grammys, Kyle." With a look of absolute shock plastered all over his features, same as practically almost everyone backstage, Kyle, after a few seconds of trying to process how amazing what they had just done was, soon felt his eyelids become teary as he struggled to find the words to respond. And when he finally did get around to composing himself and raising the mic to his lips, his voice came out as a whispery quiver, even through the speakers of the stadium. "From the depths of my heart, thank you, Seattle. I'll never forget this." Another burst of vibrant cheers, far louder than their initial wave of cheers, responded to Kyle's emotional response as he gave a showmanship bow in appreciation. This was the 4th concert of his tour. Yet just like all the previous, it felt like a fever dream of sorts. A fever dream he was absolutely stoked to be witnessing in real time. And so, with a decision to start from his newest song, rather than his most popular, Kyle, upon watching the audience screaming in powerful waves of immense fervor the moment they heard the ethereal, wisp-like tune of Your Odyssey. Quickly composed himself, blinked his teary eyes away and sang, "You are a stray drifter, but you are a firm believer. Lost in the flow, caught in the haze, but you can go anywhere." And just like that, the Your Odyssey tour went on, the audience continuously cheering him on in feverish ardor. Chapter 227, Meant for This. Hours had turned into days. Days turned into weeks. Weeks into months. A total of 6 more concerts were ticked off, one after the other, alongside multiple music festivals, each one more memorable than the last for Kyle. And then, finally, on the 11th of June, right on the eve of his last concert ending, Kyle gave his deepest appreciation at New York's Madison Square Garden as his crowd of adoring fans kept screaming and cheering at the very top of their lungs. I don't even know where to start, really. This tour, Your Odyssey, has been one of the most memorable moments of my life. The fact that I get to end it here, in this iconic venue, with all of you, that's something I'll never take for granted. From the first show to this very moment, you've all been with me. Through every city I've been in, every song I've performed. We've laughed together. We've cried together. But most importantly, you've given me so much to be thankful for. Truly, without you all, none of this would be possible. And that goes for my team, my crew, the guest musicians, and most especially, once again, you the fans. Really, you have no idea how much your love and support means to me. Every scream, every sign, every lyric sung back to me louder than I could ever imagine, and it's a feeling I just can't simply put into words. So, from the deepest, absolute depths of my heart, thank you so much for being with me through it all. I hope to keep living up to your immense expectations. Good night, Madison Square Garden. Good night, New York City. With his long appreciation speech given, one that was met with a resounding wave of fervor and applause from his fans, Kyle waved them all goodbye as he slowly made his way off the stage. The Your Odyssey tour, despite being on the much shorter side of the spectrum, had estimatedly drawn over 1.1 million people, raking in a whopping sum of $77+ million. In fact, if not for Kyle, having Stewart reduce his tour tickets by 30% of the average $108 per ticket due to him not being comfortable with charging that much for a 3-month-long tour, the revenue would have far surpassed well over $100+ million. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 12th of June, 2022. Kyle, despite not checking his panel a single time throughout the entire 3-month period he had been touring, save for the very first day, opted to still not check. This was because, the moment he had settled at his home in New York, he had begun prepping for the shooting of Tech Wiz, Year 1, which would begin in 2 weeks' time. Sure, he'd pretty much memorized the script, long before he went for his tour, but still, it was a different ball game entirely to effectively understand exactly how to portray Nathan North, the movie's lead character in a live-action setting. One that wouldn't detract from the way he was presented in the comics. At the same time, Kyle was going to be once again composing the score and soundtrack of the movie, albeit this time, he was going to be working hand-in-hand with a few professionals in the industry. Yet, added to all that, there was still quite a lot he needed to catch up on. Fortnite, having reached a fully polished state, was finally unveiled at Gamescom to overwhelmingly positive responses, particularly with the beta version being available for gamers and critics to experience firsthand. Otis, Theo, and Phineas had been the ones to present their brainchild, albeit still under SpawnPoint Studios' name, as they briefly explained their partnership with the game studio to the audience of curious gamers. Sharon, on the other hand, as per Kyle's orders, took the stage to present the trailer for Tech Wiz DLC, surprising everyone at Gamescom, both with her appearance ET role as Voltress, and the fact that their beloved game was getting 25+ hours of additional content for just $19.99. That, followed by a thrilling 10-minute gameplay showcase led by Carlos, highlighting all the new content and features in the game, had every gamer's energy surge in excitement as they revealed the official release date of November 7th. Originally, SpawnPoint Studios had planned to launch the DLC on August 5th to coincide with the anniversary of the original game's release. However, after a strategic discussion between Cassandra, Oliver, Xavier, and Carlos, one that they briefly relayed to Kyle via Owen during his tour, they had decided to push the date closer to Tech Wiz, Year 1, as possible December or January release date. Promotional synergy, basically. That was what Cassandra especially aimed to do by building anticipation and cementing people's interest in both the game and the upcoming live-action film. That said, even all these weren't the exact reasons why Kyle ignored something as exciting as checking his system's notifications. "Oh wow," Xavier commented with a widened gaze of interest, same as Cassandra, who commented. Surprisingly, the moment she spotted he and Oliver walking over. Now that's dedication. To that, Kyle scratched the back of his head with a slightly bashful expression, his smile diffident. His naturally voluminous raven hair was nowhere to be found, as it had been cut down, dyed dark brown, and trimmed into light, messy, feathered bangs. "Did you have that done today?" Cass soon inquired, her expression curious. "Yeah, this morning," Kyle responded with a light smile, after which he then frowned slightly. "My scalp's burning again, though." "Again?" Xavier remarked curiously, the interest in his cognac-brown irises growing by the minute. "Yeah, I did something similar during my role for the curator. My scalp stung for days." Kyle explained to the director, who had a light of realization in his eyes. The chaotic 10th did have quite the stylized hairstyle after all. Exchanging a few more pleasantries, though, all four then proceeded to make their way into the fairly large, two-story building before them as they strolled across its parking lot. Calvin, the lead costume designer for the movie, had literally contacted Kyle, Oliver, Xavier, and Cassandra a few hours ago, informing them that Tech Wiz's exosuit was done. And so, upon arriving at the costume designer's office by taking the elevator, Kyle, upon laying eyes on the exosuit a few seconds later, let out an excited, shaky breath, his eyes gleaming with childlike awe. Just like the concept design he had submitted to Calvin, the exosuit before him had a futuristic and sleek feel, featuring a vibrant combination of orange and blue with glowing neon accents, highlighting certain parts. It also included a high-tech-looking helmet with an illuminated visor and earpieces, armored gloves which Nathan called pulse gauntlets, along with reinforced boots, which he termed grav boots, and utility pouches. Yet, at its core, it definitely looked somewhat homemade, fitting the theme of the Year 1 that Kyle had purposely come up with to reflect that Nathan was just starting out as a hero and was new to all these, including how his very first exosuit looked like. "It's perfect," the young star remarked with an exhilarating smile on his features. Noticing the same wave of excitement in Xavier, Oliver, and Cass's irises from his periphery, Calvin, whom had been watching all four, gestured to Kyle. "Why not give it a try? You know, just in case it needs adjustments," he offered. Without even reasoning twice, Kyle agreed, his fingers practically tingling in excitement. Just like that, a few minutes later, Kyle was fitted from top to bottom in the exosuit, the helmet snugly fitting onto his head. And upon walking out of the changing room a few seconds later, Xavier and Oliver had to remind themselves that although men would always be men, they were still adults who should behave their age. "Whoa," Oliver muttered first, practically willing himself to not touch the costume as he kept staring in awe. "Calvin, I salute you," Xavier on the other stated, tightly clenching his fists in a wave of excitement as the lead costume designer gave a small bow of appreciation. As for Cassandra, despite knowing fully well that the two grown men beside her were practically holding themselves back from touching the exosuit, chuckled quietly, returning her attention back to a suited Kyle as she inwardly remarked, "He looks like he was meant for this." Their Tech Wiz was standing strong and confident, his stance balanced yet slightly wide to convey a sense of readiness. His arms and gloved hands also rested naturally at his sides, both suggesting a sense of control and awareness. Tilting his head downwards slightly to emphasize an even stronger heroic presence, Kyle soon broke character as he chuckled dangerously, his voice muffled due to the helmet as he stated, "I think I'm gonna faint if I don't take off this helmet in the next few seconds." The airflow's practically non-existent. At first, all three remained silent. Then they exploded alongside Calvin in unified concern. "Say that earlier." Crashing onto his bed after a fruitful day of prepping for the upcoming movie, one that involved a lot of sheet music and composing later in the day, Kyle, having taken a shower, took the time to finally view all his notifications. Tallying. "That's a new one," He arched a curious brow as he watched his system compiling all the achievements he had gained over the course of the past few months. You have completed your very first tour. You have obtained a phenomenal amount of EXP points. 75,000 EXP points have been awarded. Total EXP points available, 156,505. Singing has advanced from level 16 to level 18. Dancing has advanced from level 14 to level 17. Instrument mastery, piano, has advanced from level 13 to level 15. Instrument mastery, guitar, has advanced from level 13 to level 15. You are close to breaking through to level 16 in instrument mastery, piano. You are close to breaking through to level 16 in instrument mastery, guitar. Advancement in instrument mastery will become exponentially harder from here on out. Advancement in dancing will become exponentially harder from here on out. Advancement in singing will become astronomically harder from here on out. Keep singing, dancing, and performing to improve your skills. Kyle Kestis, EXP points, 156,505. Skills: Soulful Vocals, P. Growth Spurt, P. Appraisal, A. Resonance, P. S. Charisma, P. Polyglot, P. Deep Dive, A. S. Recollection, P. Scene Stealer, A. Action and Stunt Mastery, P. Bleeding Effect, P. Detoxification, A. Peak Human Conditioning, P. Flow, P. Choreography Master, P. Asterisk EXP points can be used to create skills. Levels: Singing level 18. Acting level 14. Composing level 16. Dancing level 17. Instrument mastery, piano/guitar, level 15/15. Asterisk levels will increase in accordance to your growth. Just as Kyle had expected, he gained almost 2 levels in all his stats, save for dancing, which ascended 3 levels. Still, he wasn't particularly fazed by this, as it was the stat that had been verging on going up by a level, even before his tour. What had him a bit fazed, though, was the astronomically harder notification. Guess level 18 upwards, another ball game of its own, he muttered out loud thoughtfully, his gaze moving away from his singing stat to rest upon the other thing that had him similarly fazed: the staggering amounts of EXP points he had accumulated. Sure, there were a bunch of things he could make with them or stats he could level up, but, if Kyle was being honest, he figured it'd be a waste of points in the long run. So he opted to simply leave it be in case something truly worthwhile came to mind. As for his acting stat, which unfortunately was now the lowest, Kyle was looking forward to when filming finally began so he could put in the work to get it to higher levels. But for now, the young man closed the panel. I need some shut-eye. He adjusted his pillows while shutting his eyelids and soon had himself whisked away to slumberland. Meanwhile, just as Kyle went into slumber, someone else, somewhere else, opened her big, round eyes, her jade-green irises captivating yet noticeably tired. Slowly, the girl in question blinked away her bleariness, and soon, her irises began to wander about the unfamiliar hospital room till it finally rested on the one person she was extremely happy to see, taking a nap with his head rested on her hospital bed. "Daddy." Her young yet noticeably hoarse voice came out as a whisper, and yet Clint, the moment he heard, snapped awake, his similarly jade-green irises lighting up like fireworks on the 4th of July. Clint's life had taken a sharp turn for the better a few months back, especially with the fact that he'd be starring as the main villain in a blockbuster superhero movie in the coming months. But even that couldn't top the immense wave of joy he felt upon seeing his daughter, hale and hearty. Hours later, after the doctor had come to examine the young girl, after the father had filled his daughter in on everything that had happened while she was sedated and being treated, Eliza then asked excitedly, her voice still hoarse, "Are you excited to meet them? You said they're big people, right?" "Excited, no. Nervous, definitely." Clint replied to his daughter's question with a light smile as he brushed a few strands of hair away from her forehead. There was that saying, after all, never meet your heroes. And for Clint, as someone who felt like he would be in an environment where everyone would possibly be looking down on him due to his background, he was extremely concerned about how he would be perceived. That said, Whatever the case would be, he'd be finding out in the coming week at the table read session. Chapter 228, Lights. Camera. Action. 1 week later. Paparazzi, skilled at behaving like sugar ants drawn to sugar crumbs, stood at the opposite side of Kyle's lawn as they waited yet again in eager excitement, the straps of their high-end cameras placed over their necks. Today was one of those days. A day to make some good buck. This was because, situated just outside the young star's house in New York, were various high-class cars, each one impressive in its own way. And mingling just outside his backyard were a fair few individuals, all of them, lounging around as they waited for 10 a.m. to strike. Xavier, Cassandra, Sharon, Lily, and Selena, alongside a part of the production crew and few other extras here and there, exchanged pleasantries, greetings, and mundane talks to pass away the time. Kyle, though, alongside Oliver, both of whom should have been on ground, had however gone out a minute earlier to get more refreshments as the ones they'd planned for initially didn't cater to everyone that eventually showed up for the table read, unfortunately. No sooner had they arrived back home, though, just 10 minutes shy of 10 a.m., the paparazzi were once again clicking pictures like no tomorrow, as some immediately tried to bombard them with questions. Yet, just before they did, Kyle raised a finger up from afar. The young man halted there. Questions. One paparazzi tried to push through. Kyle sealed her mouth shut with a light smile. Another tried his luck. The young star gestured with a zipping motion on his lips. Then he trolled them with an inviting smile, arms spread out. Any questions? The unaware paparazzi were absolutely overjoyed to hear that, their lips about to part open once again. No questions. Kyle answered for them, a glint of absolute mischief in his sapphire irises as he added gratefully. Thank you for your time. With that said, the paparazzi didn't even know how to feel or respond to his antics. On one hand, they found it humorous, yet on the other, they equally found it quite annoying that even after all this time, Kyle still found effortless ways to troll them whenever he felt like it. And that too without ever divulging what he was up to. Having said his piece though, one that got Oliver chuckling heartily, the young man simply retrieved the crate of wines from his booth alongside his agent while whistling happily, only to have their attention grabbed by the horn of a vehicle, constantly beeping in a rhythmically annoying pattern. A sleek and recent model of a Range Rover had pulled up to Kyle's street, harassing every paparazzi in sight with its continuously beeping horn. It was obvious that whomever the driver was, he or she was definitely doing it on purpose. However, no sooner had Kyle and Oliver seen the vehicle, they both burst into laughter as Kyle stated mirthfully, "Jeff, my goodness, how old are you again?" "That's none of your business, kid." The old Hollywood star poked his head from the driver's window with a playful grin as he brought his car to a halt a few seconds later, the paparazzi once again glad to click pictures as their shutters kept snapping. Jeffrey was also here for the table read session. He was also the last actor that Kyle had met with in Seattle regarding Tech Whiz, Year 1. That said, literal seconds after exchanging pleasantries, this time, all three had their attention shift to the street when a taxi pulled up before Kyle's home with a single honk of its horn. Expecting an extra or someone from the production team, all three were a bit phased when they saw an impeccably dressed man in his mid-50s stepping out of the driver's seat and not the passenger seat behind. The paparazzi, too, wondered whom the hell the man whom had interrupted their picture-clicking session was as their minds raced, trying to glimpse into any memory of said man being a celeb. Upon spotting two familiar faces amongst the trio who stood in front of the lawn, though, Clint, dressed in a three-piece black suit, his black hair with hints of gray hair neatly combed back, nervously approached them. Hello. It is. The suited man gulped as he did his best to maintain his composure before Kyle and Jeff. Such an honor to meet you too. I'm Clint Rockwood. I'll be playing the role of Malachi Volt. He extended a stiff handshake towards the trio, beads of sweat pooling on his forehead with an even more anxious gaze. Glancing over to each other, glancing back towards Clint, Kyle and Jeffrey shared a warm laughter and then spoke to Clint individually. "Trust me, Clint. We don't bite." Kyle assured him warmly as the old Hollywood star went over to pat him by the shoulders, while adding, "Pleasure to meet you too, Clint." This caused the nervous man to scratch the back of his head with an embarrassed smile as he responded, still as anxious as ever. Ah, yes. I'm a big fan of your work. Sure you are. Jeff gloated as Kyle sighed in resignation to the old man's antics, while Oliver donned an amused smile. Introducing his agent to a nervous Mr. Rockwood a few seconds later, Kyle then nudged his head towards his house as he spoke. Come on then. They're waiting for us. In response to that, Clint gave a small nod, his mind a bit more relaxed as he promptly followed behind Kyle, Owen, and Jeff. Shooting for Tech Whiz. Year 1 would begin a few days from now. But before that, a table read session to get the casts acquainted was necessary to foster a good working environment for all the involved parties. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The day had arrived. Finally, Tech Whiz, Year 1, would begin filming. And it would start with the very first scene, which would be filmed at a high-end laboratory in West End Avenue, New York, thanks to Cassandra, whom had booked the location as far back since late last year. Currently on the movie set, a bunch of lighting technicians once again made checks, ensuring that the cool-toned LED panels on the metallic walls properly captured the perfect sci-fi glow and ambience in the lab. Some set decorators also did last-minute wipes of the lab's pristine glass surfaces while simultaneously arranging lab equipment, microscopes, holographic interfaces, props, and vials of glowing liquids meticulously. A fog machine was also being set up by the prop crew, near what could only be inferred to as a decontamination chamber, while the cinematographers adjusted the angles of their cameras to ensure that reflections on the metallic surfaces wouldn't interfere with the shots. Additionally, some extras on set were helping the sound designers with running through the blocking, a practice run to check for unwanted echoes before the actual scene was filmed. As Kyle, Xavier, and Cassandra watched all of this happen, they soon had their attention shift to Lily and Clint, who stepped out of the elevators. Both, dressed in well-fitted lab coats, albeit Lily wore a white hazmat atop hers, looked the part they were tasked with playing today as they stepped out of the elevators. Behind them were a few extras dressed in disposable hazmat suits of their own. I have to say, 30 looks good on you. Cass coolly commented with an arched brow as she studied Lily's features behind the hazmat, which looked noticeably older. Due to her makeup, what can I say? I age like fine wine. The lady shrugged in response, her muffled voice casual, although there was a hint of pride in them. Meanwhile, Kyle and Xavier stared at Clint's features thoroughly, impressed by how well the makeup artists were able to de-age him to his early 30s. How are you feeling, Clint? Kyle casually asked the man, who looked noticeably anxious to ease his nerves. Nervous, the former cabbie replied, letting out a deep as he followed up with a hint of determination in his jade-green irises. But I'll manage. That's the spirit. Xavier responded this time with a thin smile, to which he then added, his demeanor turning professional as he gestured in Lily's direction. We begin filming in 5. With a curt nod, Clint and Lily moved towards their positions on the set, the extras in hazmat suits trailing after them. At the same time, a plethora of other extras on set, similarly dressed in sleek lab coats, having taken their positions, awaited Xavier's signal. Typically, whenever actors were about to perform a scene in a movie, directors had a habit of explaining to them how they wanted the scene to go and how they should portray themselves for a good take. But Xavier believed that actors should be allowed to interpret how they perceive the scene first and foremost, before making any sort of adjustments in the next or upcoming takes. In his words at an interview, one he had done after he won his Oscar years back, I won't tell them how I want the scene. I won't tell them what I'm looking for. They've had the scripts themselves. They've probably come up with their own thing. I will never, ever get to know what that was if I don't let them flex their interpretation. In other words, as a director, I think it's crucial, first and foremost, that I'm a good audience to my actors. That way, we can figure out, together, the best ways to improve upon a scene. And so, with one brief look over at everything a few minutes later, the director, without even speaking, gestured with hand signs to every necessary crew member on set for the first take. Getting the confirmation he needed, Xavier, considering he was a fan of the phrase in and of itself, took a more verbatim approach as he parted open his lips, the clapper loader at the ready. Lights, camera, action, Tech Whiz. Year 1, 27th of June, 2022, Act 1, Scene 1, Take 1. As cold fog filtered out of a decontamination chamber, Caitlin North hurriedly rushed out in a hazmat suit, the alarms in the laboratory blaring dangerously. "Come on, hurry up!" She quickly gestured to her fellow scientists behind, each of them dressed in hazmats of their own as they sprinted out. One even tripped over and fell, but was promptly pulled up by a fellow scientist of his to his feet. Quickly, the lady jammed her palm on the biometric scanner, initiating the safety airlock protocols the moment all of them were out. And then, each taking tentative steps backwards with bated breaths, they watched as a black, almost mechanical form of tiny, particulate matter slammed into the Tesla-armored glass walls, dangerously slamming into it for a few more seconds without any noticeable success. The particulate matter slowly retracted backwards, giving rise to a heightened tension in the air due to the eerily quiet fog from the decontamination chamber opposite them. After the disturbing phenomenon had subsided, Caitlin inhaled another shaky breath as she quietly gulped. And then, a few seconds later, the fog dissipated as a human hand pressed firmly against the window pane, the silhouette of a man in his late 30s discernible. It was Malachi Volt, and he seemed to have lost an arm. Tails late and cut. Chapter 229, Money Grubber. The next few days on set went by steadily. The other scenes that had been shot so far, though, were scenes that majorly involved Caitlin North and Malachi Volt, all of which led up to the initial cryptic first scene in the movie that they had already filmed. Due to the fact that the floors in the high-end laboratory Cass had rented out only allowed for filming within a set period of time, Xavier wanted to ensure he got all those scenes down first. That said, despite only having to film 3 more scenes at the laboratory, the crew had actually been filming those same scenes a few times over for 3 days straight now. The cause? Clint, unsurprisingly. Due to not being on a movie set for the longest time in years, the last he could remember being 30 years back, when he was still struggling to pursue acting as a career and land roles. The now middle-aged actor was very rusty. As a result, it took him a bit of time to get used to all the subtle technicalities that actors needed to keep in mind while acting, even as they played the roles of their fictional counterparts. Positioning himself at just the right angles for the cameras, keeping little gestures from one take that might link to the next, speaking at just the right vocal elevations. All these and more, just to name a few. Yet, despite all this, Xavier and Kyle, alongside the rest of the crew on ground, didn't mind retaking those scenes because Clint, to put it simply, was just so captivating as an actor to watch. And as Kyle watched him retake an important flashback scene that would be used later in the movie with another actor on set tasked with playing the role of Horizon Tech CEO, Eccleston Wilde, he curiously appraised Clint. Clint Rockwood, 55 years. Acting level 13. Skills, magnetism. Passive skill. Magnetism. Subconsciously adjust a performance to draw all focus towards yourself. Effect gets stronger the deeper you embody a role. Ah, that explains it, Kyle inwardly commented as he dismissed the panel a few seconds later and focused his attention on the scene once more. That said, a few minutes later, after Xavier had filmed the scene and gone to check the cameras if the take came out all right, he then gestured to the crew that it came out great with a hand sign as he stated, "That's a wrap for today." To that, Clint let out a deep sigh of relief as a caterer on set offered him a bottle of sparkling water, one he received appreciatively. As for Xavier, he was already discussing with Kyle about tomorrow's scene, one that would include the young star and Jeff. It was the second scene of the movie that would play out years later, after the events of the first scene, which had happened 15 years earlier. At the same time, it would also be the audience's first introduction to Nathan North, the protagonist of the story, and his weirdly unhealthy, yet intriguing obsession with making money. In any case, Clint, after downing a few gulps of water, soon recalled something his daughter had been clamoring for in more recent memory ever since she got discharged from the hospital. And at first, the doting father had been unsure if he'd be able to grant her wish. But, After realizing how welcoming the environment on set was, especially with how they never for once made him feel like he didn't belong despite how rusty he was more comfortable with actually trying to run his request through Xavier and Kyle. So, with a few steps taken towards the duo whom we're still discussing, Clint, upon gaining their attention, then spoke to both regarding the request, hoping they'd be generous enough to allow it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, as Xavier and Jeff got about to discussing a few things regarding today's scene the moment old Hollywood star arrived on set, Kyle, on the other hand, was having a very mundane conversation with his new friend outside the quaint little house's lawn. I don't know, Liz. Mr. Flufferkins doesn't feel very gentlemanly, he debated with a young Eliza whom was on set today and was carrying a quiet, white feline in her hands. A trained cat, one that was required for today's scene and a future scene. No sooner had Kyle arrived on set, for some odd reason or the other that no one on set couldn't exactly fathom, the feline had walked up to him and jumped right into his arms, refusing to leave. That was until Clint arrived on set with his daughter, whom was stoked to finally be able to experience her very own take our daughters and sons to work day, one she had unfortunately missed out on due to her frail health a few months back. The cat, having originally refused to leave Kyle's arms all morning, actually took kindly to Eliza when she gestured towards it with an innocent smile. And so, having practically skipped the acquaintance stage and were now friends due to their snow-white feline friend, both had taken turns to start naming the male cat, till filming began in a few minutes. You're right. It really doesn't sound like something that'd fit a regal-looking cat like him. The young girl nodded in agreement as Kyle gently stroked the cat's head. Then Eliza's eyes lit up in excitement. I've got it, Uncle Kyle. How about Lancelot? She asked of the young man who tilted his head slightly, his tone curious. Lancelot does sound fitting dash. Pausing mid-speech, a hint of eureka in his eyes, Kyle stated amusedly with a gestured finger. Pounce-a-lot. Oh, that's a good one. Eliza gleefully clapped, startling the quietly resting cat. And get this, Liz. Kyle, who wasn't done yet, added honorifics to the cat's new name as he gestured with slightly outspread arms this time, while donning a light grin. Sir, Pounce-a-lot. It's perfect. Eliza practically squealed in excitement, startling the regal-looking feline once more. Finding their interactions heartwarming, Clint, alongside a few extras on set whom were watching the duo, soon watched as Kyle was informed by one of the production staff that Xavier was ready to shoot the scene. And so, apologizing briefly to Eliza, promising he'd bring Sir Pounce-a-lot back after he was done filming, Kyle retrieved the quiet feline from her arms as he moved towards the building and into the house. Having taken his position inside the house alongside Jeff a few seconds later to begin the scene, Xavier, after making the necessary checks, gave the order. Lights, camera, action, tech whiz. Year 1, 1st of July, 2022, Act 1, Scene 2, Take 1. As the sun peeked through the window of a quaint little house in the suburbs of New York City, an old man who seemed to be in his late 70s hummed in quiet satisfaction as he walked into the kitchen. Placing a plate and a mug at just the right spots on the kitchen slab, alongside dropping 2 slices of bread into the toaster, the old man then cracked 2 eggs into a frying pan. Lighting up the stove and tossing the shells into the bin, he then flipped on a weird-looking switch on the kitchen's wall. No sooner had he done that, a familiar homemade breakfast assembly line, word to life, while the old man himself casually made his way out the door to retrieve something. A repurposed hand mixer, rigged with makeshift gears and a pulley system, spun the cracked eggs in the pan while a salvaged rotor of toy car adjusted the heat on a portable stovetop. About a minute later, the toaster, modified with springs from what seemed to be an old RC car, popped up 2 slices of bread, both of which were promptly snatched by a mechanical arm built from an old umbrella frame and bicycle cables. At the same time, a clunky, somewhat gear-driven contraption made from clock parts and scraps of aluminum guided the mug under a carefully positioned wide tube, slowly releasing a nice pour of freshly brewed coffee from the coffee machine. With a final, satisfying click, the makeshift robotic appendage nudged the toast, flipping it onto a plate where a second makeshift robotic arm using tongs, duct taped to its grip, slid the fried eggs neatly beside them. As the old man walked back into the house with a newspaper in his hands, His features finally shone. Grandpa George grinned with pride, grabbing the cup of coffee as the automated breakfast station finished its daily morning routine. His grandson's contraption, one he had built in his freshman year of high school, was just as messy, clunky, and prone to the occasional sputter as one would expect. But even after all these years, it still worked. And for George, who hated cooking, that was all that mattered. "Nate, breakfast's ready," he called out as he took a sip of his coffee. However, having awaited his reply, which turned out to be non-existent, George sighed and made his way up the staircase. Reaching his grandson's room, he found the door slightly ajar, and, upon fully opening it, was not the least bit surprised to see him coding a few lines for what seemed to be a game. "It's a gotcha. Don't ask." Nathan, without even tearing his gaze from the laptop, continued coding. "Up to your money-grubbing ways again." George leaned on the doorframe with curious smile. "Gramps, my only goal in life, as you know, is passive income." Nathan relentlessly tapped his keyboard, the side frame of his visage implying an almost sadistic smile. "Dollar bills," he added, abruptly pausing the line he was coding as he twirled around on his gaming chair to face George as he continued. "Big bucks. Hello, Benjamins. Deep, freaking pockets." As he continued his concerning monologue, his sleep-deprived eyes glinting with capitalism, George subtly shook his head in mix of amused concern. "And with this, I'm gonna achieve that." Nathan tapped a button on the keyboard, and voila, the game seemed to have reached completion. "Sure you will, kiddo. Now, breakfast beckons. You're gonna miss your first lecture." George simply remarked with a reminder as he gently pushed off the frame and made his way downstairs. Instantly, Nathan widened his eyes in a mix of shocked realization. "It's today?" he exclaimed as he haphazardly began to pack his laptop into his messenger bag and a few other necessities. Literal seconds later, he rushed down the staircase to reach the dining room, running into their adopted cat, who poked his head from a fairly large hole in the ceiling while meowing. "Morning, sir. Pounce-a-lot. How's the weather up there?" he greeted, and just before he rounded the corner, caught sight of a door on the far end of the corridor. Pausing for a few moments, he stared at said door with a mix of complex emotions in his irises, his mind flashing back to an old memory of his mother packing her bags late in the night. Blinking the thought away, Nathan soon arrived at the dining room, his plate of bread and toast at the ready. George, as usual, was already flexing his newspaper, taking another sip of his coffee as he peeked from above its edges and commented, assuringly, "Look, I know you feel college is a waste of your time, son, but, trust me, it'll be worth your while." "Agree to disagree," Nathan simply replied with a sarcastic smile as he slid into his chair. Tales late and cut. Chapter 230, Tardy 2. Sir, Pounce-a-lot was not something that was included in the script. In fact, what Nathan was supposed to say in that scene was, "Hey buddy, how'd you get up there?" Yet, Xavier, upon checking the shot to ensure it came out perfectly, simply stated, "All right, we're moving on to the next set on the college grounds. Let's be ready in 10. He employed a light, rolling gesture of his finger to signal to the rest of the crew, who gave curt professional nods as the cinematographers worked to unmount the cameras in quiet efficiency. "Oh, and Kyle, nice touch with the cat," he casually added as the young star and Jeff slowly got off the dining chairs. In response, Kyle gave a light salute with a thin smile on his lips, after which he then promptly turned around and walked up the stairs to gesture to Sir Pounce-a-lot to come down. Leaping into his arms almost instantaneously, the gentlemanly feline soon climbed atop Kyle's head and perched there, prompting Jeff to curiously question, "You didn't by chance smuggle catnip on set, did you, Kyle?" "Whatever do you mean?" The young star looked almost offended as he walked past the old Hollywood star, who added as he trailed behind him, "He's probably the first trained cat I've seen that's so receptive, I guess, to you at least." "That is curious, isn't it?" Kyle cryptically answered, to which Jeff squinted suspiciously at him. That said, as the rest of the production crew slowly filed out of the house behind them, alongside Xavier, Kyle soon walked back up to a cheerful Eliza, who was happy to see the cat again. "Here you go, Mademoiselle Liz." He gently carried Sir Pounce-a-lot and placed him into her inviting arms. And then, watching as he casually kneaded biscuits on her fluffy sweater, Kyle and Eliza both retrieved a tiny piece of catnip from their pockets and offered it to feline like shady drug dealers. Haha, I knew it, Jeff astutely exclaimed, prompting both culprits to share a hearty laughter as Clint, whom was situated nearby, smiled lovingly while watching his daughter blissfully laughing again after being bedridden for so long. Way before today's scene was shot, Kyle, having gone to select which trained cat they would have on set for the scenes alongside Cassandra, had met with the gentlemanly feline. And upon hearing from his trainer that he typically behaved even calmer after sniffing or consuming catnip, alongside being extra nice to those who gave him the treat, he made it his mission to smuggle them onto the set whenever Sir Pouncelot would be filming. Also, having listened to Clint's request about hoping to have his daughter visit the set, Kyle had told the middle-aged actor to have his daughter similarly smuggle bits of catnip onto the set like him. Sharon, alongside a bunch of extras and some of the production crew whom were already on ground, had been expectantly awaiting the appearance of Xavier, Kyle, and Clint at the set on the college grounds so they could film the 4th and 5th scenes they had planned for today. As for the 3rd scene, it would essentially be a shot of Nathan rushing to get to college as he employed the aid of his trusty bicycle to blitz through the traffic. And considering a younger Kyle did have a lot of experience biking in his younger years due to its ease of transport to high school, showcasing a few tricks as he did wouldn't be an issue when the scene was eventually shot. In any case, the moment the trio arrived on set, though, the honey blonde-haired lady had her ocean blue irises curiously twinkle as she perched down to Eliza's height on the fairly bustling college lawn while asking, "Who's this cute cinnamon bun?" Eliza Rockwood. The young girl, on the other hand, having responded, kept staring at Sharon with a captivated gaze. "So pretty," she muttered audibly, her jade green irises reflecting the innocence and honesty of her words. This, immediately, had the lady, who clearly had dark circles under her eyes and her hair, purposely made messy for the scene, beam in genuine appreciation. Swiftly, she angled her gaze towards the young girl's father, whom was situated a few meters away, as he shared a conversation with Kyle. "Clint, I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but the world needs more fathers like you," the lady suddenly stated aloud, causing an unaware Clint to be caught off guard by the sudden compliment. But before he could give his appreciation for her kind words, Sharon spoke again, her voice softer. "Also, Eliza, what do you want for Christmas?" she suddenly asked the young girl, absolutely ready to spend a couple $100 if need be. However, their conversation was cut short when Xavier, whom was ready, called out, "We begin in 5. And literally 5 minutes later, the director had already given the signal for the next scene to be shot. Tech Whiz. Year 1, 1st of July, 2022, Act 1, Scene 4, Take 1. Rushing to not miss his very first lecture, Nathan hurriedly jogged across the lawn, slightly out of breath as the cameras panned to reveal the name of the college, Horizon Tech University. Apologizing as he bumped into and pushed through a plethora of college students who had one thing or the other to say in response, the young man soon arrived at the corridors of the hall. And yet, despite a few similarly late students already trickling into other lecture halls hurriedly, the doors that opened into his lecture hall had a vending machine situated just opposite it. And currently hitting it in frustration with her boot was a young, seemingly tired lady with disheveled honey blonde hair tied into a ponytail, cursing underneath her breath as Nathan walked over. "Stupid, useless, overpriced, Java-coded, no good, nickel-gobbling, tin tyrant." At first Nathan had simply intended to walk past, not particularly interested in playing hero to a damsel in distress. But her words clearly had him amused as he halted in his steps, turned around slightly, and walked towards the name Tin Tyrant as the lady huffed in deeper frustration. Rummaging through his messenger bag, he soon retrieved a small, spherical, matte black slate, no bigger than a golf ball. And much to the confusion of a frustrated lady who just wanted her canned coffee, she watched as the young man beside her placed the spherical slate on the pane of the vending machine, tapped it gently, and before her very eyes, her stuck can of coffee jerked forward briefly, alongside other drinks that fell into the pickup box below. "You're welcome," he simply commented as he returned the gadget into his bag, his steps already taking him towards the lecture hall. "Ah, yes. Thank you." The lady, however, slightly tilted her head with an intrigued gaze as she stared at his receding back. Snapping out of her thoughts, though, she quickly retrieved the can and made her way into the lecture hall, same as Nathan's. And upon entering, Professor Malachi, previously leaning casually against the podium, paused mid-speech as he stated, acknowledging the tardiness of the duo. "Fashionably late, I see. Especially you, Mississippi Danvers," he added familiarly. "Not exactly the algorithmic precision one would expect from future tech innovators," he remarked, to which Felicia gave a quick-witted reply. "Well, Professor, I figured I'd let the universe test the efficiency of the human patients today. Consider it an unplanned algorithmic disruption, one that I owe to the nickel gobbler just outside the door." A few students chuckled in response to her words, one that had Malachi smirking as he engaged with the lady's quick wit. Clever. But as future pioneers, you should know that precision is everything, even with unexpected variables. "Maybe." Nathan slightly adjusted the strap of his messenger bag, his voice quiet, yet audible enough for everyone in the room to catch it. "But I figure some of the greatest breakthroughs come from these unexpected variables." He disagreed with his prof's remarks. This earned a slightly arched brow of inquiry from Malachi, who seemed interested in hearing more of what the young man had to say. Felicia and the rest of the class similarly angled the same gaze of interest towards him as Nathan, upon realizing he had to back up his statement, casually added, "Take Tesla, for instance. His experiments were often chaotic and unexpected, yet they led to the very foundations of modern energy. I think I make a valid point." Slightly nodding in agreement to that, as some of his students similarly did, the professor then shifted his attention fully to Nathan as Felicia sneaked away to take her seat. "I see. Not bad. But let me ask you this, mister." The clearly engaged professor, seemingly glad to have another brilliant mind amongst his students, curiously inquired with a slight gesture of his gloved hands. "North. Nathan North." Nathan offered, earning a masked hint of familiar surprise in Malachi's green irises. And then, with a thin smile, he continued, "Mr. North, if you were given the choice between an unpredictable genius and a flawlessly efficient machine, which would you trust to aid you in the case of an unexpected variable?" Shrugging with a fairly nonchalant demeanor, Nathan replied, "Depends. Which one's going to cost me less money to hire?" he casually added, his capitalist personality on full display. The lecture room fell into silence for a beat, after which it then erupted into a mix of amused chuckles and light-hearted laughter. Even Malachi smiled amusedly, noticeably taken aback by his student's out-of-pocket answer. That said, as Malachi studied a grinning Nathan a few seconds later, a flicker of something unreadable in his expression, he then gave a subtle, nostalgic smile. An unexpected, yet still fascinating answer nonetheless. "You may take your seat, Mr. North." "Thanks, Professor." Nathan did as he was told, finding a spot to settle into. "Do well to arrive early next class. And that goes for you too, Mississippi Danvers," the professor casually added. And with that, Malachi turned to the projected feed to continue his lecture as Nathan finally took his seat, his curiosity piqued as he audibly muttered to himself, "I hate to admit it, but Gramps was right. This might be worth my while, after all. Tails late and cut. Ding. That was a good take." "Yes," Xavier remarked with a thoughtful expression as he kept staring at the take through the cameras. In response, the entire lecture hall full of actors turned their attention towards the back of the hall where he, alongside the cinematographers whom had been filming, were situated. "But it can be better," the director, having leaned back into his chair, stated, after which he then spoke, his tone authoritative. "Kyle, Sharon, you guys just need to act as you did from the moment you walked into the class. If you can make meaningful improvisations to bolster the scene, that'd be welcome. Same for the rest of you," he added with a light gesture of his hand. "You got it, Zay." Kyle responded with a brief salute, while Sharon gave a curt nod of understanding as she replied, "Roger that." The other extras on set also did the same, their responses professional. As for Clint, Xavier, having given them all a thumbs up, shifted his attention towards the middle-aged actor whom was listening attentively. "I need Malachi to have more subtleties of familiarity to his expressions when he's speaking to Nathan, especially after he realizes he's speaking to his former colleague's son." "All right then." Clint nodded affirmatively as the director, satisfied with everyone's responses, spoke once more with a light clap of his palms, his tone rhetorical. We still need to film one more scene today, so let's try to get in the second take, okay? Now, retake your original positions. He gestured to the main trio who did as they were told, each of them, alongside everyone else in the lecture hall ready for a second take. And no sooner had the cinematographers gotten their cameras realigned for the second take, Xavier gave the familiar order. Lights, camera, action. Chapter 231, New Trick. The fifth scene following up from the fourth scene yesterday had been a fairly long scene. And in that scene, Malachi, after lectures, had called over Nathan to meet him at his office. There, the professor had informed the young man that he knew of his mother, Caitlin North. He also informed him that he was quite limited on what he could tell him about her. But, as his mother's colleague, it felt imperative upon him to at least shed more light onto her story, especially when her son was involved. So Malachi had told the young man to ask any burning questions he might have, and he'd do his best to give him an answer, if he could. But for Nathan, whom had always wanted to figure out what exactly happened to his mom years back, especially since he didn't buy into the agenda that she simply died in a plane crash, it had been more than enough. So he did, asking question after question, each one bringing one revelation after the other. Malachi, during the scene in response to Nathan's questions, had explained extensively how he and his mother worked together for many years, focusing their efforts on trying to make a serum that could cure any sort of disease. This intrigued Nathan greatly as he realized the prospects of what a serum that revolutionary could have done. During this conversation of questions and answers, the professor had also informed Nathan that the experiment had unfortunately been unsuccessful and was scrapped, never to see the light of day again. He also explained that the failed experiment itself was most probably the root cause of Caitlin North's disappearance and her eventual death in a plane crash. To that, Nathan had asked what exactly said serum ET experiment was, but Malachi refused to divulge the info as it was highly classified and could get him in trouble with the feds and the wrong people if he was made aware. As a result, the professor of the prestigious College for Special Individuals once again made it clear to Nathan that he shouldn't try to dig around for info pertaining to the serum or the experiment because it really could get him into some serious trouble with the wrong people. And just like that, Nathan, seemingly listening to Malachi's sincere warnings, assured the professor that he'd do as he was told. The young man also gave his genuine appreciation to Malachi for shedding more light on his mother's death, something he had struggled for the past 15 years of his life, trying to get the tiniest bits of info about. With that, the fifth scene had ended and Nathan was off to attending other lectures for the day. At the same time, it had been the last scene of the day and Kyle, upon returning home, took a shower first, after which he then sat before his laptop, intent on pulling up his digital audio workstation to compose a score for some of the scenes they'd shot today. As the laptop booted up in no less than a few seconds, Kyle himself was staring at his panel of notifications. You have acted before everyone and impressed them. You have obtained a huge amount of EXP points. 10,000 EXP points have been awarded. Total EXP points available, 166,525. Acting has advanced from level 14 to level 15. Advancement in acting will become exponentially harder from here on out. Keep acting to improve your skills. With a satisfied nod, Kyle dismissed the notifications, refocusing his attention on his laptop as he pulled up the DAW app. But just as he did, he caught sight of an email notification from the corner of his eye, prompting him to casually click on it. Reading the message from Maria, one that had a link to a cloud app which they frequently used to exchange videos she and her crew filmed for him, it suddenly hit Kyle. Oh yes, the music video for Your Odyssey, he exclaimed in excitement as he swiftly navigated over to the cloud to download the video file. A few days later, having filmed other scenes from the movie with other cast members, most of which involved a few mundane and reference scenes here and there, the sixth scene was about to be filmed. It was also the scene where Nathan would get his powers. But before that scene, Lily needed to act out a flashback scene at the house, one that Nathan had recalled during the second scene of the movie when he had been coming down the stairs for breakfast. Lily thoughtfully hummed out loud mid-conversation as she gazed at Sharon. So I sigh. What? Sharon, whom was engaging in a conversation with the dark blonde, inquired, her tone curious. Currently, Both were individually seated next to the other on a patio chair, the others scattered about various spots across the lawn as the production team moved about here and there. The lady had already filmed the scene that was required of her a few minutes ago, and so the room was being prepped for the filming of the sixth scene. Well, it's just, having gotten to know you these past few weeks, you're nothing like the rumors say. It's really refreshing. Lily honestly commented. Ah, that. Sharon, appreciative of Lily's honesty, remarked casually, her fingers gently tapping on the patio table before them where their drinks were placed. Well, let's just say, circumstances made me a bit of a wanton woman. A bit egotistical too, she then stated lightheartedly, her lips pressing into a thin smile. Just a little bit. Lily arched a teasing eyebrow, not wanting to prod deeper into her reasons. Pinch of salt. Sharon grinned knowingly as she gestured with thinly pressed fingers, earning a light chuckle from Lily, who then inquired curiously. So you don't dislike Jasmine? Contrary to popular belief, no, not at all. I think she's amazing. Sharon gave an honest-to-God response. But once again, circumstances. The honey blonde-haired actress let out a tired sigh, after which she then mused to herself. Should apologize to her when next we run into each other. No sooner had those thoughts settled in her mind, though. She and Lily had their attention grasped by Kyle, who walked past them, the good-mannered Sir Pouncelot, once again perching atop his head. And then, with one brief look over in their direction, he flexed his brows playfully and then went on his merry way. Was it the cat atop his head? Or was it his surprisingly playful persona that merged effortlessly with his more reserved demeanor? Sharon couldn't really say. Nevertheless, she and Lily shared mild yet similarly mirthful chuckle in response as they watched his back retreat into the house to film his scene. Say, Lily, Sharon then asked, eyes glinting with interest after Kyle was completely out of sight. What? The lady responded, her hazel irises warm. Do you think Kyle has anyone he's interested in? Romantically, I mean. Sharon curiously inquired. Tilting her head slightly, Lily questioned instead. Why are you asking? You. Interested? Blinking her eyes a few times, Sharon quickly clarified. No. Heavens no. I'd say I really admire him, though. Kyle's a breath of fresh air, Lily offered, completing her sentence. Yeah, that. The lady clasped her palms in agreement. Also, he's made it pretty clear he's not interested in me like that, so I figured I might as well respect that. Sharon came clean, and Lily burst into laughter. That's Dreamboat, all right. Not the type to string a lady along, she commented cheerfully, after which she then pondered for a few seconds before stating. Normally, I'd say no. Oh. Sharon arched a curious brow of interest. But a few months ago, during his tour, we caught up on a lot of stuff, Lily continued, after which she then let out a knowing smile as she remarked. And I think he just might be unaware that he does like her. A lot. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Nathan was a liar. Sure enough, he told Professor Malachi he wouldn't dig into the details of the experiment that cost his mom her life, but deep within, he already had his own mindset. And so, instead of heading over to his dorm room later that very evening, he had instead opted to head back home to do something he had been avoiding all this while, rummaging through his mom's stuff. At the same time, Kyle, on the other hand, in an effort to test, deep dive, at grade S and figure out how exactly it differed from the previous grade, similarly activated the skill the moment he was given the order to. Begin. Activate. Deep dive the lights. Camera. Action. Tech whiz. Year 1, 4th of July, 2022, Act 1, Scene 6, Take 1. As Nathan opened the door to his home, he called out to his Gramps. Gramps, I'm home. Casually tossing his messenger bag aside onto the living room couch, Nathan rounded a corner and found himself in the kitchen, a note on the fridge. We'll be working late. In case you decided college is not for you, help yourself to some takeout. Add it to my tab. Yet, almost instantaneously, Nathan, or in this case, Kyle, who should have given a light smile in response as he walked out the kitchen while reading the note, abruptly halted in his steps, his entire being freezing on the spot in sudden realization. This, on the other hand, immediately prompted Xavier to call out. Cut. Kyle. Everything good? The director walked up to him and asked, gently tapping him by the shoulder as everyone on set looked just as concerned as Xavier was. Snapping him out of the trance he was in, Kyle, realizing what he must have looked like to everyone on set, genuinely apologized with a seemingly honest excuse as he diffidently rubbed his nape. Sorry, had an idea for the movie's score suddenly hit me. Oh, Xavier remarked, his tone understanding. That explains it then. He added with a light nod, same as the cinematographers and lighting technicians on ground who had a light of understanding in their eyes. After all, aside from being the lead actor in the movie, Ka was also juggling creating a good chunk of the movie's soundtrack, a pretty Herculean task in its own right alongside also acting. I can give you a few minutes off to jot down your thug. Xavier was almost about to complete the sentence when Kyle shook his head as he stated firmly in assurance. No, I'll make sure to get the scene down in the next take without any interferences on my end. I promise. All right then. Xavier nodded in acknowledgement, turning to face the filming crew who seemed to have garnered even more respect for the young star's work ethic. We'll take the scene again from the top, the director stated, to which they all gave curt, professional nods. Film scores are an essential part of filmmaking. They shape a movie's emotional landscape, tone, atmosphere, and even tempo. In fact, a fantastic movie score could elevate an already amazing scene to new heights, or in fact, make a less interesting scene feel all that much impressive when in actuality, it's really not. And for Kyle, whom had activated Deep Dive at its max level, I could hear the background score of the scene in my head. His internal thoughts were a mix of awestruck marvel, despite his outer countenance saying otherwise. This, inevitably, would make composing the movie's soundtrack a lot less taxing on him mentally, even though he'd still need to put in a lot of hard work to match and remember exactly what he had heard during the scene. That was why, once again, the moment the director gave the order, the young star activated Deep Dive, once more, this time, completely losing himself to the role and the world Nathan inhabited. Chapter 232, Cacophony. Tech Whiz. Year 1, 4th of July, 2022, Act 1, Scene 6, Take 2. As Nathan opened the door to his home, he called out to his Gramps. Gramps, I'm home. Casually tossing his messenger bag aside onto the living room couch, Nathan rounded a corner and found himself in the kitchen, a note on the fridge. We'll be working late. In case you decided college is not for you, help yourself to some takeout. Add it to my tab. A musical cue was triggered, its melody soft and emotive. Donning a light smile, Nathan walked out of the kitchen, tucking the note into his jacket pocket as he turned around the corner. Sir, pounce a lot, he called out this time. Not getting any response from the cat after a brief while, Nathan assumed with a thoughtful mutter. Probably off gallivanting through the neighborhood. Then he angled his gaze towards the door to his late mum's room. An old memory flashed over his vision. The same vision he had earlier in the day. A memory of his mom, after hurriedly packing her luggage, walking over to a 5-year-old him and saying, Genius isn't just about what you can build, Nathan. It's about what you choose to do with the things you build. The right hands can build a better world, sweetie, but the wrong hands can absolutely decimate it. Always be the hands that build, even if that means you have to make an enemy out of everyone else. Nathan audibly completed her words. Those words had always stuck with him. It was also the reason why he'd always believed there was more to her death. His expression reflected this. Staring at the door for a few seconds with a plethora of complex emotion in his eyes, one emotion in particular stood out this time. Pain. Ruffling his dark brown hair in a mild fit of frustration aimed at himself, the young man soon willed himself with a determined mutter. Push through it, Nate. Taking a deep breath, Nathan took one step in the door's direction. Then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each step was heavier than the last, but it soon brought him face to face to the white-painted door. Slowly placing his hand atop the door's handle, Nathan pulled it down, the door clicking open. And, with the heaviest step of all, the young man placed a foot first into the well-kept room, courtesy of his Gramps who tidied it every weekend since the day his only daughter had died. Sweeping his gaze around, Nathan's gaze lingered around for a few seconds more, after which he then fully stepped into the room as he gently closed the door behind him. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary here. Just a nice, little room, with all the modern bedroom furniture neatly occupying the space. Yet, with slow, measured steps, Nathan made his way across the room, heading over to the desk situated near the dresser. Pulling out all the drawers, the young man found nothing, all of it spick and span. Then he proceeded to check every nook and cranny of the room. Under the bed, behind the shoe rack, amidst the bookshelves, several other places. Nothing. Nathan found nothing. And so, plopping onto the bed, the young man laid there aimlessly, his gaze locked to the ceiling. However, about 10 seconds later, he soon caught the sound of something scurrying through the roof with a light meow. Pretty much expecting to hear a thud from the other end of the room's corridor as his buddy landed through the hole in the ceiling, Nathan jolted upwards in shock when he noticed a strange phenomenon. Cue a slow, mysterious, haunting score. A small portion of the ceiling was drooping downwards, slowly yet eerily as it contorted amorphously. What the? But before Nathan could tentatively dart out of the room in trepidation, Sir Pouncelot practically fell through it and onto the bed, casually stretching as if this was a regular occurrence to it. The feline, upon noticing Nathan, instantly began to meow in demand for food. Yet, a stunned Nathan could now only stare in a mix of frightened curiosity, first at his meowing cat, then back at the ceiling as multiple beads of sweat rapidly formed on his features and pooled towards his chin. Still, the slightest hint of curiosity persisted, reflected in his blue irises. Ignoring Sir Pouncelot's demands for food, Nathan soon tentatively climbed atop the orthopedic bed, his weight held firmly. Then, with an audible, rapidly beating heart that practically screamed at him that this was an extremely bad idea, Nathan reached for the unnatural portion of the ceiling. Upon touching it, however, the ceiling remained solid, causing his loud heartbeats to slowly subside. By this time, a disappointed Sir Pouncelot had already scurried out of the room in search of something to eat, while constantly letting out long, drawn-out meows. But for the next few seconds, Nathan kept examining the ceiling with his fingers, nothing out of the ordinary happening. This caused him to tilt his head in confusion as he remarked quietly, "But I definite." He wasn't chanced to complete that sentence when the amorphous ceiling suddenly grasped onto his arm, refusing to let go. The thing looked like tiny bits of flexible metal, glued together as it pulled ever closer towards him. And before Nathan could let out a blood-curdlingly horrified scream while trying to yank his hands out, the formless phenomenon suddenly surged forward and burrowed into the very pores of his hands, his eyes, mouth, and ear. What followed next was even more terrifying as Nathan's body suddenly began to spasm and wriggle unnaturally, his mouth foaming as various lines of circuitry began to form on his very skin, his eyes lighting up in a burst of neon blue lights. And then, after what seemed to be a minute, one that felt like hours, of complete torture to Nathan, the young man collapsed, almost lifelessly, onto the bed. Tails late and cut. Xavier was beyond stunned with Kyle's acting, and so were the film crew on ground, all of whom had extremely impressed gazes on their features. Sure, they knew he was a fantastic actor, but this moment for them solidified just why he was lauded to be one of the best actors of his generation. The rumors weren't exaggerated one bit. As the director peered through the cameras, though, ensuring the shot came out exactly as it should, he then gestured with an ecstatic grin while giving Kyle a thumbs up. "That was phenomenal, Kyle. A+. Yet, just like every other filming member on crew, Xavier watched in confusion when Kyle refused to get off the bed. Moving over to shake him awake, Xavier spoke again while gently tapping him. Kyle, the scene is over. You can stop acting now." But after a few seconds of doing the same thing over and over again without fail, Xavier's eyes soon widened in realization alongside some of the other crew members on set whom had tried to wake the young star up. "Call an ambulance. Now," the director practically screamed, his voice full of panic. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hashtag Your Odyssey was trending at #1 on Tweet Talk. Having released both the song and the music video earlier in the day, it was all the social media platform could talk about. And it wasn't only Tweet Talk that was buzzing about it. Several other social media platforms, such as TikTok and Mediagram, were also in the loop. This was because, aside from the song itself being an absolutely euphoric experience to listen to, especially with so much hype leading up to its release due to its promotion during the tour that was in its very same name, the music video also reflected Kyle's statements on how he'd written the song for his fans. Why? Because Your Odyssey's music video was made in a perfect montage of all of Kyle's fans across his various tours, jamming to the song during his concerts. That, unequivocally, had everyone in such high spirits, and even Kyle's fan group was the same. Kyle's girlfriend, I was in the music video. I was in the music video. OMG. 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 I was in the fucking music video. Shrek Loves Fiona. The song, perfect. The music video, abso-freaking-lutely sublime. Princess Peach. I have never been so proud to be a Keshan as at this very moment. Mamma Mia at Princess Peach. Me too, sister. Me too. Alice_in_Wonderland_88. I'm so honored to have witnessed Kyle's Seattle performance live. And now, getting to see snippets of it in the music video has me feeling so delighted. Peter_it's_fantasy. In an industry where most artists treat their fan bases like pawns in their game of garnering wealth and fame, Kyle is such a gift and a godsend. We do a bit of trolling. That's some well-deserved, well-earned, top-tier glazing for Kyle at Peter_it's_fantasy. And any being, be you an ant or a human, who says otherwise, will be sentenced to seppuku. Try me. I double-dog dare y'all. Waifu with a rocket launcher at We Do a Bit of Trolling. I triple-dog dare them. I hear otherwise, and it's a generational nuking from me. I'll nuke them into oblivion. As more and more comments continued pouring into the active group, someone unexpected, a quiet member of the group in fact, posted a link to a certain article with the caption, Wizlord, www.dailyburnler.com/Kyle-KStis-on-the-set-of-the-Bellevue-Hospital right bracket. Someone tell me this isn't true. At first, the group went silent in an effort to verify if the news was one of the typical clickbaity articles that several media publications posted on a regular to draw in readers due to Kyle's explosive fame. However, a few minutes later, after some thorough digging, the news, which every member on the group did in fact confirm to be true, spread like a raging blaze of wildfire across all social media platforms, throwing Tweet Talk and Kyle's fan group especially into a cacophony of chaos. Chapter 233, Obstinate Kyle. Tech Whiz. Year 1, 6th of July, 2022, Act 2, Scene 1, Take 4. A sterile scent hung in the air. The metallic walls were sleek and poorly illuminated, reflecting the dimly lit atmosphere of the secret, clandestine chamber. Scattered around the room were scribbled equations, experimental schematics, and prototype neural interface designs, all proof of a relentless quest to achieve something. And situated in the middle of it all was a cryo-freeze containment unit, blue biometric monitors, tracking the fragile life suspended within it. Faint footsteps echoed, gradually getting louder with each step till the doors to the chamber opened and a familiar pair of legs made their way in. Soon, the man came face to face with the containment unit, placing his palm on the cool surface of its reinforced glass. It wasn't gloved this time. Rather, all its cybernetic glory was on full display. Yet, it did nothing to detract from the sense of vulnerability that it held as he spoke. 15 years. I've waited 15 years for this day to come. His voice masked a dangerously vengeful tone that still slipped out, nonetheless. And trust me, I'll make them pay. Every last one of them. The professor concluded with cold determination, one that was devoid of the warmth and approachability his students had always known him for. Suspended within the containment chamber was Malachi's greatest loss. It was also his greatest obsession. Caitlin North. Tails late and cut. That was a great take, Clint. The director gave Clint a thumbs up from afar, to which the middle-aged actor nodded in appreciation with a warm smile as he walked over. All right, guys, let's switch Lokodash. Xavier's phone buzzed, prompting him to pick it up. And no sooner had he done so, his eyes widened in utter relief as he said to Clint, whom had already reached his side, Kyle's awake, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As you can see, I'm alive, hale and hearty. Kyle defended with outspread arms. Besides, the doctor said I was fine, right? He pointed out. The doctor did say he was fine. Jeff casually backed him up while peeling an apple with a penknife. Are you really going to side with him again this time, Jeff? Oliver trained an annoyed gaze at the old Hollywood star who honestly replied, Look, Kyle's the closest thing I have to a grandson, so yes, I will. Kyle beamed with a happy blush the moment he heard those words, not even trying to hide it this time, as he gave Jeff a high five for his lovely assist. Oliver, on the other hand, face-palmed, dragging his palm along the length of his face as he muttered to himself with an annoyed groan. Lost causes. Both of them. Clearing his throat, Kyle soon spoke again, hell-bent on getting back on set. If I may remind you guys, though, we're all working on a pretty tight schedule here, one we need to blitz through as fast as we possibly can. And considering I'm the main lead, I can't be holding everyone back because guess what? I have the most scenes. Kyle argued, turning his gaze towards Owen, who wasn't planning on budging. So, please, for the love of all things good, let me get back on set, he begged of the two. You slept for 24 hours straight, Kyle, the assistant whom had been extremely busy, managing Kyle's interactions with the movie's other composers, all this while for a fluid working cohesion while he was busy filming, intently disagreed. Yet, before Kyle could say anything in response, a bunch of individuals walked through the doors of his hospital room. And after they were all done sharing warm pleasantries, greetings, with Kyle receiving the most, Owen informed everyone of what Kyle was up to the moment he was discharged tomorrow. I don't know really. I mean, if the doctors say he's fine, he must be, right? Clint gestured to everyone, to which Kyle praised him thankfully. Thank you for being understanding, Clint. But I also think you need to rest a bit more, take a day or two off, maybe, he added with a hint of fatherly concern in his tone. Kyle's smile dropped. Sharon, Lily, and Cass, on the other hand. No, they stated in unison. Each lady even tried to convince Kyle to at least take a few days off, as he had practically been on full throttle the whole year. Yeah, about that. Respectfully, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm not listening to any of you. The obstinate young man politely clarified without giving any of them an inch as he angled his gaze towards Xavier, the one person in the room. Everyone practically turned to convince Kyle. And after a few seconds of contemplating, the director opened his mouth. Traitors. All of you. Kyle sulked as he popped another apple slice into his mouth, earning slight chuckles from all his nemesis in the room. Except for you, Jeff. You're the best, he suddenly gave the old Hollywood star the warmest of smiles. See why I can't say no to him. Jeff pointed out to everyone in the room, causing them to burst into laughter this time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later, sleeping for an entire day straight was actually quite abnormal for someone whom had simply fainted due to what must have been stress, both mentally and physically. And in all honesty, his colleagues were right to force him to relax because despite Kyle's peak human conditioning, which made it extremely easy for him to recover from stress and fatigue, deep dive, at grade S, was something he should have thought through properly before using. But due to his excitement from the prospect at getting to hear the background score, he had overlooked the later intensity of the scene. However, Kyle was the type to adapt quickly and had decided to test out something the next time he was on set. Since he apparently had full control over deep dive, he figured he could mentally give the skill a command to retain the background score of the scenes he acted in while keeping the grade at A. And 5 days later, having taken a break as they'd asked of him, he tested out his theory for his next scene. The scene where Nathan figured out how to use a bit of his powers. Tech Whiz. Year 1, 12th of July, 2022, Act 2, Scene 2, Take 1. Nate. George called out quietly, gently tapping his grandson. Nathan hummed sleepily, tossing to his other side. Nathan, the old man tried. His luck again, his tone a bit softer. 5 more minutes. Nathan mumbled drowsily, gently pushing away his grandfather's hands away. Nathan, kneel north. George shook him properly this time, his tone instantly taking a firm stance. Gramps, come on. The young man slowly blinked his eyes open, his vision bleary as he sluggishly sat atop the bed. Then his gaze settled on George, who sighed as he asked with crossed arms, his tone concerned. Are you all right? What happened? Why did you sleep here? Nathan slowly tilted his head in response to the slew of questions, his clarity gradually coming back as the realization soon hit him. Oh, he mouthed audibly, his gaze sweeping across the room. Then he frowned. Wait, why did I sleep here again? he asked George, who practically gave him a look that implied, "You tell me." But considering Nathan had never for once stepped foot into the room ever since his mother had left, George soon let out an accepting sigh, his lips pressing into a thin smile. "Well, at least you've resolved to come here. That counts towards something, I guess." As for Nathan, he gently clutched his head as he muttered to himself, a deeper frown gracing his features as he recalled the events of yesterday in hazy details. A dream? So? Not going to college. George, not willing to push the matter any further, switched topics as he turned on his heels to head out the door. That caught Nathan's attention as he responded while slowly getting off the bed. "No, I'm going. Just came back home to pick up some stuff." He once again frowned, his memory hazy. Surprised at his response, however, George turned to face him, his aged eyes crinkling with elation. "Really?" he asked, seeking clarification. "Why, yeah," Nathan replied, his eyes meeting his grandfather's. "I have classes later in the day, so I'm not in a hurry to leave," he added with a light smile on his lips. A light, relaxing, comedic score, cued. "Well, I'll be damned. I wonder if pigs can fly too now," George commented with a gladdened heart, simultaneously jabbing at his grandson as he did. "Haha, very funny." Nathan, on the other hand, rolled his eyes sarcastically as he walked past George, grabbed his bag in the living room, and headed up to his bedroom. Once again, he gave his greetings to their cat. "Hello, sir. Pounce-a-lot. Lovely weather up there again today, I see." Clearly annoyed at Nathan for not feeding him yesternight, the cat let out a long, drawn-out meow instead, earning an arched brow of confusion from the young man. Not really minding him, though, Nathan ascended the stairs while George called out to the cat, prompting it to jump off the hole in the ceiling as it went on to also complain to the old man with repetitive meows this time. All right. It's Tuna Tuesdays anyway." George's voice echoed in the distance to Nathan, whom had just reached his room as he closed the door behind him. Plopping into his chair by the desk, the young man then stared at the ceiling for a brief second, muttering to himself again. Must have been a dream then. Suddenly recalling something, Nathan casually snapped his fingers as he pulled out his laptop from the bag and placed it atop the desk, the device switching on itself as he had only put it to sleep previously. Gazing at the lit screen, the money grubber rubbed his palms together like a greedy gremlin as he smiled like he was about to hit a jackpot. Sweet Benjamins, here I come." Within seconds, Nathan was about to pick up from where he stopped, intent on uploading the game, his fingers at the ready. Yet, the moment his fingers came into contact with the laptop, the mouse hovering over the upload prompt, Nathan's greedy smile slowly faded, hesitation creeping in, and reflected in his similarly hesitant irises was the enticing prompt egging him on, just a click away from him, sitting atop heaps of money. The music score morphed, a subtle heroic score underpinned. "Hands that build." He soon audibly muttered to himself, a light sigh of acceptance escaping his lips as he slowly closed the laptop screen a few seconds later. Leaning into his chair with a relaxed smile, palms gently tapping on the closed laptop, Nathan soon commented thoughtfully, almost as if trying to affirm his decision. It was a janky game anyway. Terrible third-rate copy." Suddenly, the entirety of his arm, all the way down to his fingers, lit up in a tattooed line of neon blue circuitry, extending across the entirety of the laptop. "What the?" Nathan jerked his arm backwards, eyes widening in a mix of fear and realization. Yesterday night wasn't a dream. His eyes effectively communicated his thoughts. Tightly grasping onto the glowing arm with his other arm, his heartbeat rapid, Nathan gulped as he kept staring in fright. However, after a few more seconds, the neon glow subsided, eventually disappearing, prompting him to slowly release his grasp on the affected arm. But no sooner had he done that, his eyes lit up in the same neon shade of blue, projecting a blueprint hologram of the external and internal components of the laptop in a 3D model. Once again, this startled the frightened young man to no ends as he fell backwards from his chair and onto the ground with a heavy thud. "Nate, everything good up there?" George's voice echoed in concern from below. "Yeah, I'm okay, Gramps. Just, tripped over a cable." "Be careful," George advised, to which Nathan, frantically trying to turn off the phenomenon in his field of view by rapidly blinking his eyes, replied, "I will. Still, Dang it. Nathan kept trying to turn off the neon blue hologram with a mix of a fearful yet frustrated mutter. Switch off, he suddenly commanded in determined aggravation. Miraculously, as if listening to his very command, the projected hologram from his eyes flipped off. Inhaling a few breaths in and out, his fears slowly declining, Nathan, after a few more seconds, tentatively spoke again, his voice quiet. Switch on. His eyes lit up in response, startling him again, albeit slightly. Switch off. The holographic, 3D model of his laptop flickered out of existence. On. It projected once more. Off. It vanished. Then, this time, with a mental command, he repeated the phenomenon a few more times. Slowly but surely, Nathan's fears gradually morphed into growing curiosity as he stared at the 3D model of his laptop in his field of vision. Then, with an extended finger towards it, the young man began to pull it apart slowly, piece by piece. And by the time he was done, with all the components separated, Nathan, unsure of what to do, thoughtfully muttered out loud, "Wait, if it can scan it, could it?" The young man had only thought of it. The idea of reconstructing what it had stored in his mind, seemingly. Yet, in double quick response, all the individual components before him took on a tangible form atop his palms, some of it slipping off and falling onto the ground. As of that moment, Nathan could only stare at the mirror hung opposite him, his expression of absolute shock reflected in it. Tales late and cut. Chapter 234, Overclock. Following up from the previous scene where Nathan realized something either extremely abnormal or really extraordinary was happening to him, was an entire montage of the young lad trying to figure it out for the rest of the week. This was going to be the third scene of the movie's second act. First he wore a glove, after which he then began to scour the internet to check if anyone had ever experienced what he was experiencing, albeit with no success. At the same time, because he found whatever the thing was in his mother's room, he also began to research for Horizon Tech failed experiments, hoping there might be a link between, and in turn, possibly, shed light on what was going on with him. But all he would get in return were majorly topics that were of no relevance to him, save for one that showed that the conglomerate would be launching their very first science fair in the coming weeks. Then it was another scene with him, removing the gloves and placing his palm atop various things in his room, showcasing that he could seemingly copy electrical and mechanical gadgets alone. A shot of him in a lecture hall, documenting the things he had discovered with a journal as Felicia, late as usual, arrived to take her seat behind him, her head tilting slightly as she stared at both him and his journal curiously. There was also another clip of him using the ability in his dorm room to copy the blueprints of his mini vacuum, the little gadget he had used to help Felicia retrieve her canned coffee from the Tin Tyrant. Like that, more and more of these scenes were shown. But in Kyle's case, he had already filmed those scenes previously before today's, so as at the moment, he was simply waiting for the cinematographers to unmount their cameras before descending down the stairs. The moment they were done, Kyle walked out of the room, practically glowing with energy as he slid down the staircase beam like a little kid. He was extremely glad to be on set again after the mandated 5-day break everyone had forced upon him. Landing just before Jeffrey and Xavier, both of whom had watched his shenanigans whilst shaking their heads in amused resignation, the young man melodiously sang, "I feel good, para rara rara rara." "Yes, we can see that," the director and the old Hollywood star jointly remarked, to which a jolly Kyle casually danced past while making his way out of the house and over to his car to drive to the next shooting location. Watching as he kept bopping to his own melody, same as everyone on set whom were pretty much laughing at this point, Xavier and Jeff simply shook their heads once more and resumed their prior conversation. It was about the last scene in the movie's second act that briefly showcased the small home shelter that the George managed, one that wasn't in the comics, but Xavier had still written in to give more depth to his character. In the scene, George, having brought a homeless mother and her son to the shelter and ensuring they had settled in properly after introducing them to other friendly faces at the home shelter, would then take to his office to relax for a bit, picking up his newspaper as he did. And on the front page of said newspaper was a colorful picture attached with the boldly written words, "Horizon Tech's first science fair, powering the future." From this attention-grabbing front page, The camera would then pan in closer towards it slowly till it effortlessly merged and transitioned to the actual venue on that very same day. As for the crew, it was the next site of filming for today, located at 42nd Street and Park Avenue in Midtown Manhattan, Grand Central Terminal Hall. Considering it would also be the audience's first introduction to Malachi's alter ego, pretty much everyone on knew the scene had to play out in as little takes as possible, especially with all the green screens and special effects involved. Bright LED banners and interactive holographic displays illuminated massive marble floors and towering archways. Sleek, metallic booths exhibiting cutting-edge prototypes. Self-sustaining energy cores placed atop quietly humming workshop benches. Next-gen, robotic AI assistants at the ready to be shown to the general public. And at the center of it all, a heavily guarded glass containment pod housing a curious-looking yet tiny, red, glowing vial of Sarah. Each and every one of them was made with a plethora of green and blue screen props, save for a few which were commissioned to be built solely for the scene by Cassandra, as per Xavier's request. Grand Central Terminal Hall 2, for the sake of the scene, had been transformed into a futuristic-like science fair. As the set hustled and bustled with cinematographers adjusting cameras, prop crews making checks, sound engineers running through blocks, extras dressed like eager students, lecturers, scientists, and tourists moving about, Xavier soon spoke, garnering everyone's attention. Now, typically, I'm the type to let you guys do as you'd like in the very first take. But as you all know, we have very limited time to use this location, so, in as few takes as possible, let's try to get the scene down. He clapped once, earning curt, professional nods from practically every actor listening. Kyle, Sharon, and Clint were no different as they did the same, ready to get the scene down in one take, if possible. And so, with the atmosphere turning strictly professional a few minutes later, the director stood next to one of the lead cinematographer's camera and gave the order. Lights. The lighting technicians gave one more look over, giving Xavier an A-OK sign with their fingers. Camera. The cinematographers, prop masters, and sound designers similarly gestured, all of them at the ready. Action. The clapper loader snapped the slate shut. Tech Whiz. Year 1, 12th of July, 2022, Act 2, Scene 1, Take 1. Scientists and tourists had to register beforehand to be chanced to step foot into the science fair with their printed passes. As for Horizon Tech lecturers and students, they were allowed to freely attend the science fair as long as they brought their respective ID cards along, hence why there were so many of them present. Nathan was no exception as he briefly adjusted his bag strap, his expression full of marvel as he went from one booth to the other. And of course, whenever he found something curious, he'd scan the prototype subtly before making his way to the next booth. A gravity orb, repulsor tech, digital cloak, force field shields, data shades, an energy core, tiny automated drones, high-tech multi-purpose gloves. Nathan, as he slowly moved from booth to booth, made a conscious effort to remain inconspicuous as he kept testing the limits of what he now termed tracing. At some point, his gaze soon locked onto what seemed to be a suit of armor from afar, his steps taking him towards it. Then he bumped into Malachi, whom was also on site. "Ah, Nathan, I see you've come to check the serum too." In response, Nathan, albeit not particularly interested, did humor his professor by responding in kind as he stared at the guarded centerpiece container. It is quite curious. What's the stitch?" he then inquired, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. "Beats me." Malachi shrugged in a reserved tone, only to give a few more details just after. "I hear it's really valuable, though. They even have a presentation prepared for it, and everything." "I see," Nathan hummed with a little nod, after which he then remarked quietly, "Looking forward to the presentation then." Ending their conversation on that note, a brief courteous handshake exchanged, Nathan went on his way, his gaze once again drawn to the suit of armor in the fair distance. Yet, Malachi, seemingly having sensed something in Nathan, had his gaze linger on him for a moment before he also then moved to another attraction. However, amidst all the increasingly lively hustle, bustle, and chatter of the hall, it soon became a hurdle to move from one point to another at the science fair for not just Nathan, but everyone else. And as a result, he soon bumped into a familiar face whom was headed in the same direction as he was, mistakenly facilitating her fall. Fancy meeting you here, Felicia. Are you okay? Nathan extended an arm to the lady who thankfully received it. I am. And I could say the same to you, Nathan. Felicia pulled herself upwards as she added. Thanks. Don't mention it, Nathan replied, as both slowly began to move towards the sleek-looking suit of armor. Acquaintances they were. Colleagues, definitely. Friends, not really. Both pretty much minded their own business outside of classes. But that didn't stop Felicia from questioning as they squeezed between crowds of people to reach their destination. Say, what was that gadget you used on the Tin Tyrant? The mini vacuum. Nathan clarified questioningly. If that's what you call it, then yes, sure. Felicia gave a light nod. It's a small, harmless tool, really. Perfect for everyday annoyances. You'd be surprised by how many. Things get stuck in various places on a regular. Nathan gave a casual answer. I'm listening. A curious Felicia inquired in interest, and Nathan continued. Thumbtacks in a corkboard. Gum on your shoe. Splinter in your finger. Popcorn in your tonsils. Yeah, that last one really sucks. Trust me. He briefly angled his gaze over to the lady who softly giggled, her tired, sleep-deprived eyes crinkling in response. Not putting it up at the fair, she playfully jabbed to follow up. Would you invest in it? Nathan played along, a light smile tugging on his lips. As a matter of fact, I would. The Tin Tyrant's been getting really bold in recent memory, the lady replied, her tone of choice casual. Guess I can make a spare, the young genius remarked in response. I'd appreciate it. Felicia replied with a light smile, her gaze thankful. And now, both arrived, standing before the suit of armor and taking in its almost futuristic appeal. Having a curious question surface in his mind, Nathan angled his gaze in the shorter Felicia's direction and asked, if I may ask, which I probably shouldn't, why are you always so tired and late to classes? In response, the honey blonde angled a reserved smile in Nathan's direction, her lips parting open to reply. I'd rather spare you the detail. Suddenly, the lights flickered, gripping the duo's attention, same as everyone else at the science fair. Murmurs filled the air, some curious, some concerned. As for the guards, protecting the serum in the containment chamber, which was lauded to be today's main attraction, they promptly gripped their high-tech rifles at the ready. They had been informed, after all, that the serum was extremely valuable and that a few unwanted parties might try to steal it at the fair, hence why they were on guard duty. Still, the lights flickered on and off, a bit more ominously this time, as an eerie silence befell the science fair. Then, without warning, the massive electronic billboards distorted, a sinister voice echoing through the hall. Overclock. A massive explosion resounded, collapsing the roofing of the Grand Central Terminal Hall as rubble fell from above. Swiftly, Nathan, without care for his own being, lunged at Felicia, pushing her out of the way as the rubble collapsed onto the spot they were previously at, both gracelessly tumbling across the marbled surface of the hall. Chaos erupted. Automated drones malfunctioned. Display screen shattered. A once orderly science fair became a scene of panic-stricken chaos and terror, as frightened citizens scrambled for cover while shrieking in fear and trepidation. A cyborg-looking creature dropped from the roof with a resounding thud. Emerging from the cover of the flickering lights, dust, and smoke, he effortlessly dispatched all the guards in double-quick time despite their rain of bullets. And after he was done doing that, his glowing red vision locked onto the containment unit, placing his hand atop it, red neon circuitry overriding its safety protocols. The chamber opened and the cyborg grabbed the serum. Yet, just before he leaped out of the building and vanished into thin air, Nathan, whom had managed to raise his gaze up during the ordeal, realized one crucial thing. He and whomever the cyborg-looking being was had the exact same powers. Tales late and cut. Chapter 235, Confetti Falling. A few weeks later, Kyle was reading the second issue of Tech Whiz to unwind after a stressful day at work. With the reading lamp on his bedside table illuminating the comic book, he casually flipped over to the next page. So far, so good. They'd been following the comic book's plot closely, albeit the dialogues in the script were played up better and felt more refined in comparison. After the destructive ambush at the science fair by Malachi's alter ego, Professor Overclock, the next scene would show Nathan coming to two important realizations as the cops and ambulance arrived on scene a tad bit too late, tend to the injured. 1. He needed more answers to his ever-increasing list of questions, especially on what was going on with him. Thankfully, he'd found a lead in the form of the cyborg whom had stolen the clearly important serum. But more importantly, this lead converged and pointed to the source of it all. Horizon Tech itself. Whatever it was they had done in the past, he was even more hell-bent on finding out. Secondly, surrounded by so many injured and a few fatalities at what was once a peaceful science fair, Nathan also realized that this incident probably wouldn't be the last. Sure, the government, cops and military personnel would do their best to investigate and apprehend the suspect. But could they really? Nathan had seen the mystery cyborg, and from what he had inferred, normal human weaponry would probably do little to no harm him. Hence, this gave way to a dangerous thought for the young man, him becoming a vigilante. That way, he could easily tick off both checkboxes, namely, investigate Horizon Tech's past experiments and prevent Mystery Cyborg from causing more damage. And so the next scene would follow up with another series of montage. In it, Nathan would be seen sorting out and trying to understand the plethora of prototypes he had traced at the science fair, including the exosuit which he had later copied amidst the aftermath of the tragic incident. At the same time, he would be shown deconstructing and reconstructing them to create what seemed to be a vigilante-like suit with a slew of futuristic, high-tech functionalities. A nice little nod to the game here would be nice, Kyle thought to himself as he flipped to the next page. He had already filmed all those scenes these past few weeks, so he'd figured using Awake as a soundtrack for the montage they'd make of it seemed like a nice fit. Hopefully, his fellow composers would also agree to it when he ran the idea through them. As for Nathan himself, having completed the suit roughly a week later, he would then go on to take it for test drive. But unfortunately for Kyle, most of the scene would require heavy CGI, so only a small part of it which would be merged with the full thing had been shot, as they'd need the volume to complete the full scene. And considering they couldn't shoot the CGI-intensive scenes until they were done filming all the necessary scenes that didn't need it in New York, that was still 2 months away. Flipping to the last page of the comic book where Nathan took a courageous leap of faith by jumping off the edge of a building in an effort to test his prototype exosuit. A to be continued, text, ended the issue. Ours differs slightly though. Kyle smiled knowingly to himself as he closed the book. Placing it on the bedside table, the young man then adjusted his pillows and prepared to sleep. Hoping to lull himself to slumber town by aimlessly staring at the ceiling, his mind tranquil, a random thought soon wiggled its way into his mind. Come to think of it, Atlas hasn't pulled any of their typical stunts and shenanigans ever since we started filming. Fishy, Kyle pondered, trying to figure out what the industry juggernaut, or more specifically, what Lex Harlow was up to. Sure, the multi-billion-dollar company was focusing most of their resources on filming fables and legends in Iceland, Ireland, and England as at the moment. But still, considering how much of a pest they had been earlier in the year, their quiescence had Kyle feeling slightly unnerved. And for someone who had a penchant for trusting his gut instinct, we'd best be on our guard, just in case, he mumbled drowsily, a hand reaching to turn off his bedside lamp as the gentle waves of slumber lulled him to sleep. Yet, surprisingly and contrary to Kyle's thoughts, the next 2 months of filming Tech Whiz, Year 1, swimmingly passed by without Atlas International making a single move or doing anything remotely suspicious for that matter. Truly, it seemed as if they, or maybe Lex specifically, had no time to deal with Kyle and his team, due their own focus on making the live-action adaptation of the all-time best-selling novel. Wednesday, 7th of September, 2022. With all the necessary, non-CGI scenes sorted out in NYC, Kyle, having arrived at Canada the night before, made a brief stop at his office very early the next morning. Considering he hadn't seen the rest of his team in months now, he figured it was only natural he be courteous and give his greetings before heading over to his studio for filming. What Kyle wasn't expecting, however, was a shower of confetti to rain upon him the moment he entered. "Happy 24th birthday, Kyle," the entire room chimed in ecstatic unison. From Oliver to Owen, Gwen, Stuart, Jenny, Camille, and Miguel, all of them popped even more confetti into the air as Kyle's eyes widened in a mix of surprise. Yet, just before he could give a reply, someone began to descend from the stairs, a fairly large cake in her hands, slowly walking over to the young man as everyone else kept cheering and singing the birthday song. The ever-jocular Owen even blowing on a party horn with a similar party hat atop his head. Christina, unable to sign with her hands, soon arrived a few steps before him while slowly mouthing the words, "Make a wish, Kyle." A bit mesmerized by her gleaming evergreen eyes that held, quite possibly, the purest form of warmth he had ever experienced till date, Kyle slowly angled his gaze towards the candlelit cake. No one needed to tell him. The cake was homemade. He also didn't need to be informed. It was baked by the lady before him. And to wrap it all up, Kyle, without anyone filling him in, could bet Christina planned this. His team was probably way too busy to even remember their own birthdays, much less his. So, at the end of the day, all the clues pointed to the beautiful lady before him. And lo and behold, Kyle's deductions were right on the money. As a result, with the warmest of smiles he had ever mustered, Kyle obliged, blowing out the candles as his team cheered even louder. A core memory was ingrained into Kyle's memory with this incident. A memory that Kyle would always look back on and say, "I may not have realized it back then, but I think that was the day I well and truly fell for Christina." Aubert. Asterisk. Meanwhile, as Kyle, Christina, and his team were celebrating Kyle's birthday by cutting the cake, Lex, having seemingly left the young man and his team alone all this while, got informed by one of his web of informants that he was back in Canada, alongside the rest of the crew to film TechWiz, Year One's remaining scenes. In response to that info, the multi-billionaire CEO, currently lounging at a private island in the England which he owned, casually called up another number just after with a disposable smartphone. And when the other end of the line picked, Lex's voice, cool and measured, spoke. "Remember that discussion we had last year? About the small fish?" The similarly relaxed voice from the other end of the line replied. "Yes," the CEO casually confirmed. "What about it?" the mysterious voice inquired. "I need it burnt," Lex affirmed, his tone leaving no room for discussion. For a while, the other end of the line remained silent, to which a calculating Lex smirked slightly as he added, "Blank check." No sooner had the other end of the line heard those words, a response was provided. "Deal." With that, the transmission was cut off, almost abruptly. And Lex? He casually hurled the smartphone out the veranda, the innocent device, shattering into a million little pieces as it ruthlessly collided with the pavement from a 45-foot drop. As Kyle arrived at his studio in high spirits alongside Oliver and Owen, his employees welcoming, smiles and warm greetings here and there, further served to augment his buoyance. Considering they hadn't also seen their beloved CEO in months, it was only natural that they were similarly ecstatic to see him. Having exchanged light conversations amongst them all that lasted a few minutes, the young star then made his way to the basement where the volume was, his agent and his assistant trailing behind. And of course, with little to do as of the moment, Carlos, Dahlia, Otis, Theo, Phineas, and many other employees similarly followed, curious to see their CEO's acting skills in real time. Considering Spawn Point Studios' team of game devs were no more than 25 as at the moment, their numbers did nothing to affect the efficiency of the film crew downstairs. The basement where the volume technology was installed, after all, was rather expansive, both in length and width, allowing for people to move about freely with no clutter. And so, they quietly watched from the sidelines in intrigue as Kyle casually walked up to converse with Xavier, Sharon, and Clint, all of whom had arrived earlier. About 2 hours later, after a few reference scenes had been shot here and there, Kyle walked onto the set, fully suited up in the costume. His employees, clearly excited at the sight of him in the exosuit, gleefully conversed in genuine glee. It was, after all, their first time seeing Kyle in the suit up close. All they'd had to go on with these past few months had been screenshots from lucky fans on social media whom had been chanced to have been around when Kyle was filming some other scenes in New York. Angling his gaze over to them, whilst waving slightly though, the young star suddenly froze mid-wave, an interesting idea hitting him like a bolt from the blue. Briskly, he walked over to Xavier, animatedly speaking to him and pointing to his employees at intervals, one that had the director noticeably intrigued after Kyle was done. With a light nod of acceptance a few seconds later, Xavier had one of the production assistants, walk over to the group of curious onlookers, all of whom slowly widened their eyes in a mix of shocked excitement when Xavier's message was eventually relayed to them. And so, tightly secured with a dynamic rope with the help of the stunt coordinator and stunt team a few minutes later, Kyle, standing atop one of the multiple green walls which had been prepped for today's scene, looked noticeably pumped. Having already done a very brief section of this scene on a rooftop in NYC without the suit, finally, he would be filming the complete thing. Nathan's, or more specifically, Tech Wiz's, leap of faith scene from the comics. His employees were similarly full of energy, all of whom had suddenly found themselves as extras in the scene that was about to be shot. With a brief look over one more time, Xavier signaled for all the LED walls to be lit by the cinematographers. In an instant, the entire basement was encased in a panoramic view of multiple 3D skyscrapers, its simulated evening sun, casting a faint, somewhat euphoric glow across the length of the room. And then, with a light smile tugging on the corner of his lips, the director gave his signature order. Lights, camera, action. Chapter 236, Dive of Faith. Tech Wiz. Year 1, 7th of September, 2022, Act 3, Scene 2, Take 1. It was an orange evening, the busy NYC streets rife with the background noises of moving cars and pedestrians. And in a secluded alleyway, Nathan was climbing up the perron of a fairly tall old building, a few words resonating in his mind as his fingers soon latched onto the building's ledge. Genius isn't just about what you can build, Nathan. Pulling himself up with a slight huff, he hopped onto the building's rooftop with a lowered crouch. Slowly rising to his feet, he then raised his right arm slowly, gently caressing the peculiar-looking wristband he had created. It's about what you choose to do with the things you build. An intimate cinematic score, layered but underpinned, cued. Hope this works, Nathan muttered to himself, his eyes glowing with a brief neon blue hue. In response, his arm lit up in a now familiar shade of blue circuitry, connecting with the band. Like layered dominoes falling atop the other, nanostructure-like elements extended from the band, pavementing themselves across Nathan's skin and clothes to reach all of his extremities. And soon was a suited vigilante, standing tall, hands gloved, legs booted, head covered, and his body protected by the exosuit powered with an energy core. Flexing his arms and fingers as his visor booted up, albeit with a glitchy and messy interface, Nathan remarked disappointedly, somewhat expecting it as he switched it off with a light tap to his ear. I'll add it to the list. Field of view crystal clear, as it should be, Nathan moved towards the ledge with measured steps, the camera in first person. Then it cut back to him, his face within the helmet, noticeably anxious as he slowly pulled backwards with similarly measured steps. The score built up slowly, morphing into pulsating, bold synths. Bouncing gently atop his boots to ready himself, his heartbeat rapid, the young man muttered once more, this time with a wary tone. Hope I live to regret this. With a ready, set, go countdown in his mind, the vigilante bolted forwards. And at the very ledge of the building, instead of leaping off, he swan-dived downwards with a forward barrel roll instead. Plummeting downwards at a terrifying speed, a few pedestrians on the city streets soon noticed his rapid, seemingly suicidal descent. And in typical 21st century fashion, some whipped out their smartphones to take a video. But the sane ones amongst them pointed hands and alerted other nearby pedestrians. Within seconds, a small crowd formed, audience to Nathan's foolhardy courage. Breeze billowing in a powerful updraft as he kept falling. The soundtrack began pounding rhythmically in hard-hitting, heavy percussions. And at just the right moment, just before he hit the pavement to meet a mushy death of flesh and bones, he spread his arms outwardly. An orchestral heroic piece, powerful, liberating, and inspiring, burst forth as the updraft of air propelled him forwards, his wingsuit gliding and propelling him through the air as the crowd below let out shocked expressions. About to glide headfirst into a building, Nathan retracted the wingsuit with a backwards barrel roll, foot placed forwards. Landing on the surface of the skyscraper perpendicularly, his boots, in perfect sync, emitted a powering hue of neon blue energy. That was Nathan's cue. As if his perception of time slowed due to the adrenaline coursing through his very being, and more specifically, the gravity circuit incorporated into the entirety of his suit. The very first step he took felt extremely long. Then his strides increased, gradually. Slow, fast, faster. And in the next moment, he found himself at the very top of the skyscraper's edge. But to the pedestrians below, all they had seen was a blitz, a blur, a bursting wave of neon blue, mixed with streaks of orange. Nathan, at this point, had realized, just as they had. He was fast, extremely fast. Whoa! He screamed like a little kid in a candy store as he flipped backwards, ejecting his grappling hook from the center hole in his pulse gauntlets. Latching onto the alternate building, the young man retracted the hook, hurling himself forwards as he silent hovered across the air for a few seconds. Then, flipping onto the side of another building, he ran perpendicularly sideways to it, another blur bursting forward as he found himself soaring through the air once more with his wingsuit. Descending to the ground, he landed on the tarred road, blitzing past a couple cars as the orchestral heroic piece swelled. And with another yell of kid-like enthusiasm, he activated the grav boots and emitted a controlled burst of gravity that propelled him back to the very skies. Corkscrewing through a concrete pipe hanging from a crane, Nathan launched himself once more towards the top of a one-story building with his grappling hook once more. And upon landing on it in a stylish crouch pose, fist planted on its very surface with a strong thud, he stated with a proud grin, "I'm the best." Then the roof collapsed, and before the young man knew it, he had fallen through, not one, not two, but rather 3 floors, right bang into the middle of what seemed to be an underground basement. With a pained groan, he watched as a plethora of individuals, each of them dressed in what seemed to be mocap attires and get-ups, tentatively crowded around him in a circular manner. An uncomfortable silence descended, all eyes staring at him with a mix of puzzled befuddlement. "Well, this is awkward." Nathan, unable to take the awkward silence any longer, let out a passive comment, his head slumping backwards in resignation and surrender. "Tails late and cut." No sooner had Xavier checked the scene, realizing it came out far more excellent than he had imagined it would, he gave Kyle, alongside all of Spawn Point Studios' employees, a double thumbs up. In response, all the employees cheered in jubilation, Carlos even making a small joke. "Haha, I'm gonna be on the big screens. I'm a superstar." Joining in the eruption of laughter that followed on set, Kyle soon noticed that he was slowly being raised up off the floor without his consent, his masked head tilting slightly in concern. Meanwhile, the director, albeit they still had another scene to shoot just after this, one that would involve Sharon and Kyle, had another thought entirely swirling in his head. Can't help but wonder if Kyle has a wild imagination or he's actually seeing these things for real. Xavier wondered to himself as he kept rechecking the scene. Considering the CGI hadn't even been incorporated just yet into the scene, the fact that the young man nailed the scene on his first try, especially with all the dynamic cables swinging him about, was a testament to how exceptional he was to work with. Speaking of dynamic cables, guys, can someone please let me down?" Kyle politely requested as he dangled from the cable, his body slumped over like a tired panda. At first, everyone on set angled their gaze towards the young man. Then they angled it towards the stunt coordinator and the stunt team, only to see Sharon by the control board of the gadget as they all massaged their temples in defeat. And with a mischievous gloat on her features, she casually remarked, "On birthdays, we bash piatas. And right now, you look like a pretty bashable one," she concluded, raising him further upwards with the lever. Yet, as another wave of laughter threatened to explode on set, alongside birthday songs, cheers and wishes, the young star, seemingly unperturbed by Sharon's shenanigans, playfully scolded in an almost grandfatherly tone. "Don't make me come down there, young lady." "Is that so?" Sharon raised him up even higher, causing another wave of hearty laughter across the room, which was then eventually followed up by a plethora of birthday songs, greetings, and wishes. Yet, unfortunately, Kyle could only receive them all as he kept twirling slowly like the bashable piata that he was. Not that he minded, though. He found it just as amusing. On top of that, he was in an extremely good mood. As Xavier watched the entire scenario play out, a light smile nestling on his lips, He was soon prompted to receive a phone call due to the familiar tune he attached to the number specifically. "Hey dear, what's up?" he greeted warmly. "Nothing much, sweetie." Cass' voice, cool and affectionate, replied, to which she then took on a formal tone. "I did want to inform you, however, that one of Clint's stunt doubles bailed out on us." "Why?" the director inquired, his current demeanor reflecting his professionalism. "I don't know, Zay." Cass sighed disappointedly, to which she then stated, "In any case, I already found someone to replace him. He's fairly new to the job, but his past works have been excellent. Should arrive at the studio a few days from now." "I see," Xavier remarked thoughtfully. "Very well then. We'll be looking forward to meeting him." He gave a curt nod, his lips parting open once more in appreciation of his wife's efforts. "Thanks, Cass. Don't mention it," she replied in kind, the slight pitch in her voice hinting at her smile from the other end of the line. With the transmission cut off, Xavier pocketed his phone and then gave an audible clap that echoed slightly across the room. "All right, guys, let's get back to work," he declared, his tone authoritative as he then gestured to his actors. "Sharon, Kyle, we take the next scene in 10. Please, get prepared." In response, a piata-spinning Kyle gave a curt, professional nod, and so did Sharon as she gently pulled down the lever to let him down. Playtime was over. Tech Whiz. Year 1, 7th of September, 2022, Act 3, Scene 3, Take 1. Late into the night at a quiet neighborhood in the city, the cameras slowly panned upwards to an old water tower. Casually dangling his legs back and forth as his eyes glowed in a neon blue hue, the vigilante, currently unmasked and in the cover of the dark, ran a few diagnostics on the 3D model of his helmet's visor, hoping to bug fix its glitchy interface. However, from the corner of his eye, he soon caught sight of someone walking out of a quaint home shelter nearby. Surprisingly, it wasn't George as Nathan had expected. Rather, it was a familiar, tired face with sleep-deprived eyes. Considering he'd been around for roughly an hour or two and hadn't noticed when she arrived, a mild hint of confusion graced his features as his eyes reverted to its normal shade of blue. "Felicia," he muttered to himself in a questioning tone as he followed her with his gaze. And then he spotted 4 shady thugs in a noticeably dark alleyway nearby, all of them smoking as they trained their gaze on the lady as she casually walked past. Killing the butts of their cigarettes, the group of thugs made their move, silently trailing behind the lady. Yet, as they stalked the lady, they too were being quietly tailed by the vigilante. But for an initially oblivious Felicia, by the time she had noticed and quickened her steps, she was in an even more quiet area of the street, the thugs hot on her tails. Shit. She instantly removed her slip-ons, which were inconveniencing her, and pushed herself to run harder. Unfortunately, her steps didn't get her very far as one of the thugs whom had taken a shortcut flanked her, pushing her onto the wall of another dark alleyway harshly as he proceeded to strip her of her belongings. But as if snatching her purse hadn't been enough, the other thugs whom had arrived promptly decided they'd strip her naked as they edged towards her, their leering and sultry gazes full of malicious intent. But just before the first thug could rip her blouse off, he suddenly felt himself yanked into the air, screaming in fear as he vanished without a trace into the darkness of the alleyway. "Ah, who's there?" The one who seemed to be their boss called out in a palpable fright, his subordinates similarly terrified. Even an assaulted Felicia stuck to the wall in similar trepidation as her eyes darted about warily, her heartbeat getting louder by the minute. "Show yourself," another thug called out, holding his penknife. Yet, the second he'd uttered those words, someone dropped onto him, slamming his skull onto the pavement and knocking him out cold with a stomp. The other 2 left, upon meeting their gazes with the glowing blue visor that bored deep into their very souls, screamed in terror. "Stay away! Stay away from me." However, before they could be granted the mercy of running for their dear lives, the vigilante blurred towards them, forcefully smacking their skulls into the other as they dropped unconscious, both knocked out cold. As Felicia watched it all play out in literal seconds, a stronger wave of fear gripping her, the vigilante angled his gaze over his shoulders and looked right into her eyes. And then, with a curt nod, he blitzed up the building and vanished into the night, leaving the frightened lady unsure of whether to be scared or thankful. Tails late and cut. Ding. Chapter 237. Well, shit. Jeff walked into a now well-established production company, taking in the sights as the employees on ground gave their greetings in a familiar manner. Reciprocating their greetings with a warm smile, he soon made his way to the elevator, only to halt in his steps, turn on his heels, and take the spiraling staircase to the top floor instead. Gotta move those old bones, he said to himself as he hummed lightly. Typically, the old star should have been in Canada, much like everyone else filming the superhero movie, as he still had a couple small scenes and one major scene left. But he'd informed the crew that he wanted to do a few personal things in New York before coming over. One that the crew had been more than open to working their schedule around to fit his request. Additionally, Kyle, considering he wasn't exacting trusting of the lull in Atlas International's actions, had given his Hollywood grandfather the details of the situation transpiring between them. That said, a few seconds later, Jeff arrived at the top floor and made his way straight to the CEO's office. And upon opening the door, he wasn't the least bit surprised to see Bruce, the CEO himself, lounging on the couch while reading a biography novel on Hollywood's greatest stuntmen, his reading glasses giving him a sort of intellectual feel that surprisingly matched his savvy appearance. Hank, on the other hand, was on a phone call with a distribution company, seemingly coming to an agreement on something. Upon noticing Jeff, the producer waved slightly with a toothy grin, promptly returning to his call as the old Hollywood star reciprocated in kind with a smile of acknowledgement. As for Mark, he was furiously typing on the keyboard of his laptop as he sat behind a desk in the far corner, his gaze focused with a hint of excitement in his dark-circled, sunken eyes. Taking a swig of his black coffee, the director of the extremely successful Epic One slammed the mug down on the table with a strong thud and resumed his intense script-writing session. Apparently, he got a surge of inspiration for Epic 2's plot last night, so he's been like that ever since. Bruce casually commented as he flipped to the next page of his book. Nothing I say's gonna get him out of that trance, so be my guest. He briefly gestured in Mark's direction to the old star. No, I'd rather leave him be. Wouldn't want to interrupt his flow. Jeff stated in response, a nostalgic smile on his lips as an image of a younger Mark doing the exact same thing with his very first movie script, overlapped in his field of vision. Nodding lightly, Bruce then inquired, gently placing the book atop his laps as he sported an amused gaze, a thin smile on his lips as he finally angled his gaze upwards. So, how's filming being? Hope that workaholic grandson of yours good. Too. Filming's been splendid. As for Kyle, well, he's as insane as ever. The old Hollywood star's eyes crinkled with warmth as he responded with a light smile. But that's not why I'm here. Jeff's tone suddenly turned serious as he sat next to the action star, who arched a curious brow. The kid's run into an issue with Atlas International, the old star stated, earning a deep frown from Bruce. Around this time, Hank was also done with his call, so the moment Jeffrey's words landed, he similarly frowned. The same thing happened as Mark, whom was furiously typing, paused, his brows creasing in annoyance as he raised his gaze upwards. Lex, I'm sure. All three soon commented with a unified hint of heavy disdain in their tone. After Epic One's success, many big Hollywood film studios had wanted to assimilate the small production company into theirs, Atlas International especially, being one of them. But with how well-connected the trio in the room were, alongside also having strong connections to Jeff, who in turn had even more powerful connections and backers in Hollywood, Atlas, or more specifically Lex, knew that he'd be barking up the wrong tree if he pushed it any further. Yeah, just like he wanted to buy out Productions after Epic One's success. He's out for Kyle's studio. Jeff, whom had been kept in the loop with the series of events that had transpired back then, continued. And although they've been extra quiet, Kyle's sure they're up to no good behind the scenes and are probably just biding their time to act. One he fears might be targeting post-production, which is why he secretly asked of me to inform you that he'd be extremely grateful if Productions could helm the distributions, promotions, and marketing of the movie, at the price of a 5% cut of the movie's box office earnings, of course. Jeff concluded with Kyle's request, his tone professional. So what do you say? Kyle's Hollywood Gramps asked with slightly outspread arms, a cordial smile on his features. In response to that, the trio widened their eyes in surprise, the frowns on their features vanishing in an instant. Kyle hadn't just randomly asked of Dot Productions to handle the movie's distribution because Cassandra couldn't handle it. After all, she had been doing a fantastic job thus far despite the fact that the movie, an intended blockbuster superhero movie for that matter, was being produced independently by them. Rather, knowing fully well that there was a high possibility that Fables and Legends could be planning to release in theaters on the same day as theirs, Kyle, being the executive producer of the movie, figured Atlas could end up bullying them into a corner at the last minute with their immense resources and over-the-top promotions. So, in an effort to combat a possible scenario where that did happen, it was a smart move from him to actually rely on a well-established production company solely for the distribution, promotions, and marketing of the movie, one that Atlas would obviously be wary of messing with. And considering Dot Productions had, in fact, also made a name for themselves these past few years by producing other box office hits, not enough to make them global powerhouses, but still enough to give them a strong footing in the fiercely competitive environment of Tinseltown, they were perfect for the job. Glancing over to each other, a hint of excitement on their practically glowing features the moment Jeff pushed forward Kyle's offer. All three simultaneously responded. Deal. Asterisk. Meanwhile, at Spawn Point Studio, Kyle, having rounded up his scenes for the day, briefly brought up his panel of notifications and system interface while pulling on the lidded can of an energy drink. You have acted before everyone and impressed them. You have obtained a huge amount of EXP points. 20,000 EXP points have been awarded. Total EXP points available, 186,700. Acting has advanced from level 15 to level 16. Advancement in acting will become exponentially harder from here on out. Keep acting to improve your skills. Kyle Kestis, EXP points, 186,700. Skills: Soulful Vocals, P. Growth Spurt, P. Appraisal, A. Resonance, P. S. Charisma, P. Polyglot, P. Deep Dive, A. S. Recollection, P. Scene Stealer, A. Action and Stunt Mastery, P. Bleeding Effect, P. Detoxification, A. Peak Human Conditioning, P. Flow, P. Choreography Master, P. Asterisk EXP points can be used to create skills. Levels: Singing level 18. Acting level 16. Composing level 16. Dancing level 17. Instrument Mastery, piano/guitar, level 15/15. Asterisk levels will increase in accordance to your growth. Closing the panel with a satisfied smile, Kyle downed the energy drink, only to almost sputter on it when Owen walked into his field of vision with his smartphone, all whilst trying to contain his laughter. Right there, on the screen of his assistant's smartphone, was a compilation of memes of a slumped-over Kyle in the Tech Whiz costume. The internet once again, up to no good. Even superheroes dread the weekdays. Photo.jpg. Me when someone asks me, "So how's college?" Photo.jpg. When you've given it your all, and it's only Tuesday. Photo.jpg. Granted, the video of Kyle's Piata-like spinning incident with Sharon and the crew was locked down tighter than a diamond in Fort Knox due to an NDA, Cass had other plans. After reviewing the footage a few hours later, she had one of the production crew upload a single screenshot from the incident. An exhausted Tech was slumped over. Of course, this was done with Kyle and Xavier's approval, her intent being to generate buzz for the movie while subtly reassuring the internet that production was running smoothly. That said, Kyle himself had severely underestimated how fast the internet was with making memes of things they found amusing. At this rate, you just might become the king of memes. Owen finally burst into laughter as Kyle, similarly chuckling at this point at some of the more hilarious memes, simply shook his head in resignation with a light sigh. Asterisk. A few days later. Whoa. Eliza's big, round, jade green eyes almost popped out of her socket the moment she arrived at Spawn Point Studios' basement alongside her father. "It's cool, right?" Clint asked of his daughter, who was practically beaming, her head bobbing in agreement as her gaze wandered about the massive, walled LED screens and plastered green surfaces in the busy room. And then she pointed out the moment she spotted a familiar face. "Uncle Kyle." Hearing his name being called, the voice familiar, Calhoun had been conversing with Jeff about production agreeing to his request, whipped around in an instant, eyes gleaming in warmth as he walked over to the young girl and pulled out a fist out for her to bump. "Hello, Eliza. It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been?" he asked of the young girl who reciprocated his fist bump with a toothy grin. "Like sir. Pounce a lot on catnip," she responded with such wit, and impressed Kyle couldn't help but burst into laughter alongside Clint. "Speaking of his gentlemanliness, how is he?" Kyle then inquired with a light smile. "Dandy." She gestured happily with her dainty hands, earning another chuckle from Kyle. Yes, Kyle, knowing fully well that Eliza liked the snow-white cat as much as he did, ended up buying the gentlemanly feline from the organization that trained them for a frankly exorbitant price. Not that he minded, and had the young girl adopted instead. No sooner had Eliza responded to his words, though, Cass descended down the staircase with a new face whom was of the exact same height and frankly similar facial features as Clint. A few minutes later, she formally introduced the man to Kyle, Xavier, Oliver, Jeff, and Clint himself. "Guys, meet Adam Shaw. He'll be replacing Clint's stunt double. Pleasure to meet you all." The man in question let out a cordial smile as he began to extend and exchange handshakes with everyone. However, when he finally shook Kyle's hands, both sharing a similarly cordial smile, Kyle, on the other hand, inwardly sighed in genuine concern while maintaining his outward amiability. Vance Versetti, 51 years. Stunting level 13. Skills, Hollywood fixer. Vance Well, shit. The young star, for the first time in a long time, cussed. Chapter 238. Run, Nathan. Run. You sure you're not just being a bit paranoid? Oliver, seated on the other end of his office desk, leaned slightly into his ergonomic chair with a composed gaze as he sought clarification. It was already late into the evening by the time the duo left the studio today, but Kyle, having told the suave agent that he had something important he wanted to discuss with him, had them make a pit stop by his office. "Oliver, when have I ever been paranoid?" Kyle affirmed rhetorically with a similarly collected expression, arms gently folded across his chest as he sat on the opposite end of his agent's desk. "The timing of his arrival's a bit suspicious if you ask me, but, honestly, besides that, my gut just screams bad news bears for some reason or the other." The young star sighed, a palpable hint of concern in his tone as he added, "I know I might be reading too much into this, 'cause even to me, it sounds outright crazy to investigate someone just because his energy doesn't vibe with mine, but still, I'd really just like to be sure. Better safe than sorry." Although Oliver never doubted Kyle's words from the beginning, the fact that his usually amiable ward practically felt uncomfortable around Adam, Clint's supposed stunt double, from their very first meeting and was being vocal about it to him from the onset, was a telling sign. "I've never seen him so tensed before," the agent inwardly remarked as he watched Kyle's fingers restlessly drum on the desk, a subtle hint of wariness on his calm features. As a result, he decided to commit fully into digging into this Adam guy as he stated with a serious tone, "I'll hire a private investigator to look into him. It wouldn't hurt to be cautious, as you said. That'd be the best. I wouldn't want to alert him, or anyone else on set for that matter." Kyle inwardly stated, to which he then gave his appreciation to Oliver with an appreciative smile. "Thanks, Oliver. Thank you for always going with my whims." "Don't mention it." The agent casually waved it off with an understanding gaze. "Besides, if he's making you feel that restless just by being around, then it's only natural I'd also be curious about him." Oliver concluded with a small nod, his expression considerate. At the same time, Kyle himself, in an effort to ensure he could stay ahead of whatever bullcrap Atlas was up to this time, came to a certain decision. And with his mind made up, he pulled up his systems panel. A week later, following up from the last scene where Nathan had saved Felicia from the thugs, the next scene had shown him, sitting alone in his dorm room in a lotus position, the helmet placed before him as he reflected on whether he really wanted to be a vigilante. The fear in Felicia's gaze had flashed back to him, and it was then that Nathan knew he wanted to be better. That was why, In the coming weeks of him listening to the police dispatch frequency in an effort to know when exactly Cyborg Man would inevitably show up again, Nathan, whenever he was chanced, would dash to any crime scene nearby. And whenever he was done sorting out whatever the crime or situation might have been, would leave a small little note, tacked onto the criminals or perpetrators being that read, "Your local tech. Whiz." Additionally, since a masked Nathan frequently stopped by his Gramps' shelter to check on him, he gradually became a familiar presence in the neighborhood. Before long, people simply started calling him Tech Whiz, especially with all the small yet helpful things he did, like jump-starting cars with an electric pulse, repairing power cables, rescuing cats from trees, and more. It didn't take long before he was soon in the media, with people debating over whether he was just a friendly neighborhood helper, a vigilante, or an anarchist. That said, during Nathan's many visits to the neighborhood, he soon realized that Felicia was practically an orphan whom was on her own, scraping together money wherever she could to pay for her tuition, unlike him, whose Gramps had already covered his college expenses. With her juggling late-night shifts and college responsibilities, she often needed a place to crash between work and classes, making rest a luxury she could barely afford. That exactly was where the shelter came into play. It was also why Nathan understood her certain disdain for a named tin tyrant who gobbled her penny, why she was always late to classes, and why she just always seemed so tired every blessed time. All of these scenes had already been filmed, most of which were in NYC, with the more CGI-intensive scenes been shot over the past week in Canada. In any case, as the plot progressed, Malachi was brought back into the story, a scene showing him tinkering with the serum and running experiments on it till it transformed from a shade of blue to a seemingly ominous hue of red gas. And in the next scene, he would then be shown attacking another Horizon tech industry, setting the highly explosive building on fire in an effort to raze it to the ground. Once again, Tech Whiz would arrive on scene, albeit a tad bit too late to stop the destructive cyborg. But in his absence was a dire situation Nathan had to resolve. The burning building, which after reaching a certain threshold of flames and heat, would combust and explode, taking out several blocks of houses and innocent individuals in the process. Interestingly, this wasn't a scene in the comics, but one Xavier himself had written into the script to showcase the spontaneous ingenuity of Nathan's character and his very first big hero moment. At the same time, it was also one of Kyle's favorite scenes in the entire movie as, aside from being such a that scene moment, it was also a scene that could be considered a reference to a peculiar scene from its video game counterpart. Unfortunately, though, the day they had wanted to film it, one of the rented equipment required for it had suddenly went bust. Due to this, Kyle had to wait till the next day before they could have it fixed and film the scene. Alright, let's take the scene again. Hopefully the treadmill doesn't throw another wrench into our plans. Xavier audibly stated with a light clap to signal the crew, a hopeful expression on his features. Quickly, the cinematographers and stunt team took their positions in the basement, everywhere plastered with green and blue screens aside from the massive, panoramic LED screens attached to the walls. As Kyle stood suited up atop the green, inactive treadmill, securely fastened on all ends by several omnidirectional dynamic cables, he flashed the director a giddy thumbs up and grinned before stating, "Ready when you are, Zay." "So am I." Clint, dressed in a green suit, calmly remarked with an excited smile of his own, and so did the other extras on ground whom were at the ready to give their all in the scene. Reciprocating his actor's eagerness with an enthusiastic thumbs up of his own, Xavier, having made necessary checks with his signature hand gestures, called out, "Lights, camera, action." In response, Kyle simultaneously activated Deep Dive and returned its grade from A to S, whilst making a mental note to stay in control and resist getting completely sucked into the scene, no matter how incredible it might feel. Tech Whiz. Year 1, 14th of September, 2022, Act 4, Scene 1, Take 1. Situated near the riverside, an inferno engulfed the Horizon Tech's technological industry, the fire raging with an almost unnatural intensity, fueled by the company's volatile chemicals, high-density batteries, and cutting-edge machinery, which were slowly being reduced to molten debris. Sparks crackled like tiny lightning bolts as towering plumes of smoke billowed into the afternoon sky, the scent of burning circuits and scorched metal, thick and acrid. On the streets, chaos erupted as people gawked at the blazing building, their faces illuminated even in the day by the raging glow of the inferno. Some even stood frozen, phones raised to capture the disaster, while others shouted in alarm, urging fellow bystanders to back away. Various windows of multiple storefronts and vehicles reflected the fiery blaze, rattling from the nearby explosions as the next blaze of explosion and eruption imminently inched ever closer. Blitzing onto the scene of carnage, Nathan's visor, now completely functional, spotted the destructive cyborg, jumping out of the building, his cybernetic body and masked face gleaming in the afternoon sun as he landed a few meters away from him. Locking eyes onto each other for a brief moment, Nathan asked, his voice huskier behind the helmet. "I take it you're not going to tell me who you are and why you're doing T." The cyborg, not even giving his question the time of the day, pointed with his cybernetic fingers, his ominous voice from behind his mask, warning Tech Whiz. "The less you know, the better. You've been warned." Then his arms and legs emitted a propulsion beam, launching him into the air like a controlled missile and out of sight in an instant. The tarred road scorched in the aftermath like molten magma, angling his gaze upwards as his visor tracked the propulsion beam and rapidly analyzed its chemical components. Tech Whiz promptly angled his gaze back to the infernal building as he similarly scanned it. Hydrogen cells, experimental power cores. The heat's nearing critical levels. If it continues, it'll take out everything within a 500-meter radius. Nathan came to an immediate realization as a percentage meter showed on his visor. 80%, an adrenaline-pumping score, pulsed in the background, slowly rising. "Everyone run." He turned to face the gawking crowd of onlookers, gesturing to them with his hands. He knew for a fact he couldn't outrun the blast by the time it happened, much less save every blessed soul within the short time span. 81%. Some individuals snapped to earth at his desperate attempt, others still terrified while some fools kept recording like the idiots that they were. Realizing they weren't listening, Nathan's attention was soon drawn back to the meter in his visor, which increased by another percentage. 82%. "Higher stimulus," he desperately stated, his eyes darting about at the group of onlookers he was trying to save, the idiots among them especially, starting to film him instead. 83%. However, in that same panicked state, Nathan's visor caught wind of the tranquil Hudson River, his restless steps freezing as he stated, "Water. Yes, water. I should be able to run on water and create a tidal wave." 84%. Then he asked himself with a hint of hopelessness in his tone, "But how would I drag that much water to shore?" 85%. The adrenaline pumping score merged with a now familiar orchestral and heroic piece. Bouncing warily atop his boots, unsure of what he was about to do, Nathan began to make mathematical calculations aloud as the group of onlookers kept taking videos, others already running away. 86%. Assuming weight is 195 pounds of force per step for vertical suspension and surface tension, necessary fluid drag in tight zigzag formations should be, oh for God's sake, just run. The heroic score burst to life once more, powerful and liberating as ever. 87%. A familiar blur. 88%. A familiar perception of time, slowing down. 89%. Tech Whiz's steps, slowly, landed atop the body of water, a faint ripple forming beneath his boot as his heels dug in slightly. 90%. And then he blitzed across the length of the river, his grav boots function activated as droplets of water gradually pooled behind with each step. 91%. At just the right distance covered, the body of water swelled as he curved a semicircular arc. 92%. Soon, a tidal wave formed. 93%. And Tech Whiz performed a tight 45 cut, dragging the now 100-foot tidal wave back to shore. 94%. Accelerating even further, he burst forward alongside the tidal wave, his zigzag movements, enforcing a tight formation to keep dragging the wave to shore. 95%. The onlookers, and especially the fools recording, watched the tidal wave grow even higher. 96%. Higher stimulus. Watch the blazing inferno, or get swept up in a tidal wave. 97%. They all ran for their dear lives. 98%. Tech was landed on solid ground, blurring sideways as the tidal wave surged forward. 99%. Critical explosion imminent and ready to erupt in grand fashion. The 100-foot-plus tidal wave killed it off in an instant. Vapor and steam fizzled into the air, Horizon Tech's building scarred and blackened by the previously raging inferno. And standing at the corner, huffing and panting tiredly, was Tech Wiz, head slumped downwards as his palms leaned tiredly on his knees. A few minutes later, realizing how amazing what he had done was, every onlooker whom had witnessed the incident soon came out of their hiding place and began to applaud. Then a chant began. Tech Wiz. Then a cheer followed. Tech Wiz. Tech Wiz. Then it mixed into a unison of both. Tech Wiz. Tech Wiz. Tech Wiz. Before Nathan knew it, everyone was roaring his alter ego's name, prompting him to stand up tall as he basked in the mix of cheers, chants, and applause. In that moment, Nathan realized his alter ego may have just become something truly more than a vigilante. A hero. And heroes never overstayed their welcome. Hence, he launched his grappling hook towards a nearby building, retracting it and yanking himself upwards in one fluid motion as he gradually vanished out of sight with a glide of his wingsuit. Tails late and cut. As Xavier signaled the scene to be over and gestured that the take had come out. Perfect, the extras whom had been playing their parts, alongside the cinematographers and stunt team, applauded themselves, and more specifically Kyle for a job well done. Both the higher stimulus line from him and the mathematical calculations he had stated out loud weren't even in the script, and yet it had melded so well into the scene. Removing the helmet and smiling in a slightly bashful manner, Adam, whom had been watching the entire scene from the corner, similarly clapped, a thin smile on his lips. Treadmill failed. Guess they're really particular about safety on set, he pondered to himself as he kept applauding. Honestly, with his frankly shady job in Hollywood, the fixer had been to so many movie sets for a job to sabotage their work. But having been at Spawn Point Studio for the past week, he could confidently say that the working environment was just so homely and welcoming, yet at the same time, proper and professional. Everyone here was really passionate about what they were making, and it made for such an efficient flow of things. This made things a bit harder for him, as if even the slightest gizmo on set had an issue, the production crew and stunt team would find out almost immediately and resolve it swiftly. It was just too bad though then. Guess I'll really have to burn it all to the ground, the stunt double inwardly stated with an apathetic tone. And Adam, or more specifically Vance the Hollywood fixer, meant those words literally. Yet, despite his sinister internal thoughts, Adam noticed as Kyle suddenly trained his gaze on him for a brief second. And for a moment, the stuntman received the most vindictive gaze he had ever received in his entire life. Chapter 239, Cookie Cutter. Vance wondered if he was being a bit paranoid. After all, he had only blinked his eyes, and Kyle, whom he could swear had fixed him a baneful gaze a fraction of a second ago, was equally smiling at him in a friendly manner. Maintaining his outward demeanor, though, the fixer couldn't help but ask himself, a small chill running up his spine. What was that? As for Kyle, having stepped off the now inactive treadmill, the dynamic cables holding him in place removed by the stunt team, made his way to one of the many chairs littering the set. Lowering himself onto it, he gently massaged his temples. Deep dive, at grade S still takes way too much out of me, he remarked tiredly, almost feeling like he could collapse again. Luckily, this was the only scene he would be shooting today, so he was at least glad that he could head home any time from now. But more than that, was another skill Kyle had activated way before he had even activated Deep Dive, one that might have further exacerbated its effects. Active skill, Mind Probe, reads the immediate thoughts of a specific target within range. A new active skill, one he had created last week in an effort to keep himself ahead of whatever the Hollywood fixer was up to. It had cost him a hefty 20,000 EXP points, as it was one of those skills that did affect his mind, but honestly, it had been a necessary trade-off. And now, After about a week, he had finally gotten a general idea of what exactly Vance was up to, disrupting the ambience on set by either injuring him or his colleagues severely, gathering info about the movie's plot to leak to the public, and causing a disastrous accident on set, case in point, arson. Safe to say, Kyle was not welcoming of any of it, one tiny bit. But as of now, he'd have to play the long game and pretend to be oblivious as he had no concrete proof or evidence that Atlas International was in fact involved with Vance Vercetti. Hopefully, the PI Oliver had hired would come up with something tangible and concrete sooner rather than later. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, the seemingly exhausted tech whiz meme was still making its round on the internet even after a couple of weeks. And for various netizens and Kyle's fans especially, the picture itself had come as a much-needed relief to them. Considering the incident that had transpired with him collapsing on set a few months back, it was nice to know that he was faring well enough that the movie's production team was comfortable with making jokes about their time on set. As a result, on one of the funnier takes on the meme, POV, when you just fought a punishing boss in Elden Souls, only to realize there's a phase 2. Photo.jpg, which had gotten a good number of engagement on Tweet Talk that was posted by a random netizen, was an active comments section. Peter_writes_fantasy. I have to admit, that's a pretty funny one, and I can totally relate to it. Also, I'm glad Kyle's faring well, and filming seems to be coming along splendidly. Wiz Lord, man that suits fire. Love that it's also comic accurate. Shows that the live-action adaptation is in good hands. Looking forward to the DLC's release too. November, please hurry on along. Eddie Donkey was actually quite lucky to come across Kyle and Sharon while he was filming in New York. They were so polite and all smiles. Wonder if Kyle was in an extremely good mood that day though, cause I swear I could have seen him dancing around the set before I walked up to him. Hello Homelander fam Tony. The fact that the movie isn't even done filming yet, and we already have what I feel might go on to be an iconic meme. We're winning, guys. We're definitely winning. Toast Malone. You know, hearing that Kyle's also going to be one of the main composer of the movie's score and soundtrack actually makes this meme feel all that much more believable. We do a bit of trolling. Memes aside, this single image actually speaks volumes. The fact that they could have gone full CGI, but are similarly pushing physical performances. I just can't help but staunchly believe that this movie is going to hit different from the cookie-cutter superhero flicks we've been getting in recent memory. Shounen Junkie, I know what you mean at we do a bit of trolling. Like seriously, if Kyle is already seemingly this wiped out during filming, imagine how crazy those action sequences are going to look on the big screen. Can't help but be hyped, man. Chai_Sinet. Ho ho. That's a good meme right there. Stealing it. But I'ma say thank you first cause I ain't no asshole. Oh, and tune in for my marathon streaming session of Tech Wiz SDLC in November, glitch.tv/Chaisenet, right bracket. Shameless plug I know, but hey, it's gonna be exciting. Don't miss out. Chuckling a bit at that particular comment from the shameless plug, Sharon, casually lounging on her chair with a little Eliza atop her laps whom was excitedly looking around, raised her gaze up from her smartphone screen to watch as Kyle, once again dressed in the suit, walked onto the set. All he would be filming today, however, were two scenes that would transition into the another scene, which had already being filmed in New York and at the same time, in said scene respectively. This scene was the pre-revelation scene that resolved all of Nathan's questions, how he got his powers and also, simultaneously, shed light on whom the mystery cyborg supposedly was. At the same time, this was the scene that elevated Tech Wiz Year 1 from a good superhero movie to something more immersive and suspenseful with its unexpected twist. This twist, in and of its own right, was something that was never in the comics, but having thought about it extensively, ever since he acquired the IP rights, Kyle had always felt it would adapt so well to a live action of the movie. And thankfully, last year, after he had gotten Xavier on board as the director for the movie, it was one of the few ideas that the director had been so excited for when Kyle ran it through him. In any case, as Adam and Clint also got ready for the scene, with Adam dressed in the familiar green suit for stuntmen while Clint was casually dressed, glasses resting on the ridge of his nose, Xavier then walked up to one more actress on set and squat to her level. All right, Eliza. All you have to do here when Kyle lands on the platform is to wave slightly with a surprised expression. "Can you do that for me?" he politely asked of the young girl, who simply bobbled her head in agreement, her smile bright as she responded, "Yes, that's a good girl." Sharon gently ruffled Eliza's hair whilst praising her, to which Xavier, having held onto her dainty hands as she giggled mirthfully, led her to the spot on the set that was planned for the last-minute shot they had decided to include in to make the scene feel a tad bit better. The moment the director was done placing her in the spot, though, he gave the crew one more furtive glance to ensure everything was set for filming. Then he walked back to stand beside one of the cinematographers while commanding, "Lights, camera, action, tech whiz, year 1/15th of September 2022, Act 4, Scene 2, Take 1. Immediately after putting out the raging inferno, Tech Whiz, instead of recuperating, brought up the analysis of Mystery Cyborg's propulsion beam as he glided through the air, and then, tracing its trail of chemical remnants through the air with his visor's functionality, Nathan soon arrived at a nice-looking bungalow in a quiet estate. Landing on a treehouse nearby, Tech was watched as a young girl, probably around 6 years of age, stared at him in surprise through a fairly wide hole in the roof. Slowly waving over to him, her expression still one of curious surprise, Tech Whiz reciprocated with a wave of his own, after which he then leaped from the treehouse to the ground, his exosuit already vanishing in the process, leaving him only in his casual wears. Walking up to the door of the opposite house across the street where the trace of the chemical lingered in high concentrations, Nathan proceeded to knock on the door. Yet, no sooner had he knocked the door, as if left unclosed properly, it slowly opened to reveal the house in a wreck. The walls were scorched and the furniture were overturned as shattered glass, debris and splintered wood littered the floor. The flickering overhead bulbs too didn't help, casting an almost eerie atmosphere as his gaze landed on deep gashes of jagged claw marks and bashed holes on the walls. Instantly, alarm bells went off in the young man's head as he warily stepped into the house, the mess of debris crunching beneath his foot. Slowly moving through the apartment, his breathing silent and his senses alert, Nathan turned around the corner. There, he could see as what was once a cozy living room was now a graveyard of broken tech, ripped-out couches, sparking wires dangling from the roof, and what seemed to be blueprints torn to shreds across the floor. But more than that, despite his curiosity of whom exactly owned the house, the young man soon heard a faint mechanical hum coming from the floorboard beneath. With another tentative step and a small gulp, Nathan followed the faint hum and soon descended into the basement. The room was dark, damp, and filled with toppled shelves and scattered data drives as Nathan dropped in. And at the center of the chaos, the mystery cyborg loomed, his cybernetic arm gripping a terrified Malachi by the throat, the man's legs kicking desperately as he gasped for air. Instantly, Nathan's eyes widened in a mix of terror and shock as he called out, "Prof," glancing over to his student. Even as he himself was slowly feeling the light in his eyes dying out, Malachi limply tried to raise his hands upwards, seemingly trying to gesture to Nathan. "R-U-N," he let out faintly. However, with his rectangular, mechanical visor glowing red in the dim light of the basement, the cyborg slowly turned his head, looked at Nathan dead in the eye, and then simply angled his gaze back to Malachi and stated, his gruff, cybernetic voice, ominous as ever, "You have 3 days to fix the nanoserum's unstable isotopy and reverse engineer it." Then he trained his gaze back on the young man whom had stumbled upon both of them and declared, "Or both you and him die." With a casual toss, the cyborg flung Malachi aside like a broken kite, the professor colliding against the wall brutally. And then Nathan saw it, his gaze widening in a mix of addled shock. Malachi Volt's arm had the same cybernetic build as the cyborg's. But before the young man could even let out any words, the levitating cyborg appeared before him in a propulsion boost, and in similar fashion, smacked the daylights out of him. Like a blur, Nathan similarly crashed into a toppled shelf, the light slowly fading out of his eyes as he faintly watched the cyborg leave the basement. Tales late and cut. Chapter 240, Necessary Risk. In the comic, it took several issues before Nathan finally realized that his professor was in fact the mystery cyborg. And for a comic book, that extended period until the revelation came, was very fitting as Nathan and Malachi had built up a pretty close mentor-student bond, making their bitter confrontation all that more heart-wrenching for TechWiz. But for a live-action adaptation, that extended period of time was a luxury they didn't have. For a movie that was planned to be a 2-hour, 30-minute-plus epic, if they tried to fit and squeeze the bond that Nathan and Malachi built over the several issues in the comics, it would just end up feeling somewhat forced, undercooked, and generally unpalatable to the audience. As a result, Kyle had seriously been pondering, way before the live-action adaptation was even greenlit by him, same as Xavier, whom had stumbled upon the exact same conundrum after Kyle had gotten him on board. How do we overcome that barrier of familiarity in the comics within the average length of a superhero movie to reach that eventual bitter confrontation between Nathan and Malachi? The answer Kyle had settled upon after many months of thinking, however, do we really have to? He had told Xavier over one of their many phone calls last year. I mean, fans love it when a live-action adaptation stays true to the source material, but one thing they love even more are welcome changes that elevates the story for the medium it's being told in. So, instead of fussing over overcoming that mentor-student bond, we could take a necessary risk instead. One that's still in line with the comics, but in a completely fresh new way. He had concluded, to which the director had then asked him to share his ideas. Now hear me out here. Professor Overclock has a peculiar ability in the comics due to the unstable isotopy of the botched serum he was affected by. You mean? Xavier had swiftly picked up on Kyle's thought process. Yes, that. Kyle had affirmed immediately. We could use that, say? Use it to create an unexpected yet intriguing twist that essentially substitutes that mentor-student relationship with something similar yet different. And what's that, if I may ask? Xavier had inquired of the young man, whom had then taken a brief pause over the line before he then spoke. Manipulation. TechWiz. Year 1, 11th of August, 2022, Act 4, Scene 3, Take 3. Nathan's eyes flashed open as he simultaneously jerked upwards. Prof, he called out in alarm, only to hear a voice respond from the side. I'm all right. I only suffered a mild concussion. Angling his gaze over, Nathan watched as Malachi stood on his far right whilst making calculations on what seemed to be a transparent glass board. The previously destroyed basement was now a bit less haphazard, as one of the now replaced fluorescent bulbs illuminated every corner of the room. The collapsed bookshelves, blueprints, and the like still littered the ground, but at least it looked more like an accident and less like a full-on assault. There was also a monitor in the corner, surprisingly, untouched even amidst all the attack that had happened. Noticing that he was laying on what seemed to be a desk, Nathan soon sat upright while groaning in pain. He might have gained superpowers, but they sure as hell weren't the physically enhancing type. Legs dangling from the desk, though, Nathan soon interlocked his hands with a grim disposition after a while. A moment of silence descended between both parties, the squeaking of Malachi's white marker filling up the somewhat heavy ambience of the room. Then Nathan broke the silence. Care to tell me what's going on? If I tell you what's going on, you'll only find yourself in more danger. Malachi flatly stated, unwilling to be cooperative as he kept scribbling on the board. Well, I'm already in this hot mess with you, so how bad can it get? Nathan countered, his tone serious. Worse. It can get a lot worse. Malachi, without turning his back, replied, a hint of anger in his tone. Then he abruptly stopped, turned around to face Nathan, and remarked like the angry professor that he was. I warned you not to dig into the details of the experiment, Nathan. Besides, how do you even know where I live? He demanded in concerned annoyance with a pointed, cybernetic finger. I didn't. All I did was follow the big guy when I saw him jetting through the skies. Nathan defended calmly, to which he then opposed with a glare and a flurry of questions. In fact, I should be the one asking questions. Why's the hunk of metal after you? Why's your arm eerily similar to his? And what's this about fixing an unstable nanoserum? Glaring at his student, whom was similarly reciprocating the glare, Malachi then let out a long, drawn-out sigh of defeated exasperation as he explained. It's all because of the experiment. The failed one. Nathan clarified. Yes, the professor replied, briefly pausing before then spoke again. Except it wasn't. It was a success, on all fronts. Malachi clipped his marker as he walked over to his monitor and switched it on to pull up a video file, gesturing for Nathan to come over and take a look. 10 years ago, your mother and I created the nano serum. Malachi continued. It was an amazing achievement, incorporating programmed, microscopic bots into a serum to replace the DNA coding sequence. He succinctly added, to which Nathan, now by the monitor, slowly widened his eyes in realization as he watched the video clip showing test experiments of the serum. In it, he could see as the serum practically jumped from the petri dishes to attach to people with various disabilities, healing them in a matter of minutes. It was so similar to the way he had gotten his powers, albeit his had been more excruciating than he could ever want to recall. We thought we'd finally done it. A world, soon to be with no diseases and disabilities. Malachi spoke again, his voice hopeful. But the higher-ups and executives wanted to monopolize the product, make it something only the rich and privileged could afford. His tone dimmed. Caitlin and I, we fought tooth and nail to oppose them, and in the end, in an effort to silence us, and the project, since they weren't getting their way, messed with the serum's isotopy, so much that the electrons and protons in them became unstable. And that led to side effects. Nathan completed Malachi's statement as the clip on the monitor reflected, he himself being an experimental test subject to prove the validity of the serum to what seemed to be executives of the company, as Caitlin North herself administered it. And then it happened. The mutation in all its glory, as Clint's arm, where the serum had glomped onto, suddenly took on an amorphous swarm of tiny, red particulate matter. Then the transmission abruptly ended. With a slow, shaky breath, Nathan then asked, his tone wary, "You weren't the only one whom the tampered serum was tested on, were you?" "Yes, unfortunately. Several subjects had the same serum tested on them that very same day in other facilities." Malachi gave a grim nod as he continued. "And all of the blame ended up falling on Caitlin, especially since she absconded with both the formula of the serum and the sera themselves. Wherever it was she stored the rest of them, I have no idea, but..." The professor moved over to the monitor once more to pull up another video, displaying it to Nathan, who watched with a hint of nostalgia as he heard his mum speak. "It's the isotopy, Malachi. Whatever it is they did to it, it's made it unstable. If I can just stabilize it, which I most definitely will, the serum should be good to go again. In fact, by my calculations, I should be able to retain its side effects and take it in a whole new direction." That was the last conversation we had before she left the company for good, the professor pointed out. But for Nathan, a light of complete realization surfaced in his irises as Malachi concluded with a saddened smile. "I don't know if Caitlin was successful in stabilizing it as she had stated, but next I heard of her, she had died in a plane crash." Another wave of heavy silence descended in the room as Nathan did his best to process everything he had heard, going as far as heading over to seat on the desk he had previously gotten off of. And as Malachi watched him do this, he pursed his lips, after which he then spoke about a minute later. "Look, Nathan, I have no idea if Horizon Tech was able to replicate the nano serum, as I've stepped away from research for years now. But if in fact they have, then cyborg's just the beginning," Nathan surmised, his expression bleak. With the serum that gave them powers some of them probably never wanted, out in the limelight once more, they would probably start coming out of the woodwork, hoping for some cure if there was a chance the serum could be reverse-engineered to rid them of their powers. And with that said, the professor, without having to say anything more, uncorked his marker and promptly resumed his calculations to stabilize the isotopy of the serum on the glass board as another wave of silence descended. And then, about a minute later, Nathan's voice rang from behind him as he asked, "Do you by chance have a spare?" Angling his gaze over to his student, whom he did in fact believe had the genius to keep up with his intellect, the professor smiled lightly and then pulled another out of his pocket, extending it to the young man as he said, "Be my guest. Tales late and cut." As Xavier rewatched the raw footage of the scene, which was yet to be polished up to a professional movie standard, a light, smug smile tugged on the corners of his lips at the way the unaware general audience would be taken for a brief roller coaster after the next few scenes played out. Stretching a bit, though, his tummy simultaneously rumbling in hunger, the director simply ignored it and glanced over to his wristwatch instead. 6:10 a.m., he inwardly stated with a casual expression. Standing up from the chair, the director made his way out of the makeshift booth in the basement where he usually reviewed footages of the scenes they had shot in his free time. Considering he had slept at the basement overnight, though, much like Kyle, whom had suddenly began sleeping over at his office upstairs for reasons practically unknown to him, Xavier wasn't surprised to see him already on ground. What did surprise him, though, was seeing him sitting on the ground, literally. The young man, sitting atop what seemed to be a picnic blanket, casually rummaged through a similarly pretty picnic basket, his sleep-deprived, tired eyes gleaming in interest. Adding to this curious scene, however, was the blonde-haired lady seated next to him, her movements meticulous as she helped arrange the plates and utensils on the blanket. "You really outdid yourself this time, Blondie." "Oh, loaf cake," Kyle stated, to which Christina giggled mirthfully, both unaware of the director, whom was still trying to wrap his head around what was going on here. A picnic date, perhaps, but it's so early in the morning, Xavier couldn't help but ponder. Catching sight of him from his periphery, though, Kyle then angled his gaze over and called out, his tone jovial. "Morning, Zay. We're having breakfast. Want to join?" the young man inquired of the director as the blonde-haired lady casually turned her head around, her evergreen irises welcoming as she gave a light smile and a small nod. Yeah, sure. Why not?" Xavier responded in the affirmative as he walked over to take a seat. Regardless of whatever the duo was up to, the director felt it necessary to not pry into their privacy. But more than that, he was really starving at the moment, so he couldn't really be bothered as long as he got to put something in his stomach. Meanwhile, as this was happening, Oliver, whom was also headed over to the studio quite early to check up on his ward, whom had now made his office his bedroom, received a phone call. And upon casually picking it up via his Porsche's wireless adapter, the next few words Oliver heard from the PI he had hired to investigate Adam Shaw had him instantly pull over the vehicle to the side of the road, beads of sweat rapidly forming on his features as he muttered to himself in realization. Kyle was right. Chapter 241, Concrete Proof. Erasing scandals, manufacturing alibis, sabotaging rivals, controlling the press, disposing of problems, orchestrating cover-ups, the list goes on and on. A bulky, gruff-looking, middle-aged man with a buzz cut and casual wears placed his crossed legs atop the table as he casually stated, the lawyer from across him, sifting through the images. His name was Guy Cruz, and he was the private investigator Oliver had hired, while also being one of the many connections the agent had made over the years in Hollywood. "My goodness," Camille gently covered her mouth in disturbed shock, the expression on her face reflecting just how uncomfortable what she was seeing on the monitor made her feel. "Yeah, it's bad," Oliver, standing behind her, commented, every bit as disturbed as she was despite viewing it for the second time today. It was currently late evening, and the orange sun was peeking through the blinds to softly illuminate the agent's modernly furnished office, a stark contrast to the disturbing receipts of things they were viewing. Sure, they could have met at their general office, but Kyle, unwilling to let this entire scenario blow out of proportion, especially when considering the unrest it could cause, both for his team and on set, decided against it. The less people knew about the fixer, the better. That said, he looks unfazed. Guy casually pointed to the seemingly tired young man with dark circles underneath his eyes, whom was similarly standing next to his agent, and behind Camille, whom was seated on the couch. "Curious," the PI added with a tone of interest, the edges of his lips curling into a crooked smile. "Question: how did you get this much evidence so fast?" Kyle inquired in a composed demeanor instead, unbothered by Guy's attempts to prod into his psyche. To that, both Oliver and Camille similarly raised their gazes from the screen, the curiosity and possible hints of skepticism written on their features. Considering Hollywood fixers, in the rare cases, were either so powerful they couldn't be touched or, as they typically were, remained invisible and anonymous while burying the industry's darkest secrets, it was a given that getting any sort of information, even with a private eye, would be a daunting task. So the fact that the man before them, albeit specialized in the art of private investigation, gathered so much evidence that Adam Shaw was in fact bad news within such a short time, was still a tad bit suspicious. About that. Guy, on the other hand, mused aloud, stroking his rough gray stubble with a thoughtful gaze as he readjusted his crossed boots atop the table. Well, he's left way too many footprints in recent memory. He continued musing to himself, earning squinted, thorough gazes from Oliver and Camille. Kyle, on the other hand, remained unfazed, his arms gently folded across his chest as he listened. Typically, it should have been a hell of a job to find out anything about Vercetti. He's quite the skilled and elusive fixer after all. Guy spoke properly this time, his expression serious as he continued. But for the past year, especially during the Hollywood strike, a repeated strings of sabotages here and there became a bit too organized to call it a coincidence for the deeply observant eye. And that's when Vercetti's name came up again, at least to those working in the industry's underbelly. The PI gestured to the trio, not done yet, as he further explained. Now after the strike, he seemed to have laid low for a while, disappeared once again even. That was until earlier this year when a few persuasions, bribes, and favorable contracts were made to. And here's the interesting part. Get you to lose out on your Grammy Awards. Guy pointed to Kyle, the same crooked smile forming on his lips. The agent and the lawyer, on the other hand, widened their eyes in bewilderment instead, albeit Oliver could already guess who must have been responsible for it. So, when Oliver here contacted me, telling me he needed to investigate some Adam Shaw, and sent his picture, well, you could say tracing everything back, now that I had a face to work with, became that much easier. The end. Guy gestured with spread arms, his inky black irises seemingly asking the trio if they had any more questions. Considering they did in fact have none, and were more worried about what this so-called elusive fixer was up to. The PI then asked, his question directed to a reserved Kyle whom had never for once broken his demeanor all through the revelations. So what do you plan to do? To that, Camille and Oliver turned their heads to face Kyle, who remained composed, his mind calm, as he replied, "Nothing." In response, Camille was almost about to blurt out, "Oh, what?" in concerned disbelief, unable to understand why Kyle would allow a criminal like that to roam free. But as swiftly as the urge came, she reeled it in with discipline as her thoughts tinkered on trying to see things from Kyle's angle instead. He was an actor on set, the movie's executive producer, and their boss who probably didn't want to send everyone into panic. But at the same time, she, Oliver, and Guy seemingly realized the young man had something in his mind as his sapphire irises reflected a fiercely determined glint as he continued. "At least not yet. Vance is up to something. Something big," Kyle stated, a thoughtful expression on his features. "But I have a very strong feeling he won't get up to anything drastic until we're nearing the end of filming. Post-production, after all, would be the best time for him to hit us hard and also easily get away with it like the ghost that he is." His voice trailed off slightly, to which he then continued. "But that also works in our favor, because I really don't want the ambience on set to be disrupted if possible. Now, I might be tethering on the edge of a very risky move here, but..." The young man gestured to the trio in the room, his gaze focused on Oliver and Camille especially. "If it means ensuring that filming goes smoothly till the very end, then I'd rather wait and stay on high alert till he makes his move," Kyle concluded, his expression resolute. But for Oliver and Camille, whom he had trained his gaze on especially, it became clear to the duo that Kyle's intentions were far more than simply prioritizing and protecting the safe atmosphere on set. Rather, he needed Vance unaware because, despite all the evidence laid bare that he was in fact bad news, there was one thing that Kyle still needed cogent proof of: Atlas International, or more specifically Lex Harlow's involvement in all this. Sure, the information Guy had given them today pointed to the fact that he was indeed involved, but there wasn't anything concrete in the PI's investigation that specifically linked both parties to each other. One that could be considered irrefutable proof without any loopholes whatsoever if at the end of the day, Kyle needed to take the industry juggernaut or its manipulative CEO to court. And unfortunately for Kyle, he'd pretty much figured that the only person whom would in fact have such proof was Vance Vercetti himself. That, exactly, was why he still needed the fixer oblivious to the fact that he knew what he was up to, at least until he caught him in the act. After all, Kyle hadn't simply decided on a whim to start staying over at his studio every night for the past week now, solely because shuttling between home and work was becoming a hassle to his efficiency on set. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, we're slowly nearing the end of filming, aren't we? Sharon spoke to Lily, whom was on set today. Considering most of the scenes she was involved in were flashback scenes, all of which had been filmed in New York, save for one more brief scene she was yet to film that did in fact require a bit of heavy CGI. The lady wasn't particularly required to be on set these past few weeks. As of today, though, it had already been booked down for her to come shoot that very last scene of hers. I guess we are, the lady replied, a light smile on her lips as she watched the hustle and bustle on set with Kyle, Clint, and Adam, standing in the middle and getting ready for a scene as the stunt team hooked them all with the necessary cables. In other news, though, Jasmine's currently in Canada for a modeling gig she and I were invited to. Lily glanced over to Sharon, who arched a curious brow. There's going to be an after-party gala, so if you're feeling interested in Minden Dash, I'll go. Sharon gave her response, her smile heartfelt as she angled her gaze over to the dark blonde and added, "Thank you, Lily. It's the least I could do for a friend." Lily replied in kind, her smile gentle as she watched Xavier gesture for the necessary checks, the crew responding by returning his hand gestures. Following from the third scene of the fourth act, the next scenes after would then show Malachi and Nathan working tirelessly with practically little to no breaks to fix the formula of the nanoserum's unstable isotopy and reverse engineer it. In between, Nathan would receive a text from his gramps, reminding him to dress properly for his matriculation in a few days, which coincidentally merged with the third day the cyborg would come over to receive the serum. Responding favorably to the message, the young man would then proceed to get back to solving the formula alongside Malachi, whom would comment that Nathan didn't have to be here. In response, Nathan would simply respond that he did in fact want to be here, as doing this was something that could potentially save the lives of many. With that, Malachi would briefly remain quiet before giving a small nod of appreciation and informing his student that his mom would be very proud of the man he had become. And just like that, the bond that had been built up over several issues in the comics was incorporated into the live-action adaptation in a similar, yet fresh new direction. Owing to that, as both parties tirelessly worked to stabilize and reverse engineer the serum, a seemingly strong sense of camaraderie between teacher and student blossomed, only to be stripped away in the scene that came immediately after. Chapter 242, Malachi Volt. On the morning of the third day, Nathan and Malachi, finally having resolved the formula to stabilize the unstable isotopy of the serum, would stare at each other, a strong hint of promise in their irises. Pulling out a makeshift laboratory table from a secret panel hidden in the wall of his basement, the young genius would then watch as his similarly intellectual professor incorporated it into the now red serum, both watching with bated breaths and a hopeful gaze. And upon watching the serum change from red to an almost formless color, both parties would then share a hug and a firm handshake with a sense of unbridled achievement. With that, Malachi would then inform Nathan, telling him that he should head on over to prepare for his matriculation, albeit the young man would be adamant on sticking around till the cyborg came around. But with enough persuasion and the reminder that his grandfather would in fact be at the ceremony, Nathan had begrudgingly accepted and did as he was told. Having left the basement, Malachi's warm smiles would take on an apathetic shift as he walked over to his monitor and pulled up another video feed. It was the continuation of the video feed of his transformation that had abruptly been cut off when Nathan was viewing it, and also the continuation of the very first scene of the movie. And reflected on the screen as the professor watched the video of his transformation was his current, exact same cybernetic arm, dropping off from his body and replicating on its own in tiny, reddish-black, particulate matter to form an unrecognizable, amorphous, glowing, reddish-black metal. Almost immediately, another cybernetic arm grew out of Malachi's seemingly amputated arm in the feed, its build the exact same as his current cybernetic arm. It was at this moment that the audience would be treated to their very first roller coaster after the initial twist, one that would only spiral on as the professor would then repeat the same motions in real time. And upon dropping the cybernetic arm to the ground, it would slowly morph and differentiate, not into the amorphous reddish-black metal this time, but into the mystery cyborg instead. Unfortunately for Nathan, it was at this moment that he had walked back into the room, hell-bent on convincing his professor that he should, in fact, stick around till the cyborg came back. It was also the scene that Kyle, Clint, and Adam were about to shoot as Xavier commanded. Lights, camera, action, tech whiz. Year 1, 20th of September, 2022, Act 5, Scene 1, Take 1. Prof. I really think I shall. Nathan jumped back into the basement, only to be met with a sight that had him shook, shocked, and utterly confused. Glancing over to him as his new cybernetic arm formed, same as his previous arm, which was still morphing into the cyborg, Malachi landed his apathetic gaze on Nathan, his tone spine-chillingly cold. "Ah, Nathan, you just had to come back, didn't you?" he rhetorically asked as the cyborg behind him took on its complete form, its mechanical visor flashing red as it stood on standby. Clearly, it seemed to be waiting for its order. "Well, no matter. I do have you to thank for this." Malachi retrieved the sealed vial containing the serum from the makeshift laboratory table, twirling it between his human fingers as he did. "Now, I can finally feel complete again." A certain thought flashed in Nathan's mind as he heard that, everything pointing to the fact that Malachi had in fact manipulated him. As a result, his eyes reflected his current emotion. Betrayal. "Oh, don't give me that look." The professor, whose voice was eerily calm, had the slightest hint of amusement as he spoke to his student whom was doing his best to remain alert despite the look of hurt in his irises. "Why are you doing this?" Nathan then asked through gritted teeth, his expression a mix of various emotions. Malachi let out a dry, chilling chuckle, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. "Why am I doing this?" he repeated, another sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Then he crushed the vial in his hands as he declared with a sudden roar that caught Nathan completely off guard. "Because no one else will." His arms suddenly glowed in a familiar red circuitry as the formless serum glomped and absorbed into his skin, his previous cybernetic arm, rapidly returning to its human form. "They took Caitlin away from me. Made me this thing, for years," he belted out with a fury that reached the depths of his soul, every iota of burning hatred reflected in his green irises. "And now, they're parading their virtues around like there's some revolutionary that wants to heal the world." Malachi let out a sinister laughter that only served to make Nathan even more on guard. "I won't let them, Nathan. I won't." The professor took a step forward in the young man's direction, the cyborg behind him merging with his body slowly, as Nathan took another step backwards. "And anyone who gets in my way will meet the same fate as theirs." He cornered the young man whom, despite being noticeably terrified by the sudden switch in his professor's demeanor, did a good job of holding a firm gaze as he spoke. "Then that makes you no different from them." Malachi sneered in response as the suit of cybernetic armor crisscrossed to form the chest portion. "If anyone should be hell-bent on revenge, it should be me," Nathan continued, hitting his chest thrice with a fist as he tried to reason with his villainous professor whom was almost completely encased in the cyborg suit. "I had her taken away from me when I barely knew what was going on, but guess what?" He returned Malachi's hateful energy with a steady gaze that showed that he understood his pain. "I know she'd never approve of the things you're doing now, and neither would she approve of the man you want to become." He spoke with a softened expression, his eyes conveying his willingness to help as he concluded. "Rather she'd want you to be better than them." Now standing at about a feet taller than his student whom he had backed completely into a corner, a plethora of emotions phased through Malachi's irises. And for a moment, his gaze softened as Nathan's words seemed to have reached him, only to have his burning hatred return with an unquenchable intensity. Nathan barely had time to react before Malachi's hand clamped around his throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. His cybernetic armor, now fully formed, gleamed menacingly under the dim basement light, his green irises burning with unrelenting fury. "What do you know about what she'd want?" Malachi's voice was low, venomous, and seething with utter resentment. Nathan struggled, his fingers twitching toward his concealed band beneath his long-sleeved shirt. But before he could make a move, Malachi's helmet sealed over his face, his voice morphing into an ominous, mechanical growl. "This is your last warning, Nathan. Stay out of my way." With that, Malachi hurled Nathan across the room with a terrifying force, sending him crashing into the concrete wall. The impact left him seemingly unconscious, his body slumped against the rubble. Tails late and cut. Tails late and cut. Xavier would have opted to give both of his actors a chef's kiss gesture if not for the fact that he was currently checking the cameras. But when he was in fact done, he couldn't help but let out a praise. That was perfect. Full marks. Kyle, himself, having sprung up from his knocked-out state the moment the clapper loader clamped the slate, swiftly walked up to Clint and extended a handshake with a genuinely impressed smile. That was amazing, Clint. To that, an appreciative Clint couldn't help but give a thankful smile as he received the handshake from the young man. At the same time, everyone on set similarly gave the middle-aged actor a round of applause. Despite the scene calling for Malachi's sudden explosion of vengeful hatred, complete with his sinister laughter and chilling chuckles, the sheer intensity with which he delivered it on his very first take was nothing short of astounding. It was such a stark contrast to his previously composed demeanor, one that made the moment all the more terrifying. As everyone kept applauding, though, Kyle soon walked over to Adam and similarly extended a handshake with a cordial smile as he joked, "Thank you for not choking me to death." Adam quietly chuckled as he reciprocated the handshake. But in his mind, "I almost did, though." Hearing such a sinister thought coming from someone who had such an amiable expression on his features, Kyle, whom was similarly all smiles, couldn't help but inwardly sigh as he affirmed, "I need to kick this guy off the set, pronto." In any case, the young star still had one more scene to film today, and that was the scene immediately after Malachi had left. Nathan, who had been feigning unconsciousness, had timed his move perfectly as his fingers clenched around his band, activating his exosuit in the nick of time. Now, although the force of the throw had still sent him crashing into the wall brutally, the suit had already begun forming, hence cushioning the blow by reinforcing his back. As the dust had settled around him, he had then pushed himself to his feet, the rest of the exosuit swiftly assembling over his entire body. Now fully suited up as Tech Whiz, Nathan pulled up the analysis for Malachi's propulsion beam in an effort to stop him, his visor once again analyzing and tracking its remnants. That said, in one of the previous scenes, one where Malachi had entered a concealed chamber housing the cryopod sustaining Caitlin North, which had already been filmed, was a crucial flashback scene that would be added in the movie's final cut, one that the audience would be shown before the cut would then transition back to Nathan waking up in his mother's bedroom the next day. Already shot during the first week on set, the flashback featured Clint and an extra portraying Horizon Tech CEO, Eccleston Wilde. In it, a distraught Malachi had stormed into a high-stakes executive meeting, his devastated gaze fixed on the CEO as he demanded the truth behind Caitlin's supposed death. The response? A room full of a sneering CEO and his executives, their silence laced with a cruel indifference that practically confirmed Malachi's thoughts. And so, as security dragged him from the room, the raw anguish on his face soon transformed into something far more dangerous. Unforgiving fury. Now, in the present day, Eccleston Wilde had been invited as an honored guest to Horizon Tech's college matriculation ceremony, a rare opportunity Malachi had no intention of letting slip by. Vance stepped into his motel room, locking the door behind him with a quiet click. The past few weeks on set had been nothing short of exhausting if he was being honest. The stunts alone had been physically draining, but what frustrated him even more was his inability to make any real progress towards his true goal on set, a stark contrast to his usual efficiency. At the very least, he'd secured the full plot of the movie, twists and all. That information alone would be enough to tank its box office performance once he leaked it in the weeks leading up to the movie's release. Still, there was one unexpected factor that had complicated things. Kyle Kestis. Lately, the young star had been staying at the studio well into the night, sometimes even sleeping over. On the surface, it made a lot of sense to the Hollywood fixer. After all, with so many CGI-heavy scenes left to shoot, particularly the climactic showdown between Tech Whiz and Professor Overclock, minimizing travel time between set and home was a logical move on the young star's part. But for Vance, it was a genuinely annoying inconvenience. For him, it made hiding his gear around the studio while simultaneously scouting the most efficient way to burn the place down significantly more difficult. "Well, it works in my favor anyway," he said to himself as he opened his mini fridge to retrieve a bottle of beer. The less attention he drew to himself, the easier it would be for him to give them all the slip once he was done with his job. Popping open the beer, the fixer then leaned back into his chair, methodically mapping out his plan for the next few days. And after a lot of careful deliberation on his part, he'd settled on the perfect moment. The final day of filming. Conveniently, that's just a week away. Vance downed the drink with a resolute expression on his features. Chapter 243, Nathan North. A week later. Today was going to be the last day of filming on set. And as if to go out with a bang, practically everyone whom had been involved in the filming of the movie was on ground. This extended even to Kyle's employees at the studio and his actual team, all of them engaging in murmurs of excited chatter with the movie's production crew. Xavier and Cass, despite only seeing each other once a week on set due to their busy schedules, continued discussing a few things about the movie's post-production as the cinematographers expertly positioned their cameras for the last shot of the scene. Once this was done with, though, they were planning to head out for a long, overdue date night. Lily, considering it was actually her first time meeting Eliza, had the most ecstatic smiles blossoming on her features as she interacted with the cute 6-year-old, whom was equally all sunshine and rainbows. Jeff and Sharon, having acted together in a shot that would essentially be part of the cumulative scene a few months back, were currently mingling with a couple of those extras whom had also been involved in the scene. Interestingly, save for a few of those extras and the old Hollywood star himself whom had been dressed in neat, formal or casual attires that very day, Sharon, alongside the rest of the other extras, had been dressed in matriculation gowns. In the scene, George had arrived on the busy college grounds where parents and guardians congratulated and took pictures of their wards after they had converged outside the hall where their matriculation had taken place. Worried that he couldn't find his grandson even after searching for roughly 30 minutes, though, the old man then made a call, only to have it ring but not respond. In his search for Nathan, however, George soon stumbled into a simply dressed Felicia in a formal black gown whom was quietly seated alone on a bench as she downed her canned coffee amidst the lively chatter, her matriculation gown hanged over the bench's armrest. In that moment, he was clearly surprised to see her all dressed up, a stark contrast to her typically messy appearance. Since he knew her from his shelter but was never aware that she was in the same year as his grandson, George was more than happy to share that information with the lady as he sat next to her. In response to that info, Felicia, on the other hand, had curiously tilted her head. It was at this exact moment that the hall where the matriculation had taken place suddenly shook vigorously, a phenomenon akin to an earthquake occurring as something crashed through its roof. That said, as Kyle, whom was fitted with the exosuit, walked onto the set, his face beaten, bloodied and bruised beyond measure, courtesy of the makeup artists, Clint, too, dressed in his green suit, had a somewhat similar yet different makeup, albeit his was more bloodied. Despite Xavier telling Clint that he didn't need to act in the last shot of the scene, the middle-aged actor, much like a peculiar obstinate young man, refused and pushed to do his stunts himself in the scene. Granted, it wasn't anything too complex, but still, Kyle couldn't help but inwardly chuckle as he remembered Clint's exact words while struggling to persuade the director. I mean, if I get hurt, we can milk it for promo, right? Just imagine, actor nearly dies filming final stunt. Boom. Free publicity. Even if Xavier had wanted to disagree, Clint's serious delivery of the line had both Kyle, the director himself, and the rest of the set in tatters. It was also the reason why he was in fact allowed to try out the scene. Guess I know where Eliza gets her humor from. Kyle then sported a light smile as Clint walked over, the middle-aged actor, fully in tune with his character. That said, the young man subtly angled his gaze over to the excited crowd in the basement, his eyes sifting through their faces rapidly as it briefly landed on a peculiar face, whom had stealthily hidden himself at the back of the crowd. What are you going to do now, Vance? Kyle's thoughts turned humorless as he activated Mind Probe and designated the stuntman as his target. No sooner had Kyle done this, the director's voice suddenly boomed across the entirety of the basement. Quiet on set. Silence descended upon the room in an instant, everyone more than familiar with Xavier's authoritative tone. And in the next minute, the cinematographers, lighting technicians, and sound crew, without even being told, gave him a thumbs up, signifying that they were at the ready. With a thin smile of satisfaction nestling on his lips, one that reflected his appreciation for the efficient production crew he was going to miss working with. Xavier gave the familiar order. Lights, camera, and in sync. Kyle, knowing how much emotion he needed to display for the last shot, especially with how the roller coaster of a climatic showdown between Nathan and Malachi had led up to it, closed his eyes briefly and activated both Deep Dive and Scene Stealer. Action. Tech Whiz. Year 1, 27th of September, 2022, Act 5, Scene 1, Take 1. The grounds of the hall trembled violently, sending ripples of confusion across the college campus as the matriculating students and their guardians paused and turned around in alarm. Then, another tremor struck, this one more powerful, more ominous, before an explosion of rubble, concrete, and dust erupted from the top of the grand hall. Terrified shrieks echoed across the lush green lawn as debris rained down, the thick haze of dust slowly settling to reveal a towering figure, his gleaming metal reflecting the morning sun. A cyborg, and in its grasp, dangling helplessly over the edge of the building, was Eccleston. A sinister tune played, underscoring the dread spreading through the crowd. That look on your face, the cyborg sneered, its voice dripping with a mix of contempt and satisfaction. You can't imagine how satisfying it is. Eccleston struggled against the iron grip around his throat, sweat trickling down his face as he choked out a few words. Who are you? The cyborg's glowing red visor burned with malice as its voice boomed across the lawn. Call me Overclock. A hush of terror swept over the spectators below. Now, Overclock extended his free arm outward, as if toying with Eccleston's doom. Ready for your final act? He asked with a malicious chuckle. Without hesitation, Overclock released his grip. The CEO plummeted. Screams of horror filled the air as Eccleston fell towards certain death, his terrified scream sealing his fate. But just as he was about to meet his end, the sinister tune was abruptly overtaken by a heroic swell of music. A familiar blur shot through the air. In a split second, the figure grazed Eccleston's body. A thin, peculiar slate slapped onto his body to release a controlled gravity pulse that halted his descent, just inches before impact to cushion his fall. Then, without missing a beat, Tech Whiz propelled himself off the wall, using the momentum to deliver a devastating, gravity-infused uppercut straight to Overclock's jaw. Both figures streaked through the troposphere. Angling his gaze downwards, Overclock's voice dripped with annoyance. You. Activating his propulsion beam, the cyborg stabilized his ascent and, without skipping a beat, launched a rocket-propelled high hook. The metallic fist collided with Tech Whiz's raised arm, the impact sending him hurtling back to Earth as a pained grunt escaped his lips. Like a blitz, Tech Whiz diagonally streaked down at an alarming speed, Overclock propulsion boosting himself and hot on his tail. Just before he crashed into a skyscraper, pedestrians below noticing their rapid descent, an extended hook shot from the hero's pulse gauntlets. Latching onto the very edge of the building, Tech Whiz yanked himself upwards, avoiding by mere inches another of Overclock's devastating rocket-propelled punch. The burst of wind from the attack sent a few windows of the innocent building shattering in a downward verticality. Yet the opportunity to counter presented itself as Tech Whiz spun mid-yank and launched another hook that coiled around Overclock's circumference in a tight grip. Simultaneously, the hero activated an electric pulse. The spark of electricity blitzed through the wire in the fraction of a second, sending a wave of sizzling pain through Malachi's entire being as he let out a pained grunt. But in the same vein, Overclock grasped onto the hook and yanked it forwards. Watching as he was pulled before he could retract the hook, a brutal clamp of the cyborg's cybernetic palms on his helmet held him in place as he struggled to fight back. Futility was all it resulted in as Overclock forcefully ripped the hook, electrifying him, and with a swift turn mid-fall, slammed Tech Whiz's head straight into the tarred road below. A muffled, nuke-like boom echoed across the city streets, the tremor vibrating and rattling every building in sight as a pressurized burst of wind shattered every window within vicinity. In turn, the panic-stricken citizens bolted for dear life, their screams and shrieks of terror deafening. Yet, despite the murderous brutality of his attack, Overclock soon raised a seemingly knocked-out Tech Whiz and with an unnatural arch of his back, socked him an even more brutal, rocket-propelled punch. The hero found himself flying across the air like a stringless marionette, the blood from his battered face spilling through his equally shattered helmet, one of the visors broken and out of place. Colliding gracelessly with the tarred road in multiple brutal spins and tumbles, he soon found himself coming to a lulled halt, his exosuit tattered in various places. And just across the road, Nathan saw them. Pedestrians, absolutely stricken with fear as they watched his defeated figure lying motionlessly on the ground. But more importantly, were the slightest hints of hope in their irises, seemingly begging of him to get back up. With a will beyond what was merely his, Tech Whiz placed one palm down, laboriously pushing himself up as he quietly choked out, "Come on, Nathan." Overclock's steps got louder with every little progress he made. The closer he got, the faster the hero willed himself to get back up. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Malachi was upon him, and without the slightest hint of mercy or pity, he launched a powerful kick that sent the beaten hero flying across the road and right into an old abandoned factory that was soon to be renovated. The wall exploded into chunks of concrete and dust as Tech Whiz found himself buried in a pile of rubble. It only took a few seconds before the villain loomed over the pile of rubble and with one calculated yank, pulled the hero out of the mess as he held him by the neck. Staring at the seemingly lifeless young man whose helmet had been completely shattered, hence revealing his face beneath, the cyborg's helmet retracted upwards to reveal his face. And as Malachi stared at Nathan, whose face was beaten, battered and bruised beyond measure, the light in his eyes dimming, he spoke, his voice cold as ever. "I tried to warn you, Nathan." The dimness in the young man's eyes took on a sudden switch, the adrenaline rapidly beginning to course through his veins again. "But you wouldn't listen," Malachi added, his tone full of hate. Nathan, whom should have in fact, being on the verge of death, slowly raised his head up as he whispered in denial. "You knew?" And then, with a complete gaze of vindication, he repeated, his entire being sizzling with an inferno of hurt, disappointment, and most especially, rage. "You knew," he repeated with a depth of fury that stunned Malachi himself. Retracting his helmet, the professor let out his sinister, cyborg voice. Such a disappointment. Nathan's gravity-imbued pulse gauntlets, coated with a bursting spark of electricity, crunched right into Malachi's helmet, shattering the darn thing into bits of metallic chunks. "Argek?" The villain let out a shout that reflected the excruciating pain he was in. Staggering backwards, his grip on Nathan's neck unclenching, Malachi, whom had been gripping his face, suddenly felt the wisp of wind kiss his unprotected cheeks. It was followed by a devastatingly powerful kick, one that Nathan had used his grav boots to propel to an unreasonable degree. Overclock felt himself flying sideways, his sense of balance lost. And as if this was just the beginning, a furious Nathan appeared from above in a blur, his gravity-enhanced boots delivering a brutalizing curb stomp. Malachi's face, compressed like a bursting rubber ball against the shattered concrete of the floor, the light in his eyes dimming in an instant. But without mercy, Nathan, now sitting atop him, socked him another electricity-infused punch. And another, and another, and another, ready to sock him another one. Nathan, watching the completely beaten figure of his professor beneath him, gasping for dear life, his face almost unrecognizable, held his trembling fist in place. Malachi knew it was him all along, and yet was okay with playing him, killing him, the son of his colleague. A colleague whom he even seemed to cherish dearly. What sort of monster would do that? The thought was evidently reflected in the way Nathan gazed at the beaten Malachi beneath him. Then the rage returned, burning in his eyes as every glint of it mingled with raw betrayal. Every fiber of his being screamed for justice, for retribution. And yet, with a guttural, frustrated roar directed at himself, Nathan forced himself to stop. Killing him would only make him no different than Malachi, something he never wanted to become. And so, his voice, although brimming with anger and pain, remained steady as he spoke. "I tried to talk. I want you to remember that." His breath hitched. "I tried to reach out." His fists clenched. "I tried to understand." Nathan paused, only for his voice to rise in utter fury. "And I think you understood. You just didn't care." The words echoed, cutting through the lulled silence like a blade. His chest heaved, frustration boiling over. But when he spoke again, his tone had shifted to softer note, but still filled with profound hurt. "You were a monster." His gaze locked onto Malachi's battered form, the weight of his disappointment settling in his chest as reflected in his irises. "And that was the role you were so determined to play." Slowly, he uncurled his fingers, lowering his fist, his expression resolute. "So I had to play mine." His voice dropped to barely more than a whisper, but the conviction in it was unshakable. The man who stops the monster. Having said his piece, Tech Whiz stood and hovered over the defeated figure of Overclock, the sirens in the distance, cascading over to his ears. Then he launched his grappling hook and soon vanished from the abandoned factory, leaving the professor to his fate. Tails late and cut. That's a wrap. No sooner was the scene over, practically everybody on set, despite hearing that filming was over, couldn't help but be shook to their core by Kyle's acting and especially his words. For the director, the actors, extras, and most of the production crew, each and every one of them knew that the last few lines Kyle had said wasn't anywhere in the script. Yet, considering how fitting they were certain that this scene, despite being so action-packed, would be strongly remembered and ingrained in the memory of the audience due to those exact words. After all, they were words that perfectly conveyed the sense of responsibility Nathan had given himself as a hero. But no sooner had the initial sense of stunned profoundness wore off, the set suddenly erupted into a massively exuberant wave of cheers, whistles, and most especially, applause. And basking in it all was Kyle and Clint as the former pulled the ladder upwards, both of them bowing to the ever-increasing cheers and applause. Yet, amidst all this, Adam had stealthily slipped away, his plan in motion as he thought to himself, "Let's get this over with." Chapter 244, Lawyer Up. Running up the staircase that led to the basement, his trained steps silent, Adam took a brief scout of the deserted environment. "Good," he muttered to himself as he swiftly made his way to the restroom at the far end of the lobby. Entering one of the stalls, the fixer gently raised the ceramic lid of the water closet. Stored within it was a small, black, waterproof pouch, no bigger than an adult's clenched fist. Carefully retrieving it, Adam fixed the lid quietly, his movements meticulous. All right, he pulled open the strap of the pouch, retrieving its contents. On to the next. He slipped on shadow-black synthetic gloves and pocketed a lighter, a needle, a thin wire coil, lock picks, and a tactical knife. In the next second, Adam was out of the restroom stall, his goal in sight. The cheers of everyone in the basement rang louder, prompting the fixer to inwardly comment as he briskly walked across the lobby. Minute and a half. Right on time. With a cool disposition despite the beads of sweat slowly forming atop his head, Adam gave another careful look over at the lobby, his senses slightly heightened. Confirming that there was indeed no one around, his quick strides carried him past the cafeteria on the opposite end of the wide lobby as he proceeded to round another corner. Walking down a short passage that led to the kitchen, the fixer arrived by its door. Squatting to the level of its keyhole, pulling out his lock picks, Adam got down to work. And with a soft, peculiar click a few seconds later, the door slightly opened. So far so good, he thought to himself as he walked in. Now for the last sprint. Adam looked around the dimly lit kitchen, not willing to switch on its lights. With immediate alacrity, he moved towards the gas cylinders, lightly puncturing their tubes with the needle to let the gas out. As the thick smell of the gas filled the kitchen, susceptible to engulfing in flames peradventure even the slightest single spark arose, the fixer meticulously fiddled with the flip-style lighter in his hands. Hooking the wire coil to the lighter's wheel, Adam was planning to stabilize it near the kitchen slab and close to the gas cooker, one he would then anchor and tightly secure to the knob of the kitchen's door as a pull trigger. With the gas already saturating the room, all that would be needed was a light tug on the string to cause the tiniest of sparks to ignite the air and trigger a massive explosion long after he was away. Unfortunately, whatever unfortunate soul ended up opening the door, that was their luck. It was a crude and effective, while also being a diabolical and heartless trap. Yet, It was a staple in the fixer's skill set. A classic invisible hand of destruction, one that left no trace of tampering once everything went up in a blazing inferno. Done, the fixer inwardly remarked, carefully turning around as he planned to hook the string to the doorknob. The lights in the kitchen suddenly came on, a familiar voice, evidently relaxed as it stated, "Fancy little trick you got there, Adam." Adam froze in his steps, his gaze slowly raising up with the same coolness he'd been working with. And leaning on the beam of the slightly ajar door, a light smile of amusement in his sapphire irises, was Kyle. He was still dressed in the exosuit, yes, but the boots were off, leaving him barefooted. As Adam noticed this, he figured out just why he hadn't heard him arrive. No boots. No sound. Tiled floors. Shit. But more than that. Why is he here? The thought slammed through Adam's mind, yet outwardly, he remained impassive. Almost. A bead of sweat trailed from his temple, pooled downwards and rolled towards his chin, a single dripping sound, filling up the ambience in the room. It betrayed his seemingly unfazed demeanor. And Kyle noticed this, so he smiled. "Now, pray do tell," he thoughtfully mused aloud, one brow arched in mock curiosity. "What exactly are you up to, Adam?" Another wave of tense silence descended between the man caught in the act and the man who caught the fixer in the act. About a few seconds of silence passed between both men, another drip of sweat, adding to the tension between the two. And then Kyle's demeanor switched up in an instant, the light of amusement in his eyes, fading in an instant as he spoke. "All right, Vance. Playtime's over." The young man's chilly cold voice sent shivers up Vance's spine as he realized that his cover must have long been blown if Kyle knew his real name. Not the least bit perturbed, Kyle inquired further, his tone leaving no room for games. "Lex sent you, didn't he?" Vance gritted his teeth, his unfazed demeanor cracking. Kyle took notice. "Good," he commented, pushing off the beam as he closed the door behind him. "Now, we can either do this the easy way or the hard way." The young man took a step closer, his voice cool, but edged with something dangerous that set alarm bells off in the fixer's head. "Either you tell me everything you know about Lex, and I don't mean the surface-level crap. I'm sure you understand." He took another step closer, his almost terrifying demeanor, alongside the still bloodied makeup on his face, forcing the fixer's glare to sharpen. "Or," Kyle continued, his tone darkening, "I can hand you over to the authorities and let them squeeze the answers out of you in the most excruciating ways imaginable. With the shit you've done, I'm sure they'd love to have you in custody. Your choice, Vance," the young man concluded. And no sooner had he said that, a low, chilling chuckle escaped his lips. It was quiet, it was deliberate, but most of all, it was eerily reminiscent of something Alex Hunt would do. Yet at the same time, it was all Kyle. The young man, typically, wasn't the resentful kind, especially because he'd never felt the need to reciprocate people's ill will towards him. After all, he was the type to believe karma would eventually do its thing to those deserving of it. But it was another ballgame entirely when his people were being targeted. Atlas, or more specifically Lex, had pretty much been poking and prodding at Kyle for the longest while now, and he purposely let them, hoping they'd back off when they got tired. But it seemed like the CEO of the industry juggernaut had severely underestimated the cold fury of a patient man whom had now realized that he had to take drastic measures to keep his people safe. That cold fury manifested completely in Kyle's current demeanor, one that had Vance notably terrified as he quietly gulped. Yet, despite being overwhelmed with fear, the fixer, in a skilled, professional manner, retrieved his tactical knife in a swift, practiced motion, the metal glinting in a semicircular arc as he tried to slash Kyle.